The future Jinling once trembled at the rise of Lin Yi. Day the Bai group went public, the Yi family's assets were uprooted, and Ye Feng was left wandering the streets, watching helplessly as Gu Yongxiang jumped from the top of that tallest office building. But now everything has changed. I stand before the floor-to-ceiling window of the restaurant, watching the endless stream of people outside, holding an investment contract worth 200 million between my fingers. I am the only son of the Yi family, the core of all power in Jinling, not some pathetic sycophant begging for scraps. If I tear up this contract, I will not only shatter Bai Susu's dreams, but also clip Lin Yi's wings before he can even take flight. The hidden destiny is gathering toward me, and the fate of being a villain will now become my stepping stone to the pinnacle. But I know that before that, I must deal with the nose-eating green tea bitch right in front of me. And all this reversal and awakening begins with the game being played in this restaurant right now. Damn, have you guys heard? Ye Feng, the young master of the Yi family, invested a whopping 200 million into the Bai group just to pursue Bai Susu. The Bai group is a sinking ship. They have been losing money for years and are nearly bankrupt. Isn't he just throwing his money away? Is this what it's like to be the spoiled heir of a wealthy family? That good-for-nothing Ye Feng is going to be the death of his father one day. Can't blame young Master Yi for losing his mind. Miss Bai Susu is just too stunning. At the Yue Zuan restaurant on Jinling Business Street, Ye Feng is having dinner with Bai Susu and her best friend. Gossip is spreading like wildfire, and as Jinling's top wealthy heir, many onlookers have come to watch the spectacle. That investment contract sits on the edge of the table, and this $200 million deal has drawn quite a lot of attention. Young Master Ye Feng has dropped 200 million. Will he win the beauty's heart? Or will he end up being the simp after all? What the hell, did I just transmigrate? Ye Feng opens his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings with a look of pure confusion. A moment later, memories come flooding into his mind. Oh man, you've got to be kidding me. I've actually become the villainous simp in a novel. Ye Feng is left speechless. The world he is in now belongs to a mediocre urban web novel. Unfortunately, he has actually read this mindless novel dominating the metros. It's about the protagonist, Lin Yi, who, blessed with protagonist luck, meets the heroine Bai Su, proceeds to flex his power, crush his enemies, and reach the peak of life. As the main villain, Ye Feng is a rich, handsome hunk, yet he spends the whole time fawning over Bai Susu, insisting he will marry no one else. But in the end, Bai Susu gets together with Lin Yi. Consumed by resentment, Ye Feng tries to take revenge on Lin Yi, but he gets brutally humiliated at every turn, slapped in the face repeatedly, and even loses his family and fortune. The worst part is that the heroine, Bai Susu, actually tells him, "If you really loved me, you should wish for my happiness rather than caring about who I love." Despite this gaslighting, Ye Feng keeps on loving her silently, lets go of his hatred, and even ends up becoming Lin Yi's sidekick. What a stupid plot, I think I'm gonna throw up. Ye Feng feels a chill run down his spine, his intelligence feeling deeply insulted. I'm a wealthy, handsome heir and the young president of the Ye group. Wouldn't it be better to just date a supermodel? Why on earth would I choose to be a simp? It's not like I ate tainted milk powder as a kid. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding to the villain counterattack system. Please defeat the protagonist Lin Yi and rewrite your destiny. A crisp voice suddenly rings in his mind. A system? Ye Feng's heart leaps with joy. Yes, this system is dedicated to helping you achieve your counterattack. When the host changes the original plot of the novel and plunders the protagonist Lin Yi's luck, status, and harem, you can earn counterattack. Counterattack points can be used to exchange for skills, items, and more, making the host stronger and helping you reach the peak of life. After the system finishes explaining, Ye Feng says, "Nice." He doesn't want to be a pathetic fool like in the book. I'll be the one in charge of my own destiny. According to the upcoming plot, Bai Susu should be about to reject my invitation to see a movie tonight. Following the original story, after handing over the $200 million investment, Ye Feng invites Bai Susu a movie, hoping to use the chance to confess his love. But as everyone knows, while the plan was beautiful, it failed at the first step. Bai Susu didn't agree to go to the movie at all. As the heroine of the book, Bai Susu is absolutely stunning, with rosy lips and white teeth and gorgeous black hair falling like a waterfall onto her pleated skirt. Honestly speaking, Bai Susu is incredibly beautiful. Those long legs of hers alone would keep anyone interested for years. Bai Susu opens her mouth slightly and says in an embarrassed tone, "I'm sorry, brother Ye Feng, I have to go shopping with my best friend in a while, so I can't join you for the movie." After saying that, she doesn't forget to give her friend Lin Fengjiao a wink. That's right, young master, ye are going shopping later. Lin Fengjiao nods in a hurry, though she looks a bit guilty. Shopping? Ye Feng chuckles internally. Do they really think they can fool me? Having read the original book, Ye Feng knows that after Bai Susu leaves this place, she's going off to shop with the protagonist Lin Yi. Trying to mooch my 200 million investment? Just as the onlookers are about to say that young master Yi has wasted his 200 million, Ye Feng suddenly reaches out and takes the investment contract back. He says, "Go ahead and shop with your friend, but I need to give careful consideration to the investment in your Bai family." Brother Ye Feng, how could you be like this? You clearly know that these 200 million are extremely important to our Bai family. I trusted you so much, so why are you going back on your word after agreeing? Seeing the contract taken back, Bai Susu panics and stands up in a hurry, her pretty little face full of both anger and grievance. Ye Feng chuckles. Oh, looks like I stepped on her tail. I bet a pack of spice sticks that Ye Feng will definitely cave in when he sees Bai Susu angry. Can you be more confident? How about 10 packs of spicy sticks? I bet a tea egg that Ye Feng will obediently hand the contract back. I know this plot by heart. The onlookers speculate, believing that given Ye Feng's personality, he's bound to do exactly that. If it were the Ye Feng from the book, he certainly would have, even thinking about it, please Bai Susu next time. But the current Ye Feng is different. Miss Bai Susu, what do you think I'm investing in your Bai family for? Ye Feng asks with a smile. Isn't it because you saw the potential in our Bai family that we have a bright future, which is why you're investing, brother Ye Feng? Bai Susu says, her large watery eyes open. Onlookers? Ye Feng? Lin Fengjio? Your Bai family is about to go bankrupt. What potential are you talking about? Does your family deserve an investment? No, do you even realize your family isn't qualified? Susu, why don't you just agree to watch the movie with young Master Yi? It won't kill you. Lin Fengjio pulls on her friend's skirt and whispers into her ear. Even a fool can see that the only reason Ye Feng is willing to invest is purely for Bai Susu's sake. Then wouldn't I be just like a beggar kneeling for food? Bai Susu looks at her friend, feeling very indignant. She has her own pride. Just as Lin Fengjio is about to say something else, Bai Susu rests her hands on the table and says firmly, Brother Ye Feng, you've been very good to me and have taken care of me in the past. I am very grateful. My Bai family does indeed need this $200 million investment, and I'm glad you're willing to offer help in our time of need. But I really can't join you for a movie tonight. However, if you can agree to give me the contract, I can make an exception this once and let you drive me home. Bai Su seems to have made a difficult decision. In all her life, she has never let a boy take her home before. Except for Senior Lin Ye. But for Ye Feng, this is the only line she is willing to cross. Seeing her best friend act this way, Lin Fengjiao's heart finally settles. But Ye Feng, look, a girl like Bai Susu has already said this much. You should at least show some kind of reaction, right? Young Master Ye, driving Susu home is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Ye Feng remained calm, Lin Fengjiao winked at him and dropped wild hints. She knew very well how much effort Ye Feng had put into fawning over Bai Susu all this time. Things might have been a bit off tonight, but a simp is a simp after all. Since Susu has already made a concession, could he really let this golden opportunity slip away? Suddenly, she saw Ye Feng curl his lips and break into a smile. Lin Fengjiao thought to herself, good, just as I expected, Ye Feng is about to give in. But as he kept smiling, something seemed off. His smile carried a hint of coldness, a dash of mockery, and a touch of indifference. Lin Fengjiao said, Are you joking? I threw away 200 million just to drive a girl home? Ye Feng was furious inside. A god-tier rich kid driving a girl home, and he's supposed to feel honored? What kind of logic is that? Immediately, Ye Feng's gazed across the onlookers. Everyone was stunned, thinking, we are just here to watch. Why are you looking at us? We don't support you being a simp. There are plenty of rich kids from Jinling here. Miss Bai, why don't you see if anyone else is willing to throw 200 million to drive you home? Because I'm certainly not interested. And if you don't mind me saying, the Yi family's money isn't easy to take. 200 million investment, the Bai family doesn't deserve it. Farewell. After saying that, Ye Feng walked away. As for the contract, he casually tore it in two and tossed it into the trash can. My god, has Ye Feng changed his personality? To be honest, if I spent 200 million just to drive a girl home, my dad would definitely drag me off for a paternity test. Bai Susu is pretty, but no woman is worth 200 million. Bai Susu kept leading him on, relying on young Master Yi being her simp, and now she's finally played herself. The crowd whispered. Although Bai Susu was beautiful, no one wanted to pick up the leftovers. Just kidding, that's 200 million in cold, hard cash, not some inheritance. Bai Susu stood frozen in place. Ye Feng's words were incredibly insulting, and she felt like crying. She spent several minutes thinking, but still couldn't figure out why Ye Feng would treat her like this. Ye Feng used to be completely at her beck and call. Susu, why don't you just go watch the movie with young Master Yi? He's just angry with you, he still loves you in his heart. Have you forgotten? When you were taking your piano exams, he personally went to Yanjing and spent a fortune to find you a world-class teacher. And the time you were hospitalized, young Master Yi didn't even sleep all night because he was so worried. Lin Fengjiao persuaded her out of good intentions, afraid that her best friend had truly gone too far. A god-tier rich kid who is both devoted and wealthy like Ye Feng is hard to find in all of Jinling. Jiao, what are you saying? I only treat Ye Feng like a brother. Besides, I'm not in the mood to think about romance right now. Bai Su felt both were angry. Fine, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Fengjiao was also speechless. You keep saying you don't like Ye Feng, but why don't you ever refuse the benefits he gives you? And don't play innocent when it comes to feelings. You not only watch movies with Lin Yi, but you even cook for him personally. Although her friend was being hypocritical, Lin Fengjiao was still worried she had messed up. After all, Ye Feng had bribed her plenty while pursuing Bai Susu. She only hated that Ye Feng wasn't pursuing her instead. To help her friend save the relationship, Lin Fengjiao sent 2 text messages to Ye Feng. Young Master Ye, please don't be angry. Susu just didn't think it through for a moment. Once she does, she will accept you. I will help you persuade her, moi. Seeing the messages, Ye Feng chose to delete and block her. Did she really think he was addicted to being a simp? Besides, Lin Fengjiao wasn't a good person either. She was just a gold digger purely looking for benefits. In the original story, she fawned over him when he had money, but later, when the protagonist Lin Ye gained power, she started fawning over him and even joined his harem. Just as he was about to leave, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for changing the original plot and influencing the story. You have gained 1,000 counterattack points. What can I exchange these points for? Ye Feng asked. You can exchange for anything, but due to the original settings, your charm score is low. I recommend exchanging for charm points. Your current charm is 100, which is the level of an ordinary rich kid. 1,000 points can exchange for 200 charm points. 300 points reaches the level of a male god. Will you proceed with the exchange? Ye Feng was speechless. His setting is a tall, rich, and handsome man, yet his charm is so low. Cheap novels really don't follow any logic. Exchange. Before long, Ye Feng's appearance and temperament underwent a fundamental change. He checked his reflection on his phone and gasped. He looked dashing, heroic, and debonair, just like a movie star. In the original world, such a handsome man would have droves of fangirls lining up for him. System, what is the protagonist Lin Yi's charm score? Ye Feng asked curiously. Lin Yi's current status is a poor student, and his charm score is also 100. Hearing this, Ye Feng was speechless. How could a poor student compare his charm to a rich, tall, and handsome guy like him? Then, the system continued, however, as the protagonist, Lin Yi, has a hidden 900 charm points. 1,000 points represent an invincible destiny. Damn, this setting is so idiotic. Ye Feng cursed internally. You can weaken his hidden charm and bring him down from his pedestal by plundering the protagonist's destiny, treasures, and harem. That sounds good. It was 7 in the evening, and Ye Feng prepared to drive away. At that moment, his mother, Zhu Suihua, suddenly called. She yelled loudly, Ye Feng, I don't care where you are or what you're doing, get to the commercial street immediately. I'm already at the commercial street, Ye Feng replied. Then get to Jixuan as fast as you can. After that, his mother hung up with a sharp click. It was obvious she was extremely angry. Jixuan is one of the landmarks of the commercial street and the most high-end club in all of Jinling. The owner behind it is none other than Ye Feng's mother, Zhou Suihua. Inside the private room, Zhou Suihua frowned with a cup of steaming Guanyin tea on the table. Ye Feng walked in and asked, Mom, why are you looking for me? Oh, you came when I called. When did you become so obedient? Didn't you go off to chase that girl from the Bai family by throwing away 200 million? Why didn't you throw another 200 million? What, afraid the Yi family doesn't have enough cash flow? Zhou Suihua said, feeling let down. This rebellious son never stopped making her angry. Upon finding out that her son had given 200 million of company funds to the Bai family, she was so furious she could have exploded. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if she'd been angered into a health crisis by her son. What 200 million? Mom, where did you hear such rumors? Ye Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt and continued, Mom, didn't the doctor say your heart is weak and you shouldn't get agitated? If you keep getting angry like this, you'll end up with heart disease sooner or later. You know that, right? In the original story, his mother, Zhou Suihua, was literally worried into a heart condition by that good-for-nothing spendthrift Ye Feng. Me? Getting agitated? Zhou Suihua was trembling with rage. Is there no hope left for this? When will parents ever get any respect? She demanded. Ye Feng, answer me this. Did you give 200 million from our company to Bai Susu? No. Ye Feng answered simply and decisively. Zhou Suihua, you really didn't? Zhou Suihua was half doubting. She knew her son very well. He was a spendthrift. He was always bold enough to admit it after wasting money. It had been rumored in the circle that Ye Feng was playing the part of a sycophant for Bai Susu, and she had advised him not to pin all his hopes on one tree. But Ye Feng never listened. Instead, he doubled down and fondled her Bai Susu even more crazily. Zhou Suihua just regretted not having a second child, otherwise she wouldn't be shedding so many tears. But now, Ye Feng denied it flatly. Could he have had a change of heart? If you want to know, why don't you just call the finance department a couple of days? Ye Feng replied helpless. I will. Zhou Suihua changed the subject and said, however, the reason I asked you to come today is for something else. What is it? A blind date. All Zhou Suihua wanted was to find Ye Feng a wife as soon as possible to cut off his path of being a sycophant. Aunt Zhao, brother Ye Feng, I am sorry, the company was busy, I just got off work. Before long, a girl wearing a long white dress with a beauty mark on her forehead hurried into the private room. Her makeup was exquisite and she looked dignified and graceful. Clearly, she had dressed up carefully. But because she came in such a rush, she was slightly out of breath and her chest was heaving. Yangxiang is here, come and sit down. How is the company doing lately? Zhou Suihua shed her stern mother image and affectionately pulled Gu Yangxiang to sit beside her. This was her best friend's daughter, practically Ye Feng's childhood sweetheart and his date for today. But ever since Gu Yangxiang went to university in Yandu, they hadn't seen each other for several years. Upon returning to Jinling this time, Gu Yangxiang had opened a design firm and was currently in the startup phase. It is okay, everything is going smoothly, just quite busy and demanding. Gu Yangxiang said with a smile, looking a bit nervous and shy. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell Aunt Zhou. We are not outsiders. Zhou Suihua said kindly. She had treated Gu Yongshang like her own daughter since she was little, and now she was more eager to have her as her daughter-in-law. Compared to that green tea bitch Bai Susu who was stringing her son along, she liked Gu Yongshang, a girl she knew so well and had a foundation of affection with much more. I know, Aunt Zhou. Gu Yongshang said politely. Alright then, you two young people chat. I am going outside to brew some tea for you. Zhou Suihua stood up with a laugh, leaving Ye Feng and Gu Yongshang some space to be alone. Ye brother Ye Feng, long time no see. Left alone, Gu Yongshang was at a loss. Long time no. Ye Feng replied with a smile while inwardly chiding his former self in the book. Such a wonderful girl, how could that idiot Ye Feng not know how to cherish her? In the original story, Gu Yongshang was the #1 tragic figure. Both she and Bai Susu were like goddesses, yet they were completely different. After graduating from college, Gu Yongshang started her own business, built it up from nothing, and after going through hardships, she finally achieved success in her career. Because Zhou Suihua was bent on having her as a daughter-in-law, she offered help many times, but Gu Yongshang didn't accept. She loved Ye Feng, but she wanted to rely on her own ability to become the daughter-in-law of the Ye family, not a vase that only knew how to accept handouts. Gu Yongshang's love for Ye Feng reached the point of infatuation. Even though Ye Feng didn't like her and frequently showed his disgust, he couldn't make her retreat. When the Ye family went bankrupt later on, she took out all her savings to help Ye Feng make a comeback. As long as it was what Ye Feng needed, Gu Yongshang would give it without reservation. It is a pity that the Ye Feng in the book completely failed to cherish such a good girl. Not only did he treat her as a substitute for Bai Susu and a tool to vent his desires, he even used her intellect to target Lin Yi. But the result was Gu Yongshang's bankruptcy. The only thing she had left was the child of hers and Ye Feng in her womb. Yet, that jerk Ye Feng in the story remained unmoved. After kicking Gu Yongshang out, he continued to grovel before Bai Susu and even became a lackey for his enemy Lin Yi. In the end, completely hopeless, Gu Yongshang jumped from a high building, ending both her life and her unborn child's. Damn, the plot alone is infuriating. Ye Feng felt himself getting angry. Such a good girl, how is she not better than that green tea Bai Susu in every way? Any normal person would know that Gu Yongshang is the good girl. Returning to reality, because Gu Yongshang was slightly shy and timid in front of Ye Feng, and it was their first time seeing each other in years, the atmosphere was a bit dull for a moment. You haven't had dinner yet, right? I will peel a fruit for you. Saying that, Ye Feng peeled an apple and handed it to her. Thank you, brother Ye Feng. Gu Yongshang took the apple very politely. This was the first time Ye Feng had ever taken the initiative. The apple was sweet, but Gu Yongshang's heart was even sweet. Oh, hitting it off already? Looks like I came in at the wrong time. Zhou Suihua walked into the private room with a teapot and felt secretly pleased when she saw this. She had been worried that Ye Feng wouldn't like Gu Yongshang, but it seems she had overthought it. Aunt Zhou, Gu Yongshang's face was redder than the apple. Alright, you young people play amongst yourselves. I will go back to what I was doing. Ye Feng, why don't you take Yongshang out for a stroll, or maybe see a movie or something? Zhou Suihua hinted again. Why not take this chance to let their romance bloom? Sure, let's go see a movie then. A smile appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. He clearly remembered that Bai Susu was going to have a date with Lin Yi at the commercial street tonight to watch a movie. This is a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Only by constantly counterattacking, changing the original plot of the book, and plundering the protagonist Lin Yi's luck, can he change his own fate and Gu Yongshang's as well. Leaving Zizachuan, Ye Feng brought Gu Yongshang to the shopping mall. According to the contents of the book, tonight this is where Bai Susu was having a movie date with Lin Yi. While counterattacking and picking up girls, Ye Feng bought the movie tickets. He looked at Gu Yongshang, who was wearing light makeup and a white dress, looking breathtakingly beautiful. Especially the beauty mark between her eyebrows, which added a touch of strength to her gentle face. Yongshang, if I remember correctly, this dress of yours was in fashion last year, right? Finally, Ye Feng's gaze landed on Gu Yongshang's dress and her heart began to race. She felt a bit apprehensive. Ye Feng. Gu Yongshang explained in a panic, I only focus on my studies, I do not really know how to dress up. There is no girl who does not love to dress up, especially a beauty like Gu Yongshang. It is just that her family background is ordinary, and starting her own business has already cost her family a lot of money, so she herself has always been very frugal. Even when it comes to daily cosmetics, she saves wherever she can. The white dress from last year actually looks beautiful on her, but Gu Yongshang is worried that Ye Feng, who is accustomed to seeing beauties, will look down on her because of it. Therefore, the more Gu Yongshang tries to hide it, the more nervous she becomes. Not dressing up simply won't do. Would that not be a waste of your beauty? Ye Feng clearly did not think so. He took Gu Yongshang's slender hand and walked toward the Gucci store next door. Let's go in and pick out some clothes. Ye Feng, I don't think that's a good idea. Gu Yongshang stopped in her tracks immediately. The very word Gucci made her feel intimidated. As a designer, she has dealt with luxury goods quite often. Gucci is a world-renowned brand, and even the cheapest piece of clothing costs tens of thousands. Yet, the most expensive garment Gu Yongshang has ever worn only cost $1,000. Why? Ye Feng asked curiously. It is often said that a woman dresses for the one she loves. Don't you want to dress up for me to see? It is not like that. Gu Youngsang waved her hands quickly. Of course, she wanted to dress up for Ye Feng. She had fallen for him many years ago. However, the clothes in the Gucci store are just too expensive. Even if the Ye family is extremely wealthy, Gu Youngsang does not want Ye Feng to spend too much on her. If that is not the case, then come inside with me. Without waiting for Gu Youngsang to explain further, Ye Feng pulled her into the Gucci store. Sir, miss, welcome. The sales clerk at Gucci walked up with a bright smile. Looking at the wide array of women's clothing, Gu Youngsang felt a bit dazed, while Ye Feng sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, "Recommend a few outfits for this young lady, the best ones you have in the store." "Very well, please wait a moment." The sales clerks, with their keen eyes, took a quick look and conferred before recommending several white dresses to Gu Youngsang. The clothes were quite nice, and with Gu Youngsang's fair skin and natural beauty, she looked lovely in them, and she liked them too. However, Ye Feng was not satisfied. These white dresses only cost 20 or 30,000, which was clearly the entry-level option. What is the point of buying luxury goods? They need to be stunning and look top tier. Isn't this obviously looking down on people? "Sir, is there something I can help you with?" The sales clerk, sensing the mood, noticed Ye Feng's dissatisfaction. "What do you think you are doing? Are you afraid we cannot afford to pay?" Ye Feng darkened. "Oh, this..." The sales clerk was stunned. After all, the white dress Gu Youngsang was wearing was a last year's model, and it only cost than 1,000. Could it be that 20 or 30,000 is considered cheap? Actually, the sales clerk cannot be blamed for this, as the reputation of young master Ye Feng is only renowned within the circles of Jinling's second-generation wealthy heirs. Besides, clothes costing tens of thousands are already very expensive. I said, "I want the best clothes in your store. I am more than capable of paying the bill. If you not want to make this sale, I can go check out the stores next door. They also deal in luxury goods." Ye Feng still looked displeased. "Sir, please wait a moment." Hearing this, the sales clerks became anxious. In a luxury store, they either do not make a sale for a long time, or they make a huge one when a customer finally appears. Even if the person is just here to browse, they absolutely cannot be treated poorly. Very quickly, the sales clerks took turns bringing out the store's prized treasures for Gu Youngsang to try on. Gu Youngsang had a tall figure, fair skin, and an elegant and refined temperament. With all kinds of dresses and outfits, she looked absolutely beautiful and perfectly suited. She was like a walking fashion model. "Miss, you are truly beautiful. If I were even half as beautiful as you, I would not have to work as a sales clerk. Miss, you are truly lucky. Your boyfriend is so good to you." The sales clerks praised her sincerely. Gu Youngsang's beauty left them in awe. But what made them even more envious was that her boyfriend was not only handsome but also very willing to spend money on her. Yet, they could only feel envy, not daring to have even a hint of jealousy. "Sir, what do you think?" The sales clerk stepped up to ask, but Ye Feng remained unmoved while sitting on the sofa. "Maybe we should just buy the dress I'm wearing right now," Gu Youngsang suggested. This dress cost 120,000, which in her eyes was an astronomical price. Although there were even more expensive items in the store, she did not want Ye Feng to overspend on her account. "No rush, the movie won't start for a while yet." Ye Feng shook his head with a smile and said, "The most precious beauty naturally deserves the most precious attire. Make some more recommendations." "Make some more." The several sales clerks were completely dumbfounded. Is 120,000 not expensive enough? A typical wealthy second-generation heir would generally not even look at prices higher than that. Could you be one of the 4 young masters of Jinling, Zhao, Chen, Wang, or Zhao? The 4 young masters of Jinling represent the 4 prominent families of Jinling, but even all 4 families combined do not equal one Ye family. What happened next left them completely stunned again. Ye Feng pointed at a classic white dress without a price tag and said, "I want this one." As soon as he said this, Gu Youngsang was also stunned. Although this classic white dress had no price tag, her designer's intuition told her that the craftsmanship, materials, and style were all of the highest order. Furthermore, on the hem of the dress, there was a signature that looked like a symbolic alphabet. Gu Youngsang recognized the name. It was the famous Italian designer, Capucci. Capucci is a genius designer whose works have won countless awards, and she only designs clothing for upper-class socialites. This classic white dress being displayed here was clearly already claimed by someone else. And its owner must be someone of significant status. "I want this one. I am quite satisfied with how it's..." Ye Feng said with a smile. Of course, he knew who designed this dress and that it had already been claimed. However, as the young master of Jinling's most prestigious family, whatever Ye Feng sets his sights on, he must obtain. Moreover, in Ye Feng's heart, only this classic white dress could match Gu Youngsang. "Sir, perhaps you could choose another one," the sales clerk advised him quickly. "Tell me the price and I will buy it from the original owner. I am happy to pay extra." Ye Feng said calmly. Even though he was a top-tier young master, he did not enjoy bullying or oppressing others. "Sir, there really is nothing we can do. We truly cannot make that decision," the store manager explained earnestly. But Ye Feng kept his eyes fixed on the classic dress. A sales clerk, running out of patience and wanting to make Ye Feng retreat, spoke up immediately. "Sir, not to mention that this dress was custom-ordered by someone else, and we cannot sell it without permission. Besides, do you know who ordered this dress?" I know you have a lot of money, but I still have to tell you that this dress was custom ordered by young Master Ye Feng. Even if you do not know young Master Ye Feng personally, you should know about the Jinling Ye family. The Ye family, known as the #1 wealthy family in Jinling.
When the Ye family was mentioned, the saleswoman's expression became filled with pride. It was her dream to marry into a wealthy family. Although many of the rich second-generation heirs were already taken, she was perfectly fine with being a mistress. Gu Yongsheng did not speak, but her face turned pale in an instant. She gripped her skirt tightly with her fingers and lowered her eyes, looking very uncomfortable. Back when she returned to Jinling, she had heard that brother Ye Feng seemed to be very fond of a girl named Bai Susu. Even though this dress was custom-made by Master Kapuchi for brother Ye Feng, it probably wasn't intended for her. Ye Feng's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. He searched his memory repeatedly and confirmed that the original owner of this body had absolutely never ordered this vintage white dress. "Sir, are you sure you still want to buy this dress?" The saleswoman looked arrogant. She thought that simply mentioning the Ye family had scared these two people witless. Besides, across all of Jinling, who would dare to go against the Ye family? "Don't misunderstand, I just found out about this myself." Ye Feng immediately explained to Gu Yongshang. The girl didn't look too happy. He hoped she hadn't misunderstood. The saleswoman smirked, thinking to herself that this guy must be scared. Just as she was congratulating herself for using her wit to deal with this troublesome customer, Ye Feng suddenly turned back. He asked, "What is your boss's phone number?" "Huh?" The saleswoman was taken aback and said solemnly, "Look here, sir. What is wrong with you? Didn't I tell you? This dress was custom made for young Master Yi. Even if you call our boss, it won't do any good. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you anymore." Ye Feng took out his phone and got the contact information for the Gucci store owner directly through his vast network of friends. He added the owner on WeChat and chatted for a few minutes. Soon the owner called the salesman's phone. "Hello, are you there? Quickly give that vintage white dress by Master Kapuki to President Yi." "Ah, but wasn't that commissioned by young Master Yi?" The saleswoman was slow on the uptake and didn't realize that the President Yi the boss was referring to was Ye Feng himself. Young Master Yi was what everyone in Jinling called him. His formal title was President of Ye Group. "Are you an idiot? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" The boss shouted in a gruff voice, "Give him the dress immediately, and give him a 50% discount. If you mess this up, you'll be in big trouble." For Ye Feng to come personally and ask about a dress, this was clearly a recipe for offending someone important. Could one really afford to offend the Yi family or the young president? Absolutely not. After hanging up the phone, the saleswoman was still confused, merely thinking that her boss had become very bold to dare to offend young Master Yi. In the end, the store manager was quick-witted, apologized to Ye Feng and processed the payment, allowing him to get the vintage white dress at half the original price. Gu Yongshang was sharp and quickly figured it out. This dress probably wasn't commissioned by Ye Feng at all. There were very few people in all of Jinling who could get Master Kapuchi to design a garment personally. Someone must have used brother Ye Feng's name to pull off this stunt. The dress cost 300,000 originally, but Ye Feng bought it for just 150,000, and it was indeed a work by Master Kapuchi. Wearing the vintage gown, Gu Yongshang was in a wonderful mood. "Susu, walk faster, I'm taking you to see a treasure." "What treasure? I'm supposed to meet brother Lin Yi for a movie, why did you bring me here?" At the entrance of the Gucci store, Bai Susu looked at her best friend in disbelief. She had been drinking bubble tea, waiting for Lin Yi, and planning to enjoy her evening, but had been dragged here by her friend Lin Fengjiao. "I commissioned a white dress from the Italian design master, Master Kapuchi. It cost me 300,000 in total." Lin Fengjiao said smugly. 300,000? Where did you get that kind of money?" Bai Susu was curious, then shook her head abruptly. "Wait, how did you even find Master Kapuchi? I remember it's not easy to get her to design clothes." "Well, that was thanks to you." Lin Fengjiao gave a mischievous smile. "Me?" Bai Susu quickly understood. It turned out her best friend had used brother Ye Feng's name to get the Gucci store owner to have Master Kapuchi make the dress. It was no wonder she could do it. In all of Jinling, besides the Ye family, very few people had the influence to get Master Kapuchi to work for them. In the Jinling business world, countless people wanted to build connections with the Ye family, and because of her close friendship with brother Ye Feng, many people specifically tried to go through her to network. That's why her friend Lin Fengjiao could easily get the Gucci store owner to do her a favor. Although it didn't feel quite right, Bai Susu didn't say anything. "Let's go inside, I want to see my dress, I'm so excited." Lin Fengjiao was incredibly excited. Last time at the ball she had been outshone by a pretentious girl. After reflecting on it, she gritted her teeth and spent 300,000 pulling strings and exhausting all her efforts to get Master Kapuki to customize this vintage long dress for her. She had come specifically tonight to pick it up. Once inside the Gucci store, Lin Fengjiao's enthusiasm was immediately dampened. She was told that the vintage dress had already been bought by someone else. What did you say? Lin Fengjiao's eyes widened, unable to believe it. I'm sorry, but that dress of yours has been bought by someone else. The manager apologized. Are you kidding me? The dress I ordered was sold to someone else. Lin Fengjiao took a moment to react, then raged, didn't I tell your boss that this dress wasn't for me but for young Master Ye Feng? What on earth do you people mean by this? What you've done is too much. Get your boss over here to explain this? Bai Susu also frowned slightly, feeling indignant for her friend. I'm sorry, but these were the orders from the boss. The manager said with an awkward but polite expression. Your manager is quite something, aren't you? Lin Fengjiao was furious. I want to see which big shot is so arrogant that they dare to let your boss sell the dress that young Master Yi commissioned. They are right over there. After they bought the clothes, they sat down in the chairs to chat. The saleswoman, who had been scolded by the boss because of the dress, took the opportunity to point outside. Sure enough, a beautiful woman in a vintage gown and a suave man in a suit beside her were just sitting there enjoying the moment. I want to see what kind of big shot is even more powerful than young Master Yi. Lin Fengjiao rolled up her sleeves and stormed out. The saleswoman smiled slyly. She wanted to see just how impressive this so-called president the boss kept talking about really was. Her boss had even scolded her for his sake. Hey kid, you've got some nerve. How dare you force a purchase on a dress commissioned by young Master Yi? It seems you're quite close with the Gucci store owner. I'm warning you, if you're smart, you'll return the dress. This was for... When Lin Fengjiao saw clearly that the person was Ye Feng, she was shocked and terrified, stammering out a faint, Yi. Lin Fengjiao, what is wrong with you? Why do you call everyone grandpa when you see them? Seeing Lin Fengjiao's shocked expression, Ye Feng chuckled softly. Since the movie hadn't started yet, he and Guyangsheng hadn't walked far from the theater on this floor of the mall. He hadn't expected to run into Lin Fengjiao here. Looking at the situation, it was clear that she had used his name to have the Gucci shop owner custom make this vintage white dress. Young Master Yi. Lin Fengjiao stammered even more than before, cowering like a mouse meeting a cat, not daring to meet Ye Feng's eyes. She was still feeling angry, but not at Ye Feng. She was furious at the sales assistant from earlier. The woman must be blind to not even recognize the famous young master. But what made Lin Fengjiao feel most helpless was the vintage white dress being worn by the woman next to Ye Feng. That was her own prized possession. She had been counting on that dress to pose as a socialite and hook a wealthy second-generation heir. Now it was all ruined. Although unwilling, Lin Fengjiao dared not ask Ye Feng for it back, so she could only gaze longingly at Gu Yangsheng. Lin Fengjiao, my girlfriend's dress is quite beautiful, isn't it? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Beautiful. Lin Fengjiao stammered in reply, failing to register the word girlfriend, otherwise her concern wouldn't have been just the dress. Such a beautiful dress, crafted by a master, only deserves to be worn by the most beautiful of women. Lin Fengjiao, I know you like this dress too, but you aren't as pretty as my girlfriend, so you definitely wouldn't look as good in it. So I think you should just admire it from afar and not get any ideas. What do you think? Ye Feng said with a smile. He was a reasonable man. Hearing this, black lines appeared on Lin Fengjiao's forehead. What do you mean I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend? Even if it's the truth, young Master Yi, saying it out loud is really hurtful, okay? And what do I think? What if I think it's not okay? Are you going to take the dress off your girlfriend and give it back to me? Wait a minute, girlfriend? Lin Fengjiao quickly covered her mouth, staring at Ye Feng and Gu Yangsheng in terror. Oh my god, young Master Yi is actually dating someone. She quickly looked toward Bai Susu in the Gucci store, her eyes seeming to say, do you know your brother Ye Feng is being poached by someone else? Bai Susu had been indifferent to Ye Feng having a girlfriend, but strangely she found herself walking over as if possessed. She waved to greet him. Brother Ye Feng, what a coincidence. Ye Feng. In the Gucci store, the manager was stunned. He is actually the young Master Yi from the Yi family. No wonder the boss sold him the vintage white dress at a 50% loss, so that's why. Young Master Yi is truly a talented man. He doesn't look like a playboy at all. It's said that young Master Yi is a loyal admirer of Miss Bai, but doesn't he have a girlfriend? And he seems so doting. It's just a rumor. They're clearly all jealous of young Master Yi. The Gucci store assistants were whispering among themselves. Only that supposedly clever sales assistant from before was trembling all over, curled up into a ball looking like a dwarf. Brother Ye Feng, why are you here? Bai Susu asked curiously. Yangshang and I are going to see a movie, but it doesn't start for a while. Ye Feng said calm. Hello. Gu Yangshang greeted her politely. She had heard of Bai Susu back before she returned to Jinling. However, Bai Susu and brother Ye Feng were already a thing of the past. She wasn't bothered by it. Hello there. Bai Susu began to size up Gu Yangshang, a sense of jealousy rising inexplicably in her heart. It was as if someone had snatched away her favorite toy, and she wanted to take it back. Bai Susu looked at Ye Feng again. For some reason he seemed even more handsome than before. Was it just her imagination? Susu. Lin Fengjiao leaned in. Since when did young master Ye have a girlfriend? Do you know this woman? No. Bai Susu shook her head. I find this suspicious. Young master Ye snatching my vintage white dress is one thing. The key is, it's such a coincidence that they showed up here to see a movie. I have a feeling... Lin Fengjiao let her words hang in the air. A feeling about what? Bai Susu didn't want to overthink. Are you playing dumb? This is clearly a chance encounter staged by young master Ye to make you jealous using this woman? Lin Fengjiao made a bold guess. Hearing her friend say this, things seemed to clear up for Bai Susu. It did seem that way. She had indeed felt a bit jealous just now. Could it be that brother Ye Feng had planned all of this? Maybe he really was trying a different way to pursue her. But aloud Bai Susu said, don't overthink it, that's not it. Brother Ye Feng has a girlfriend, we should congratulate him. Ye Feng had no interest in the two girls whispering nearby. Just then his phone rang. Hello, is this young master? It is. Young master Ye, the Heart of the Stars diamond ring you ordered from abroad has arrived. When would you like to come and take a look? The diamond ring? I'll come over right now. Hanging up the phone, Ye Feng remembered this matter. He had gone to great lengths to win the Heart of the Stars mined in South Africa at auction. Originally, it was intended as a gift for Bai Susu. But now... Hey brother Ye Feng, has the diamond ring arrived? Lin Fengjiao leaned in, looking excited. Although the ring wasn't for her, she knew it was his Valentine's Day gift for Bai Susu. Months ago, young master Ye had even asked her specifically how he should present it to Bai Susu so that she would accept it. Yes, I'm gonna pick it up now. After saying that, Ye Feng took Gu Yangxiang's hand and walked toward the Ryan Jewelry store next door. Ryan Jewelry had many branches in Jinling, and this one in the Commercial District Mall was the most popular, as well as the one where Ye Feng had placed his order. Susu, let's follow them quick. Lin Fengjiao was fired up and very excited. Why? I'm still waiting to watch the movie with brother Lin Yi. Bai Susu said unimpressed. Ah, forget the movie, young master Yi's diamond ring is meant for you. Lin Fengjiao said, frustrated. Young master Ye is in love with you. If you don't know how to cherish it and let that Gu Yangshang steal him away, don't blame me if you regret it. And besides, in what way is young master Ye inferior to that beggar Li? Fengjiao, I know brother Ye Feng likes me, and there's nothing wrong with him, but feelings cannot be forced. Bai Susu said sincerely, she truly did have romantic feelings for Ye Feng in that way. Furthermore, just thinking about how he had torn up the 200 million yuan investment contract in public at dinner and said those stinging words made Bai Susu very angry. She had absolutely no interest in that Heart of the Stars ring. I'm not waiting for you anymore, I'm going over to see the diamond ring. Driven by a woman's special love for diamonds, Lin Fengjiao followed Ye Feng's pace. Bai Susu felt conflicted. She wanted to wait for Lin Yi but also wanted to see the ring, so, as if drawn by some force, she followed along. Mr. Ye, you are here. Seeing the four of them arrive, the manager of Ryan Jewelry came up to welcome them. Having seen Bai Susu on Ye Feng's phone, he immediately praised her. This must be Miss Bai Susu. A diamond as precious as the Heart of the Stars is only worthy of being worn by a beauty like you. The manager of the Lane Jewelry store took the Heart of the Stars diamond ring out from the counter calmly and said with excitement. This diamond ring was processed through 47 stages by the Michael Jewelry Company in South Africa, and then meticulously carved by 8 master craftsmen. Young master Yi spent a sky-high price to acquire this ring. But money is trivial, it is the sincerity young master Yi has for you that is the most precious thing. I have always wondered what kind of woman would be worth such great trouble for young master Yi. Today, seeing Miss Bai, I finally understand. The store manager delivered the flattery he had practiced over a dozen times with perfect, practiced ease. As the Yi family is the #1 wealthy clan in Jinling and Ye Feng is the family's only son, he was ostensibly flattering Bai Susu, but in reality he was currying favor with Ye Feng. At the end he subconsciously glanced at Ye Feng as if asking, how did I do? What a beautiful ring. Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but exclaim. This Heart of the Stars had a deep, starry blue glow, emitting a faint light like the stars themselves under the lamps. The gemstone on the ring wasn't huge, but it was just right, making Lin Fengjiao yearn to try it on. However, her reason suppressed this impulse. Not only Lin Fengjiao, but even Bai Susu was mesmerized. The ring was right in front of her, no woman could resist its charm. Is this the Valentine's Day gift that brother Ye Feng gave me? At first, when her best friend told her about it, she hadn't taken it to heart, but deep down she felt inexplicably moved. In light of brother Ye Feng's gesture, she could forgive him for tearing up the investment contract during dinner that night. Only Gu Yongshang, standing to the side, felt somewhat unnatural. She was the girlfriend Ye Feng had personally acknowledged, yet this diamond ring was meant for another woman. Gu Yongshang was smart. She had just returned to Jinling and had only just met brother Ye Feng today, so this ring could never be for her. Miss Bai Susu, come and try it on. The manager of the Lane store continued his flattery. Suddenly Ye Feng frowned and said, Manager Wang, have you made a mistake? This ring is for my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Manager Wang was a bit puzzled. You clearly said last time that this was for Miss Bai Susu. Could it be that you two have become a couple so quickly? But as a cunning veteran, how could Manager Wang fail to read the room? He quickly shifted his focus to Gu Yongshang, who was closest to Ye Feng. He turned and offered the ring to her, smiling, My apologies, miss. I was blind and didn't realize that you are the most beautiful girl here. The most precious gem matches the most beautiful woman. Young master, Ye certainly has an excellent eye, whether it's for diamonds or girlfriends. Oh my miss, this classic white dress you are wearing is stunning. If you pair it with this ring, you will be the #1 beauty in Jinling. Manager Wang used the same trick, pouring out more flattery, leaving Gu Yongshang speechless at first, but then turning her worry into joy. Con. Ye Feng took the ring and placed it on the ring finger of Gu Yongshang's right hand. This is the designated spot for couples. It is absolutely beautiful. I told you this lady is the most beautiful woman. Manager Wang continued his sycophantic chanting. What kind of person is this? Calling himself a store manager, he is just a purebred sycophant. Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but. Bai Susu also felt deeply uncomfortable. She had just been slightly moved by Ye Feng, but before that feeling even faded, the ring was already on Gu Yongshang's finger. Seeing Gu Yongshang looking so touched and happy made her feel sick. Manager Wang was also annoyed. He had heard Lin Fengjiao's muttering and retorted. Miss, you can eat anything, but you can't say just anything. Everything I just said was from the bottom of my heart, a sincere compliment. You aren't a beauty, so you wouldn't understand. I am not a beauty? Lin Fengjiao's eyes widened like copper bells. Her looks, while not on par with top beauties like Bai Susu and Gu Yongshang, were at least an 8 out of 10. Explain to me what you mean by not a beauty. What the hell do you mean by not a beauty? But in front of Ye Feng, she didn't dare to act out and therefore didn't dare to talk back to Manager Wang. The movie is about to start. Yongxiang and I are going to the cinema. How about you? Seeing that time was running out, Ye Feng took Gu Yongxiang's hand and turned to say, We are also planning to see a movie. Lin Fengjiao said hurriedly. Sensing the crisis for her best friend, she winked and said, Susu, let's go see a movie too. She emphasized the word movie heavily, clearly reminding her friend that her fish had been snatched by someone else, and she needed to do something about it. It won't be too late to develop things with your brother Lin Yi later. I am not feeling well, I will be leaving first. After saying that, Bai Susu turned and left, abandoning even her friend. Walking to the door, she turned back and asked Brother Ye Feng, Are you still coming to my piano competition next month? We'll see, I'm not sure if I'll have the time. Ye Feng replied flatly. Bai Susu had only been able to pass her piano grading because he had used his connections to find her a good teacher. Next month's competition is crucial. If Ye Feng were to attend, it wouldn't just bring that piano master to the event. It could also influence the judges' scores to a certain extent. But now Ye Feng clearly had no interest. Oh. With that, Bai Susu lowered her head and left. Susu. Lin Fengjiao chased after her. Bai Susu, are you an idiot? Your brother Ye Feng is about to have a change of heart. Lin Fengjiao said angrily, but Bai Susu remained unmoved. She was preparing to make a phone call. The contact name was Lin Yi. Bai Susu, you should be thinking about how to win back your relationship with Ye Feng, not thinking about seeing a movie with Lin Yi. Lin Fengjiao snatched the phone away. Fengjiao, why are you being so overbearing? I already told you I only see Ye Feng as a brother. Besides, I'm just ordinary friends with Lin Yi. Bai Susu said aggrievedly. Lin Fengjiao was speechless. What time is it? And her friend is still acting so holier than thou. Your meal ticket is about to run away, don't you see? Give me back my phone. No. Ring ring. Suddenly the phone rang. Lin Fengjiao saw that it was actually Bai Susu's father calling, so she reluctantly returned the phone. Dad, is something up? Bai Susu asked. Where are you? Bai's father questioned her over the phone. Huh. I'm watching a movie with Fengjiao, why? Bai Susu felt a bit. Watching a movie? I think you're out on a date with Lin Yi. Susu, I told you to maintain a good relationship with young Master Yi, but instead not only did you fail to secure the contract, but you're also still entangled with that kid Lin Yi. I'm warning you, get back here right now. If you dare to contact Lin Yi again, I'll disown you. Just try me. Bai's father was furious. Even without the speakerphone, Lin Fengjiao could hear his roaring. Looking at her friend again, tears were welling up in her eyes, looking completely wronged. Dad, how can you be so unreasonable? Bai Susu said with a heavy heart. Unreasonable me? Bai's father was fuming. Their family business was facing a severe financial crisis, and only young Master Ye Feng could save them. Yet his daughter didn't care about the family's welfare at all, instead spending all her time fooling around. If she had found a rich kid like Ye Feng, that would be one thing, but she chose a poor student like Lin Yi. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He shouted, I don't want to hear another word from you. Get home by 11 o'clock tonight, or don't bother coming back, you can go sleep on the street. And let me be crystal clear, if you dare to keep mucking around with Lin Yi, if I don't break your legs, I'm not your father. With that, he hung up the phone with a loud slam. Bai Susu felt incredibly wronged, her tears on the verge of falling. Susu, your dad is probably just worried, he didn't mean it. Lin Fengjiao quickly comforted her. This was the first time in all the years she had known her best friend that her father had been so fierce. Sob. Bai Susu hugged her friend and broke into a loud. Shoppers in the mall couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. Among them were quite a few rich kids from Jinling. Hey, isn't that Miss Bai Susu? What happened to her? Probably troubled by matters of the heart. Could it be because of young Master Ye Feng? Quite possible. I just saw young Master Ye Feng taking a very pretty girl to the movies. Damn, Ye Feng is really moving up in the world. I have to take a picture of this and post it on social media. At 10:30 p.m., Ye Feng and Gu Yongxiang walked out of the movie theater. The movie had quickly warmed up their relationship, and now Gu Yongxiang was taking the initiative to link her arm through Ye Feng's. What the heck? Bai Susu is crying and she wants me to go comfort her. Ye Feng checked his phone and saw that Lin Fengjiao had sent him a message over an hour ago. Since he had already blocked her number and WeChat, she had resorted to using an old QQ account to message him. Ye Feng chose to block her again to avoid any more spam. Brother Ye Feng, what's wrong? Gu Yongxiang asked curiously when she saw Ye Feng frowning at his phone. It's nothing. Let me drive you home. In the underground parking garage, just as Ye Feng started the engine, Gu Yongxiang suddenly spoke up. Brother Ye Feng, is Miss Bai Susu okay? Huh. Ye Feng was a bit confused. You bought that classical white dress tonight on purpose, didn't you? And the Star of the Heart diamond ring, you actually wanted to give that to Miss Bai Susu, right? Brother Ye Feng, it seems like you've achieved your goal. Gu Yongxiang said with a bitter smile. It was true that she liked Ye Feng, but she had known before returning to Jinling that the person Brother Ye Feng liked was Bai Susu. Although it felt a bit uncomfortable being used as a tool, she wouldn't have been able to spend this wonderful evening with Brother Ye Feng otherwise. Gu Yongxiang admitted that her love felt a bit humble. While it pained her, she was also very happy. What kind of nonsense is that? Ye Feng was speechless. He looked at her and suddenly asked, do you watch teen dramas a lot? Huh. Now it was Gu Yongxiang's turn to be confused. She answered honestly occasionally. Do you watch them too, Brother Ye Feng? I can recommend a couple to you. I don't watch them. I'm just saying if you watch too many teen dramas, your IQ will drop. Ye Feng was truly dumbfounded. Gu Yongxiang couldn't have said those things without having seen dozens of such dramas. What a waste of this girl's high intelligence. I don't know how she got into Yanjing University. Feeling utterly speechless, Ye Feng couldn't help but flick her on the forehead. Ouch! Brother Ye Feng, that hurt. Gu Yongxiang rubbed her forehead and said, looking wronged. It's good that it hurts, don't ask such naive questions again. You are my official girlfriend. The clothes and the diamond ring were meant for you, and it has nothing to do with Bai Susu. Got it? Ye Feng said with righteous sternness. Got it. Gu Yongxiang was as obedient as a primary school student. Even though her forehead still hurt a little, her heart felt as sweet as honey. I couldn't tell before, but Brother Ye Feng is actually a bit of a domineering CEO. I love it. After dropping Gu Yongxiang home, Ye Feng prepared to head back and get some rest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for altering the original plot, having an impact on the storyline, and earning 1,000 counterattack points. The host may redeem skills, items, attributes, etc. from the system mall. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. At the same time, the mall interface appeared in his consciousness. With 1,000 points as a tier, there were plenty of things he could exchange for. Ye Feng browsed through them and eventually chose to redeem a skill. According to the plot, in just a few days, it will be the 50th birthday of Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao. In the original story, some important figures would attend Bai Jianhao's birthday, and because Ye Feng was a pathetic sycophant, he would naturally be there too. It's a pity that the one who stole the spotlight wasn't him, the young master, but the poor student Lin. Relying on his knowledge of calligraphy and painting, he not only made a splash but also gained the appreciation of national painting master Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing is famous throughout the country and has thousands of disciples who are all pillars of society. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever Yan Wenjing goes, he is treated as an honored guest. Although he was famous, not many people truly knew him. One could say he was a hidden titan. He only decided to attend Bai Jianhao's birthday party because he happened to be in Jinling and had a friend with business ties to Bai Jianhao. And this was Lin Yi's opportunity and stroke of luck. How could I miss such a great chance for a counterattack? Lin Yi, do you really think you can show off while I'm around? Ye Feng smiled slightly. System, redeem mastery of calligraphy and painting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring mastery of calligraphy and painting. Mastery of calligraphy and painting provides knowledge of everything related to calligraphy and painting over the past 2,000 years. Immediately, a massive amount of knowledge regarding calligraphy and painting flooded Ye Feng's mind. Good grief, 2,000 years? That goes all the way back to Wang Mang's Xin dynasty. That is a huge amount of information. It took a long while before Ye Feng could break free from the ocean of knowledge. Back at the villa, his mother Zhu Suihua wasn't asleep yet. She was applying a face mask on the living room sofa. Seeing Ye Feng walk in, her gaze sharpened as she asked, "Why are you back?" "Mom, that's a strange thing to say. It's so late, where else would I go if not home to sleep?" Ye Feng was speechless. "You have no ambition. If I were you, I wouldn't have come back tonight. I would have just found a hotel and stayed there with Yongshang," Zhao Xuehua said with disdain. Ye Feng coughed and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? I'm still just a kid. It's not appropriate for me to think about such things." "You're not a kid anymore. By the time I was your age, you were already walking. Besides, as long as you don't have any real progress with Yongshang, my heart won't be at ease. I read online that being a sycophant is actually a psychological disorder. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself and will go back to fawning over Bai Susu. My son, I'm just afraid that if you keep fawning, you'll end up being stewed for dog meat." After Zhu Xihua finished speaking earnestly, Ye Feng almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. This imagination. She must definitely be someone who has been watching teen dramas for 20 years. In the original story, it was exactly as Zhu Xihua said. Ye Feng was a pathetic simp who ended up with nothing. He even dragged his family and friends down with him. But the original story was just mindless trash. The author must have been brain dead to write something like that. Of course, Ye Feng wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the original plot. What he wanted was a comeback to knock the protagonist Lin Yi off his pedestal. The next day, his mother Zhou Chuihua and his father Ye Longzhu left for work early in the morning. The Yi group had many industries, most of which were managed by his father. Although Ye Feng was the young president of the group, he was basically a spare part, moved wherever he was needed. He didn't have any specific responsibilities. According to his parents' instructions, his top priority right now was to focus on dating Gu Yongshang. Around noon, Ye Feng suddenly received a call from Bai Su's father, Bai Jianhao. "Are you busy, young master Yi?" Bai Jianhao asked warmly over. "Not busy." Ye Feng replied coldly, "Just say whatever you called for, Boss Bai." Boss Bai. Hearing this cold address of Boss Bai, Bai Jianhao felt his heart break. "When you were chasing my daughter, you always called me Uncle Bai. Now that you have someone new, you start calling me Boss Bai. Rich kids are truly heartless." However, Bai Jianhao dared not lose his temper at Ye Feng the way he did with his daughter, so he continued enthusiastically. "Young Master Yi, it's like this. My 50th birthday is coming up in a few days. A fortune teller said I have a tribulation this year, so I need to hold the celebration. Young Master Ye, see when you might be free to grace us with your presence. Besides, you and Susu probably have things to talk about." In the original story, Bai Jianhao's birthday wasn't celebrated early, and there was no such thing as a fortune teller. He had only one goal. He was desperate to secure a 200 million investment from Ye Feng. Especially now that Ye Feng was no longer acting like a simp for Bai Susu. It seems the changes I made to the plot have indeed affected the original storyline. Ye Feng replied, "I'm free anytime. When are you holding the banquet, Boss Bai?" "How about tonight?" "Tonight? Sure, why not? Then I shall await your arrival at my humble home, young Master Yi." Bai Jianhao was overjoyed. On the phone added, "Young Master Yi, I'm free today and it's almost lunchtime. How about we grab a bite together?" Bai Jianhao used all his charm. In fact, this was standard behavior. In the past, he had been very fond of Ye Feng and wanted his daughter Bai Susu to marry him. It wasn't until later, when Ye Feng was ruined by Lin Yi, that Bai Jianhao turned hostile, refusing to even lend him a few $100. He even mocked Ye Feng, telling him bluntly, "You're just a pathetic simp. If it weren't for your family's money, do you think I'd even look at a playboy like you? My daughter and Lin Yi are a match made in heaven. You toad, did you really think you could eat swan meat?" Heh. Recalling the plot, a sharp glint flashed in Ye Feng's eyes as he replied, "Lunch won't be necessary, but rest assured I will definitely attend your birthday banquet tonight." "Alright then, young Master Ye." After hanging up, Bai Jianhao looked rather troubled in his office. In the past, let alone having lunch with him, Ye Feng would have been happy to rub his feet if he asked. The root of all these problems was his own useless daughter. If Ye Feng had truly given up on her, not only would their hope of marrying into the Ye family be gone, but whether the Bai family could even survive this summer was in question. No, I have to talk to that girl Bai Su. She's a grown woman, how can she be so clueless? The more Bai Jianhao thought about it, the angrier he got, so he grabbed his phone and called his daughter. Ye Feng prepared to have lunch with Gu Yongsheng and planned to take her to the Bai family's banquet later. But when he arrived at her office, he was told she had gone out with a client. It was only 11 o'clock, so he wasn't in a rush and decided to wait for her return to give her a surprise. However, Ye Feng overheard some strange chat. "Tell me, why would a woman as talented and beautiful as Miss Gu start her own business?" "Exactly. If I were as pretty as she is, I'd just find a rich guy to marry." "Don't say that. The ones pursuing her are all rich hares, but she seems to have someone she likes and has turned them all down." "Keep it down. Miss Gu is a self-made, independent woman. She wouldn't rely on men." "Fair point, but I don't think young Master Zhang, who took her out today, is just anyone. He's not only a major client but also a famous big spender here in Jinling." "A big spender?" Ye Feng frowned upon hearing this. He didn't know there was a scene like this in the original story. But he knew exactly who this young Master Zhang was. Zhang Zihao. His family runs a clothing company, Zhang's Apparel, one of the top enterprises in the entire Jiangnan region. Since the Zhang family isn't exactly refined and loves to flaunt their money, people nickname them the Big Spenders. The Zhangs seem to like the nickname. They even applied for a trademark. Zhang Zihao is the current young master and heir to the family. Still, he's no match for the 4 prominent young heirs of Jinling, let alone me. "Excuse me, where did your Miss Gu go to meet her client?" Ye Feng asked, stepping forward. He wasn't worried that Gu Yongsheng would fall for someone else. Given her devotion in the original book, he trusted her completely. However, no one else was allowed to touch his woman. "Is money all they have? How dare they show off in front of me?" "Huh, why are you still here?" Several employees at the design firm looked at Ye Feng. He was well dressed and dapper, and that Rolex submariner on his wrist was worth over 200,000. Clearly just another rich hare trying to woo Miss Gu. But which rich kid could compare to young Master Zhang Zihao? "Sir, do you have business with Miss Gu?" The employees asked politely, though they were biased towards Zhang Zihao. Because he was filthy rich. As long as Miss Gu was with him, the company wouldn't be struggling. And she wouldn't have to work so hard to pull in investment. That's why they were on guard. "Don't worry about that, just tell me." Ye Feng stared at them, his gaze sharp as a knife, radiating the natural dominance of a wealthy elite. The female employees, who had never felt such an aura from someone in a position of power, immediately backed down. One of them replied, "She's at the Yuixuan restaurant on Commercial Street, discussing a contract with young Master Zhang. Also, the owner of Yuixuan is best friends with young Master Zhang." Having said that, the employees breathed a sigh of relief. With that hint, the man should get the message. The owner of Yuixuan is also a wealthy and powerful figure. Yuixuan. Ye Feng paused. "Isn't that where I had dinner with Bai Susu and the others last night?" If I recall correctly, the owner of Yuixuan is actually like a lapdog of mine.
Being a dog of the Yi family is not an insult, but a compliment. After all, in this day and age, what is so bad about being a dog, especially a dog belonging to the Yi family, the #1 noble family in Jinling? Yue Pavilion, is it? Ye Feng smiled slightly, then turned and walked away. This guy, he wouldn't really go to compete with young Master Zhang for Ms. Gu, would he? Who cares? As long as it benefits Ms. Gu, it's fine. The people in the company had no idea that standing right in front of them was the famous young master Ye Feng. They only cared that Ms. could find a good man so that she wouldn't have to work so hard on her entrepreneurial journey. Ye Feng didn't feel the need to argue with them about this. As a rich second generation, if he obsessed over these things all day, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? His goal now was simple: head to Yue Pavilion as fast as possible, and while he was at it, make a call to the restaurant's owner. Inside Yue Pavilion restaurant, booth V5. "Young Master Zhang, there's no need for a meal, let's just sign the contract. I wouldn't feel right letting you spend so much money." Gu Yangshang felt a bit conflicted. She had come here purely to sign the contract, but since it was lunchtime, Zhang Zihao didn't act as he had promised. He held back the contract and insisted on having a meal first. Fortunately, the guy hadn't done anything inappropriate, otherwise Gu Yangshang would have turned and walked out immediately. Ms. Gu, there is no hurry. Zhang Zihao was in his early 30s with a greasy face and a large chain around his neck. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a nouveau riche. He said, "This deal of ours will be settled sooner or later, let's eat first. I am your client and your financier. Surely you can spare me the favor of a meal." Could it be that Ms. Gu really won't even give me Zhang any face? While speaking, Zhang Zihao couldn't help but steal glances at Gu Yangshang. I have to say, this woman is truly stunning, especially her elegant temperament, which is completely different from those young models I've dated. Zhang Zihao admitted that the woman before him had piqued his interest. "Young Master Zhang, if we are here to discuss the contract, we can continue. But if it is just to eat, then forget it. Though I Yangshang am but a woman, I know that a person of honor does not drink from a stolen spring, nor does she accept food given a condescending manner." With that, Gu Yangshang stood up to leave. She was gentle on the outside but firm on the inside and quite intelligent. How could she not see what Zhang Zihao was after? Gu Yangshang also knew that it was difficult for a woman to make her way in the world, but she had her bottom line and would never sell herself for anything. Ms. Gu, you have misunderstood." Seeing Gu Yangshang about to leave, Zhang Zihao was startled and quickly said, "Ms. Gu, let's sign the contract right now." Soon Zhang Zihao took out the contract, signed his name, and handed it over, saying, "Ms. Gu, please rest assured. I, Zhang Zihao, only admire your talent, and what bad intentions could I possibly have?" The contract was placed right in front of Gu Yangshang, and Zhang Zihao's attitude was extremely humble. As long as it didn't involve emotions or unspoken rules, Gu Yangshang could accept it. Immediately, she signed her own name on the contract as well. "Ms. Gu, now that the contract is signed, can we have a meal together?" "Just one meal, and after that, I will immediately return to bring you the deposit." "Ms. Gu, I truly admire your talent. Even my mother loved the clothing designs you drafted." Zhang Zihao continued to be humble. As a veteran in the dating scene, Zhang Zihao knew well that a woman like Gu Yangshang responds to soft approaches, not hard ones. If he tried to force his way, he would return empty-handed, so he changed his strategy to launch a charm offensive. Women, after all, simply want to find an outstanding man. Is my Zhang family wealth not outstanding enough? Besides, the owner of Yue Pavilion is my best friend. Today at lunch is my stage to perform. A simple meal is fine, but young Master Zhang need not spend unnecessarily. Gu Yangshang still remained cautious, not wanting to give Zhang Zihao any opportunity. But after all, he was a business partner and a financier. Leaving abruptly would indeed be heartless. As long as it didn't touch her bottom line, Gu Yangshang was willing to make friends. Of course. Zhang Zihao felt a surge of joy ready to perform. He gestured and shouted at the waiter, "Waiter." The English for waiter is pronounced waiter. Gu Yangshang couldn't help but correct him. Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao's confidence plummeted instantly. He no longer dared to put on airs of high society and reverted to his true persona of a nouveau riche. Zhang Zihao let Gu Yangshang order first, thinking that with so many delicacies on the menu, Gu Yangshang must have never tasted them before. How could a woman possibly resist the temptation of good food? But he never expected that Gu Yangshang would only order 2 vegetable dishes. "Let me order then." Zhang Zihao was speechless. How could this Gu Yangshang be so stubborn? Was she shy? Immediately, Zhang Zihao ordered a dozen dishes at once, all of which were Yue Pavilion's signature dishes. But after over 10 minutes, apart from the 2 vegetable dishes Gu Yangshang ordered, none of the dishes Zhang Zihao ordered had arrived. What is going on here? Where is the food I ordered? Zhang Zihao called the waiter over and questioned him. "I'm sorry, sir, all the dishes you ordered are sold out." The waiter replied. "Sold out?" Zhang Zihao widened his eyes in disbelief, and then he saw a waiter serving the very dishes he had ordered to the table next to them. If he remembered correctly, that table had arrived after them. Zhang Zihao was furious. "You're playing with me, aren't you? Do you know who I am? Call your boss over here." "I'm sorry, sir, our boss is not here today, and besides, I am playing with you, so what are you going to do about it?" The waiter smiled slightly. This. Gu Yangshang was stunned, unable to figure out the situation. "What did you say?" Zhang Zihao had never suffered such an insult. This restaurant, Yue Pavilion, was opened by his own friend. How could he possibly be bullied here? In a fit of rage, Zhang Zihao threw a punch at the waiter. He missed. The waiter was agile and dodged it. But then he laid on the floor and yelled, "Security, someone is hitting people here." Soon, security arrived. They had met Zhang Zihao before. "I want to see your boss." Zhang Zihao roared, thinking that at least he recognized these people. "Damn it, I've definitely lost face in front of Gu Yangshang. I have to get it back." "So you are the one hitting people?" "Kid, you are pretty arrogant. Do you know where this is?" The guard frowned and scolded. "Zhang Zihao? You don't recognize me anymore." "I am Zhang Zihao, the young president of the Zhang Group and your boss's best friend." Zhang Zihao was incredibly depressed. "Never heard of you. Do you recognize him?" "I don't know him either, but if anyone dares to cause trouble in the restaurant, drag him out and beat him up first." "All right, beat him first." With that, several security guards rolled up their sleeves and, in full view of everyone, dragged Zhang Zihao out. Zhang Zihao struggled constantly, but he was nothing more than a showy pillow. How could he be a match for the guards? This scene left Gu Yongxiang completely bewildered. "Miss, this is a gift of dishes for you from the gentleman at the next table. Please enjoy." Before she could even recover, the waiter suddenly brought over several exquisite dishes. The next table? Gu Yongxiang instinctively looked over and suddenly saw a familiar figure, exclaiming, "Brother Ye Feng." "Ye Feng, don't get me wrong, I came here to discuss a contract." After the initial surprise, Gu Yongxiang quickly to explain, but the more anxious she became, the more flustered and at a loss she felt. Ye Feng couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, how could I ever doubt you?" In the original story, Gu Yongxiang would do anything for Ye Feng, even sacrifice her own life. Besides, someone like Zhang Zihao, if I were a woman, I wouldn't even give him a second glance. Ye Feng continued, "I just feel that a startup company will face all sorts of issues. You can talk to me if you're in trouble. There's no need to carry everything on your own." "Ye Feng, you know I don't want to just be a pretty face." A flicker of determination flashed in Gu Yongxiang's eyes as she said, "I want to be a woman who makes you look at me with admiration." Gu Yongxiang's mindset was deeply influenced by her family. The more self-respecting, independent, and strong a woman is, the easier it is to earn respect. Otherwise, given the relationship between her family and the Yi family, plus the fact that she's now Ye Feng's girlfriend, wouldn't it be a comfortable life just being a young mistress? But if she had chosen that path, she wouldn't be Gu Yongxiang anymore. "Look, Ye Feng, I managed to send the contract anyway. It's our company's first deal." Gu Yongxiang held the contract in her hand with a mix of pride and a desire to share her joy. Suddenly, Gu Yongxiang came back to her senses, remembering Zhang Zihao being dragged away so pathetically by the security guards, and asked nervously, "Ye Feng, is that young Master Zhang okay?" She was afraid of blowing things out of proportion and causing trouble for Ye Feng. "He's thick-skinned enough, he'll be fine. At worst, he'll just get a good beating." Ye Feng smirked. "Tiaft." Gu Yongxiang couldn't help but laugh. "Ye Feng, you're so mean. Those guards earlier, you arranged them, didn't you?" "Hey, don't get me wrong. They just didn't want to see a toad trying to eat swan meat." Ye Feng scoffed. "Oh, please." Gu Yongxiang rolled her eyes. "Ye Feng, the person I like is you. I don't give a damn about any other man. If I really had to sell my looks to get a contract, I'd rather give up on the business." That was quite satisfying to hear, and besides, it was the truth. Ye Feng had been observing from the sidelines since he walked in, and Gu Yongxiang's firm attitude hadn't given Zhang Zihao a single chance. "If I were a penniless nobody, would you still like me?" Ye Feng. "Of course." Gu Yongxiang answered without hesitation. "If you had no money, I'd support you for the rest of my life. After all, a woman follows her husband." As she said this, Gu Yongxiang's face flushed red, blooming like a sunset cloud. Immediately after, she felt shy. In the original story, Gu Yongxiang did indeed live up to those words. When Ye Feng's family was ruined by Lin Yi, Gu Yongxiang stood by him through everything, even losing everything she had, including her life, because of him. In this world, the most sincere emotion is keeping one's word. "Alright, you're so broke you only ordered 2 vegetable dishes and you're gonna support me? Hurry up and eat. I ordered all of this. You've got to do me the favor of eating it." Ye Feng acted playfully overbearing. "I ordered them on purpose." Gu Yongxiang began to eat. She was eating a bit more hurriedly than usual. It seemed she was genuinely hungry. "After you're done, go home and change. We're going to the Bai family's place tonight." The Bai fam. Gu Yongxiang looked up, and the first person to come to mind was Bai Susu. But Ye Feng didn't explain why, and Gu Yongxiang didn't ask further. Since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she could trust him unconditionally. Because Bai Jianhao was celebrating his birthday early, he had been sending out invitations all day, and guests didn't start arriving until 6 in the evening. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had gone to an antique street not far from the Bai family villa. "Ye Feng, what are we doing here?" Gu Yongxiang asked curiously. She was wearing a vintage white dress with the Heart of Stars ring on her finger. Her elegant and noble air felt completely out of place in the atmosphere of the antique street. The antique street was a place where all sorts of people mingled in Jinling, a real melting pot of society. "Treasure hunting." Ye Feng slightly. "Treasure hunting?" Gu Yongxiang looked at him in disbelief, not to mention whether it was even possible to find treasures among the junk in this street. "Even if you could, it's not like the Yi family is short on money. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing." In normal circumstances, Ye Feng would never have come here because it just wasn't realistic. But today is different because the protagonist of this book, Lin Yi, is set to make his appearance here. And being the son of destiny, he's going to stumble upon a huge treasure right off the bat. "Boss, do you really have to sell this painting for 300? Can it be 250? "Bah, you're the 250. Look, buddy, if you aren't buying it, get lost. Why are you insulting me?" Not far away, an old man and a young man were haggling. The old man had a stall set up, selling all sorts of miscellaneous antiques. The young man looked average, not as handsome as Ye Feng, but he had an indescribable sense of approachability. This person was none other than the protagonist of this book, Lin Yi. He had his eyes on a piece of calligraphy. Boss, I'm just a poor student who just started an internship. My salary hasn't even been paid yet and I can barely pay my rent. Would you take 260 for it? Lin Yi pleaded earnestly. The stall owner thought about it for a moment, then, as if possessed, said, "Fine, I'll take 40 off. I'll just consider it money I didn't spend on a massage next door." Under normal circumstances, the owner wouldn't budge a penny. That was the rule of the antique street. Just because Lin Yi couldn't afford 300 didn't mean others could. Jinling is an ancient capital of 6 dynasties. There are plenty of people looking to make money off antiques. And this is part of the god-level charm that Lin Yi possesses as the male lead. Lin Yi, what a coincidence. Ye Feng walked up and greeted him with a smile. "You're Ye Feng, the young master of the Ye Feng." Lin Yi watched Ye Feng walk to him and froze. He knew exactly who Ye Feng was, and he also knew that Ye Feng had never given up on Bai Susu. The time his movie date with Bai Susu was stood up, that was because of Ye Feng. It's said that this early birthday celebration for Bai Susu was also down to Ye Feng. Lin Yi really couldn't bring himself to like Ye Feng, but out of politeness, he still replied with a smile, "What a coincidence." "It is. I was planning on looking for some calligraphy here myself." Ye Feng's smile deepened. Lin Yi's destiny in this street was precisely that very piece of calligraphy. The painting was quite worn, and no ordinary person would ever give it a second look. But having read the original book and possessing mastery over calligraphy and painting, Ye Feng knew it was the long-lost work of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty master, Ni Zan, titled Autumn Gees and Falling Clouds. Ye Feng asked, "Boss, how much for this painting?" 300, but this painting I've already... Before the boss could finish, Ye Feng waved his hand casually. "I'll offer 500. A fortune teller told me I'd meet a noble patron today. You must be it." 500 it is, deal. The boss was stunned, then immediately perked up. He rolled up the painting and, right in front of Lin Yi, handed it over to Ye Feng. "Boss, you clearly promised to sell this calligraphy and painting to me. Why did you sell it to someone else? How can you be so untrustworthy in business?" Lin Yi said, anxiously questioned him. "Good God, are you actually trying to tell me how to do my job?" The street vendor frowned, pointed at Lin Yi's indignant face, and said, "Don't say I'm dishonest. Tell you what, I won't make a profit today. If you can cough up 300 yuan, this piece is yours." "Mo money." The street vendor sneered. "Didn't we agree on 200 and... Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Are you kidding? My cost price was 290. Do you think I'd sell it at a loss?" The street vendor was quite shameless, inflating a cost of 20 yuan by more than 10 times. "I only have 270 in total. If I spend 260 on your painting, I'll only have 10 yuan left and I still need to pay for a taxi home." After Lin Yi fished out all his scattered cash from his pockets were cleaner than his face. "If you don't have the money, then quit your yapping." The street vendor looked very dismissive, then put on a smiling face and said to Ye Feng, "Little brother, this calligraphy and painting is yours." Just as the vendor was about to hand over the painting to Ye Feng, Lin Yi got anxious again and stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Yi, your Yi family is a tycoon in Jinling. You can get anything you want. Is it really necessary to snatch this from a poor student like me?" "Student Lin, I think you've misunderstood something. I'm buying this piece from the boss, not snatching it from you," Ye Feng said calm. "Exactly, I'm selling it to this little brother here." The street vendor quickly nodded in agreement. In the face of 500 yuan in cash, Lin Yi's god-tier charisma had completely failed, but he still didn't want to give up. After a sharp intake of breath, Lin Yi's tone softened a bit as he said, "Young Master Yi, this painting is crucial to me. Please do me a favor and let me have it. I will be eternally grateful." "Student Lin, are you joking? What would I want with your favor? That thing isn't even as useful as toilet paper when it comes to wiping your butt." Ye Feng smiled slightly. Watching this scene, Gu Yongxiang felt curious. Now she finally understood why Ye Feng wanted to come to the antique street. It was obvious that he was here for this Lin Yi. Although Gu Yongxiang had just returned to Jinling because of Ye Feng, she had researched quite a few people. This Lin Yi seemed to be very close to Bai Susu. Brother Ye Feng is settling scores. Thinking of this, Gu Yongxiang felt a bit disappointed, but then she shook her head vigorously. "What am I thinking about? I am brother Ye Feng's girlfriend, and besides, brother Ye Feng told me to stop watching so many soap operas." "You..." Lin Yi was furious and said through gritted teeth, "Young Master Yi, don't go too far." "What, are you planning for the tides to turn in 30 years? Ye Feng chuckled, ignored Lin Yi, and said to Gu Yongxiang, "Do you have 500 yuan? I don't have any cash." "I do." Gu Yongxiang took 500 yuan notes from her wallet and handed them over. "Deal." After taking the painting, Ye Feng held Gu Yongxiang's hand, left the antique street. Lin Yi stood there helplessly, looked around the stall again, pointed at a porcelain bowl and asked, "Boss, how much for this?" 270, not a penny less. The street vendor said blunt. "You..." Lin Yi said angrily, "You know I only have 270 on me, yet you set this price. Are you trying to take even my taxi money? Take it or leave it." The street vendor lifted his chin, letting Lin Yi see his long sour face. Outside the Bai family villa, there was a steady stream of traffic and the sound of firecrackers. Although the Bai family was tottering, many people still came to show their support for Bai Jianhao's 50th birthday. Some came out of respect just to make an appearance, while others were there to curry favor with the Ye family. As everyone knew, Ye Feng had been pursuing Bai Susu for several years, and although he hadn't succeeded yet, what if Bai Susu changed her mind and became the young mistress of the Ye family? So even though the Bai family was weak, no one dared to look down on them. Instead, they had to flatter them, hoping to get a foot in the door to climb up the Ye family later. Young Master Ye really is a dragon among men, so dashing and charming. Hey, who is that girl next to young Master Yi? Her looks don't lose out to boss daughter at all. Need you ask? She must be young Master Yi's girlfriend. Young Master Yi relies on his billions to impress people, and he's so handsome. If I were a woman, I'd give him a dozen children. Exactly, the line of women wanting to be the young mistress of the Yi family would stretch from one end of the Yangtze River to the other, day and night longing for him in vain. Such fine literary talent, truly impressive. Seeing Ye Feng approaching, the crowd pulled out all the stops to flatter him. Bai Jianhao's face sank. These people were truly a group of bootlickers. His own attempts to flatter Ye Feng were completely drowned out by them. What's worse, a great beauty appeared by Ye Feng's side who could rival his own daughter. And looking at how intimate they were, it might really be a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Bai Jianhao felt his heart jump. Don't look at how the Bai family is still hosting banquets now, but without Ye Feng, their house of cards would collapse by half. Young Master Ye, Bai Jianhao put on a smile and walked over to greet him, deliberately ignoring Gu Yongsheng beside him. However, someone had to be insensitive and ask, Young Master Ye, is this young lady your partner? Why don't you introduce her to everyone? Bai Jianhao's face went dark in an instant. Always asking about the one thing you shouldn't. The birthday boy today is Boss Bai. I'm just here to offer my birthday wishes. Please, everyone, don't make a scene because of me. Having said that, Ye Feng took Gu Yongsheng's hand and walked straight into the villa. The crowd was snubbed. Ye Feng's meaning was clearly that he didn't want to talk to them. Damn it, so what if you're the #1 coon in Jinling? What's with the attitude? Everyone, please go inside and rest. The banquet will start shortly. Bai Jianhao greeted the guests with a smile. He thought carefully just now that based on how much Ye Feng liked his daughter before, it was impossible for him to give up so easily. If he had really given up, he probably wouldn't have come to this banquet at all. The reason he brought a girl along was likely just to make his daughter feel a sense of crisis. With that explanation, everything made perfect sense. Thinking of this, Bai Jianhao finally smiled broadly. As long as his daughter still had a chance, the Bai family would definitely rise again and maybe even fly high like a phoenix. After entering the villa, Ye Feng and Gu Yongsheng found a seat in the corner. Coming here today, his goal wasn't to socialize. Among those present, the people Ye Feng knew could be counted on one hand. Aside from the piano master Huang Jiaxiang, there were also the Chen family, father and son from the four great families. Huang Jiaxiang was a piano teacher Ye Feng had found for Bai Susu. He respected the Ye family's position, and the Ye family treated him as an honored guest. The Chen family belonged to the same high society in Jinling as the Ye family, and Ye Feng had shared many drinks with the young master of the Chen family. However, what Ye Feng really cared about was the plain-looking elderly man in his 60s sitting beside the Chen family patriarch, Chen Tianlei, whom one wouldn't even notice in a crowd. He was none other than the master of traditional Chinese painting, Yan Wenjing, the very person who was supposed to be the protagonist Lin Yi's opportunity and fortune in the original story. Yan Wenjing comes from a family of scholars. Beyond his profound mastery of traditional Chinese painting, he is also a figure of immense influence and connections. He has 3,000 disciples under his tutelage, all of whom are pillars of society. Don't let the Ye family's influence in Jinling fool you. When viewed against the entire Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, it is questionable whether they could even crack the top 10. Compared to Yan Wenjing, they are not even worth mentioning. In the original story, the reason Lin Yi was able to rise so rapidly in the early stages, transforming from a poor student into a socialite, was largely thanks to the warmth and support provided by Yan Wenjing. However, Ye Feng intends to claim this appreciation and patronage intended for the protagonist for himself. Young Master Ye, what are you looking at? At this moment, a refined young man in a suit approached Ye Feng's side. This person was none other than Chen Zixun, the young master of the Chen family, one of the four great families of Jinling. When he noticed Ye Feng's gaze fixed on the old man beside his father, Chen Zixun said, "That old man is a friend of my father's and seems to be quite a big shot, though I'm not very close with him. Are you interested in meeting him, young Master Yi?" Chen Zixun, what are you doing over here? Ye Feng looked at him curiously. Although the Chen family didn't have much interaction with the Ye family as members of the same circle of wealthy heirs, Ye Feng had shared a few drinks with Chen Zixun. It was just that the Chen family's upbringing was exceptionally strict. Chen Tianlei strictly forbade his son from associating with dissolute playboys like Ye Feng. Moreover, Chen Tianlei famously asserted that once a playboy like Ye Feng took charge, the Ye family would surely go downhill, proving the old adage that wealth doesn't last beyond the second generation. It was a spot-on prediction, but Chen Tianlei could never have imagined that in the original story, the Yi family was ruined by Lin Yi, and Ye Feng squandered their wealth in less than a year. "My dad is busy socializing, so he doesn't have time to keep an eye on me," Chen Zixun replied with a sly look. He had grown up under the rule of the rod and was deeply afraid of his father. While other wealthy heirs could just kick back and sip coffee at their own companies, Chen Zixun didn't have such a luxury. If he didn't handle things perfectly, he would be scolded by his father from the moment he clocked in until he finished work, and then again when he got home. What frustrated Chen Zixun most that his father even controlled who he could be friends with. He wasn't a child anymore after all. He had finally seized this opportunity to get closer to Ye Feng. After all, the Yi family was at the peak of their power, while the Chen family was still quite a distance behind. He had to build a good relationship with the future successor of the Yi family, right? Chen Zixun glanced at the beautiful woman beside Ye Feng and asked with a smile, "Young Master Yi, this must be Miss Gu Yongxiang, right? You certainly know a lot." Ye Feng remarked, "I can't help it, the whole circle is buzzing about you." Chen Zixun laughed. "This must be young Master Chen Zixun. As one of the 4 great families of Jinling, I know the Chen family head sees you as the future successor." Gu Yongxiang smiled gracefully. In the business world, one conducts business with awareness. Gu Yongxiang had researched every person of note in Jinling. You never know when a partnership might arise. "Wow, you have a sharp eye, sister-in-law." Chen Zixun was surprised. He only knew who Gu Yongxiang was because he had specifically investigated her in his attempt to befriend Ye Feng. Yet, this Gu Yongxiang had just returned to Jinling, and she already knew who he was. This woman was definitely not simple. He immediately replied, "You flatter me, sister-in-law. It's just that my brothers aren't up to the task, which is why my father values me. But my Chen family is merely a family, while only the Yi family can truly be called a tycoon." Enough with the flattery. If you're not afraid of your father scolding you, feel free to stay here. Ye Feng actually didn't mind. If Chen Tianli didn't want to associate with the Yi family, it wasn't as if the Yi family was dying to associate with him either. There were no conflicts of interest or commercial cooperation between the two families, so it wasn't a bad thing to just mind their own business. However, this Chen Zixun was a clever little fellow in the original story. When Lin Yi was going after Ye Feng, he often provided ideas for him. It's just a pity that Lin Yi's protagonist aura was too strong for anyone to handle. "I'll be leaving in a bit." Chen Zixun said with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject, leaned into Ye Feng's ear, and asked, "Young Master Yi, are you really done chasing Bai Su?" "Oh, Miss Bai is coming out." "Wow, Miss Bai looks so beautiful today. She truly is the girl young Master Yi has been chasing for years." It's truly a joyous occasion for Boss Bai to have such a daughter. They say Miss Bai is a prized student of Master Huang Jiaxiang and plays a mean piano. Really? Shouldn't she perform a piece for us tonight then? No sooner had Chen Zixun spoken than a commotion rippled through the villa lobby. Bai Susu appeared in an evening gown. She was picturesque and possessed an exquisite temperament. Though she was only 20, she already had the faint air of a world-toppling beauty. This scene left even Zixun mesmerized, thinking to himself that it was no wonder young Master Yi had been chasing her for years. Had he been planning to win her over since she was 16? Thank you all, uncles and seniors, for attending my father's birthday banquet. The banquet will begin shortly. If I may, I would like to play a piece called Blessing for Everyone. Please forgive my amateur performance. At a signal from Bai Susu, the villa staff brought over a piano. Bai Susu sat quietly at the piano like a princess, while the stars sparkled outside the window as if in awe of her beauty. Blessing is a very famous piano piece. She dedicated this performance to the guests and to her father. The music was beautiful, and even those in the crowd who didn't understand music found it incredibly pleasing to the ear. 3 minutes later, the performance concluded and thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Truly worthy of Miss Bai, not only is she beautiful but she plays the piano so well too. Well, she is a top student of Master Huang Jiaxiang, and Master Huang is famous for his high standards. Exactly, many of Master Huang's students have gone on to international fame. Miss Bai's future is definitely limitless. The crowd did not spare their praise. They had perhaps finally understood why Ye Feng had been obsessed with Bai Susu for years. Who wouldn't fall in love with her? Now that young Master Yi has a new flame, perhaps it isn't that he has changed his heart, but that Bai Susu's standards are too high and she didn't fancy him. As for the fact that the Bai family is nearing bankruptcy, no one in the crowd seemed to care at the moment. As long as they haven't truly gone bankrupt, and as long as Bai Susu can still stir the emotions of someone like Ye Feng, the Bai family could be saved at any moment. You are all too kind. My daughter just has a little bit of talent, and it's all thanks to Master Huang's careful cultivation. Bai Jianhao was beaming. His daughter had really given him face today. Huang Jiaxiang, who sat to the side, offering a polite smile. Honestly, he had seen far too many musical geniuses and even prodigy. Bai Susu's talent was only slightly above average. Had it not been for young Master Yi's repeated pleading, he would never have taken her on as a student. As for their teacher-student relationship, it was more of a transaction than anything else. The chip was simply doing the Yi family a favor. "Yongxiang, I remember you've been learning piano since you were a child, right?" Ye Feng asked from a corner. "Huh?" Gu Yongxiang was stunned and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Go up and play a piece. I remember when we took piano lessons together as kids, you were the one who always toured me when we got home." Bai Susu's playing is actually just mediocre. It's just that these bosses are uncultured and are only flattering her. If you go up, you'll definitely play better than her. Ye Feng rolled his eyes, hatching a mischievous plan. Gu Yongxiang's elective courses at university were aesthetics and piano. While Bai Susu was still worrying about passing her grade 6 piano exam, Gu Yongxiang had already cleared grade long ago. Moreover, Gu Yongxiang possessed a remarkable natural talent for musical instruments. She could master complex concepts with just a little bit of guidance. In the original story, Gu Yongxiang was supposed to be far superior to Bai Susu, but because Bai Susu was the protagonist and shielded by a plot armor, Gu Yongxiang was completely humiliated by her during the piano competition. Even Huang Jiaxiang once said that while Gu Yongxiang was undoubtedly a genius, it was Bai Susu's sheer hard work that allowed her to surpass her. Ye Feng didn't buy that nonsense written by the brain-dead author. Cheating is cheating. What does that have to do with hard work? Ye Feng, brother, I don't think this is a good idea. It's someone's birthday after all. Gu Yongxiang felt a bit uneasy. What's wrong with that? You're starting a business now, and what you lack is fame. If you don't take the initiative to show yourself, do you really expect these short-sighted bosses to come looking for you? When it came to her business, Gu Yongxiang hesitated. It was the thing she cared about most, aside from Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly gave Chen Zixun a look, and the latter understood instantly. He stood up and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, didn't you feel that Miss Bai's performance just now left something to be desired?" Young Master Yi's girlfriend, Miss Gu Yongxiang, actually studied piano in university and has already passed her grade 8 certificate. Why don't we have her play a piece to celebrate Boss Bai's birthday? Wouldn't that be a wonderful addition? As soon as Chen Zixun finished speaking, the whole room erupted in noise. Young Master Yi's girlfriend has that kind of talent. I always thought she was just a pretty face. Who cares? I'm just here to socialize anyway, the lovelier the better. Bai Susu is a student of the master Huang Jiaxiang, though. Won't she just be making a fool of herself? Who knows? Either way, I'm curious to see how Ye Feng's girlfriend compares to Miss Bai Susu. The crowd was divided in their opinions. Hearing this, Bai Jianhao's face turned green. A birthday performance? This was clearly a move to stir up trouble. But haven't you seen my daughter's strength? Do you think you can really overshadow her? That would be perfect. Please give me some pointers, Senior Gu. Bai Susu smiled inwardly. She had just dazzled the audience, and since Gu Yongxiang was offering herself up, she certainly didn't mind. Then I shall make a fool of myself. With things having reached this point, Gu Yongxiang had no choice but to bite the bullet. She lifted the hem of her dress and walked toward the piano, her stride calm and graceful. Wow, the way this Miss Gu walks, she's like a runway model. Have you noticed? That classic white dress looks so perfect on her. She's no different from a celebrity. What are you all looking at? Didn't you see the ring on her finger? If I'm not mistaken, that's the Heart of the Stars, the South African diamond ring bought by a mysterious tycoon just a few days ago. They had been too busy flattering Ye Feng before, but now they finally took a good look at Gu Yongxiang's face. Her aura, her face, her figure was perfect, absolutely breathtaking. She was not a bit inferior to Bai Susu. Bai Susu and her best friend, Lin Fengjiao, felt a bit uncomfortable. The classic white dress was originally meant for Lin Fengjiao. The Heart of the Stars ring was originally meant as a gift for Bai Susu. Now, these two luxury items representing 2 honors and 2 beauties were all worn by Gu Yongxiang. If Bai Susu was the stars just a moment ago, then Gu Yongxiang was the full moon. How can the stars go with the full moon? The piece I'd like to play is from the romantic city of Paris, the masterpiece Wedding in a Dream by the master Clayderman. I've practiced this piece many times, always wanting to play it for someone special, but I never had the chance. Please excuse my performance. Sitting on the bench, Gu Yongxiang collected her thoughts, placed her 10 fingers on the keys, and prepared to play. Wow, is this a confession to young Master Ye Feng? That's so romantic. Confessing at someone else's birthday party. Miss Gu is truly worthy of being the girlfriend of young Master Yi. Miss Gu is so beautiful. That's it, I've decided to be her fanboy. In your dreams, you can't even get your assistant Zhang Kuihua to notice you, let alone Miss Gu. The crowd was already buzzing before the performance even started. Miss Gu and young Master Yi have been childhood sweethearts forever. I heard their parents had already betrothed them to each other even before they were born. Chen Zixun began to stir up the crowd with all sorts of made-up stories. Really? That's intense. It seems like young Master Yi is just playing around with that other girl, Bai. Whoever, Gu Yongxiang is his true love. Of course, she's so beautiful, she's definitely the real deal, the future mistress of Yi family. The crowd blindly followed the gossip. I'm so envious of young Master Yi, he's successful in both his career and love life. Tell me, what does it mean to be a winner in life? Chen Zixun frantically stirred up the mood to help Ye Feng build momentum for Gu Yongxiang. But as he kept hyping it up, a chill ran down his spine. He turned around and found his father, Chen Tianlei, staring at him fiercely. Chen Zixun shut his mouth immediately. The whole hall went quiet as well. Gu Yongxiang pressed the piano keys and a beautiful, soul-stirring melody slowly filled the air. Wedding in a Dream was Gu Yongxiang's deepest wish. Every one of her notes was incredibly precise and every note spoke of her love. In the villa's hall, the crowd seemed to be transported into a grand wedding by the piano music, forgetting that it was actually someone's 50th birthday. When the piece ended, the room remained pin-drop silent. Everyone was still lost in this musical chapter of love. They had even forgotten to clap. Suddenly, someone stood up. The crowd realized it was the usually low-key Hang Jiaxiang. He walked slowly toward Gu Yongxiang and said excitedly, I have taught countless students. Some have become masters, but while their music can move the world, it has never moved me. Miss Gu's performance of Wedding in a Dream has touched me deeply. Huang Jiaxiang was 48, approaching the age where one knows their destiny. He once had a girlfriend for 14 years, breaking up and getting back together dozens of times, only to end up apart in the end. All these years, Huang Jiaxiang had remained single, having never found a new love. Some online analysts said he was trapped by his past, a celebrity in music but a prisoner in love. Perhaps there was a wedding in his own dreams waiting to be held. Miss Gu Yongshang, you are the only one in recent years to move me with your music, and you did it playing Kleiderman's representative piece, which is known for its high difficulty. I want to take you as my student, take you to Paris for advanced study, and I will teach you and nurture you with everything I have. You are destined to become a world-renowned musician. Huang Jiaxiang was increasingly excited, not only because Gu Yongshang's playing moved him, but because he had discovered a genius. If she were willing, Gu Yongshang would become the most outstanding student Huang Jiaxiang would ever have. Oh my god, isn't Master Huang Jiaxiang extremely strict about taking on students, refusing anyone who isn't a genius? Huang Jiaxiang is one of the few world-class musicians in the country. It's so lucky to be his student. After the initial shock, the crowd was left in total awe. On the piano bench, Gu Yongshang was clearly tempted. Becoming a student of Huang Jiaxiang meant a future paved with glory. I only played this piece so well because I practiced it so many times. I may not possess that much talent, nor am I necessarily worthy of Master Huang's high regard. Therefore, I have no plans to go to Paris for advanced study, nor do I intend to pursue a career in music. I apologize, Master. After Gu Yongshang said this, she walked off the stage, leaving the entire hall in an uproar.
Gu Yongshang actually turned down the apprenticeship offer. Can one even say no to that? I don't think that's possible. The crowd gasped in shock, and Bai Susu felt deeply disappointed. To become Huang Jiaxiang's student, she had been turned away several times before. It was only after Ye Feng stepped in, using the Ye family's name, that Huang Jiaxiang reluctantly accepted her. Yet, after studying under him for so long, Huang Jiaxiang had only ever taught her the basics, never offering a single word of, not to mention taking her abroad for advanced training. How could Bai Susu not feel envious and jealous? But at least Gu Yongshang chose to decline, which balanced out Bai Susu's feelings a bit. However, Huang Jiaxiang wasn't ready to give up. He walked toward Ye Feng and said, "Young Master Ye, you visited me 3 times back then, asking me to take Miss Bai Susu as my student. Today, I am making a request of you as well. Please let Miss Gu Yongshang study music with me." After a moment of thought, Huang Jiaxiang continued, "I can guarantee that if Miss Gu Yongshang studies music with me, I promise to take Miss Bai Susu to the Tianfu Conservatory of Music for advanced training." Tianfu Conservatory is one of the top music schools in the country, but in comparison, further studies in Paris would be the better choice. My god, Master Huang really cherishes talent. He's gone to great lengths just to take Gu Yongshang on as a student. But come to think of it, did Master Huang accept Miss Bai Susu just to do young Master Ye a favor, not because of her talent? You just figured that out. Sorry, I just got internet in my village. Still, Miss Bai Susu isn't doing too badly. The average person can't even get into the Tianfu Conservatory, at most just auditing a class. But if you're Master Huang's student, that's a different story. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions. Bai Susu's face grew uglier by the second. She respected Huang Jiaxiang and really wanted to go to the Tianfu Conservatory for training. But for him to say that about her in public, did he lose his common sense or what? It made her look like nothing more than an add-on gift accompanying Gu Yongshang. Bai Jianhao was also embarrassed. Gu Yongshang had just stolen his daughter's spotlight with her piano playing, and now Huang Jiaxiang was making a scene about taking on students. Get it straight, this is my 50th birthday party. I appreciate Master Huang's kindness, but Yongshang has her own plans. Although she is my girlfriend, I respect her choices. Besides, Yongshang is putting most of her energy into business right now and doesn't have time for other things. But if she has more free time in the future, I can promise Master Huang that I will try to persuade her. Ye Feng replied with a smile. In the original story, it was under Huang Jiaxiang's guidance that Bai Susu became a world-renowned musician. And this identity brought many benefits to the protagonist, Lin Yi, helping him completely ascend to a higher social class. The Yi family of today, while powerful in Jinling, is nothing special when looking at the entire Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, or even the whole country or the world. If the Yi family wants to rise, they do need an influential figure, like a world-famous musician. But it's a long road ahead, so Ye Feng is not in a hurry. After all, a true musician is not just some common celebrity or performer. Letting Gu Yongshang gain more experience in the business world wouldn't be a bad thing either. Alright then. Hearing this response, Huang Jiaxiang finally stopped pressing the issue. He had discovered a talent even greater than his own, someone who could fly higher than him in the future. He didn't want to miss this chance, but he also knew that success depends on human effort and you can't force things. As long as there's still a chance, it's fine. As for Miss Bai Susu, as the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Master Huang, just take it as it comes. Ye Feng asked. Huh. As soon as he said this, Huang Jiaxiang was stunned. The others were stunned as well. There was clearly a hidden meaning behind his words. Could it be that now that young Master Yi has a new flame, he's become so cold-hearted toward his old love? Bai Susu was terrified, her face turning pale. If Huang Jiaxiang stops teaching her, how will she survive in the thorny jungle of the music industry full of rivals? Her body couldn't but tremble. Looking at Ye Feng, she couldn't understand, is this brother Ye Feng's revenge? Just because she refused to go to the movies with him, he's holding a grudge. Please continue to look after my daughter in the future, Master Huang. Bai Jianhao quickly tried to smooth things over. Compared to his daughter's music career, he cared more about the Yi family's attitude toward his own. Without the Yi family, the Bai family empire could collapse at any moment. Huang Jiaxiang was far too sharp not to catch Ye Feng's underlying message. He just nodded perfunctorily as a response to Bai Jianhao. The crowd was whispering. Most of them had come today just to try and suck up to Ye Feng. Now it seemed like Ye Feng didn't favor Bai Susu anymore. In that case, after tonight, there would be no need to keep up ties with the Bai family. During the banquet for Bai Jianhao's 50th birthday, he couldn't get his spirits up even when people came to toast him. His mind was filled with thoughts that the Bai family had fallen out of favor and was done for. Head of the family, someone is breaking into the villa. How should we handle it? At that moment, the security guard came to report. Do you need me to teach you? What are you security guards even paid for? Bai Jianhao exploded in it. But, we can't beat him. The guard said, his voice trembling. Bai Jianhao was stunned. Could this be a rival coming for revenge? He quickly asked, who is it? A poor student. The guard replied. It must be Brother Lin Yi, I'll go get him. Hearing this, Bai Susu rushed out. Bai Jianhao and Lin Fengjiao couldn't stop her in time. A short while later, Lin Yi walked in, led by Bai Susu. Lin Yi's impoverished aura instantly caught everyone's attention. Especially when he stood next to Bai Susu, looking incredibly intimate yet completely out of place. Old Bai, I'm not trying to be rude, but this is your own fault. You know why, young master, Yi had a change of heart, right? Yeah, old Bai, you had a golden son-in-law and threw it away for a poor student? Someone whispered in a dissuading tone. Bai Jianhao's face turned green. He scolded his daughter Bai Susu, do you just treat everything I said as wind? Bai Jianhao had always forbidden Bai Susu from having any contact with Lin Yi and had warned her countless times. Lin Yi knew this as Uncle Bai, I came to wish you a happy birthday. This is my gift. With that, Lin Yi took out a broken porcelain bowl he had bought at an antique street flea market for 270 yuan. The bowl had a chip in it. As he handed it over, it looked as if a beggar were asking a tycoon for spare change. Is this a birthday gift or is he here to beg for food? Cracks me up, maybe he's planning to take Boss Bai begging with him later. The people present couldn't help but roar with laughter. Bai Jianhao's face looked worse and worse. Bai Susu felt terribly awkward standing on the side, thinking, Brother Lin Yi, I know you don't have money, but this. Good grief, he really is the protagonist of this book. His luck is absolutely invincible. He didn't get the Autumn G's Falling Sunset painting, but he managed to stumble upon a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Zheng period of the Ming dynasty. Ye Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. At the same time, he noticed that Yan Wenjing, the master of Chinese painting sitting next to Li Tianlei, head of the Li family, had opened his eyes. Just now, while Gu Yongsheng and Bai Susu played the piano, he hadn't been interested at all, but now he was piqued. Are you toying with me? Bai Jianhao's face turned furious as he shouted, security, throw him out. Just as the guards were about to make a move, a voice boomed like a bell, stop. I am very interested in this young man. Let him stay. Who is this old man? Does he even have a say here? Keep your voice down. Didn't you see who's standing next to him? That's the head of the Chen family. You're right. Why does it look like the head of the Chen family is acting like his servant? Is there such a powerful figure in Jinling that we don't know about? The appearance of Yan Wenjing made everyone curious. They searched every corner of their memories, but they couldn't place him at all. Bai Jianhao was also stunned. The old man looked very plain and his clothes were quite ordinary, but he dared not act rashly. He stepped forward and asked, may I ask who you are, sir? Who I am is not important. What matters is that this young man did indeed come here to wish you a happy birthday. Yan Wenjing said indifferently. He then stepped forward, looked at the broken bowl in Lin Yi's hand and said, if I am not mistaken, this should be a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Zheng period of the Ming dynasty. Its market value would be over 800,000, but unfortunately it's missing a chip, so it's only worth a little over 100,000 now. As soon as he said this, the whole room erupted in excitement. This broken bowl is worth over 100,000? What kind of money is that? How is it so easy to make? No way, just this broken bowl? Bai Jianhao was shocked. A bowl this broken, even a beggar would curse if you gave it to them. Didn't the old gentleman just say it? It's a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Zheng period of the Ming dynasty. Could it be that the head of the Bai family doesn't trust us? Chen Tianlai said, frowning. I wouldn't dare. Bai Jianhao waved his hands quickly. He had done quite a bit of business with Chen Tianlai before, which is why he was able to invite him to this birthday banquet. But the Chen family is one of the 4 major families in Jinling, and Bai Jianhao wouldn't dare to offend them. Is this bowl really an antique? Bai Jianhao took the porcelain bowl from Lin Yi's hand and examined it carefully. If the old gentleman says it is, then it is. If it turns out not to be, I will compensate you at its price. Chen Tianlai's single sentence left Bai Jianhao to say. Everyone was curious again about who this old man was that could make the proud Chen Tianlai act so subserviently. You have a sharp eye, sir. This is indeed an antique from the Zheng period. I specifically went to the antique market to find it as a gift for Uncle Bai. I wonder if Uncle Bai likes it. Lin Yi said with a smile. I like it, of course I like it. Bai Jianhao replied quickly. Are you kidding me? Who wouldn't like being handed money? And all things considered, among everyone here, Lin Yi's gift was the most valuable. Dad, and you were even going to have security throw brother Lin Yi out. Bai Susu pouted. She hadn't expected brother Lin Yi to be so impressive. That is indeed him. A young man who understands antiques too? Yan Wenjing looked at Lin Yi. Just a little bit of surface knowledge. Lin Yi answered mods. It is truly rare for someone so young to have such insights. It is a pity that I only know a little about this myself. Otherwise, I would have liked to have a good discussion with you, young friend. Yan Wenjing said with a smile. His strength was in traditional Chinese painting, while antiques were just a hobby. Even so, the value of the antiques and paintings he had collected in his home alone exceeded 1 billion. Little brother, your name is Lin Yi, right? It's rare for the old gentleman to take a liking to you. If you ever run into trouble in the future, feel free to come to the Chen family to find me. Chen Tianlai could see that Yan Wenjing really liked this young man, so he didn't hesitate to reach out to build a connection. The crowd was shocked once again. Lin Yi had just made a connection with the Chen family. Does his luck have to be that good? Clearly Chen Tianlai is worth much more than that broken antique bowl. Thank you both for your kindness. Lin Yi remained polite, but suddenly his tone changed as he sighed. I actually had my eye on a painting on the way here, worth 10 million. It's just a pity that someone targeted me specifically and snatched it away by force. Did it? Yan Wenjing's face turned livid. He loved collecting antiques, but he loved collecting paintings even more. It is truly rare for this young man at his age to have such research into paintings and antiques. But who on earth would be so unscrupulous as to target him and forcefully snatch the painting away? That is truly bullying people too far, an act of a bandit. Bai Jianhao was even more shocked. A painting worth 10 million, if it hadn't been snatched, wouldn't that have been a gift for him? This was the first time Bai Jianhao had felt a sense of favor toward Yi. Chen Tianlai also asked, who was that person? Do you know him, little brother? I know who he is, but I don't dare to provoke him. That person has quite a bit of influence in Jinling, and he is actually here at this event right now. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Don't be afraid, little brother. As long as it's in Jinling, no matter who he is, I will stand up for you. Chen Tianlai himself loved to act like a chivalrous swordsman. Upon hearing this from Lin Yi, he immediately expressed his indignation. Alright then, today I won't fear the powerful, and I'll just say it plainly. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He had been waiting for Chen Tianlai to say exactly that. Speak freely, how can we let such a shameless act go unpunished? Chen Tianlai said with righteous indignation. This young man Lin Yi seems like a decent guy, why is he being so hesitant? That person is young Master Ye Feng. Lin Yi's gaze turned toward. Boom! For a moment everyone was thunderstruck. How could it be young Master Ye Feng? You've got to be joking. I wouldn't believe it even if I died. The Yi family is so rich, why would they go around snatching other people's stuff? I've never heard that young Master Ye Feng had any interest in paintings. You guys don't get it. Think about it carefully. Miss Bai Susu is so close to this guy named Lin Yi. It's quite possible young Master Yi is retaliating on purpose. The crowd began to gossip. Young Master Yi, how could you? Bai Jianhao was shocked. Chen Tianlai was also shocked. He never expected it would be that spendthrift Ye Feng. Chen Tianlai was certainly not afraid of the Yi family, but there was no need to make an enemy out of them. But out of his own loathing for Ye Feng, he glared at his own useless son who was standing beside Ye Feng. Chen Zixun was startled and scrambled back to his father's side as fast as he could. Brother Ye Feng, you don't even like paintings, why did you snatch them from brother Lin Yi? He has no grudge against you, why would you target him? Bai Susu cried out in righteous indignation. Bai Jianhao nodded subconsciously, but he was thinking more deeply about it. Ye Feng definitely doesn't know anything about paintings, but his snatching from Lin Yi probably isn't that simple. Is he just being jealous over my daughter? Young Master Yi, your Yi family is a wealthy and prestigious house in Jinling. Even if that painting is worth 10 million, I'm sure your family doesn't lack that amount of money. That painting was a gift I intended to give to Uncle Bai. I ask you to please return it to me. If I have offended you in any way before, please be magnanimous, young Master Ye. I'm just a poor student. I'm not your effort in targeting me. Lin Yi stepped forward, putting on an apologetic act. Ye Feng, however, found it inexplicably amusing. This tactic of Lin Yi's seemed naive, but in reality it was malicious. If Ye Feng didn't return the painting, it would look like he, the young master, was deliberately bullying a poor student like Lin Yi, and he would be torn apart by the public's moral indignation. But if he did return the painting, it would confirm that he had specifically targeted Lin Yi because of Bai Susu, and in everyone's eyes he would still be that pathetic sycophant, Ye Feng. Only Lin Yi is smart and Ye Feng is no fool. Since we're playing a game of wits, let's see whose path is deeper. He immediately snorted coldly and said firmly, "Student Lin Yi, you're really good at joking. I bought that painting with my own money, I didn't snatch it. Could it be that you recognize it as the autumn G's and the sunset clouds, but I don't? Besides, you couldn't even come up with the 300 to buy the painting, while I spent 500. Someone translate for everyone, what is meant by snatching, and what is meant by cutting in line? And what is meant by targeting you, Lin Yi? Autumn G's and falling clouds, what is that? I just looked it up on my phone. Good heavens, this is actually a masterpiece left behind by Ne Zan, one of the 4 great masters of the late Yuan dynasty. I know Ne Zan, he's one of the top 10 painters of ancient times, and was even included in the list of the world's 100 most famous people by the British. There is a memorial garden dedicated to him in Liangxi City, Jiangnan. It's actually Ne Zan's posthumous work? Could young Master Yi be an expert in calligraphy and painting? When Ye Feng revealed the origin of the painting, the whole room erupted. Lin Yi's eyes widened. He never expected Ye Feng to have such a talent. In this case, any talk about him targeting Lin Yi or cutting in line was completely baseless. Little Lin Yi, you're in the wrong here. Young Master Yi understands calligraphy and painting too, so how can you say he's snatching it from you? Exactly, you couldn't even come up with 300 yuan, while young Master Yi spent 500 to buy it. Buying things isn't like dating. Why would there be a first come, first served rule? Rubbish, why should dating be first come, first served? Even if a girl has a boyfriend, if I win her over, that's just my ability. Bro, there's something wrong with you. How are you any different from Cao? Suddenly, Lin Yi became the target of public criticism, and everyone started hurling insults at him. Even Yan Wenjing's approving gaze gradually shifted toward Ye Feng. Fighting with me? Ye Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. So what if you're the male lead of a novel? So what if you have heaven-defying luck? I will plunder all your luck and opportunities. You can't say it like that. Lin Yi is not only knowledgeable about calligraphy and paintings but also antique. Who knows if some people are just following the crowd and buying it by force. It's like when a singer writes a good song, and some people not only plagiarize it but also suppress the original creator. Does just saying the name of a painting prove he understands it? Suddenly a voice rang out. Lin Yi's heart leaped for joy. It felt like a ray of light shining into the darkness. He turned around and discovered that the speaker was Lin Fengjiao. Lin Fengjiao pursed her lips. She had originally taken a liking to Ye Feng and looked down on Lin Yi, but things had changed. But who asked Ye Feng to block all her contact information? Since then, she went from a fan to a hate. Fengjiao was right. With young Master Yi's abilities, it's not hard to find out about this painting. But I happen to know a thing or two about the autumn G's and falling clouds. Lin Yi said hurriedly. If this claim held up, Ye Feng would indeed be bullying the weak and engaging in malicious purchases. Even if he didn't have to return the painting, his reputation would certainly be ruined. Furthermore, Chen Tianlai and the old gentleman beside him were there to stand up for Lin Yi. Haha. Ye Feng burst into laughter, then his tone suddenly shifted, his gaze icy as he said, "It's the height of absurdity. To be honest, no one here understands calligraphy and painting better than I do." As soon as he said this, everyone was rendered speechless. Young Master Yi, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Everyone was actually thinking of taking your side. Yan Wenjing frowned. Though the speaker was careless, the listener was not. He felt that Ye Feng was essentially slapping him in the face. Chen Tianlai furrowed his brows even deeper, his opinion of Ye Feng dropping further. Everyone, please look at the painting. Ye Feng brought out the painting, stepped forward, pointed at it and said, "This is indeed Ne Zan's autumn G's and falling clouds. I dare say I understand it, but Lin Yi, do you dare say the same?" Lin Yi was about to speak. Ye Feng pointed at a row of wild geese on the painting and said, "Look closely, these geese either lack heads or tails, or are missing a wing. Do you know what this means?" This. The crowd didn't understand. Yan Wenjing was slightly curious. It was his first time seeing this painting as well, and he wasn't very familiar with it. But he did know Ni Zan, who was known for his free and easy lifestyle. His painting style was as fluid as drifting clouds. He wouldn't have painted such a work without a reason. "Lin Yi, you say I don't understand painting, then I'd like to ask you, what do these geese represent?" Ye Feng asked. This. Lin Yi was tongue-tied. When he was eyeing the painting, he only recognized Nan's touch but hadn't noticed the geese on the painting at all. "Don't know, right? Then let me tell you." Ye Feng paused and said, "As everyone knows, Nizan lived during the late Yuan early Ming dynasties. The Yuan dynasty lasted only 98 years. In Nizan's prime the world was relatively stable, but in his later years it fell into chaos and rebel armies sprang up everywhere. As a scholar, Nizan lamented the fractured state of the nation and the constant change of power, feeling for the suffering of the common people, yet seeing no enlightened ruler emerge. At that time the warlord Zhang Shiqing held control over Jiangnan. His brother, Zhang Shixin, asked Nizan to paint for him. But Nizan looked down on them, not only refusing to paint but also tearing up the silk Zhang Shixin sent, and throwing the money he offered to a manure pit. Because of this, later on, while visiting Taihu Lake, Nizan ran into Zhang Shixin and was beaten up. Nizan not only looked down on the Zhang brothers but also held the Ming emperor in utter contempt. Throughout his life, he never met the enlightened ruler he sought. Reflecting on his own plight and the state of the world, he painted these incomplete, lost wild geese in the autumn wind. When Ye Feng finished, the whole room was stunned. Is this still the young master Yi they knew? His knowledge was so vast it was almost excessive. Even Yan Wenjing looked at him with new respect. Everything Ye Feng said perfectly aligned with Nizan's history. Anyone can make up a story. Lin Fengjiao muttered. Making up a story? Ye Feng chuckled, pointed at the verse in the bottom left corner of the painting, and said, "One river of autumn water faint with cold mist. The water's reflection is bright as silk. Looking at the sorrow of parting, rows of geese, the sky clearing after snow." This verse by Nizan was written in Han Dynasty clerical script. Nizan's political ambition was to drive out the invaders and recover the Han territory. What he wanted was to restore the glory of the Great Han. "Miss Lin Fengjiao, what do you think of this story I made up?" Ye Feng sneered, and Lin Fengjiao was so choked up she couldn't say a word. The crowd looked at her, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. What the hell? When did Ye Feng become so knowledgeable? This doesn't fit his character at all. One river of autumn water faint with cold mist. The water's reflection is bright as silk. Looking at the sorrow of parting, rows of geese, the sky clearing after snow. This verse comes from Nizan's Yu Diao, Xiao Tao Hong. And the line preceding this verse is, "Like jade trees of the back court in those days, poor palace women, unaware of a falling nation, playing the purple phoenix flute. Young Master Yi, your talent is truly remarkable. I am ashamed of my own ignorance." Yan Wenjing let out a hearty laugh, stepped forward, and praised Ye Feng endlessly. When he came to Jinling, he heard Chen Tianlai mention Ye Feng as a good-for-nothing playboy. But now it seems Chen Tianlai had misjudged. "Old gentleman, you flatter me. I only know a little about it." Ye Feng smiled slightly. This painting, Autumn Geese and Falling Clouds, was Nizan's final masterpiece, and the story behind it had long since been lost. No one here, including Yan Wenjing, could have possibly known. But Ye Feng was different. Possessing the master calligraphy and painting skill, he knew everything about the history of art for the last 2 millennia. Now, does anyone still say that I was targeting Lin Yi? Ye Feng looked at the crowd with a smile, while Lin Yi's expression became increasingly awkward. "Lin Yi, that is where you are wrong. Young Master Ye Feng is so talented and learned, why would he even bother to cut you off?" "Exactly. Don't go around suffering from persecution mania, always thinking someone is targeting you. I'm telling you, you might just be resentful of the rich. In fact, it feels like you're the one targeting young Master Ye Feng. Young man, it is not a crime to be poor, but the key is to strive for self-improvement and have ambition, understand?" Lin Yi was almost suffocated by the spray of saliva hitting his face. Lin Fengjiao quickly moved far away from him. He had always thought Lin Yi was a good-for-nothing, and to his surprise, he still was. Bai Jianhao frowned, feeling relieved that he hadn't spoken too much earlier. Otherwise, where would he have put his old face? Only Bai Susu felt heart-touched for Lin Yi, who was being criticized by everyone. In contrast, Ye Feng was being showered with endless praise by the crowd, to the point where he was almost deified. It completely flipped his previous image as a playboy. Gu Yongxiang was also overjoyed. She had been sweating for brother Ye Feng just moments ago. She just didn't expect Brother Ye Feng to be so scholarly. I'm liking Brother Ye Feng more and more. What should I do? Young friend, this old man has a favor to ask of you. At this moment, Yan Wenjing walked toward Ye Feng, and the whole room went quiet. The crowd did not know who Yan Wenjing was, but they knew his background must be even greater than that of the Chen family head, Chen Tianlei. Please speak, Elder Ye. Ye Feng said calmly. You know me? Yan Wenjing was extremely surprised, and even Chen Tianlei was left dumbfounded. You see, Yan Wenjing had always been low-key and disliked showing his face. People had mostly only heard of his name and never actually seen the man himself. Chen Tianlei only met him by chance in Yandu over a decade ago. So how did Ye Feng know him? Since I have dabbled in calligraphy and painting, how could I not recognize the master of Chinese painting, Yan Wenjing? Ye Feng replied with a smile. In an instant, the audience erupted again. My god, is this actually the national painting master Yan Wenjing? Oh my heaven, given Yan Wenjing's status, how could he have come here? Everyone was stunned, including Bai Jianhao, who found it hard to believe that such a legendary figure had come to his 50th birthday celebration. Yan Wenjing was not only a master of Chinese painting, but also a powerful figure with connections everywhere, with 3,000 disciples who were all societal elites. Although the Yi family was the top wealthy family in Jinling, Jinling's economy ranked low in the province, and they faced numerous powerful rivals across the region. But if they could build a connection with Yan Wenjing, the Yi family would definitely advance even further. He really is Yan Wenjing. Lin Yai stared at Yan Wenjing blankly, never imagining that the old man who had just praised him was such a powerful figure. If he could have built a connection with Yan Wenjing, his success would have been guaranteed. But this great opportunity had already been lost because of Ye Feng's performance just now. Now neither Yan Wenjing nor Chen Tianlei had any interest in him. If only he had known earlier, he shouldn't have brought up the Fall Geese and Rosy Clouds painting. Since you know me, young Master Yi, then I will be bold enough to speak my mind. I am quite fond of this Fall Geese and Rosy Clouds painting. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it to me. I know your Yi family doesn't lack money, but I am willing to pay above market price to acquire this painting. Yan Wenjing. As soon as he spoke, the crowd began to whisper again, wondering how much this painting was actually worth. Lin Yai had previously said it was worth 10 million, but how much was it exactly? Elder Yan is a master of Chinese painting. Even if I were just give it to you, I would have no objections. Ye Feng said calmly. There was a glimmer of joy in Yan Wenjing's eyes, not because of the money, but because he could finally obtain the painting he so admired. Suddenly Ye Feng changed his tone and sighed. It is a pity that I have already intended to give this painting to someone else. My apologies, Elder Yan. Give it to someone else? The crowd was shocked. Is young Master Yi that generous, giving away a painting worth 10 million? Do you not realize this is an opportunity for your family? Who could possibly be more valuable than Yan Wenjing? Upon hearing this, Bai Jianhao trembled with excitement. Today is his 50th birthday. If Ye Feng bought this painting, who else could he be gifting it to if not him? As expected of young Master Yi, I knew you hadn't forgotten about Susu. As long as you are willing, I will absolutely let you marry my daughter. Give it to someone else? Yan Wenjing was also taken aback. With his status and standing, there was almost nothing he could not obtain. Even at auctions, others would show him respect and refrain from competing. This could be considered Yan Wenjing's first failure. But he held no resentment. After all, it was Ye Feng's property and he had every right to decide. Yangshang, you should take this painting. Under the eyes of the crowd, Ye Feng handed the painting to Gu Yangshang. Ah! Gu Yangshang was stunned. Such a precious painting, and Brother Ye Feng was actually giving it to her. She instinctively waved her hand, saying, Brother Ye Feng, I cannot this. She knew that her business startup was struggling and Brother Ye Feng wanted to help her. But this is not the way to do it. When we bought the painting, it was your money, so logically it already belonged to you. Ye Feng directly thrust the painting into Gu Yangshang's hands. She tried to say something, but Ye Feng didn't give her the chance. Then, Ye Feng added, Elder Yan, this painting is not actually mine, so please understand. Young Master Yi is truly a man of loyalty. Yan Wenjing's held even more admiration for Ye. At the same time, he felt a bit more curious about this young man, whom he hadn't thought much of at first. Elder Yan, Brother Ye Feng was just joking. I don't know much about paintings, but I do know that people should reach their full potential and things should be put to their best use. For me, the value of this painting is at most monetary, but for you, Elder, I'm sure it holds much more significance. Since you like it, I will gift it to you for free. Saying this, Gu Yangshang offered the painting to him. She was very clever and understood the benefits of networking with a master like Yan Wenjing. She wasn't greedy for minor gains. Anyway, she had only bought the painting for 500, so giving it to Yan Wenjing as a favor was a good deal. She had a vague feeling that one day in the future Brother Ye Feng might need Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing was a bit surprised. He had almost given up on the hope of buying the painting, but now it was right in front of him again. Beyond being surprised, Yan Wenjing was mostly amazed. The painting belongs to Yangshang, and no matter how she decides to handle it, I support her. Ye Feng said with a smile. Haha, you two young friends are truly interesting, but I, this old man, am not in the habit of taking free gifts from people. Yan Wenjing laughed heartily and continued, how about this? I observed that the value of this painting should be around 20 million. I will buy it for 20 million so you two don't lose out. Elder Yan, there is no need for that. Gu Yangshang quickly waved her hand. What she really wanted was a favor from Yan Wenjing. The painting isn't worth that much, but Yan Wenjing is. Yan Wenjing, being a straightforward person, handed a bank card to Gu Yangshang, but she insisted on refusing it. Finally, Yan Wenjing forcibly shoved the card into Gu Yangshang's hand, saying, if you refuse to accept it, I cannot take the painting. I am not in the habit of taking things for nothing. Young Master Yi, is my money really that untouchable? Since Elder Yan insists, Yangshang, you should just accept the money. Ye Feng said indifferently. In the original story, Lin Yi took Yan Wenjing's money and also earned his appreciation. These aren't mutually exclusive. The point is to make sure this transaction doesn't turn into a purely commercial purchase. Alright then, thank you Elder Yan. Seeing that Ye Feng was insistent and she couldn't argue with him, Gu Yangshang tucked away the bank card. Young Master Yi, I wonder how long you have been studying calligraphy and paintings? After the deal was settled, Yan Wenjing asked with interest. It's not really studying, just a personal hobby of mine. Ye Feng answered modestly. To have such insight at such a young age, yet remain humble and polite despite being a wealthy heir, young Master Yi is truly a talent worth cultivating. This is my contact information. If you ever have the chance to visit Yandu, I will surely play the role of a good host. With that, Yan Wenjing gave his contact details to Ye Feng. The crowd was astonished. As expected of young Master Yi, not only did he earn Yan Wenjing's admiration, but he also pocketed the 20 million. This is clearly just a trick. Lin Yi muttered to himself since he loved using this tactic, but unfortunately no one present paid him any mind. Bai Jianhao did notice him though. With a wave of his hand, two security guards stepped forward and ushered Lin Yi out. As for the blue and white porcelain bowl, what blue and white porcelain bowl? I know nothing about it. Bai Susu wanted to intervene, but was glared at by Bai Jianhao, who scolded, haven't you embarrassed us enough? I'm warning you, you are not allowed to have any contact with that brat Lin Yi ever again. And Lin Fengjiao, you must cut ties with her as well. Since Lin Fengjiao had just helped Lin Yi go against Ye Feng, Bai Jianhao was worried that Ye Feng would hold a grudge and target the Bai family as well. He had to distance himself right now. Dad, why are you being so unreasonable? Bai Susu felt deeply aggrieved. You still remember that I'm your father? Bai Jianhao's eyes widened in anger, and he retorted, our family is on the verge of bankruptcy, yet you don't seem to care at all. Do you even have me as your father in your eyes? If you had been more capable, that calligraphy and painting from young Master Yi would have been a gift to us. Our family wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Dad. Bai Susu also started to feel anxious. If the Bai family really went bankrupt, both she and her parents would be left with nothing. Susu, find a way to go talk to young Master Yi and secure that investment. Dad believes in you. Bai Susu said. But Brother Ye Feng already has a girlfriend. To me, he seems to have already. Bai Susu looked at Ye Feng, who was chatting with Yan Wenjing and the others not far away, and silently. You silly girl, why aren't you thinking clearly? How long has Ye Feng been pursuing you, and how recently did Gu Yangsheng appear? He is merely acting out of love turned to resentment. If he had truly let go of everything, would he have bothered coming to my birthday banquet today? Lower your pride and get along with Ye Feng, he will come back to you. Bai Jianhao acted like a seasoned expert in love, giving his daughter endless advice on how to manipulate the situation. I'll try it later. Bai Susu didn't really want a romantic relationship with Ye Feng, she just wanted to restore their relationship to what it once was. Back to the brother Ye Feng who used to dote on her. The Bai family's banquet lasted until 9 in the evening before the guests began to disperse. Having had his fill, Ye Feng prepared to leave with Gu Yangshang. They walked to the front garden of the villa. Gu Yangsheng took out the bank card and handed it to Ye Feng, saying, Brother Ye Feng, you should take this money back. Why? Ye Feng asked. You bought the painting, so it should rightfully be yours. Gu Yangsheng still wanted to stand on her own feet and didn't want to be a decorative trophy. Alright then, I'll transfer that 500 back to you. Saying this, Ye Feng began to initiate the transfer. Ah. Gu Yongshang panicked and quickly stopped him. Brother Ye Feng, I'm your girlfriend, there's no need for us to be so clear about the money between us. You still remember that you're my girlfriend, huh? But you should know that you're the one short on money here. Besides, this money wasn't even mine to begin with. Ye Feng pursed his lips and said it was basically found money. This... Gu Yongshang was stunned. It seemed to be the case. Having been with Ye Feng the whole time, she naturally understood. The painting was essentially snatched from Lin Yi. And this money was entirely unexpected. Gu Yongshang said, Brother Ye Feng, I can only take half of this money. I still have to give the other 10 million back to you. Fine, that works. Ye Feng nodded. 10 million was enough for Gu Yongshang to start her business. What he wanted was to temper Gu Yongshang's abilities. Besides, when she eventually married into the Yi family, someone would have to help him manage their vast estate. Therefore, Gu Yongshang needed to grow quickly. In the original story, Gu Yongshang intended to treat her own company as her dowry when marrying into the Yi family. In Ye Feng's eyes, there was really no need to distinguish so clearly between yours and mine. It's all going to be mine eventually. Oh, Miss... Gu Yongshang suddenly spotted Bai Susu standing not far behind them. Do you need something? Ye Feng asked. Bai Susu suddenly became tongue-tied. She had been standing there for a while, and she had seen how affectionate brother Ye Feng and Gu Yongshang were. They were without a doubt a loving couple. Especially Gu Yongshang, Bai Susu could feel that her love for Ye Feng was genuine, and she was willing to sacrifice anything for him. Thinking back to the praise Gu Yongshang received from Master Huang after her piano performance, Bai Susu felt deeply inferior. She lost the courage to approach Ye Feng about the investment. She didn't want to humiliate herself further. What is it exactly? Ye Feng asked curiously. Since he had changed the plot of the original story, he had no idea why Bai Susu had come to him. I actually wanted to ask Sister Gu Yongshang why you refused to learn music from Master Huang. Bai Susu said quickly. She was genuinely curious about this. Because I want to start my own business. I want to build my own dowry so I can marry brother Ye Feng in style. Gu Yongshang replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? Bai Susu felt even more lost. Was becoming a world-class musician really not as important as marrying Ye Feng? Bai Susu couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly she remembered what Ye Feng had said to Huang Jiaxiang earlier. A master leads you to the door, but individual practice is up to the student. Master Huang should just let things take their course. She asked nervously, Brother Ye Feng, do you think Master Huang will think I'm stupid and refuse to teach me anymore? No, Master Huang is a man of his word. Ye Feng waved his hand gently. In the original story, the reason Bai Susu became a world-class musician wasn't just due to her hard work, but mostly thanks to the guidance of famous mentors. It was just that in the original story, he was the one fawning over her first, and later Lin Yi helped her, which is why everything went so smoothly for Bai Susu. Her teachers were not just Huang Jiaxiang. Ye Feng just wanted to let Huang Jiaxiang know that Bai Susu had nothing to do with him, so he could do as he pleased. Huang Jiaxiang was a proud and detached person. He would never look favorably upon someone just because they were pretty. And he wouldn't terminate the teacher-student relationship without reason either. He would just teach normally, which is exactly what individual practice is up to the student implies. Under these circumstances, Bai Susu's music career would likely end there. However, Bai Susu felt as if she had received some reassurance, and she was no longer despondent. She believed her talent wasn't lacking, and as long as Master Huang was still willing to teach her, she could soar to the top even without Ye Feng.
Even after Ye Feng left, Bai Susu still couldn't summon the courage to bring up the matter of investment to him. However, knowing that there would be no setbacks regarding the music project, Bai Susu was in an exceptionally good mood. Bai Jianhao saw this and was incredibly excited, assuming that his daughter's beauty trap had worked and that Ye Feng had turned back into a desperate sycophant. After sending Gu Yongxiang back, Ye Feng returned to his own home. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the original plot and impacting the story. You have gained 1,000 counterattack points. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering Lin Yi's luck. You have gained 1,000 counterattack points. Ding, system notification, Lin Yi's minus 500. Ding, system notification, Lin Yi's hidden charm value minus 100. In the bedroom, the system's voice rang out again. Ye Feng was overjoyed. This haul was even more generous than the last 2 times. System, what's going on with Lin Yi's luck? Ye Feng asked curiously. He remembered the system saying last time that Lin Yi possessed heaven-defying luck and had an additional 900 points of hidden charm. Lin Yi is the protagonist of the novel and possesses heaven-defying luck. Luck levels are categorized as follows: heaven-defying luck, god-tier luck, immortal tier luck, human tier luck, and ordinary luck. When the protagonist Lin Yi's opportunities, harem, treasures, etc. are plundered by the host, his luck will decline until he becomes an ordinary person. The system replied. Ye Feng nodded in approval. As long as Lin Yi became an ordinary person, he would truly be a piece of trash. and everything about him would eventually become a stepping stone on his own path to success. In that case, he should get even closer to Lin Yi in the future. System, redeem a skill. As soon as Ye Feng said this, the system shop appeared in his mind. Ye Feng scanned the options, focusing specifically on skills related to calligraphy and painting proficiency. Although he had already established a connection with Yan Wenjing, there would surely be interactions in the future, and he wanted to be prepared. Calligraphy and painting proficiency, knowledge of all calligraphy and painting from the past 2,000 years, redeemed for 1,000 counterattack points, already learned. Calligraphy and painting mastery, knowledge of all calligraphy and painting from the past 5,000 years, redeemed for 2,000 counterattack points, not learned. Skills are categorized by level from low to high: browsing, familiarity, proficiency, mastery, and perfection. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and decided to pass on the mastery level for now. Currently, proficiency was enough. The later plot points involving opportunities with Yan Wenjing were not happening right now, so there was no need to rush. System, redeem biz mastery. Ye Feng finally opted for a business skill. The reason was simple: helping a big shot is only temporary, but mastering core business skills is for a lifetime. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning business mastery, 2,000 counterattack points consumed. Business mastery, the host's business acumen is now equal to that of the heads of the top 10 domestic business empires. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the derived skill, sway. Sway, when the host is in business, his language will become highly persuasive, significantly increasing the success rate. Soon, a massive amount of business-related knowledge flooded Ye Feng's mind, making him exclaim in surprise. With this kind of ability, what was there to fear about the Yi family not taking off? Furthermore, Ye Feng even had an extra skill sway that those business empire heads didn't have. The next day, anew began. Gu Yanshang's design company, with an injection of 10 million in capital, began recruiting new talent and became full of vitality. Ye Feng, meanwhile, was scouting for new investment opportunities. The Yi family wasn't short on money, but the Jinling market was only so big. Besides the Yi family and the 4 major clans, other families had already carved up shares of the market. For instance, Zhang Zihao's family held almost 60% of the clothing market in Jinling. Once a market was occupied, breaking into it would cost a bloody price. Moreover, while different industries were often at odds, they would unite if an outsider suddenly tried to break in. Ye Feng didn't have any good ideas for the moment. It wasn't that the business mastery skill wasn't effective, but that the market in Jinling was genuinely just average. Otherwise, how could it be a provincial capital and yet rank near the bottom of the Jiangnan province economy? In the past 5 years, the Yi family hadn't been able to make any further progress, and the whole family was still relying on what his old man had built up before. Suddenly, Ye Feng received a call from Chen Zixun, who invited him out for afternoon tea. What is this guy Chen Zixun up to? Ye Feng was curious. Even though he'd been quite polite the night before, the two didn't have a deep connection. They just had the kind of acquaintance that comes from drinking together a few times. What's more, his father Chen Tianlai really disliked Ye Feng. After thinking for a moment, Ye Feng decided to accept the invitation to see what Chen Zixun was hiding up his sleeve. At 3 p.m., Yuguang Hotel. First floor, private room. Young master Ye, you're here. Chen Zixun was sitting in the private room drinking tea while waving at Ye Feng. He had a few subordinates with him who all greeted Ye Feng upon seeing him. What's your situation, not working at your dad's company but running off to have afternoon tea with me? After the way you acted last night, didn't your dad give you a hard time when you got back? Ye Feng teased with a smile. Heh, don't mention it. Chen Zixun smirked and said, my dad lay in bed for 3 hours after getting back last night, then ran over to tell me, Zixun, you should hang out more with young Master Yi in the future. You young people need to associate more. Ye Feng looked at him. It's because you performed so well last night that old man Yen looked at you with such respect, and it even made my dad change his impression of you for the better. Chen Zixun said. Heh. Ye Feng didn't care, so you called me over today just to network? Not entirely. Mainly, my dad approved me to go out and make some investments, but I don't know what to do, so I wanted to ask young Master Yi for advice. Chen Zixun said seriously. They didn't have fewer strategists in the Chen family than the Yi family, but they were clearly facing the same dilemma as Ye Feng. Business is tough to do right now, we'll talk if an opportunity arises. Ye Feng replied, then suddenly remembered something and asked, do you know anyone in the clothing business? The clothing business, you'd have to talk to the Zhang family. Their current successor is Zhang Zihao. Chen Zixun. Other than him. It doesn't have to be the clothing industry. Other sectors like the jewelry industry or brand design would work too. Ye Feng. Oh. Chen Zixun was stunned, then suddenly smirked. Young Master Ye, you looking for clients for your lady? Gu Yangshang studied fashion design, but honestly, as long as the creativity is good enough and you're skilled with design software, you can do any kind of design. Gu Yanshang's design company wasn't short on money right now, but they should be short on clients. If you have any, just introduce them. Ye Fed. There is actually one, a big boss from north of the river, whose business is no worse than the Zhang families. He has a good relationship with our Chen family. I'll have him come over another day so you can get to know him. Chen Zixun said. Fine. Ye Feng nodded. This was just a minor detour helping Gu Yongxiang while he was at it. As for her startup, she mainly had to rely on herself and she had the ability to do it. Ring ring. After chatting with Chen Zixin and leaving the hotel, suddenly Liu Wenbao, the boss of Ye Wixuan, called him. Young Master Yi, it's a disaster. That guy Zhang Zihao brought people and smashed Miss Gu's company. What did you say? Ye Feng's gaze darkened. Over the phone, Liu Wenbao had roughly explained what happened. After Zhang Zihao was severely beaten at the Wei Zuan restaurant yesterday, he was seething with resentment and wanted revenge. So this afternoon, he gathered a group of people and went to cause trouble at Gu Yongxiang's company. Liu Wenbao tried to stop them, but Zhang Zihao's group outnumbered him. I'm on my way. Ye Feng drove straight to Gu Yongxiang's office, but Zhang Zihao had already left. The office was in shambles. Desks, chairs, and computers had all been smashed to pieces, and the employees were all staring at each other in shock. Gu Yongxiang was slumped over her desk, quietly sobbing. Ye Feng walked over and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here, and I'll definitely see that justice is served for you. Brother Ye Feng. Gu Yongxiang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Not only had Zhang Zihao torn up the contract, but he'd also caused a huge scene here. For Gu Yongxiang's fledgling company, this was a severe blow to morale. Fortunately, neither Gu Yongxiang nor the other employees had come to any harm. Young Master. Liu Wenbao walked over and said apologetically, I wasn't able to stop Zhang Zihao. Please forgive me. Didn't you tell that guy that I had someone beat him up? Ye Feng's brow remained deeply furrowed. It's precisely because he knows it was you that he didn't dare cause trouble for you or me. That's why he took his frustration out on Miss Gu. Liu Wenbao said, lowering his... That Zhang guy is really asking for it. Ye Feng was furious. The Zhang family had indeed made a fortune in the apparel industry over the past few years, but in terms of scale, he was still just a kid. They couldn't even hold a candle to the four great families, let alone compare to the Ye family. That was precisely why he didn't dare to take direct revenge on Ye Feng. This Zhang guy knows the Ye family isn't to be messed with. Does he really think my woman is someone to be trifled with? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, if Zhang Zihao had been beaten, it would have been his own fault. He deserved it. But the fact that he dared to retaliate showed he was taking the Zhang family far too seriously, thinking the Ye family would let it slide or settle for mere verbal sparring. Young Master Ye, do you want me to find someone to beat Zhang Zihao up again? Liu Wenbao suggested. Although he and Zhang Zihao were close friends, he was a dog in the service of the Ye family, so naturally he'd side with his master at a time like this. Just a beating, that's let him off too easy. Ye Feng sneered. Zhang Zihao has the Zhang family backing him, but in the eyes of the Ye family, the Zhangs are nothing but children. When a child misbehaves, he deserves a good spanking. Young Master Ye, are you planning to... Hearing this, Liu Wenbao couldn't help but pause in surprise. Was Young Master Yi planning to take direct action against the Zhang family? If so, the Zhang family's days would likely be far from easy. Hey, you two, stop chatting for a moment. You've crossed Zhang Zihao, he's our company's only client. Now that he's torn up the contract, what are we supposed to do next? A young woman stepped forward. Her name was Zhao Ting. She was Gu Yongxiang's assistant, and Ye Feng had met her before. Compared to the company's minor financial loss and so-called face, it was clear that everyone was more concerned about the company's future development. Without a client, the company is nothing but an empty shell. How dare you? How do you dare speak to Young Master Yi like that? Liu Wenbao flew into a rage and lashed out immediately. Young Master Yi, you're Ye Feng? Zhao Ting was stunned, staring at Ye Feng in disbelief. She had assumed he was just another rich kid like Zhang Zihao, but never expected it to be Ye Feng. In Jinling, there's only one Ye family, and the only person who dares to call himself Young Master Yi is Ye Feng himself. This young master will handle matters concerning the client himself. Ye Feng said calmly, I do bear some responsibility for this, but believe it or not, in 3 days at most, the company will be flooded with orders. You can start preparing for overtime right now. As soon as Ye Feng said this, everyone froze. It was like thinking about cooking a meal during a famine when there wasn't even any rice. Don't believe me? Ye Feng asked. No. Of course we believe you. Zhao Ting and the other employees were momentarily at a loss for words. Since young Master Ye Feng himself had guaranteed it, how could they dare not believe him? But according to the rumors, Ye Feng was Bai Susu's lapdog, so it was his relationship with Gu Yongxiang. Could it be that he's pursuing Gu Yongxiang, or perhaps they're already dating? If that were the case, why would they worry about the company's growth? Ye Feng offered Gu Yongxiang a few more words of comfort, and she quickly perked up. Only then did Ye Feng feel at ease enough to leave with Liu Wenbao. I noticed that young Master Yi is tall and handsome, just like the celebrities on TV. That's an understatement. The entertainment industry is full of scumbags, but young Master Yi is a devoted, decent man. Plus, young Master Yi is so responsible, and to think I was needlessly worrying about the company's future just a moment ago. Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, Zhao Ting and the other girls couldn't help but gush with praise. Gu Yongxiang also pulled herself together and began restocking office supplies. Just as brother Ye Feng had said, it was time to start thinking about working overtime. Brother Ye Feng, when will you go back on your word? After leaving Gu Yongxiang's company, Liu Wenbo pulled Ye Feng into a group chat without 100 members. Besides Zhang Zihao, the group included quite a few rich kids from Jinling as well as high-ranking business executives. In the group, Zhang Zihao was chatting idly with others, discussing which private club had the hottest young models. Ye Feng directly tagged Zhang Zihao and launched into a tirade. "Hey Zhang, it was me who had my guys beat you up yesterday. If you're not happy about it, come after me," Ye Feng directly. "What kind of man are you if you're picking on a woman? So you know a few small-time thugs on the streets, you're acting all tough, huh? I'll go right to the entrance of your company if you've got the guts, have your men beat me up. As long as you dare to hit me, I promise I won't fight back, I'll let you beat me to your heart's content." As soon as those words were out, the group chat exploded. It was nothing short of a public humiliation. With over 100 people in the group, the screen was flooded with messages. "Young Master Zhang, don't back down. Go head-to-head with Young Master Yi, I believe you can do it. Young Master Zhang, I'm so damn impressed with you. You're the first person in Jinling who's dared to pick a fight with the Yi family. Where's Young Master Zhang? Weren't we just talking about those young models a moment ago? Can someone call Young Master Zhang for Young Master Yi? If anyone's seen him, please DM me. Damn, I just went to write a report. Why is everyone at Zhang Zihao? Zhang Zihao had been tagged at least 100 times, yet he seemed to have vanished. No one could get a response out of him. Quite a few rich kids and business owners tried to message him privately, but Zhang Zihao didn't reply to a single one. Just 3 minutes ago, he'd been chatting and bragging with people. Damn, and I actually thought highly of Zhang Zihao. Who knew this guy was such a wimp? Yeah, a total wimp, a real coward. He's brought total shame to the Zhang family. Everyone in the group started relentlessly bashing Zhang Zihao. After all, the more drama, the better. Besides, who knows, maybe they could even curry some favor with the Yi family. But not everyone felt the same way. At that moment, someone with the username Zhao Wenquan spoke up. Young Master Yi, we're all prominent figures in Jinling. We're bound to run into each other from time to time. It's better to keep the peace than to stir up trouble. Zhang Zihao was in the wrong, but it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Young Master Yi, please calm down. Zhao Wenquan, I can't believe you actually managed to rouse him. As expected of President Zhao, you speak with such composure, unlike certain people in this group who do nothing but grovel before Ye Feng. Young Master Yi, why don't we just give President Zhao some face? Zhang Zihao is nothing but a fool. I'll have someone give him a good beating for you. Zhao Wenquan was a powerful figure within the Zhao family, which was one of the 4 major families of Jinling. His appearance also drew out many lurkers, almost all of whom had business ties with the Zhao family. However, they had virtually no ties to the Yi family. Supporters of Ye Feng and supporters of Zhao Wenquan began to exchange views. The atmosphere was relatively friendly, and the discussion centered on whether or not to let Zhang Zihao off the hook. At Zhao Wen, you sure stick your nose into everything. What business is this of yours? Do you think I'm giving you face or something? For us in the Yi family, taking out that Zhang guy is as easy as squashing an ant. Who the hell do you think you are, Zhao? Do you even have the right to tell me to calm down? As soon as Ye Feng sent the message, the entire room fell silent. Wow, young master, he actually snapped at Zhao Wenquan, who was just trying to mediate the argument. Zhao Wenquan. Sorry to interrupt. It wasn't until much later that Zhao Wenquan replied with 2 messages. Everyone speculated that Zhao Wenquan must be incredibly frustrated. He'd probably never been snubbed like this in his entire life, but he had no choice but to accept it. Although Zhao Wenquan was a powerful figure within the Zhao family was still a notch below the Yi family. Moreover, Ye Feng was the Yi family's only son. When it came to mobilizing family resources, he was undoubtedly far more capable than Zhao. Soon, Zhao Wenquan went. Even his supporters completely backed down, who in their right mind would go out of their way to provoke the Yi family. He wasn't some idiot like Zhang Zi. In the car, Ye Feng put down his phone, and Liu Wenbao, sitting beside him, asked young Master Yi, "Where are we headed next? If we're gonna Zhang's apparel, I'll call a few more guys just to be on the safe side." "What are we going there for? To beat up Zhang Zihao?" Ye Feng glanced at him. If he really wanted to beat him up, Ye Feng could handle it alone. If Zhang Zihao dared to fight back, Ye Feng would write his name backward. But what Ye Feng wanted was clearly more than just a simple beating. Earlier in the group chat, Ye Feng had ostensibly been confronting Zhang Zihao, but in reality, he was sending a message to the people in Jinling. The Zhang family had crossed the family. Under normal circumstances, if the Yi family were to rashly enter the apparel market to grab market share, they would certainly face resistance from everyone, whether openly or behind the scenes. But this time was different. Ye Feng was out and out seeking revenge against the Zhang family. This was a political maneuver Ye Feng had mastered after acquiring the business expertise skill. Liu Wenbao looked at Ye Feng with some surprise, for this was completely different from the young master Yi he had known in the past. If this had been the Ye Feng of the past, he would have immediately sent people to strike back. But now, Ye Feng has not only become shrewd and calculating, but he's also plotting something much bigger. What he likely wants is to break into the apparel market and seize the Zhang family's market share. However, with the Zhang family holding 60% of the Jinling apparel market, it won't be that easy to take from them. But regardless of success or failure, this is already enough to give the Zhang family a real run for their money. Zhang's apparel headquarters. In his office, Zhao Wenqun put down his phone and took off his glasses. He was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He said earnestly, "Young Master Zhang, you're in big trouble. I'm afraid Ye Feng won't let this slide." Haha, does he want to take the diplomatic route or the forceful one? Zhang Zihao dismissed the question with a wave of his hand, glancing at the bodyguards standing guard outside the door, a dense crowd of over 50 men. If Ye Feng wants to resort to force with all these bodyguards here, do you think I'd be afraid of him? Even if I didn't dare to fight Ye Feng, Mr. Zhao, do you really think he could get to me? If he wants to take the diplomatic route, fine. Let's see how he goes about it. Zhang's apparel has absolutely nothing to do with the Ye family. If he tries to use the Ye family's influence to impose economic sanctions on my Zhang family, that'll only last for a short while. In the end, it's the Ye family that will lose their own prestige, and for my Zhang family, it'll actually be a blessing in disguise. Besides, if our Zhang family really can't hold our own against the Ye family, don't we have your Zhao family to back us up? Zhang Zihao said with a smile to Zhao Wei. Not long ago, in an effort to expand into other industries, the Zhang family signed a strategic partnership with the Zhao family. The Zhao family had promised to open up market access for the Zhang family's capital and help them profit together, but the price was that Zhang's apparel would cede % of its market share to the Zhao family. That's why Zhang Zihao had the courage to defy Ye. It also gave him the audacity to take revenge on that slut Gu Yongxiang. Young Master Zhang, you're not wrong in saying that, but Ye Feng is the only son of the Ye family. He's always acted without restraint. If he's serious about this, you'd better be very careful. My family sent me here to discuss a partnership with you, but as you know, my authority within the Zhao family is limited, and so are the resources I can mobilize. If you have any matters to discuss, it's best to contact our young master. Zhao Wenqun said indifferently. He was a seasoned veteran, and to be honest, he didn't think much of a playboy like Zhang Zihao. He wasn't Ye Feng after all, with the Ye family's wealth. But a 10% stake in Zhang's apparel was still quite tempting, and his older brother took it very seriously. That's why Zhao Wenqun offered this friendly reminder. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I just called young Master Zhao not long ago. He'll be back in Jinling tomorrow. When he gets here, I'll throw him a proper welcome party. Zhang Zihao said with a smile. Since the Zhang family had gone to such great lengths to curry favor with the Zhao family, he certainly had to win over their future heir. Moreover, if he could secure young Master Zhao's support, wouldn't that give him an extra bargaining chip should Ye Feng seek revenge later on? Did Ye Feng really think that, with the Ye family backing him, he could do whatever he pleased? Young Master Chen, we just had afternoon tea this afternoon, and now you're inviting me out for drinks again. What's going on? At 8 p.m. at the Mingguang Grand Hotel, Chen Zixin treated him to dinner. Young Master Ye, didn't you ask me to find a client for your wife? Chen Zixin stood up to greet him, glanced with a smile at the middle-aged man with a receding hairline beside him, and said, "This is Mr. Li Yanghua, the CEO. He's from Jiangbei and just arrived." "Mr. Ye, I've long admired your reputation." Li Yanghua beamed, picked up a contract from the table, and stepped forward. "Young Master Chen has already told me about your situation. As it happens, our company is preparing to launch a new line of clothing, and we trust young Master Yi's wife to handle the design work." Young Master Yi, Mr. Li's apparel business in Jiangbei is every bit as good as the Zhang family's. I've taken your matter very seriously. Chen Zixin interjected with a smile. Fashion design and such are just minor matters. Ye Feng, calm and composed, casually set the contract aside and said, "Since President Li has come over today, let's discuss a major matter." A major matter? Li Yanghua and Chen Zixin were taken aback. Ye Feng hadn't mentioned anything like this before. Over in Jiangbei, there are so many family-run businesses. I imagine most of the market share has already been taken, hasn't it? Ye Feng smiled slightly and said solemnly, "Mr. Li, would you be interested in entering the Jinling apparel market?" After Ye Feng finished speaking, the two were completely taken aback. "Young Master Yi, you must be joking. I know you don't like Zhang Zihao, but there's no need to go this far, is there?" Chen Zixin shook his head vigorously. The news of Ye Feng's furious tirade against Zhang Zihao in the group chat today and his side swipe at Zhao Wenqun was already spreading like wildfire among the circles of wealthy second-generation heirs and the business community. It's just a personal grudge. It's not worth going this far. Li Yanghua, being a bit older and more level-headed, cleared his throat to break the awkward silence before saying, "Young Master Yi, if I may be frank, the Zhang family holds 60% of the market share in Jinling's apparel industry. The remaining 40% is divided among various players. If we enter the market now, we'll only get the scraps. There's hardly any money to be made. If young Master Yi truly wishes to invest in business, come to Jiangbei another day, and I'll definitely help you make your mark." Li Yanghua phrased his remarks very tactfully. If it were just a contract for clothing design, it wouldn't matter if the designs turned out poorly. He could simply treat it as a way to build a relationship with the Yi family. But venturing into the apparel market to compete on someone else's turf, that would be taking things way too far. If things went wrong, he might not only walk away empty-handed but also lose his entire investment. Mr. Li, I have a foolproof plan in place, that's why I'm bringing this up with you. Ye Feng had fully anticipated the reactions of Li Yonghua and Chen Zixun. He paused for a moment before saying, the reason the Zhang family has risen so rapidly in just a few short years is entirely due to Zhang Zihao's father, Zhang Yuanshan, who married a good woman. She was an only child and a divorcee. After they married, the two families merged their assets, which is how they ended up with that 60% stake. But in terms of strength, whether it's capital or connections, the Zhang family is no match for my Yi family. Now, I intend to take down the Zhang family and break into the apparel market, which is why I'm framing this conflict as a personal feud. In the eyes of others, my target is the Zhangs, not the entire apparel industry. The other apparel businesses would probably love to see me take down the Zhangs so they can pick up the pieces. Ye Feng's words were highly inflammatory. Upon hearing them, the two men were left speechless. Chen Zixun rubbed his eyes. Was this really the young master he knew? His cunning and shrewdness were completely unlike those of a 24-year-old. Young Master Yi, I certainly believe the Zhang family is no match for Yi family, but the problem is the other apparel merchants aren't fools either. How can you guarantee they won't band together to present a united front against you? Li Yonghua asked in a subdued voice. He had to admit he'd underestimated this rich second-generation heir standing before him. Ye Feng didn't seem to be the complete playboy he was rumored either. At first, when Chen Zixun mentioned how Ye Feng had shown a keen eye by purchasing calligraphy and paintings the previous night, earning the admiration of Yan Wenjing, Li Yonghua had thought he was just bragging. Now it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. However, in the business world, while internal competition within the same industry is acceptable, outsiders are absolutely not allowed to meddle at will. After all, no one can guarantee that once the top players in the market are taken out, the mid-tier and smaller players won't suffer the consequences as well. These days, everyone understands the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Moreover, market share is established. It represents a state of equilibrium. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it won't undergo significant changes. If Ye Feng were to target only the mid-tier and lower-tier businesses, it shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the top players wouldn't dare to stick their necks out easily. But doing so would yield only modest profit. But if Ye Feng were to take on the Zhang family, it would be no exaggeration to say he'd be challenging the entire industry. How can I ensure that the merchants in the clothing market won't band together to oppose me? That's simple. I'll make them believe that I'm truly targeting the Zhang family. I won't touch the market share they hold. I just need to take down the Zhang family. I might even let them divide the spoils among themselves. But once the Zhang family falls, the remaining merchants will pose no threat at all. Mr. Lai, you should know that when Qin conquered the Six States, it relied on the strategies of making distant allies and attacking nearby enemies and alliances and counter-alliances. Ye Feng replied with unwavering conviction. Li Yonghua and Chen Zixun were once again left speechless. They were completely stunned. It was no exaggeration to say that Ye Feng's business acumen already surpassed even that of Jinling's top businessman, his own father, Yilongzhu. Moreover, his words were incredibly compelling. Li Yonghua and Chen Zixun's hearts had already begun to pound. Feng, meanwhile, smiled faintly. With his business expertise, skill, his business acumen rivaled that of the leaders of the nation's top 10 business empires. His seduction skill could penetrate people's hearts, further increasing the success rate of his persuasion. Young Master Ye, if that's the case, then taking down the Zhang family might not be so difficult. Li Yonghua took a sip of water to calm his racing. He believed the method Ye Feng had just proposed was feasible. Others might want to do the same but lacked the necessary conditions. But Ye Feng had the family backing him, plus his personal grudge against Zihao to serve as a cover. There was one thing Li Yonghua didn't understand, so he asked, Young Master Ye, why did you come to me about this? With the Yi family's connections, you shouldn't be short of wealthy people willing to get involved. It's true that the Yi family has extensive connections, but none of them are in the apparel business. Different industries have barriers that act as defenses. If you rush in without preparation, you won't even know how you'll go under. Although the Yi family has money and connections, these aren't a panacea for every problem. As he spoke, Ye Feng pointed to his head. To break through industry barriers, you need knowledge. That's why, Mr. Li, in my eyes, you're the absolute unquestionable choice. Great. Li Yonghua's blood was boiling. He raised his thermos cup. Here's to you, young Master Ye. Just tell me what to do and I'll see it through. You've already reached an agreement? Chen Zixun smacked his lips and said, I'd like to get in on this too. In this business battle, the investment is in the hundreds of millions. If you can convince your father to put up the funds, we can certainly join forces. Ye Feng said casually. Forget it. My dad only approved a few tens of millions for me to test the waters. If I went to him asking for a few $100 million, he'd definitely make me go back to work the very next day. Chen Zixun felt helpless. His father, Chen Tianlei, was quite shrewd in business. In his youth, he'd been full of passion and had dared to take risks and fight hard. But now that he was getting older, his mindset had become more conservative, and he was unwilling to take risks. Young Master Yi, let me ask one more thing. How good do you think our chances are? After calm and bit, Li Yonghua asked. If I say it's 100%, you can take that as me bragging. In this world, the only thing that guarantees a 100% return is working for someone else, not investing in business. Mr. Li, as a businessman yourself, you naturally know that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. All I can say is we have an 80% chance of success. Ye Feng thought for a moment. 80% must be a conservative estimate. 8 in 10? Li Yonghua was stunned. Good grief, that's surprisingly high. After all, even a 50% chance is worth taking a shot at. Doesn't 80% practically guarantee a profit? But judging by Ye Feng's expression, it seemed he actually thought even 80% was a bit low. But I have one condition. Young Master Yi, please speak. Li Yonghua's tone became different. President Lai, you'll partner with me on the investment of 50-50 split, but I'll hold 70% of the shares and you'll hold 30%. At the same time, Mr. Li must personally serve as CEO and be responsible for all day-to-day operations. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, the thermos in Li Yonghua's hand clattered to the floor. He was stunned. Li Yonghua could understand the investment ratio and share distribution. After all, Ye Feng and the Yi family were at the core of the venture. But being held personally responsible for all operations was going too far. His energy and business interests were all focused on Jiangbai. He replied immediately, Young Master Yi, there are plenty of people under me who are more capable than I am. You can pick any one of them to serve as CEO. I'm afraid I don't have the energy for that. President Li, if you don't take the job, who will step in to dominate the Jinling apparel market and keep those mid-tier and lower-tier players in check? Though the Yi family is powerful, I know nothing about the apparel market. I'd be wary of bringing down the Zhang family only to end up enriching someone else. Ye Feng said, furrowing his brow. That single sentence immediately brought Li Yonghua to his senses. One key element of Ye Feng's strategy was to involve other businesses in the process of carving up the Zhang family. Once the Zhang family had fallen, they would take them down one by one and reclaim their market share. This was a crucial strategic pillar. Li Yonghua's reputation preceded him. With him in charge, he would certainly be able to keep those unscrupulous elements in check and prevent them from gaining too much power. But without him, it would be a different story. All right then, young Master Ye. I'll settle down in Jinling right away and join you in building our empire, Li Yonghua declared with conviction. The next day, Ye Feng transferred 250 million from the Yi family's account and, together with Li Yonghua, contributed a combined total of 500 million to establish Yi's apparel. Ye Feng took out an ad in the Jinling Business Daily to declare war on the Zhang family, furiously denouncing Zhang Zihao for leading a group to vandalize his girlfriend's company and accusing the Zhang family of being a crime syndicate-linked clan. Ye Feng vowed to avenge his girlfriend against the Zhang family. As soon as the newspaper was published, the entire Jinling business community was in an uproar. Wow, I thought young Master Yi had calmed down after berating Zhang Zihao in the group chat yesterday. Damn, I never expected him to pull a stunt like this today. Me too. I thought young Master Yi would just beat up Zhang Zihao at most. Wow, he's going straight for their ancestral graves. The Yi family is massive Jinling's most powerful clan. The Zhang family is probably finished. You can't say that. While the Zhang family can't compare to the Yi family or the four great families, they're still the leaders of Jinling's apparel market. The Yi family might not necessarily come out on top on the Zhang's home turf. Exactly. Even the mighty Mao Xiaong fell at the imperial graveyard back then, didn't he? I don't care either way, I'm just here to watch the show. If the Yi family wins, I'll celebrate. If the Zhang family wins, I'll still celebrate. Screw that, guys. Jinling is about to see a major shakeup. Grab your cash and follow young Master Yi, let's take down the damn Zhang family together. That's right. The clothing industry has suffered under the Zhangs for far too long. I've had it with Zhang Yuanshan, the head of the Zhang family, for a long time. He even married a widow, what a shameless bastard. In Jinling's business circles, almost everyone assumed that Ye Feng had flown into a rage for the sake of a woman, determined to avenge his girlfriend. But no one knew that the CEO of Yi's apparel would be Li Yonghua, a big shot from Jiangbai. Even if you checked the list of shareholders in the publicly disclosed documents, you wouldn't find Li Yonghua's name. His shares were held in the name of a nominee. Meanwhile, Ye Feng moved with lightning speed, striking directly at the Zhang family's Achilles heel. On one hand, Ye Feng sent representatives to negotiate with all of the Zhang family's partner manufacturers, securing apparel orders by offering prices higher than those of the Zhang family. The contracts were signed for 1 year and prohibited these manufacturers from supplying the Zhang family any further. Most manufacturers gladly accepted the offer. After all, why turn down money? However, some manufacturers, those with close ties to the Zhang family, refused to cooperate. Ye Feng added all of them to his list of targets for elimination. As for those who paid lip service while secretly supplying the Zhang family after accepting Ye Feng's favorable terms, Ye Feng stated that his legal team would have a friendly chat with them. Meanwhile, Ye Feng set his sights on all of the Zhang family's brick-and-mortar stores in Jinling, pressuring landlords to breach their contracts with Yi's apparel covering the penalty fees and then leasing or purchasing the stores at inflated prices. Landlords were also prohibited from selling any of their other properties to the Zhang family. On the online retail front, Ye Feng also established a dedicated e-commerce department, preparing to launch a targeted offensive against the Zhang family. Overnight, the entire Jinling shopping district was thrown into a state of panic. Ye Feng was actually serious, and he was delivering a crushing blow to the Zhang family's production and sales channel. Only the Ye family has the money to pull a stunt like this. I didn't expect young Master Yi to be so savvy. The Zhang family is probably in for some trouble this time. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I'm curious to see how long this spendthrift Ye Feng can keep burning through his money. Screw you. You look down on our young Master Yi? Crushing the Zhang family would be as easy as squashing an ant for the Yi family. You clueless fool, you don't know a thing. Although the Yi family had plenty of supporters and many people were only too happy to see the Zhang family fall, most people didn't believe Ye Feng was capable of bringing down the Zhang family. Their impression of Ye Feng was still that of a spoiled rich kid. The most likely outcome of this business war was that the Zhang family would get so rattled by the financial drain that they'd eventually come out to pay compensation and apologize. However, this would be a lose-lose outcome. But given Ye Feng's character, this was just business as usual. His impressive performance today wouldn't change anything. Even Zhang Zihao, sitting in his office enjoying a massage from his secretary, shared this view. That good for nothing, Ye Feng burning through money, is he? Let him burn it all at his own pace. Zhang Zihao wasn't the least bit flustered. Although production and sales had been hampered, bringing the Zhang family's business to a standstill, he remained unfazed. The family hadn't held a single meeting. Want to stir up trouble? Let him talk all he wants, he'll remain as steady as a rock. Let him poach people all he wants, he'll just lie back at home and laugh it off. Young Master Zhang, you said Ye Feng is burning through money. How long do you think he can keep that up? I've heard the Yi family's assets are in the tens of millions. His female secretary asked anxiously as she massaged his shoulders and rubbed it against him. Who cares how long he burns through it? It's not my money anyway. Zhang Zihao rolled his eyes and added, Did I ask you to massage my shoulders? You're so inconsiderate, do you even want to raise any more? Please calm down, young Master Zhang. The female secretary hurriedly apologized, then glanced at Zhang Zihao's zipper. After a busy day, Ye Feng didn't get home until 7 p.m. His father, Yi Longzhu, was sitting at the dining table with a plate of peanuts, a few side dishes, and 2 bottles of beer. Seeing Ye Feng return, he beckoned him over and said, Ye Feng, come over and have a drink with me. Dad, you got off work so early today? Ye Feng asked curiously. His father, Yi Longzhu, was a workaholic. Normally, he worked overtime until after 10 p.m. Yi's Apparel, the company you founded, has 500 million in capital, right? And the other 250 million was that provided by Li Yonghua from Jiangbei? Yi Long said calmly. He was always taciturn, steady, and capable, and was hailed as the greatest business prodigy in Jinling's business circles. He saw right through to the crux of the matter. Just like my dad, you really hit the nail on the head. Ye Feng said with a smile. The matter of Li Yonghua's investment was on everyone in Jinling. He was Ye Feng's hidden ace in the hole, someone who could lull the Zhang family and other business rivals into a false sense of security in the early stages, and later take charge of Yi's Apparel to keep unscrupulous elements in check. However, this was no difficult task for Yi Longzhu, as the core leadership of Yi's Apparel consisted entirely of personnel seconded from the Yi group. Yi Longzhu, who usually kept his emotions in check, suddenly broke into a smile. Patting Ye Feng on the shoulder, he said, All right then, do your best. If 250 million is too little, you can keep pouring money into it. Dad, are you drunk? Ye Feng was curious. His father had never acted like this before. He would definitely have cursed him as a wasteful son before silently going along with whatever Ye Feng did. Today felt a bit strange. Drunk? Yi Longzhou chuckled wryly. He'd only had a bottle of beer. He continued, I just figured that since even Li Yonghua is involved, you must not be messing around. Our Yi family's business hasn't expanded at all in the past 5 years. If you succeed, it'll be as if you've helped our family break new ground. Besides, you're getting on in years and need to gain more experience. Even if you lose money, it doesn't matter as long as your abilities improve. The Yi family will have hope for the future. Do you know how those people mock me behind my back? They say that I, Yi Longzhu, have been a hero all my life, yet my hair is a good for nothing, that our Yi family will die out in the 2nd generation. At this point, Yi Longzhu's emotions were clearly running high. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely succeed. Taking down the Zhang family and seizing control of the apparel market isn't just to avenge Yongsheng, it's also to expand the Yi family's influence. Ye Feng felt a pang of emotion as well. Although this was the world of a book, he saw a father who fought tirelessly for his family and silently endured everything. What they provided was not just material comfort, but also a long-lost sense of family. Haha, of course I believe in you. Come on, let's have a drink. Yi Longzhou laughed heartily, grabbed a beer, and took a big gulp straight from the bottle. Ye Feng was happy inside and naturally joined him for the whole night. So the father and son each polished off a whole case of beer. When their mother Zhu Suhua returned home, she saw the scattered beer bottles and the father and son lying on the couch, snoring away. She frowned angrily and said, the father's drunk himself out cold, the son's drunk himself cold, and they've left the house in a complete mess. Since there were only 3 people in the household, the Ye family didn't have a housekeeper, so Zhou Suohua began cleaning up the beer bottles. But deep down, Zhou Suohua was happy it had been a long time since the father and son had been so harmonious. In the past, Ye Feng had been a good-for-nothing, and Ye Longzhou would only call him a waste of a son. But now, Ye Feng was not only happily dating Gu Yongsheng, but had also started getting involved in business matters. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, Zhou Suohua felt a deep sense of satisfaction from the bottom of her heart. Early the next morning, Ye Longzhou got up from the couch to go to work. Ye Feng didn't waste any time either. As soon as he woke up, he headed to his company, having only managed to wolf 2 rolls for breakfast. Since they'd secured deals with quite a few manufacturers and landlords the day before, the company was swamped with work, but fortunately, Li Yonghua was there to keep things running smoothly. True to his reputation as a big shot from Jiangbei, Li Yonghua handled everything in an orderly and efficient manner, prompting Ye Feng to praise him as a true professional. Young Master Yi will continue sending people to negotiate with manufacturers and landlords today. The shops we secured yesterday are already fully renovated and ready to open for business. I've shipped in a batch of clothing from my own company in Jiangbei to tide us over for now. Next, we need to build our brand. As for the design work, you'll handle that. Li Yonghua said. He could find many design firms to collaborate with, but clearly Ye Feng had his own ideas on this matter. In addition to the contract Li Yonghua had brought last time, Ye's apparel itself also had many design needs. Okay, I'll go see Yongsheng in a bit. Ye Feng nodded slightly. He had promised to place a new order with Yongsheng's company within 3 days, and of course, he wouldn't go back on his word. Young master. Just then, Ye Feng's secretary Tang Zuolan walked into the office and said, Bai Jianhao, the head of the Bai family, is outside requesting an audience. I won't see him. Feng refused out. Alright, I'll go tell him you're busy right away. Tang Zuolan immediately set about doing so. She had been transferred to Ye Feng's office from Ye Group and was exceptionally capable. In addition, her beauty was so striking that it could make fish sink and swans fall. She was a true sight to behold in her business attire, a standout presence in the company. The Bai family is in the building materials business, right? I heard they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They're probably here to ask you, young Master Yi, for an investment. Li Yonghua clicked his tongue slightly, simultaneously reminding Ye Feng that while investing might not be wise, acquiring the company was certainly a viable option. Although the building materials industry isn't as lucrative as it was in the last century, it's still a profitable business today. No rush. Feng smiled faintly. He didn't have much regard for Bai Jianhao, and as for his daughter Bai Susu, come on, he wasn't about to be her lapdog. The only thing he was still interested in was their building materials company. However, as the old saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Unless the Bai family was absolutely at their wits' end, they would never sell the company at a bargain price. Armed with the design documents, Ye Feng headed to Yongsheng's company. Wow, there was a huge pile of design documents. If he sold them as scrap paper at 50 cents per jin, he could probably make 2 yuan. Brother Ye Feng, this is way too much. Gu Yongsheng was genuinely taken aback. She'd trusted Ye Feng to land her some orders, but she certainly hadn't expected this many. We'd probably have to work overtime until we go bald just to finish all this. Young Master Ye, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Our company is full of delicate young women. Ms. Gu, why don't we hire some more people? I'm still young, I don't want to go bald. That's right. You're so beautiful, Ms. Gu. It would be such a shame if you turned into a little bald cutie. Everyone looked at Gu Yongsheng with pity, while at the same time marveling at Ye Feng's efficiency. Gu's boyfriend is really something. Working overtime is fine, or the company can hire more people. Just get moving. We need those clothing design sketches ASAP. Ye Feng said with a smile. Many manufacturers had already agreed to terms and were starting to turn down orders from Zhang's apparel, so Ye Feng couldn't let them sit idle. Starting production early would benefit both sides. However, apart from her, there were only 5 female designers at Gu Yongsheng's company. Such a massive workload would indeed be a strain on them. Let's hire some people. Gu Yongsheng said with conviction, Brother Ye Feng, leave it to me, I won't let you down. Gu Yongsheng was delighted she could finally be of help to Brother Ye Feng. Besides, with the 10 million from last time, her company wouldn't have to struggle to make ends meet anymore. The desks, chairs, and computer equipment that Zhang Zihao and his men had smashed a couple of days ago had all been replaced with brand new ones, so they were ready to get back to work at any moment. Get to work, I won't bother you guys anymore. Ye Feng said with a smile. After that, Gu Yongsheng went to post the job listings and began working hard on the clothing designs. Young Master Yi. No sooner had Ye Feng stepped out of the office building where Gu Yongsheng's company was located than he ran to Bai Jianhao. What are you doing here? Ye Feng was taken aback. I know you're busy, so I've been waiting here for you. Bai Jianhao flashed his most humble smile and said, Young Master Yi, regarding that investment matter, I think we should discuss it some more. Another time, I've got things to do. With that, Ye Feng walked away. Young Master Yi, I know you're unwilling to invest in us because you've given up on that girl Bai Susu, but I've already given her a stern talking to. Young Master Yi, we also know you have a girlfriend now, and I know that Susu can't hold a candle to Miss Gu. But as long as you and Susu are soulmates and share mutual affection, we don't mind Miss Gu's presence at all. Bai Jianhao grew flustered and hurried after him, saying, Ye Feng was taken aback and nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. From the sound of it, Bai Jianhao was trying to push his daughter on him as a mistress.
Young Master Yi, would you like me to call Susu over? It's almost noon, Yao Tu could have a candle at lunch. Bai Jianhao kept fawning, afraid Ye Feng might say no. Seeing that Ye Feng hadn't said a word, Bai Jianhao plucked up his courage and called Bai Susu. Susu, where are you? Xuanwu Lake. Why on earth are you at Xuanwu Lake? You little rascal, hurry back here. After hanging up, Bai Jianhao kept a smile on his face and said, Young Master Ye, Susu will be here shortly. Please wait just a moment. She's at Xuanwu Lake, right? Send me her location, I'll go find her myself. Ye Feng. Okay, I'll have her send you her location right away. With that, Bai Jianhao called his daughter again, telling her to stay put and send her location to Ye Feng. Soon, Ye Feng received Bai Susu's location on WeChat. It seems young Master Yi still hasn't completely let go of Susu after all. My dear daughter, you'd better make the most of this opportunity. Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, Bai Jianhao broke into a smile he hadn't shown a long time. Although Ye Feng hadn't agreed to the investment, the fact that he was still willing to go on a date with Bai Susu spoke volumes. As for whether she'd be his third wife, Bai Jianhao didn't really care. After all, rich kids these days were all womanizers. As long as Susu could oust Gu Yongshang and become the main wife, that was all that mattered. In Ye Feng's mind, however, he was thinking about something else. According to the original story, at this point in time Lin Yi was at Xuanwu Lake, where a fateful encounter was about to take place. The main reason Bai Susu was going to Xuanwu Lake was to go on a date with Lin Yi. But now, Ye Feng was heading there to snatch that opportunity for himself. I've been busy with work these past couple of days and almost forgot about something so wonderful. Thank goodness, Bai Jianhao reminded Yi. Susu, my bestie, Yi Xiao is on his way. Why are you still chatting with Lin Yi? Stop chatting right now. Seeing her best friend acting so irresponsible, Lin Fengjiao was absolutely livid. She reached out to snatch the phone, but Bai Susu was prepared. She didn't manage to grab it. Fengjiao, I thought you said brother Ye Feng blocked you and that you really hate him? Bai Susu looked at her in confusion. Well, at the mention of this, Lin Fengjiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Confronting Ye Feng at the Bai family's birthday banquet last time had been the worst mistake she could have made. But that wasn't because she was angry at Ye Feng. After all, he had a girlfriend now, so he wasn't groveling to Bai Susu anymore. But now that Ye Feng had taken the initiative to suggest meeting Bai Susu at Xuanwu Lake, it was clear he hadn't given up yet. After all, being a lapdog is essentially a psychological disorder. If they stop fawning for a while, they might feel as if their life has suddenly opened up, but if they go too long without it, they'll feel as if they're sick, with their whole body aching. And Bai Susu is the cure for Ye Feng. Lin Fengjiao placed her hands on her slender waist and said with conviction, that's different. I may hate Ye Feng, but isn't everything I'm doing for your own happiness? Just think about it. What kind of situation is your Bai family in right now? Take your dad's birthday banquet a couple of days ago, for example. You didn't go ask Ye Feng for an investment. Your dad was so angry that he even demanded you cut ties with me. My dear best friend, you're a grown woman. Why can't you think things through? Even if you're not interested in Ye Feng anymore, isn't he still better than that loser Lin Yi? Lin Yi is definitely not a loser, Bai Susu quickly retorted, then added, Fengjiao, didn't I already tell you? I just see Ye Feng as an older brother, and besides, Lin Yi and I are just friends. Why are you and my dad both pressuring me to be with Ye Feng? I'm the one who decides my own happiness. Lin Fengjiao was at a loss for words. Her best friend always used the same old line. Couldn't she come up with something more original? Besides, you're messaging Lin Yi every single day. You've never even been this diligent with me. Can't you just come clean and admit you like Lin Yi? I'm exhausted. Let the world end already. Oh, young Master Yi is here. Lin Fengjiao glanced sideways and happened to see Ye Feng's Rolls-Royce parked at the intersection. Her spirits immediately perked up. To ensure the date went smoothly, she snatched Bai Susu's phone the moment she wasn't looking. She had to stop her from continuing to flirt with Lin Yi and ruin the joy of young Master Yi's date. Fengjiao, you. Bai Susu was furious. Lin Fengjiao tucked the phone into her pocket and ignored her. Spotting Ye Feng approaching, she hurried over to greet him. Young Master Yi, you're here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ye Feng gave a slight smile. It's fine, it's my pleasure. Lin Fengjiao was flattered. Ye Feng was so easygoing it seemed he wasn't angry with her over what happened last time. Come to think of it, given his status, holding a grudge against her would only diminish his own standing. And so Lin Fengjiao went from hating him to adoring him right then and there. Ye Feng certainly remembered the last time she'd sided with Lin Yi in questioning him, but what was she Lin Fengjiao anyway? All he had to do was sneeze, and he could blow her all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Keeping her around as a tool for the moment was like recycling some trash. Young Master Yi, the weather's sunny today and not too hot. Let's go for a stroll. Lin Fengjiao said obsequiously, all the while frantically signaling to Bai Susu to do her job. In early May, the scenery in Jiangnan was at its best, with birds singing and flowers in bloom. Xuanwu Lake, located at the foot of Purple Mountain, was the largest imperial garden lake in ancient times and is the only surviving imperial garden in Jiangnan. It has a history of over 500 years. Don't let the fact that Jinling's commercial sector ranks near the bottom in the province fool you after all. It's the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, and it's certainly no shortage of historic sites and landmarks. Alright, let's take a stroll. Ye Feng replied, though he didn't budge an inch after all, the most important star of the show hadn't made an appearance yet. Seeing this, Lin Fengjiao assumed Ye Feng was dissatisfied with Bai Susu's attitude, thinking she wasn't being proactive enough. Just as she was about to have a heart-to-heart with her best friend, her phone rang in her pocket. It was Bai Susu's phone. The caller was none other than Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi. Bai Susu's eyes lit up with joy and she reached for the phone. Lin Fengjiao was quick on the draw and hung up the call immediately. That was a call from Lin Yi, wasn't it? Why didn't you answer it? Ye Feng's eyebrows also arched. Ah, young Master Yi, you. Lin Fengjiao thought she must have misheard. Was that really Ye Feng speaking, or was she just imagining things? Get it straight, Lin Yi is your romantic rival. Before Lin Fengjiao had time to think it through, that annoying Lin Yi was calling it. Answer it. The weather's nice today. Having one more person along to explore Xuanwu Lake will make it a bit more lively. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Hearing this, Bai Susu grabbed the phone. If even brother Ye Feng didn't mind, why should you? This best friend really does worry about things that aren't her business. Lin Yi, we're at... Huh, did you spot me? Bai Susu put her phone down and sure enough, Lin Yi was waving at her from a short distance away. Susu Fengjiao, let's go. Lin Yi walked over with a smile but suddenly noticed a familiar-looking man standing beside her. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Young Master Ye, what are you doing here? Seeing Ye Feng, Lin Yi's mood took dive. He'd finally managed to take the day off today and had specifically arranged to go sightseeing at Xuanwu Lake with Bai Susu. And yet that guy Ye Feng was here too. Every time he'd run into Ye Feng before, nothing good had come of it. Not only had Ye Feng snatched the autumn swans at sunset painting from him, Yan Wenjing, an opportunity that should have been his, had turned her attention to Ye Feng instead. He'd even gotten him kicked out by Bai Jianhao, and to top it off, Bai had taken all his belongings including the blue and white porcelain bowl he'd paid a whopping 270 yuan for without a second thought. No matter how much he despised Ye Feng, Lin Yi still pulled out his special skill, thick skin, and smiled, saying, Young Master Ye Feng, I'm surprised you have time. Is everything going smoothly at Yi's apparel? Everything's going smoothly. It's only a matter of time before we bring the Zhang family to its knees. After all, anyone who dares to offend the Yi family, no matter how far away, will be punished. Ye Feng said indifferently. Lin Yi truly lived up to his role as the male lead. Even as a penniless beggar, he was still so well informed. Ye Feng's public condemnation of the Zhang family appeared in the Jinling Business Daily. News of his own affairs was known almost exclusively within Jinling's business circles. Lin Yi clearly hadn't reached that level yet. Wow, young Master Ye, is Ye family planning to break into the apparel industry? Lin Fengjiao looked at him with starry-eyed admiration. Not really, just getting even. Ye Feng replied casually, come on, how could he just blurt out the truth like that? Just as I expected from young Master Ye, you really are a one-of-a-kind guy. Lin Fengjiao praised him once more, while shooting a glance at her best friend as if to say, Bai Susu, you'd better step it up, don't let young Master Ye be completely snatched away by Gu Yongshang. But Bai Susu didn't react. Lin Fengjiao flew into a rage. She glanced at the loser Lin Yi beside her and pointed at him, scolding, Lin Yi, just look at young Master Yi, he's so romantic, avenging his girlfriend's wrongs and making the Zhang family pay with their lives. Now look at you, you're broke, and you even had to borrow money from Susu just to rent an apartment. Are you even a real man? Lin Yi was speechless. How did this even get tied to him? But Lin Fengjiao was telling the truth, so he couldn't argue. Fengjiao, don't say that. Lin Yi has been trying his best. I offered to lend brother Lin Yi the money for the rent myself. Everyone goes through tough times now and then. Besides, Lin Yi said he'd treat us to a big meal today. Bai Susu was annoyed and quickly came to Lin Yi's deep. Susu, are you out of your mind? Lin Fengjiao nearly fainted. With young Master Yi right here, how could you say something like that? Have you forgotten what your dad told you? I hope young Master Yi doesn't take any offense at this. Of course I'm not crazy, but Fengjiao, if you keep picking on brother Lin Yi, don't blame me for cutting you off as my best friend. Bai Susu was getting a little angry. Lin Fengjiao. Alright, let's go for a walk, it'll be dinner time soon. Ye Feng said with a smile. He certainly didn't care what Bai Susu thought, nor was he interested in watching these two best friends tear each other apart. He had his own business to attend to. Okay, young Master Yi, let's go right now. Lin Fengjiao quickly agreed. She glanced at Lin Yi, who looked rather shabby beside her, mustered her courage to approach him, and tugged him along. This left Ye Feng some space to be alone with Bai Susu. Lin Yi had no choice but to walk in front, otherwise if he slowed down even a little, Lin Fengjiao would kick him. Bai Susu frowned, growing increasingly annoyed with her best friend. Brother Ye Feng, let's go too. Bai Susu forced a smile. Okay. The whole way Bai Susu and Lin Yi were both distracted. With Lin Fengjiao tagging along, the two of them hadn't been able to a proper date. Bai Susu regretted bringing her best friend along. Lin Yi also wanted to find an opportunity to spend some time alone with Bai Susu, but to no avail. Before they knew it, it was dinner time, and everyone was tired from walking. Let's eat at that restaurant over there. The group stopped at a very ordinary restaurant. Ye Feng remembered that in the original story, it was here when Lin Yi treated Bai Susu to a big meal that the turning point was triggered. Wherever young Master Yi says, that's where we'll go. Lin Fengjiao quickly agreed, even though the restaurant wasn't particularly upscale. But since Xuanwu Lake was a tourist attraction after all, they couldn't expect too much. Alright, let's do it here. Lin Yi agreed as well. To treat Bai Susu to a fancy meal for this date, he'd asked his internship company for an advance on his salary. It was just enough to cover the bill here. However, with Ye Feng around, he certainly wouldn't be the one footing the bill. He might as well save that money. Every penny saved is a penny earned, and eat a little more of Ye Feng's food later. Once inside the restaurant, they began ordering. Ye Feng and Lin Fengjiao weren't particularly interested in the place, so they just ordered a few things at random. Bai Susu wasn't in the mood to eat, but Lin Yi was a different story. He went on a ordering spree, ordering over 20 dishes all by himself. You ordered this much, are you even going to finish it all? Lin Fengjiao frowned and scolded him. Lin Yi must be the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Having a big appetite is a blessing. If Lin Yi feels it's not enough, he can always order a few more. Ye Feng said with a smile. Alright, then I'll add 2 more. So Lin Yi ordered a few more dishes. Wow, 30 dishes in total. It even startled the waiter. Ye Feng sneered inwardly. You idiot, do you really think I'm going to foot the bill for you? You're going to blow through all that advance pay you got from the company right here. Since Ye Feng's table was considered a big spender, the dishes were served very quickly. Lin Yi, thrilled at the thought of getting a free meal off Ye Feng, was in high spirits and dug in with gusto. Seeing that he really was a glutton reincarnated, Lin Fengjiao felt even more disgusted. Halfway through the meal, the table next to them suddenly erupted into commotion. If you don't have money, what are you doing here? Pay up right now. If you want to dine and dash, at least pick the right place. Several waitstaff confronted an older man and a young boy with a menacing attitude. We only ordered 3 dishes. How did the bill come to 300 yuan? You're a rip-off joint. A girl of about 17 or 18 shouted at the waitstaff. She was petite but full of presence. Though young, she was delicate and charming, with a hint of breathtaking beauty. Hey, you must have just rolled in from some backwater. Don't you know this is a tourist attraction? 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice come to 300 yuan, and we even rounded down for you. It's right there on the menu. If you don't pay, you're not leaving here today. The manager in charge was amused by her audacity. With a wave of his hand, several more waiters came over and surrounded the grandmother and granddaughter to prevent them from escaping. Senfangling was on the verge of tears. She realized she was in the wrong, but she didn't have much money on her. Ahem. The old man coughed violently, almost coughing his lungs out. Seeing this, the waitstaff all took a step back, afraid the old man might have some strange illness. Grandpa. Senfangling was so distressed she began to cry. She had brought her grandfather into the city specifically to see a doctor. Besides, their family was very poor. She had only brought 800 yuan with her. If she spent 300 yuan on this meal, how would she pay for his medical treatment? Rumor had it that hospitals in the city weren't exactly charitable institutions. They wouldn't treat you without payment. As she thought of this, Grandpa's coughing grew even worse and Sanfangling burst into tears. Listen, little girl, you're the one who owes us for the meal. Why are you playing the victim here? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't pay, don't blame us for being rough. Search her for the money. The manager's face darkened and his waitstaff prepared to get rough. Stop it, in broad daylight, you're actually bullying a young girl like this? How dare you search her? Who gave you the right and the nerve to do that? At that moment, Ye Feng raised his voice in anger, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The little girl standing before them, Sanfangling, was none other than the fateful encounter Lin Yi was destined to have in the original story. Everyone was deeply impressed by Ye Feng's act of bravery. Although the little girl hadn't paid for her meal, the waitstaff's behavior was indeed over the top. Lin Yi was even more startled, thinking to himself, wow, how did Ye Feng act so fast? I was actually about to step in myself. Lin Yi realized this girl was no ordinary person. She possessed a mysterious aura. If he wasn't mistaken, she was from southern Xinjiang. Moreover, it was obvious at a glance that she was a martial artist, one whose cultivation was so high and skills so formidable that even dozens of ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close to her. Lin Yi's assessment was spot on. In the original novel, Sanfangling served as the story's benchmark for combat prowess. Though not the strongest, she was quite unique. Because she hailed from southern Xinjiang, she was skilled in bug magic. In the original novel, Lin Yi, the one who paid for Sanfangling, gained a bodyguard and a member of his harem simply because of that act. In later plot developments, Sanfangling helped Lin Yi avert crises on multiple occasions. However, the plot is about to be rewritten and this opportunity, Ye Feng is taking it. Damn it, who the hell are you? The big shot next to you who ordered 30 dishes, didn't even say a word. Who do you think you are? The manager looked down on him, but as he watched, he realized something was off. Young Master Ye Feng, it's you. The manager was terrified out of his wits. His legs gave out and he fell straight to his knees. Young Master Yi, we didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive us. You know me? Ye Feng was stunned. In the outside world, he was known only by reputation, never seen in person. How could the manager of this small restaurant possibly know him? Young Master Yi, this restaurant is run by your family, isn't it? The manager replied, trembling. Run by his fan? Isn't that a total slap in the face? Ye Feng snapped. Damn it, get out of here. If this happens again, you're fired. Yes, young Master Yi, please calm down. The manager hurriedly gathered his staff and got the hell out. Holy shit, so this is the legendary young Master Yi. I've actually seen the real deal. Young Master Yi really is a man of principle. He'll even stand up to his own staff. I love it. Anyone who dares say a bad word about young Master Yi, I'll be the first to object. Ye Feng's actions undoubtedly won him a standing ovation. Damn it, how come all the good luck's been snatched up by Ye Feng? Lin Yi felt frustrated. He realized that ever since he'd run into Ye Feng, nothing good had ever happened to him. Mr. Yi, thank you. Sanfangling timidly walked over to thank him. Although she didn't know exactly how powerful young Master Yi was, she knew this restaurant belonged to him. And he'd even waved her 300 yuan bill. You're welcome, it's no big deal. I just can't stand seeing them bully a little girl. Ye Feng repeated the exact words Lin Yi had spoken in the original novel. Lin Yi was stunned. How the hell did you know? That's exactly what I was thinking. Just moments ago, when Lin Yi was about to step in, he'd even thought through his next line, but unfortunately, Ye Feng beat him to it. But one step ahead leads to being one step ahead in everything. Lin Yi had no chance. All he could do was seethe with resentment toward Ye Feng as he wolfed down his food. You just saved me and indirectly saved my grandfather too. According to the customs back home, I must offer myself to you. Sanfangling's face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to get the words out. Without Ye Feng, she certainly wouldn't have been able to save those 300 yuan for the meal. On her way here, she'd already inquired that treating her grandfather would cost at least 700 yuan. Ye Feng had essentially saved her grandfather's life. Ah! The moment those words left her lips, the entire room fell silent. Is she already offering herself in return? What kind of customs do you people have over there? If I'd known, I could have done that too. It's just 300 yuan, right? Getting a new wife, what a steal. Too bad I missed my chance. On the surface it's just 300 yuan, but when you round it up, it's 100 million. Losing 100 million, it's a real blow to the conscience. This. Am I dreaming? Lin Fengjiao pinched her arm. It hurt, so she definitely wasn't dreaming. But this was just too surreal. Bai Susu was even more stunned. Lin Yi realized he'd gotten the short end of the stick and began eating his vegetables in big, angry bites. Ahem, listen young lady, you're only 17 or 18, right? The law doesn't allow us to get married. Ye Feng continued to recite the lines exactly as they appeared in the original novel. Young man, no, young master Ye. Sen Fangling's grandfather, Sen Fuqiang, hurriedly said, "We have no way to repay your great kindness. Please, you must agree otherwise." Sen Fuqiang spoke passionately, then started coughing uncontrollably again. He even coughed up blood. Ye Feng was at a loss for words. This plot is so over the top, isn't it? I told you an author wouldn't be able to come up with a plot like this without suffering a cerebral hemorrhage over the past decade. Grandpa, are you okay? Grandpa. Sen Fangling cried out in panic, supporting her grandfather, who had cuffed himself into unconsciousness. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more as she pleaded for help. Can anyone save my grandfather? I'll do it. The single men nearby all volunteered one after another. When it comes to acts of heroism, any decent person is willing to step up. However, Lin Yi was the quickest to act. He rushed to Sen Fangling's side like the wind and said, "I know a little medicine. Let me help your grandfather." Thank you. Sen Fangling's eyes were filled with gratitude. It's tuberculosis. Lin Yi diagnosed the condition at a glance. Tuberculosis is highly prevalent among the elderly and extremely difficult to treat. But Lin Yi had his own methods, saving him for the time being shouldn't be a problem. Hey Lin Yi, are you a doctor? Ye Feng was speechless. Lin Yi, are you some kind of needle? Why do you stick your nose into everything? No, but I know a little about medicine. A life is at stake, we can't wait any longer. Lin Yi said, preparing to begin treatment. Young lady, your grandfather has tuberculosis, it could be fatal. Are you sure you want this guy to treat him? Ye Feng deliberately exaggerated the severity of the condition. Oh, is it that serious? Sen Fangling grew a little frightened and began to hesitate. Of course. Especially if someone with no medical training tries to treat it haphazardly, the chances of death are very high. Ye Feng was making it all up. Young Master Yi, it's not nearly as serious as you make it out to be. Even if my medical skills aren't the best, reviving this old man will be absolutely no problem. Lin Yi retorted, Young Master Yi, do you happen to know medicine as well? I don't. Ye Feng admitted it openly, then added, however, I know someone who does. Young lady, think this through. If Lin Yi saves your grandfather, he'll most likely die. But if I find someone to save your grandfather, he'll definitely survive. Ye Feng said with unwavering conviction. I trust young Master Yi. Sen Fangling had no choice. Compared to Lin Yi, she trusted Ye Feng, who had just come to her rescue, more. Deep down, she felt a bit closer to him as well. Alright, if the person young Master Yi called isn't up to the task, it's not too late for me to treat him myself. Lin Yi stepped aside, but he remained unflustered. He realized that Sen Fuqiang's tuberculosis was no ordinary case. An ordinary doctor wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Only a handful of top physicians in Jinling could detect it. Shortly after, Ye Feng called Director Wu, who was the director of Jinling People's Hospital and also the family's private physician. His mother, Zhou Zuihua, had a weak heart and his father, a smoker, had lung problems. They both relied entirely on him for their care. After the call, Director Wu rushed over as quickly as possible, arriving just 10 minutes later in an ambulance. Young Master Yi, where is the patient? Wu Tianmin strode in, carrying his medical kit. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Yi was stunned. How could it be him? Wu Tianmin was, after all, a renowned physician in Jinling. His medical skills were immeasurably superior to his own. With him here, how could he fail to see that the elderly Mr. Sen Fuqiang's lung condition was caused by martial arts training? Thankfully, the patient is only suffering from a blocked airway. The coma was caused by oxygen deprivation. I'll begin treatment right away. Wu Tianmin diagnosed Sen Fuqiang's symptoms at a glance, including other complications caused by his martial arts practice. With a wave of his hand, a nurse rushed over from behind him, bringing a ventilator and 9 silver needles. The ventilator would supply oxygen to Sen Fuqiang. The silver needles were used to stimulate acupoints, regulating Sen Fuqiang's qi and blood and addressing his respiratory distress. Hey, I just recognized him. Isn't that Director Wu from the Municipal People's Hospital? Wow, it really is Director Wu. Last time my dad was on the brink of death, he was the one who saved him. Young lady, your grandfather's going to be all right. I'm amazed at how well connected young Master Yi is. Just one phone call, and he actually managed to get Director Wu to come over. After recognizing Wu Tianmin, everyone praised him. Thank you, Director Wu. Thank you, young Master Yi. Sen Fangling wept with joy, her gratitude toward Ye Feng growing even stronger. She had already decided she would marry no one but him. Other than pledging herself to him, there was simply no other way she could repay his kindness. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was visibly exasperated. Yet another chance to shine that had belonged to him had been snatched away by Ye Feng. If he had been the one to save Sen Fuqiang, would the matter of offering herself in return even have anything to do with Ye Feng? Although she didn't necessarily have to pledge herself to him, Sen Fangling would definitely be a valuable asset in the future. It was practically a windfall. Ahem. A few minutes later, Sen Fuqiang opened his eyes and woke up, thanking Ye Feng once again. "Young Master Yi, I truly have no way to repay your great kindness. Please accept this bow from me, Sen Fuqiang." As he spoke, he was about to kneel. "Mr. Sen, there's no need for such formalities. It's our duty to act courageously in the face of injustice." Ye Feng stopped. "Young Master Yi is such a kind-hearted person. If all the rich kids in Jinling were like him, wouldn't this world be a beautiful paradise? PF'd, it's just acting bravely in the face of danger. I could do that too." "Is that what you call coming to the rescue? You were just lusting after that young girl. You're despicable." Exactly. I was too embarrassed to call you out on it." Once again, everyone showered Ye Feng with praise. "Young Master Yi, old Master Sen's condition is quite serious. He'll need long-term hospitalization." Wu Tianmin walked over and said to Ye Feng, "Alright, Director Wu, please help arrange that." Ye Feng nodded slightly. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Sen Fuqiang was moved to tears with gratitude. "Young Master Yi really is a good man. Marrying my granddaughter to him is definitely the right choice. Now that the old man is being admitted to the hospital, what are your plans, Miss Sen?" Ye Feng asked Sen Fangling. Sen Fangling's pretty face flushed crimson. Ever since Ye Feng had come to her and her grandfather's rescue in front of everyone, she had already considered herself part of the Yi family in her heart. "How about this? I can see Miss Sen isn't an ordinary person. Why don't you come work as my bodyguard?" "That works out perfectly. I could use some protection myself." Ye Feng said with a smile. "A bodyguard? Is this young lady a martial artist?" At those words, everyone froze. Sen Fangling was petite and delicate. She looked every bit the fragile young woman. "Young Master Yi, how on earth did you tell she was a martial artist?" Sen Fuqiang and Sen Fangling were also taken aback for a moment. They were descendants of the Golden Toad sect in southern Xinjiang, but they had always lived in rural areas of southern Xinjiang, making a living by farming, and had always kept their martial arts skills hidden, never revealing them to others. How did Ye Feng figure it out? On this trip to Jinling, aside from seeking medical treatment, Sen Fuqiang also hoped to help his granddaughter find her father Sen Fuqiang's own son. Sen Fangling was originally born in Jinling. After her father took her back to their hometown in southern Xinjiang, he returned to Jinling and has been missing ever since. That damn Ye Feng, what exactly is he capable of? Lin Yi's eyes widened. At first, he'd thought Ye Feng was merely after Sen Fangling's beauty, but he never expected his eye for women to actually be that good. First, he snatched his autumn swans at sunset painting, and now he's stolen Sen Fangling. Could this guy be a total phony? "What's the matter, don't you want to?" Ye Feng asked. "Of course I'm willing." Sen Fangling nodded eagerly. "From now on, I'll be at young Master Yi's side 24 hours a day, providing close protection." Ye Feng was a benefactor to both her and her grandfather. How could Sen Fangling possibly refuse? Besides, being a bodyguard was a job one that would allow her to support herself while in Jinling. So Wu Tianmin took Sen Fuqiang to the hospital while Ye Feng took Sen Fangling home. Young Master. Seeing Ye Feng leave, Lin Fengjiao panicked. Wasn't young Master Yi supposed to come over today for a date with Susu? Why was he leaving already? Could it be that the new has replaced the old and he's suddenly lost interest in Su? Meanwhile, Bai Susu was serving food to Lin Yi, worried he hadn't eaten enough. Lin Fengjiao was furious. She pulled Bai Susu aside and said with exasperation, "Susu, for heaven's sake, use your head. If you keep this up, you won't even be able to be a little san." "Fengjiao, you..." Bai Susu furrowed her brow deeply. This was a blatant insult. She immediately ignored her best friend, walked over to Lin Yi and said, "Brother Lin Yi, let's go back to Xuanwu Lake." "Sure." Lin Yi agreed at once. Finally, he had a chance to spend some time alone with Bai Susu. Just as they were about to leave, the restaurant manager rushed over with a server, calling out, "Excuse me, you haven't paid the bill yet." "What bill?" Bai Susu was taken aback and said irritably, "Didn't you see that we came here with Brother Ye Feng? How dare you ask me to pay?" We wouldn't dare charge for the dishes young Master Yi ordered." "But this guy ordered 27 dishes. Rounding it up, that comes to 3,000. You have to pay for this meal today or else just try us." The manager grew aggressive, and the waitstaff behind him immediately closed in on Lin Yi. If he were young Master Yi's friend, the manager certainly wouldn't dare ask him for money. But he'd been watching closely just now. This guy and young Master Yi were clearly rivals for Miss Sen Fangling's affections. And to think he actually had his sights set on Miss Senfangling. Wasn't this his chance to earn credit? 3,000. Lin Yi swallowed hard. He'd just gotten an advance of a little over 1,000 from the company. How could he possibly afford this bill? But if he didn't pay, he clearly wouldn't be able to leave today. He turned to Bai Susu and said, "Susu, could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back when I get paid." "It's okay, Lin Yi, I happen to have 3,000 right here." Bai Susu pulled out her phone ready to transfer the money. Although the Bai family was on the verge of bankruptcy, they could still come up with this much. "You're a grown man, and you're actually asking a woman for money. Don't you have any self-respect?" Lin Fengjiao reached out, snatched the phone away again, and ran out without looking back. "Lin Fengjiao, how could you do this?" Bai Susu was furious and hurried after her to get her phone back. "Hey!" Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, I haven't done anything to offend Lin Fengjiao, so why is she always picking on me? "Kid, hand over the money right now." The managers whined in anger. "Can I write an IU instead?" Lin Yi suggested. "Screw that. Do you think I'm not going to beat the crap out of you?" The manager snapped. "All right." Resigned, Lin Yi pulled out his phone and called his boss. His boss's name was Zhao Hongying, the heiress of the Zhao family. Lin Yi said over the phone, "Sister Hongying, could you give me another 2,000 yuan as an advance? I have an urgent need for it." Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the original plot and seizing Lin Yi's destiny. You have earned 100 comeback points. Ding! Lin Yi's hidden charm value 100. Ding! Lin Yi's fortune value 1,000. System notice, if Lin Yi's fortune value decreases by another 1,000, he will drop 1 tier. In the car as Ye Feng was preparing to take Senfangling home, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "What happens when you drop a tier?" Ye Feng asked curiously. After the demotion, the male protagonist Lin Yi's opportunities will be significantly reduced, thereby decreasing his serendipitous encounters, while simultaneously raising the host's fortune level. System notice, fortune is divided into 5 tiers. Defying Heaven Fortune, God Tier Fortune, Immortal Tier Fortune, Human Tier Fortune, and Ordinary Fortune. System notice, the host currently possesses Ordinary Fortune. The system replied, "Damn it, why is my fortune so low?" Ye Feng was extremely dissatisfied. "Host, you're the main villain in this book, how could your destiny possibly be high?" The system replied, "I guess that makes some sense." For a moment Ye Feng was at a loss for words. But it didn't matter, he'd just have to get a little closer to Lin Yi from now on. "Host, would you like to exchange your comeback points for skills, attributes, items, etc.? System notice, reversal points can be saved for future use. The system said, "I'll save them for now then." Feng didn't need to rush into exchanging them just yet. After all, his money power was already enough to handle most situations. Saving them for a rainy day, it's better to be safe than sorry. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first deposit of reversal points. You will receive a random reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving an attribute boost. Current attribute: Nayang. Gender: currently male. Stamina: 200, average person 60. Mental: 150, average person 60. Martial ability: 150, average person 60. Talent: 150, average person 60. Charm: 300, heartthrob level. Comeback value: Fate 100. Skills: proficiency in calligraphy and painting, business specialization. Derived skill. Is that even a thing? As his physical condition improved, Ye Feng was stunned. Why didn't they tell me about this system sooner? Ye Feng asked, "System, can I check Lin Yi's stats?" "Don't bother. He's the protagonist, his stats are definitely better than yours." But the host shouldn't feel inferior. The strongest ability is actually money, I like to call it cash power. The system said kindly. Ye Feng. He drove back to the Ye family villa. Senfangling was now Ye Feng's bodyguard, responsible for his close protection, so naturally she had to move into the Ye family villa as well. It was the weekend, and his mother, Zhou Suihua, was enjoying a rare day off. When she saw her son bring a pretty young woman home, she was taken completely by surprise and jumped up from the sofa. "Xiaofeng, who is this?" Zhou Suihua was dumbfounded. In all the years since her son had grown up, this was the first time he'd ever brought a girl home from outside. Of course, back when Ye Feng was Bai Susu's lapdog, he hadn't shown much interest in other girls. Her son's sudden change in behavior left her, as a mother, feeling a bit unsettled. "Mom, this is the bodyguard I hired. She'll be responsible for protecting me from now on, and of course, she can protect you and Dad too." Ye Feng explained. Protect what exactly? Zhou Suhua was completely taken aback, staring at the petite and delicate Senfangling standing before her. She couldn't wrap her head around it for quite a while. With a build like that, she's supposed to be a bodyguard? Who's protecting whom anyway? Hello, Auntie. Senfangling greeted her timidly. Hello, please have a seat. Zhou Suhua replied warmly. After all, she was the girl her son had brought home, and she was quite a looker. If she won't be a bodyguard, she can do something else. Immediately afterward, Zhou Suhua pulled Ye Feng aside and said, Xiao Feng, are you serious about this? Of course. Ye Feng said, our Ye family is the wealthiest clan in Jinling. Who knows how many people have their eyes on our money? You and Dad are so carefree you haven't even hired a bodyguard or anything. Just look at the 4 great families. The bodyguards they employ could each form a reinforced company on their own. Back in the 90s, the son of a certain domestic billionaire was kidnapped, and it took 10 billion to ransom him back. And that was 10 billion from the 90s converted to today's purchasing power. It's at least equivalent to 200 billion. That kind of money could buy up all 4 of Jinling's major families combined. The Ye family's prominence in Jinling makes them a target. Who knows when they might face a similar situation. Of course, although the Ye family hasn't hired bodyguards, they keep many dogs that can come to their master's defense at any time. Take Liu Wenbao for example. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a restaurant owner. His rise to wealth was far from clean. Of course, having a personal bodyguard would be even safer. Who's talking about bodyguards with you? Zhou Suihua rolled her eyes and said, I just think that young lady is so pretty, don't get any funny ideas. You absolutely mustn't do anything to hurt young Shang. Ye Feng was speechless. Mom, don't you even trust your own son? PF, don't think you're some saint just because you're not doing that with Bai Susu. You know what they say, extremes always reverse, right? So many guys start out madly in love, but later they end up living it up and chasing every girl they see. How does that saying go? When an avalanche hits, every snowflake is off on an adventure. Zhou Suhua said with great conviction. It's when an avalanche strikes, not a single snowflake is innocent. Ye Feng corrected her. Right, that's exactly what I meant. Xiao Feng, we shouldn't be sycophants, but we shouldn't be jerks either. Zhou Suihua continued. Enough said. I'm going to tidy up the room for that girl from earlier. Since she's staying with us, we can't let her be uncomfortable. With that, Zhao Suihua turned to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked, Is she sharing a room with you? Ye Feng. Didn't we agree not to be a jerk? In the end, thanks to Ye Feng's arrangements, Senfangling moved into the 2nd floor. In the days that followed, with Li Yonghua handling the arrangements, Ye's Apparel continued to negotiate partnerships with manufacturers and sign leases with landlords. Use every available resource and financial means to poach customers from Zhang's Apparel. Before long, Zhang's Apparel lost 80% of its market share in terms of distribution channels and sales. As for their online store, it collapsed on its own. Due to insufficient inventory, Zhang's Apparel failed to fulfill orders, leading customers to flood the platform with reports and negative reviews. Eventually, due to the overwhelming number of complaints, the e-commerce platform shut down Zhang's Apparel's store. Ye's Apparel seized the opportunity and rose to prominence. Noon. Zhang Group headquarters. Zhang Zihao was eating hot pot and singing a song, pondering whether now that he'd grown tired of his secretary he should make a move on the cute new girl who just joined the finance department. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. A middle-aged man stormed in and slapped Zhang Zihao across the face with a loud smack. You good for nothing. What the hell are you up to? I'd barely left Jinling, and you've already managed to offend the Ye family. If I ever hand the family business over to you, you'll squander it all sooner or later. I might as well just beat you to death right now. The intruder was none other than Zhang Zihao's father, Zhang Yuanshan. His eyes were wide with fury, his rage boiling over, and he raised a fist as big as a clay pot. Dad, let me explain. Zhang Zihao rubbed his swollen cheek and hurriedly explained. This was all part of my plan. I deliberately set this trap for Ye Feng to walk right into.
Dad, don't get so worked up. Put your fist down and let me finish. Zhang Zihao quickly stopped his father's unruly behavior and said calmly, Right now, Zhang's Apparel has lost 80% of its market share, but this is only temporary. The reason Ye Feng has achieved what he has is, first, because he's been burning through money, and second, because we haven't fought back. But Dad, think about it carefully. How much money could Ye Feng possibly have to burn? He's already spent at least 200 million during this period. I'll bet that within a month at most, Ye's Apparel will be plunged into a financial crisis. That will be our chance to strike back. Not only will we reclaim our lost ground, but we'll also be able to turn the tables on them in one fell swoop thanks to the Ye family's financial crisis. By then, Jinling will have its 5 major families, and the Ye family, thanks to that spendthrift, Ye Feng won't just fail to join the ranks of the elite, they won't even be considered a family worthy of mention. After finishing his analysis, Zhang Zihao felt a bit smug. His dad would definitely look at him with new respect. No matter how good for nothing he was, wasn't he still better than that good for nothing, Ye Feng? Zhang Zihao, you stupid idiot. I should have just shot you into the wall back then. Far from calming down, Zhang Yuanshan grew even angrier and slapped Zhang Zihao hard across this once more. Dad, what's wrong? Zhang Zihao, reeling from the blow and trembling, asked. You idiot, don't you know there's such a thing as a loan in this world? And you actually dare to compare our cash flow to the Ye families? We've only been building up our capital for 4 or 5 years, but the Ye family has been doing it for over 20 years. Zhang Yuanshan was furious. But didn't we sign a cooperation agreement with the Zhao family? They can't just stand by and do nothing when an ally is in trouble, can they? Zhang Zihao said. Ha, the Zhao family? You're counting on them to help you? Why don't you just hope that a few $100 billion will fall from the sky and crush the Ye family once and for all? Zhang Yuanshan was so furious he was trembling all over. He pulled a photo out of his pocket. Take a look at this. Ye Feng? Zhang Zihao looked at the photo and asked in surprise, who's that bald, burly guy next to him? What do you mean, bald giant? That's Li Yonghua from Jiangbei. Did you crawl out of a pig's belly or something? Are your eyes completely blind? Zhang Yuanshan was so furious he cursed his late wife. Li Yonghua? Zhang Zihao's eyes widened. How is he in Jinling? Li Yonghua from Jiangbei was a fashion tycoon in every respect. He was on par with the Zhang family. But why had he come all the way to Jinling to expand his territory, and with Ye Feng no less? And since Li Yonghua has entered the fray and is personally overseeing operations, he certainly won't just fire a couple of shots and leave. In that case, the Zhang family was indeed in grave danger. You idiot, you actually have the nerve to be eating hot pot in your office? Hurry up and apologize to Ye Feng. Ceding territory or paying reparations, it doesn't matter as long as he's willing to withdraw his forces. I'll make this clear from the start. If you mess this up, don't blame me when I use you as an offering to our ancestors on Children's Day next month. Zhang Yuanshan ranted. As the saying goes, why wait for Qingming Festival to honor the ancestors? Children's Day works just as well. I'll go right now. Zhang Zihao was shaking all over with fear, shivering uncontrollably as if he had... With the offensive going so well, Ye Feng, Li Yonghua, and the others finally had a rare moment of respite. Ye Feng was actually doing just fine. He was a figurehead, just giving orders. Li Yonghua handled all the details personally. He had already put on weight in middle age, and now he was even more overweight from overwork. Since Zhang's apparel had failed to mount a counterattack or organize a defense, allowing Ye's apparel to seize their market share, Ye Feng, Li Yonghua, and other senior executives held a discussion. They ultimately concluded that Zhang Yuanshan was away on a business trip, the chairman was absent, and that the young president Zhang Zihao was simply a complete novice. Young Master Ye, the Jinling Business Daily, just called. They received a photo submitted by a reader. Please take a look at it with Mr. Lai. At that moment, Ye Feng's secretary Tang Suelen pushed open the door, pulled out her phone, and handed him the photo. The photo showed Ye Feng and Li Yonghua in the company office, chatting and drinking coffee together. This directly revealed one piece of information. The remaining 30% of Ye's apparel's shares belonged to Li Yonghua. Ye Feng and Li Yonghua were colluding, intending to take over the entire Jinling apparel market. Needless to say, the photo was submitted by the Zhang family. Who took this photo? There's a mole in the company. Li Yonghua flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and glaring at all the executives who looked just puzzled. Investigate this immediately. I'll see who dares to collude with the Zhangs. Ye Feng said calmly. He wasn't particularly concerned about this incident. What he cared about was the traitor. After all, to keep Li Yonghua's existence a secret, the only people in the company who had access to him were members of the Lai and Ye families. The mole must come from among them. Young Master Ye, what should we do next? Li Yonghua asked. Although the photo had been intercepted by the Jinling Business Daily, his identity had, after all, been exposed. According to the original plan, Li Yonghua was not supposed to make an early public appearance so as not to arouse suspicion among other merchants in the clothing market. It's simple, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Ye Feng said calmly. Suelen, give editor Yang at the Jinling Business Daily a call and thank him on my behalf. As for the photos, tell him to go ahead and publish them. Huh? Tang Suelen was taken aback for a moment, and even Li Yonghua froze. What on earth was Ye Feng up to? Have editor Yang write that Mr. Li Yonghua, CEO of Lies, paid a visit to Ye's apparel to offer guidance, and that all Ye's employees will learn from CEO Li's advanced business practices. Ye Feng said calmly. Wow, young Master Ye is truly unbeatable. What a brilliant turn of the tables. Everyone was stunned. What had been a crisis was diffused by him so effortlessly. If the Zhang family had accused Ye Feng of colluding with Li Yonghua, that stain would have been very hard to wash away. But when Ye Feng said it himself, that was a whole different story. So what if Ye Feng is a novice? Doesn't he have the right to find a mentor and learn the ropes? Are they looking down on the Ye family's connections or what? As for Editor Yang, after all, the Jinling Business Daily is a private enterprise. They have to make a living too. Afterward, Ye Feng pulled Tang Zwillen aside and said privately, regarding the mole, have someone from Ye Group come over to investigate. I suspect there's a traitor within our own Ye family. Many of the senior and mid-level executives at Ye's Apparel are long-serving loyalists who've been with the Ye family for over a decade. Even the least experienced among them has been with the company for at least 5 years. It's not that Ye Feng doesn't trust them, it's just that Li Yonghua only brought a few key personnel with him. They all held silent partnerships in Li's Apparel. There was no reason for them to act as moles. The Ye Group, however, was a massive organization with a mixed bag of employees. It wouldn't be difficult for a traitor to emerge from its ranks. After all, these days, people are all after money. It's only natural for someone to be bribed. I'll take care of it right away. Tang Zwillen nodded and immediately headed to Ye Enterprises to assemble a team and form an investigation unit. Young Master Ye. Before long, a company security guard hurried over. Zhang Zihao and his team are here to see you. Zhang Zihao? Yes, he's brought over 30 bodyguards. I'm afraid they may not have peaceful intentions. Should you see him or not? Of course I'll see them. Ye Feng smiled faintly, a hint of coldness flickering at the corners of his mouth. Not only will I see him, but I'll see all of them. Have Zhang Zihao's bodyguards come in with him. Young Master Yi, should I go find some people to come over? Just in case Zhang Zihao causes trouble, we'll be better prepared to handle it, the security guard suggested. Although the company had many employees, most were ordinary staff and the management was mostly older. There were only 4 security guards, and 2 of them were on their day off. He was afraid they'd be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out later. No need to call for backup. I, Ye Feng, am right here. If he wants to hit me, I'll let him. If he wants to wreck our company, I'll let him do it. Ye Feng looked down on the situation. He was actually worried that the conflict with the Zhang family wasn't sharp enough. The business world, always eager for a spectacle, might not be fully convinced. He had to steer the conflict toward a personal feud as much as possible. Of course, even if Zhang Zihao really came looking for trouble, he might not be able to destroy this company. Fangling alone could take on their entire team of bodyguards. She was Ye Feng's personal bodyguard. Wherever he went, he took her with him. Soon, Zhang Zihao walked into the company with more than 30 security guards, but he stopped in the lobby and refused to go into the office. It simply couldn't accommodate that many people. Zhang Zihao, have you gotten addicted to trashing companies? Ye Feng sneered, go ahead, smash away. If you manage to bring the whole place down, I'll even treat you to dinner. Ha, young Master Yi, you've misunderstood. I have absolutely no such intention. Zhang Zihao laughed it off. His father had given him a strict order to come and apologize to Ye Feng. He certainly didn't have the guts to do anything else. The reason he'd brought so many people was simple. He was afraid Ye Feng would take the opportunity to beat him up. It hadn't been that long since he'd gotten beaten up at the Wei Xuan restaurant. Then spit it out already. Ye Feng said coldly. It's like this, young Master Yi. Our 2 families have always kept to our own business. There's no need to make such a big deal out of this. As he spoke, Zhang Zihao pulled a check from his pocket and said, there's 3 million in here. It's compensation for my sister-in-law. I was in the wrong and I apologize. The check was handed over by a bodyguard. Zhang Zihao had originally intended to hand it over personally to show his sincerity, but he feared it might not be safe. 3 million? Ha, you're quite generous. Ye Feng gave a cold laugh, put the check away, and instructed the finance clerk to cash it at the bank and transfer the money to Gu Yongxiang. The total cost of Gu Yongxiang's lost furniture, equipment, and other items from the previous incident amounted to only a few 10,000 yuan. Even upgrading to better equipment cost only a little over 10,000 yuan. This 3 million was practically a freebie. Young Master Yi, now that we've received the compensation, can we get down to business? Zhang Zihao said with a business? Ye Feng let out a cold chuckle. Do you think I spent all that money to establish Ye's Apparel just to mess around with you? Young Master Ye, how could you? Zhang Zihao's smile vanished instantly, and his expression changed drastically. You owe me compensation and this money isn't even for me. Are you really going to try to renege on the debt? But money is one thing, and revenge is another. I'm going to destroy your Zhang family. Ye Feng slashed with intensity. You're fucking messing with me. Zhang Zihao was furious. Pointing at Ye Feng, he shouted, you're in cahoots with Li Yonghua. This isn't about revenge. It's about getting your hands on the apparel industry, isn't it? What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Mr. Lai? Ye Feng flatly denied it. He hadn't called Li Yonghua out after all. Zhang Zihao was just talking big. How much damage could he really do with just his mouth? Young Master Yi, I was immature and offended you. I know it wasn't easy for you to establish Ye's Apparel. It must have cost a fortune. How about this? Let's call a truce. Have the manufacturers resume supplying us and stop sabotaging our online store. As for the brick-and-mortar stores, we'll negotiate with the landlords ourselves. I won't let your efforts go to waste. We're willing to pay 20 million in compensation plus 10% of the market share in the entire apparel industry. Please, young Master Yi, spare us. Zhang Zihao said with a pained expression. This was a massive sacrifice. The 20 million was a minor issue, and the lost opportunity to make money was also a minor issue. The crux of the matter was that 10% market share, that was the absolute priority. They had already ceded 10 percentage points of market share earlier in an attempt to curry favor with the Zhao family. Now, with this compensation and concession, they were giving up another 10 percentage points. Now, Zhang's apparel was left with only 40 percentage points of market share. This was a massive loss, but his father had given a strict order and he had no choice but to comply. Ceding territory and paying compensation was a last resort. Young Master Yi, if you agree, let's sign and seal the contract. With that, Zhang Zihao pulled out the contract that had already been drafted. Although Ye Feng had already burned through 200 million, they were now dominating the market that originally belonged to Zhang's, so the money could be recouped. Plus, they'd gain a 10% market share free. He's already come out ahead. Zhang Zihao, are you hard of hearing? I said it, I'm going to ruin your Zhang family. Either fight me to the bitter end, or get the hell out of Jinling, maybe then your Zhang's apparel will still have a chance to survive. Ye Feng gave a cold smile. Ye Feng, don't push your luck. Zhang Zihao was absolutely furious. He'd apologized, swallowed his anger, paid the compensation, and ceded the land. What more did Ye Feng want? If Zhang's apparel were to leave Jinling, given their size, how could they possibly survive in Jiangnan and Jiangbei, where powerful rivals were all around? Just get out. Of course, if you want to ruin my company, go ahead. Ye Feng said coldly. Zhang Zihao was speechless for a moment. He really did want to lead his men in and beat Ye Feng to a pulp. But doing so would only escalate the conflict. The Ye family would likely stop at nothing until they'd finished him off. Besides, he suspected his father would kill him as an offering to the ancestors before Children's Day even arrived. Zhang Zihao swallowed his anger and glanced behind him. There, within his line of sight, stood a handsome young man wearing a casual t-shirt and sporting long hair. Haha, young Master Yi is indeed full of vigor. The young man stepped forward with a smile and said, I wonder if young Master Yi still recognizes me. We had a drink together 2 months ago. Zhao Hongbo, the eldest son of the Zhao fan, what do you want? Ye Feng looked at him. This man was the future heir to the Zhao family, having just returned from studying abroad earlier this year. Zhao Hongbo was cunning and devious and enjoyed a high reputation among Jinling's wealthy second generation, set far surpassing his peer Chen Zixun. Unfortunately, he was also a villain in the original story. After crossing paths with Lin Yi, he was beaten down relentlessly and ultimately met his end in a restroom. It's worth noting that his sister Zhao Hongying was a stunning beauty who was even taken in Lin Yi's harem. Young Master Yi, would you do me the favor of turning swords into plowshares? The Zhang family sincerely apologizes. If young Master Yi feels this apology is insufficient, we can discuss it further. If we keep fighting like this, we'll both end up hurt, and in the end, someone else will benefit. Zhao Hongbo smiled as he tried to mediate. Last time your uncle Zhao Wenquan tried to calm me down in the group chat, and now you've come running here today to play peacemaker. But I'll say it again, I, Ye Feng, am determined to wipe out the Zhang family. Anyone who openly dares to challenge the Yi family, no matter how far away, we will punish them. No matter how powerful, we will crush them. Even if it takes 10,000 eons, we will kill them. Ye Feng's voice was chilling and menacing as he pointed at Zhang Zihao and continued, the business world is like a battlefield. There's a saying in Romance of the Three Kingdoms that I'd like to share with you today. If you can fight, fight. If you cannot fight, defend. If you cannot defend, flee. If you cannot flee, surrender. If you cannot surrender, die. Why beg for mercy and offer reparations to seek peace? You bastard, Ye Feng, you're trying to take my life. Zhang Zihao was furious, yet a chill crept into his heart. If I go back, will my father beat me to death? Good to know. Ye Feng smiled. Then so be it, I'll go down fighting. Zhang Zihao stormed out with his men and Zhao Hongbo followed close behind. Once outside Yi's apparel, Zhang Zihao still couldn't let it. What on earth is Ye Feng thinking? Does he really intend to take over the entire apparel industry? Zhao Hongbo couldn't help but ponder this. As another top-tier second-generation wealthy heir in Jinling, he fully understood Ye Feng's urge to make a big splash. But Ye Feng's current advantage was entirely due to throwing money at the problem and the fact that Zhang's apparel hadn't fought back. Of course, no one knew about Ye Feng's collusion with Li Yonghua. They simply assumed he was just a reckless spendthrift, acting on a fit of rage for the sake of a woman. Young Master Zhao, you absolutely have to help me with this. Otherwise, my dad will definitely beat me to death when I get home. Zhang Zihao pleaded for help, his voice trembling with tears. Don't worry, I definitely won't stand idly by. Zhao Hongbo agreed immediately. After all, 10 percentage points of the Zhamli's 60% market share went to the Zhao family. Moreover, as soon as the Zhang struck back, Ye Feng would have to keep burning through several times more money than he had. As long as they dragged the Yi family into the quagmire of war, that would be the four major families' chance to strike. Not to mention, the Yi family was already Jinling's most powerful clan. No one wanted to see them grow any stronger. Although it wasn't wise to openly oppose the Yi family, secretly funneling some funds to the Zhang family posed no problem. Zhao Hongbo added, that photo from last time the one of Ye Feng and Li Yong were together, did you run it? Don't worry, young Master Zhao. I sent the photo to Yang Sheng, the editor-in-chief of the Jinling Business Daily a long time ago. All it takes is a word from us, and it'll be published by 6 o'clock this afternoon. Zhang Zihao nodded eagerly. This was the backup plan they'd kept in reserve, and it actually came in handy. It was sure to catch Ye Feng off guard. That's good. It wasn't a waste that we paid a hefty sum to bribe Ye Feng's men. Zhao Hongbo also gave a slight nod. As for Yang Sheng, he'd taken plenty of money from the Zhao family, of course, he'd do his job properly. 5 p.m. The CEO's office at Ye's Apparel. Young Master Yi, editor-in-chief Yang has finished the article. Please take a look. Secretary Tang Suellen sent the document to Ye Feng's work device. The title read, Li Yongwu of Jiangbei begins providing guidance to Ye's Apparel. In addition to the photo of Ye Feng and Li Yonghua taken surreptitiously by a mole, the article also included numerous photos of former Ye's Apparel executives listening to Li Yonghua's lecture. No matter how you look at it, he was a teacher hired by Ye Feng, not some kind of partner. All right. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, while you're at it, send this article to editor-in-chief Yang. Ye Feng had written the article himself, and the accompanying photo was taken today when Zhang Zihao arrived at Ye's Apparel with his bodyguards. The camera angles were deliberately chosen to make the negotiations look like a provocation. The headline Ye Feng chose was even more sensational. Zhang Zihao of the Black family vandalizes Ye's Apparel. Ye Feng declares, we will fight evil forces to the end. As soon as Tang Suellen saw it, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Young Master Yi had completely framed the conflict as a personal feud, and he had the photos to back it up. Besides, the Jinling Business Daily was, after all, a privately owned company. They were just looking for an opportunity to curry favor with the Yi family. They definitely go all out to publicize this. Have editor-in-chief Yang put both of these articles on the front page. As he spoke, a faint smile played at the corners of Ye Feng's mouth. Zhang Zihao, you're not in any position to play dirty behind my back. Let's see how you handle this. At exactly 6 p.m, as soon as the 2 front-page articles in the Jinling Business Daily were published, the business community in Jinling was in an uproar. No way Zhang Zihao is so brazen he actually went and trashed Ye's Apparel. Why do I feel like Ye Feng is the one playing the cute card here? Zhang Zihao must be out of his mind. He's actually treating the business world like a battlefield. Who does that? Damn it, a spendthrift and a little cutie actually got into a fight in Jinling's business wars. What else is this but 2 noobs pecking at each other? Ye Feng isn't some good for nothing. The Yi family has so many henchmen they could just send a few of them in, and they'd send Zihao straight to the ICU. But he didn't do that. What does that tell us? It shows that Ye Feng is good at biding his time. He's a man capable of great things. You're absolutely right. What's the point of just beating up Zhang Zihao? Bankrupting the Zhang family, that's the most satisfying way to get even. As the old saying goes, strike a snake at its 7-inch mark. To destroy a man, desecrate his ancestors' graves. The coverage in the Jinling Business Daily was extremely hostile toward Zhang's Apparel. Everyone believed Zhang Zihao was courting disaster. At the same time, it gave Ye Feng's image a major boost. Anyone who still called him a wastrel must have been blind. What's wrong with you? When did I ever lead a group to vandalize Ye's Apparel? I took my bodyguards with me purely for self-defense. I was afraid Ye Feng would take the opportunity to attack me. In the Zhang's Apparel office, Zhang Zihao was on the phone, explaining the situation to the company's senior executives one by one. These were all company veterans, people Zhang Zihao had to address as uncle. After explaining the same thing over a dozen times, Zhang Zihao's throat was parched, and he still hadn't made himself clear. They too believed Zhang Zihao had been framed, but the key question was, what should they do now? Just moments ago, officials from Jinling City had also called to inquire whether Zhang Zihao had indeed resorted to violence to engage in unfair competition. Zhang Zihao felt like crying. Young Master Zhang. Just then, a man in a suit walked in. Zhang Zihao recognized him. He was his father's driver. The driver said, your father wants you to come downstairs. He has something he'd like to ask you. Can I not go? Zhang Zihao was trembling with, no. The driver shook his head. Your father said that if you don't go, I can take coercive measures. Young Master Zhang, please go ahead. The driver was very polite. Zhang Zihao was so frightened that his body shuddered and he slid off the sofa. Editor Yang, don't you dare tell me you've got bad reception over there. I know you can hear me just fine. I just want to ask you this. The Zhao family hasn't treated you badly, so why are you helping Ye Feng? At the Zhao family villa, Zhao Hongbo suppressed his anger as he asked Yang Sheng. Since you're so determined to know the details, young Master Zhao, I'll just come out and say it plainly, because I want to be a lackey for the Yi family. On the phone, Yang Sheng spoke with absolute conviction. I'll be damned if you aren't a real dog. Haven't you taken enough money from my Zhao family? You piece of shit, acting like a lapdog for the Yi family? Do you really think the Yi family would even look at you? Zhao Hongbo was furious. It's precisely because they didn't think much of me before that I'm determined to seize this opportunity. Alright, enough of this. I need to figure out how to write tomorrow's piece for young Master Yi. Otherwise, if I'm late, someone else will snatch this dog away. Beep, beep. With that, Yang Sheng hung up the phone. Zhao Hongbo was even more furious and cursed bitterly. So what if your Yi family keeps dogs? I'll just wait and see what gives Ye Feng the right to ruin the Zhang family. Just because you Ye Feng keep dogs and send them out to bite people, does that mean my Zhao family can't do the same? Zhao Hongbo had it all figured out. When it came to keeping dogs, his family certainly couldn't compete with the Yi family. After all, they were the professionals. But when it came to rallying support from outside, that was no problem. The only ones daring to go head-to-head with the Yi family and who were only too eager to see them fall were the four great families of Jinling. He called Chen Zixin. Bro, what are you up to? I just got back to Jinling. How about we get together tonight? At 8 p.m., the commercial street outside the company was ablaze with lights. Ye Feng gazed at the bustling scene through the window, his fighting spirit running high. While Li Yonghua and the others were still pulling their hair out over the company's affairs, Ye Feng was waiting for news. Young Master Yi, we've tracked down the mole. His secretary, Tang Zuelan, walked over and handed a photo to Ye Feng. The group's investigation revealed that this person has been secretly meeting with Zhao Hongbo. So it's Zhao Hongbo who's been scheming against me behind the scenes, right? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The man in the photo was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Liu Hao, a mid-level manager at the company. However, Ye Feng wasn't familiar with him. The Yi family's empire employed so many people, and there were countless mid-level managers. It was only to be expected that one or two black sheep would slip through the cracks. Young Master Liu Hao isn't working overtime tonight, Tang Zuelan reminded him. No problem. I'll make sure he learns what happens to traitors. Ye Feng said coldly. This Liu Hao was just a minor figure, hardly worth mentioning. But as for Zhao Hongbo daring to pull this stunt behind their backs, had the Zhao family been living too comfortably? The Yi family was the foremost powerhouse in Jinling, followed by the four great families that was the hierarchy of Jinling. Since the Zhao family doesn't know when to back down, I won't stand on ceremony either. You'll serve as my sacrificial lambs. If bringing down the Zhang family and taking over the apparel market was merely about expanding their territory, then destroying the Zhao family would shatter Jinling's one superpower, four major powers structure, and from then on, the Yi family would be the true overlord of Jinling. Ring ring. Just then, Ye Feng's cell phone rang. It was a call from Chen Zixin. Young Master Yi, that guy Zhao Hongbo just called me, asking me to go out for drinks to discuss something important. But I've heard that Zhao Hongbo is in cahoots with the Zhang group. That might not be a good sign. Chen Zixin said over the phone. I guess Zhao Hongbo wants to rally some people against me, which is why he reached out to you. Ye Feng nodded slightly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a captivating scent of perfume drifted over from nearby. Secretary Tang Zuelan leaned close to Ye Feng's ear and whispered, Young Master Yi, the group just called. That traitor Liu Hao is planning a secret meeting with Zhao Hongbo tonight. Did you agree to it? Ye Feng's brow furrowed sharply as he hurriedly asked into the phone. Of course not, we're the real brothers. Chen Zixin responded immediately. As if he'd missed this opportunity, Ye Feng was favored by Yan Wenjing, so of course he had to stick with Ye Feng through thick and thin. Call Zhao Hongbo right now and tell him you'll meet him, then send me the address. Ye Feng said. What's up, young Master Yi? You're not planning to take him down, are you? Yes. Al. Chen Zixin paused for a moment, then asked, Do you want me to bring a few people along? No need, I'll handle it myself. After hanging up, Ye Feng made another call asking Liu Wenbao to round up a few people. Not too many people, so as not to tip them off. Immediately afterward, Ye Feng turned to Sen Fangling, who was sitting in the office munching on spicy beef jerky, and said, Fangling, come with me for a bit. Brother Ye Feng, where are we going? As soon as she heard this, Sen Fangling quickly put down her spicy snack. She'd been acting as Brother Ye Feng's bodyguard for several days now, but she'd noticed that he wasn't usually in any real danger. Sen Fangling felt like she was just freeloading. Now that she finally had a chance to prove herself, she perked right up. Emperor's Pavilion Entertainment Club. According to the location Chen Zixin had sent, they were in a private room in the Emperor's Hall. Chen Zixin was already inside, and Ye Feng, accompanied by Sen Fangling, Liu Wenbao, and a few others, also entered the club. Stop right there! What are you doing here? The club's security guards had a keen eye. They could tell at a glance that Ye Feng and his group meant trouble. Immediately, several security guards surrounded them. Get lost! Liu Wenbao was extremely arrogant. He slapped one of the security guards across the face and shouted, I'm Liu Wenbao. If you don't know who I am, go ask around outside. It's actually Liu Wenbao. What's this guy up to? Didn't I hear that after he aligned himself with the Yi family, he opened a restaurant and became a boss, that he'd already cleaned up his act? Is he going back to his old ways? Damn, Brother Bao is so badass he even dares to trash a place run by the Zhao family. Quite a few people recognized Liu Wenbao. A few years back, his reputation for violence had spread far and wide. Several security guards were also taken aback, especially the one who'd been slapped, and none of them dared to try to stop Liu Wenbao anymore. Let's go. Ye Feng continued leading his group toward the Imperial Hall. Before they'd taken 2 steps, a burly man suddenly blocked their path ahead and sneered, Liu Wenbao, you've got some nerve causing trouble at Zhao family's establishment. Qu Liang, what are you doing here? Liu Wenbao was taken aback. What, he's actually Qu Liang? Holy crap, Qu Liang, the top fighter in the underworld back in the day, has actually gone over to the Zhao family's side. Damn, Liu Wenbao's hit a brick wall, he's run into someone even more ruthless than himself. Everyone was taken aback by Qu Liang's appearance. Most of them didn't actually recognize Qu Liang, but his reputation for ruthlessness was even more notorious than Liu Wenbao. In the original novel, Qu Liang was a named character known for his unwavering loyalty. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with the male protagonist Lin Ye. Zhao Hongbo was killed by Lin Yi in a restroom, and Qu Liang had his martial arts abilities crippled by Lin Yi as well. Liu Wenbao, I have no personal grudge against you. Today I'm here on business for the Zhao family. This isn't the place for you to run amok. If you're here to spend money, I welcome you with open arms, but if you're here to cause trouble, get the hell out of here right now. Qu Liang exuded an air of authority without even raising his voice. He was very tall with long hair, and his presence completely overshadowed Liu Wenbao's. We're here to cause trouble. What are you going to do about it? Ye Feng stepped forward and said softly. Hey, I suppose you must be young Master Yi. Your Yi family and the Zhao family don't have any real grudge against each other. It doesn't have to come to this. Qu Liang said with a smile, intending to take a diplomatic approach first. Hey, you're right, there's no real grudge. Ye Feng let out a cold laugh and said to Liu Wenbao and the others, let's keep moving further in. If anyone tries to stop us, just beat them up. Yes, sir. Liu Wenbao acknowledged the order. Having chosen to be a lackey for the Yi family, he had to remain loyal and protect his master. Even if the opponent was Qu Liang, he couldn't back down. Besides, if the young master dared to come here, he must have come prepared. Although Qu Liang's appearance was indeed unexpected. Young Master Yi, have you lost your mind insisting on causing trouble here? I've already been very courteous to you all. I hope you won't put me in a difficult position. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qu Liang stepped forward to block him. There was no way he was going to let Ye Feng enter the Imperial Hall, for there was someone inside whom Ye Feng absolutely must not see. However, since the other party was the eldest son of the Yi family, Qu Liang didn't dare do anything to him, but stopping him without causing him harm was another matter entirely. Dare to lay a hand on young Master Yi, and I'll fight you to the death. Seeing this, Liu Wenbao immediately stepped forward with his men to shield Ye Feng. At that very moment, a sharp, feminine shout rang out. If you want to lay a finger on brother Ye Feng, you'll have to get past me first. Sen Fangling threw a punch at him. No way, young master, he actually needs a woman to protect him? Seriously, money really talks. Even such a cute girl is putting her body on the line to protect young Master Yi. Once again, the crowd felt the perks of being rich, and they recognized the handsome young man before them as Ye Feng. I'd hit women. Qu Liang frowned, but didn't stop his attack. Prove you can beat me first. Sen Fangling said with a frown. Then I'm afraid I'll have to take the liberty. Qu Liang snorted coldly and threw a punch. As long as he didn't hurt Ye Feng, he didn't care about anyone else. After all, this young girl had charged at him on her own. He deeply despised women like this, those who were so reckless as pledged their loyalty to a rich second-generation heir. Crack. And at their first clash, Qu Liang was forced to retreat, crouching on the ground and clutching his arm, cold sweat pouring down his face from the pain. Holy cow, this little girl is seriously tough. Even Qu Liang isn't a match for her. Seriously, you guys actually thought that girl was just a pretty face. Now you've been proven wrong. Us? Who was it just now who was bragging that young Master Yi is rich? What? Was I wrong? If young Master Yi weren't rich and charming, how could he have found such a beautiful girl to be his bodyguard? Seeing Qu Liang defeated, the crowd erupted into a heated argument. Liu Wenbao was stunned as well. He and Qu Liang had both been part of the underworld back in day, so he naturally knew just how formidable Qu Liang was. Yet he'd been defeated by Sen Fangling with a single move. Just how strong must this girl been? With that thought, his respect and awe for Ye Feng and the Yi family grew even deeper. Let's go. Ye Feng didn't take Qu Liang seriously at all. After all, Sen Fangling was the heir to the Golden Toad sect, and fighting him would be a complete walk in the park. Immediately, Ye Feng led his men onward. Seeing what had happened to Qu Liang, the club's security guards and other staff dared not step forward to block their path. Qu Liang was loyal enough, but he had suffered a minor fracture in his right arm, and even the slightest movement caused him pain. The Imperial Hall. Bang. With a loud crash, the private room door was kicked open. Who's being so brazen? Didn't young Master Zhao say no one was allowed in without his permission? Huh, young Master Yi, it's you. Several people were seated in the private room. Aside from the mole, Liu Hao, they were all prominent rich kids from Jinling. Seeing Ye Feng walk in with his entourage, they were all taken aback. It wasn't that Ye Feng shouldn't have been there, it was the way he'd entered that was a bit uncivilized. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was here to pick a fight. Young Master Yi, what's going on here? The speaker was a well-mannered young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite flashy. This was Zhao Wenbin, the young master of the Zhao family, one of the four great families who, like everyone else, was completely bewildered at the moment. None of your business. Ye Feng ignored him, his gaze landing on a middle-aged man none other than Liu Hao, the traitor from the Yi family. Seeing Ye Feng burst in, he was so terrified he nearly lost his mind and tried to dash toward the restroom. But Liu Wenbao beat him to it, grabbing him and forcing him to his knees right in front of Ye Feng. "Young Master Ye, please let me explain." Liu Hao was trembling with fear. Smack! Liu Wenbao slapped him across the face and roared, "You traitorous scum! The Yi family has treated you well, yet you dare to collude with Zhao Hongbo and betray young Master Yi." "Young Master Yi, let me just finish him off." Liu Wenbao asked for permission. "Hey, we're all civilized people here. Let's handle this with a little more decorum." Ye Feng shook his... "Young Master Ye, here's what you asked for." Chen Zixin sat up from the sofa and handed a voice recorder to Ye Feng. Because Zhao Hongbo was absolutely convinced that the four great families would unite against the Yi family, he opened up to Chen Zixin without a shred of suspicion. Chen Zixin seized the opportunity to record evidence of Liu Hao's activities as a corporate spy. "Young Master Ye, considering how many years I've served the Yi family of, and if I haven't achieved great feats, I've at least put in the hard work, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My youngest son is still in kindergarten. I beg you." Liu Hao spoke through tears, hoping Ye Feng would show mercy. He had just married a young wife 18 years his junior and had no desire to go to prison. Ye Feng didn't budge an inch. He simply handed the voice recorder to Liu Bao. "Heh, so you've finally decided to beg for mercy now. You betrayed the Yi family, so you know this is the fate you deserve. But don't worry, you'll get 20 years at most. I'll take care of your wife myself, so you have nothing to fear." Liu Wenbao was no saint. Before coming here, he'd already made inquiries about Liu Hao's wife. She was a stunning beauty. After all, Liu Hao's surname was Liu, and so was his own. They belonged to the same. If Liu Hao can be her husband, why can't... "Liu Wenbao, you scoundrel! How dare you set your sights on my wife? She'll never betray me." Liu Hao was furious. "Don't be so sure. You were willing to betray young Master Yi for money. How do you know your wife wouldn't betray you for money too? I'm way richer than you, damn it." Liu Wenbao was extremely confident. "Fuck you." Liu Hao grew even angrier, knowing his wife was a gold digger, so he kept cursing at Liu Wenbao non-stop. He was doomed anyway. Liu Wenbao waved his hand and his men rushed forward, taking Liu Hao to the authorities to be handed over for proper handling. "Just a minor incident, I apologize for the disturbance." Ye Feng smiled at Zhao Wenbin and the other. Everyone forced a smile. Ye Feng's methods were ruthless, even though Liu Hao had betrayed him. Taking revenge and wasn't enough. He'd even gone so far as to diss Stramley. It's the kind of thing that would leave someone unable to rest in peace even in death. "Where's Zhao Hongbo?" Ye Feng scanned the room but didn't see Zhao Hongbo. He's been in the bathroom for several minutes now. With that, Chen Zixin went over to kick the bathroom door, planning to catch him red-handed. Bang! The door flew open and Chen Zixin froze. The room was completely empty, with only a single open window. "Damn it, this is the second floor several meters high. Did Zhao Hongbo jump out of here?" Chen Zixin was stunned. He looked out the window. There was no one outside, but the roof of a car had been dented. No need to guess this was Zhao Hongbo's handiwork. He sure got away fast. Ye Feng didn't seem to care. He eyed the distance from the bathroom window to the ground. While it wasn't high enough to kill someone, it was certainly enough to land him in the hospital for a few days. Zhao Hongbo was actually a smart guy. He knew that coming here wouldn't end well for him, so he'd chosen to cut his losses and save himself. "Young Master Yi, if I may ask, what exactly is going on here?" "Young Master Zhao just returned to Jinling. You shouldn't have any prior grudges against him, right?" Zhao Wenbin and the others asked curiously. They'd only just arrived and were completely baffled by the scene unfolding before them. Zhao Hongbo was actually so terrified by Ye Feng that he jumped off the second floor of the restroom. What kind of grudge could be that deep? Even poaching employees from Ye Feng's company wouldn't warrant a reaction like this. "Ladies and gentlemen, didn't Zhao Hongbo invite you here today? Don't you know why?" Ye Feng looked at them. "Aren't we here to drink, to welcome him to the city?" "Oh, right. Young Master Zhao wants to invest. He said he's going to get us involved in a big business deal." Someone recalled this, but still wasn't sure what it had to do with Ye Feng. Haven't the Zhao and Yi families always kept to their own business, minding their own affairs? They've always run their own separate ventures. What Zhao Hongbo means by big business venture is actually helping the Zhangs take on my Yi family. The moment Ye Feng finished speaking, Zhao Wenbin and the others' expressions changed drastically.
"Young Master Yi, we had no idea this was going on, otherwise we wouldn't have come. We have absolutely nothing to do with Zhao Hongbo." The group hurriedly made their positions clear. "Are you kidding? Who would be so idle as to go out of their way to offend the Yi family? Even if they wanted to take on the Yi family, they wouldn't do it so openly, not to mention they had no such intention at the moment. Besides, doesn't Zhao Hongbo know exactly what kind of person he is? You were so scared of Ye Feng that you jumped off the second floor of the restroom, and you're the one talking about taking on the Yi family? How could someone so cowardly possibly pull that off? All right, I, Ye Feng, am not an unreasonable person. I believe this has nothing to do with you." Ye Feng nodded slightly and continued. "I can see you're all handsome young men from Jinling, the kind of friends worth getting to know. Yi's apparel is preparing to go public. How about this? Why don't you all invest? For now, the Zhang and Zhao families haven't launched their counterattack yet, but once the business war breaks out, there'll be plenty of places to burn through money. Ye Feng didn't want to dip too deeply into the Ye family's funds, so now was the perfect time to bring in some investment. He continued, let's start at 10 million each. I'll put up 1% of the shares, to be split evenly among the 6 of you. 1%? Everyone was stunned. Ye's apparel had only raised a total of 500 million. 1% of the shares would amount to just 5 million. With 6 of us, that's 60 million. Are you, Ye Feng, trying to rob the rich here? If any of you find this difficult, that's fine. I'll pay a personal visit to each of you and explain the situation to your uncles and elders at home. I'm sure they won't refuse, Ye Feng said with a smile. What's so difficult about it? It's just 10 million, right? I Wang Duoduo will invest that. Right. If young Master Wang is putting in his share, how could I, young Master Chia, not do the same? For a moment, all 6 of them became incredibly generous. Damn it, they had to be. Ye Feng was clearly trying to fleece them. Besides, they'd brought this on themselves. Why did they even go out of their way to have drinks with Zhao Hongbo? Damn it, they just drunk their way into a 10 million yuan bet. Most importantly, if their elders back home found out they'd offended the Ye family, they'd break their legs for sure. Let's just treat this 10 million as money spent to ward off disaster. By the way, young Master Shu, your Zhao family is, after all, one of the 4 great families of Jinling. 10 million is a bit of an insult to you. Here's what we'll do. You invest 50 million. That way, you'll hold a 0 to 5% stake, and you'll get a nice dividend down the road. Ye Feng said with a smile. Young Master Ye, I'm just a poor kid raised by a stepmother. Nobody's ever cared much for me. You don't need to look down on me. I'm already honored just to be able to invest 10 million. Zhao Wenbin hurriedly refused. A 1.5% stake, is that really much? And you're talking to me about dividends? Your Ye's apparel hasn't even started turning a profit yet. Even if you do turn a profit, the clothing market in Jinling is only so big. At this rate, when will you ever be able to pay me 50 million in dividends? What if you, Ye Feng, can't compete with the Zhangs? I'd end up losing my entire investment. Young Master Zhou, you're too modest. You're the hottest guy around here. Investing 50 million is a piece of cake, isn't it? As a certain master once said, the amount you invest determines the breadth of your vision. In the future, once your dad sees how magnanimous you are, choosing you as his heir will be a matter of minutes, won't it? Besides, young Master Zhu, your stepmother is less than 10 years older than you. She's practically your peer. Just ask her. She adores you so much, she'll definitely support your career. After saying that, Ye Feng walked over and patted Zhou Wenbin on the shoulder. Zhao Wenbin's face turned green. Ye Feng, you jerk, why are you singling me out to milk the system? But Ye Feng was right about one thing. In order to compete with his brothers for the Zhao family succession, Zhou Wenbin had gone to great lengths to curry favor with his stepmother. Usually it was Zhao Wenbin who bought things like sanitary pads for her. Asking his stepmother for a little money wouldn't be a big deal, but if Zhou Wenbin went to his own father for money, that would be a huge problem. As for that hair status, it's definitely out of the question for him in the future. Ye Feng has completely cornered me. Since young Master Ye is being so generous, I'll definitely invest this money, but you'll have to give me some time. Zhao Wenbin forced a smile. Alright, brother Wenbin, you're as straightforward as ever. You're definitely destined for great things in the future. Ye Feng was full of praise for him and said, within 3 days I hope you, brother Wenbin, can finalize the investment. Alright. Zhao Wenbin's smile looked more like a grimace than a smile. You Ye Feng are in such a hurry to get the money to go to PC. He cursed inwardly, but Zhao Wenbin didn't dare refuse the money. Who knows, by currying favor with Ye Feng, he might even secure the position of heir someday. Otherwise, if he offended the Ye family, Zhao Wenbin's fate would most likely be his father dumping 100 or 200 million into his bank account and locking it away in a 20-year fixed-term deposit. He'd just have to live off the interest each month. How miserable would that be? After securing the 100 million investment, Ye Feng returned and began discussing increasing the investment with Li Yonghua. In truth, 600 million was more than enough to outlast the Zhangs. Even if it weren't, he'd have the confidence to invest more. But with the Zhao family's capital entering the fray, he had to increase his investment to ensure victory. Who knows, they might even drag the Zhao family into the quagmire of this battle and bring them down in the process. In the end, Ye Feng and Li Yonghua each contributed an additional 200 million, bringing the company's total capital pool to 1 billion. 3 days later, all the funds were in place, including those from Zhao Wenbin and others. Young Master Ye, I've put my entire fortune into this, so I need to make one thing clear up front. If we fail, you'll have to marry my daughter someday. Li Yonghua said earnestly. The Li family was about the same size as the Zhang family, with assets totaling only around 500 million. Aside from fixed assets that couldn't be liquidated, Li Yonghua had virtually no cash on hand, and had even taken out a 100 million loan. Don't worry, there's no way we'll fail. Ye Feng was brimming with confidence. With his business expertise, his abilities were more than enough to outshine any top-tier talent in both the south and north of the Yangtze River. He couldn't think of a single reason why he might fail. Over the next few days, the Zhang family secretly received a capital injection from the Zhao family and launched a counterattack. They even offered high prices to reclaim the factories and stores that Ye Feng had originally taken from them. On the sales front, they launched a price war, selling clothing at prices lower than those of Ye's apparel. In a word, as long as they didn't lose money on the sale, they'd sell like crazy. Ye Feng wasn't about to be outdone, he'd been waiting to burn through money with them for a while. So Ye Feng simply mirrored everything the Zhang family had done. Moreover, the clothing prototypes designed by Gu Yongshang's company had already gone into production, and in terms of both quality and style, they completely outclassed the Zhang family's offerings. In the end, with manufacturers, landlords, and customers all satisfied, both companies were holding massive clearance sales at a loss. In just 5 short days, both sides lost over 100 million each. Ye Feng still managed to 51% of Zhang's apparel's market share. Previously, he held 80%. The reason for the drop was simple. If he didn't let the Zhang family retain some market share, how could they burn through their cash? If they didn't burn through money, how could the Zhang family go bankrupt? Soon, the battle between the two sides reached a fever pitch, and the entire Jinling business world was shrouded in a cloud of smoke. A few days later, Zhao Hongbo secretly transferred another sum of money to the Zhang family, and they launched a fierce counterattack. Let them burn through their money, I've still got over 500 million in my account, just waiting for them. The Zhangs and the Zayas, who do they think they are, competing with me over money? Ye Feng was brimming with fighting spirit in his office. Damn it, screw the Zhangs and the Zayas. God damn it, all this overtime has worn me out. Wouldn't it have been better to just surrender and get acquired sooner? Why did they have to go head-to-head with young Master Yi? In the office, the other executives were also in a frenzy. Lately, they'd been fighting with a bloodthirsty intensity. Immediately, under Li Yonghua's command, the group launched into a new round of battle. They were determined to destroy the other side. Jinling Central Hospital VIP Ward. Zhao Hongbo, get your ass out here! The ward door was kicked open, and Zhao Wenwei, the head of the Zhao family, stormed in, his aura so intense it left the young nurse standing nearby completely dumbfounded. Dad, my leg's injured, I can't roll out. Zhao Hongbo was startled. Ever since escaping from the restroom at his private club, he'd been confined to the hospital. Medical examinations revealed that his right leg had sustained some fractures, requiring 1 or 2 months of bed rest in the hospital. Lying next to him was Qiu Liang, who had suffered a few fractures in his hand. Seeing his father like this, Zhao Hongbo asked, Dad, what happened? I'm asking you, what did you do with the 300 million in our group's account? Zhao Wenwei asked angrily. I invested it. Zhao Hongbo answered truthfully. Invested? Zhao Wenwei spat out a pieft and cursed. You're nothing but a wastrel. Why did you get involved in the Zhang family's business? And why did you go throwing money at Ye Feng? You're a total idiot. Dad, I don't appreciate you talking to me like that. The Zhang family is just a pawn of mine. My goal is to bring down the Yi family. Dad, don't think just because the Yi family is richer than us, the Zhao family, that we're the only ones trying to bring them down. As he spoke, Zhao Hongbo handed over his phone, displaying some of his chat history. Zhao Hongbo continued, Chen Zixun from the Chen family and Zhao Wenbin from the Zhao family are both preparing to join the fray and help us take down the Yi family. There are other families as well, people like Wang Duoduo and Xia Zhuaiyai, who are also preparing to join the fray. Our Ponzi scheme is definitely bigger than the Yi families. As long as the Yi family dares to keep burning through their money, they might as well just wait to die. Zhao Hongbo was extremely confident. Huh, did they agree to join in? Where's the money? Zhao Wenwei grew even angrier. It should be here soon. I'll give them a call to hurry them up. Zhao Hongbo paused for a moment, then reached for his phone. Forget about making a damn phone call, you've been played by Ye Feng. Zhao Wenwei snapped, slamming a document down on Zhao Hongbo's lap so hard that Zhao Hongbo sucked in 3 sharp breaths of pain. As soon as he saw the document, Zhao Hongbo forgot all about the pain in his leg, his face turned ashen. How could this happen? Zhao Wenbin, Wang Duoduo, Xia Zhuai, how could these guys invest in Ye Feng? Zhao Hongbo was stunned on the spot. This made no sense. They were all supposed to be working together to bring down the Ye family. That's exactly what they'd said when they came to visit him at the hospital these past few days. I don't know about Zhao Wenbin, but Chen Zixun is in cahoots with Ye Feng. Chen Tianlai, the head of the Chen family, has a mysterious friend from Yandu who's said to have connections reaching all the way to the highest levels of power. And this mysterious figure holds Ye Feng in very high regard. Do you really think the Chen family would go against Ye Feng? Zhao Wenwei was shaking with rage, while Zhao Hongbo was left completely speechless on the spot. Zhao Wenwei had a son and a daughter. His daughter Zhao Hongying had long since started working for the family business, while Zhao Hongbo had been studying abroad and had only recently returned. He was the heir Zhao Wenwei had high hopes for. As it turned out, this guy was no different from any other rich kid lacking any real ability, yet arrogant and conceited, hoping to get rich quick. Instead, he'd been completely outmaneuvered by a shrewd veteran like Ye Feng. Zhao Wenwei's disappointment outweighed his envy. Starting today, I'm revoking your privileges within the family. I'll give you 20,000 yuan a month for pocket money. You'd better make the best of it. Zhao Wenwei sighed and turned to leave the hospital room. Dad, let me explain, I can still. Zhao Hongbo was terrified and tried to stop his father, but he lost his balance and fell to the floor. Young Master Zhao, you can't injure your leg any further or it'll be ruined. The young nurse hurried over to help Zhao Hongbo to his feet. Zhao Hongbo was on the verge of tears. His father had practically ruined his life already. How could he possibly care about his leg now? This was entirely his own loss of power. That bitch Zhao Hongying was gloating over her petty victory. You bastards, Chen Zixun and Zhao Wenbin. How dare you mess with me? I'm going to kill you both. Zhao Hongbo's rage boiled over. He let out a furious roar, but the sudden surge of anger overwhelmed him and he fainted. Young Master Zhao. Someone help! Young Master Zhao has fainted. The young nurse screamed in terror. 5 p.m. Ye Feng's off. Young Master Ye, the family head, just called. The Zhao family has stated that the matter of funding the Zhang family has nothing to do with them. It was the sole act of Zhao Hongbo. Zhao Hongbo has now had his privileges revoked. The Zhao family hopes to reach a settlement and even form an alliance with the Ye family. The patriarch has agreed to the Zhao family's request, said Secretary Tang Suelin. Alright, the Zhao family is actually quite clever. If we form an alliance, our Ye family's funds can find their way into Zhao family's businesses. It's fine to cut our losses while we're ahead. Ye Feng nodded slightly. Although it was a bit of a shame they hadn't been able to take the opportunity to bring the Zhao family to its knees, they had still secured substantial benefits. The Ye family was seeking expansion and needed to enter industries it had never ventured into before. Moreover, the four great families and the Ye family had never had any conflicts of interest or dealings with one another. Through this alliance, the Zhao family was effectively apologizing for Zhao Hongbo's irrational behavior and conceding benefits to the Ye family. Of course, if a full-scale conflict were to break out and the Ye family launched an offensive, the Zhao family would certainly be no match for them, but the other three major families would absolutely not stand idly by. Jinling's power structure is one dominant family and four major powers. No one wants this balance to be disrupted. The Zhang family may fall, but the Zhao family must not. At present, the Ye family does not yet possess the strength to take on all four major families simultaneously. But that doesn't mean the Ye family will back down. What Ye Feng wants is not merely to dominate Jinling, nor even just to dominate Jiangnan. What he wants is to transform the Ye clan into a business empire. In this world, whether someone is a friend or foe, and whether to fight or make peace, can change in the blink of an eye. All Ye Feng cares about is whether the Ye family stands to gain. With only the Zhang family left to face in victory, all but assured the entire company breathed a sigh of relief. Guys, you've worked hard these past few days. Let's go out for a team building night tonight. We'll hit up a KTV and sing some songs. Ye Feng addressed the entire company. They'd been working crazy overtime lately and truly needed some rest and recreation, otherwise they might just drop dead. Besides, Ye Feng didn't like to profit at others' expense. Alright, long live young Master Ye. Everyone cheered and celebrated. Aside from executives like Li Yongwu, who were from the Lai family and couldn't attend, all 100+ employees took part in the team building event. Ye Feng booked the best KTV in Jinling Jinchironghu and reserved several private rooms. He also invited Zhao Wenbin and a few other minority shareholders. They were out picking up girls and hadn't planned on coming, but they didn't dare say no. Chen Zixun wasn't a shareholder. Ye Feng invited him anyway. After all, he'd been instrumental in taking down Zhao Hongbo. As soon as they entered the KTV lobby, Ye Feng suddenly spotted a familiar face. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he called out, Hey, isn't that Lin Yi? How come you've got the money to come to the KTV and have some fun today? Ye Feng? Upon hearing Ye Feng call his name, Lin Yi's face, which had been beaming with a smile, turned dark in an instant. Why did he have to run into this jinx again? Damn it, every time he runs into Ye Feng, nothing good ever comes of it. Take that trip to Xuanwu Lake. For example, not only did I fail to score a free meal, but I ended up shelling out 3,000 yuan myself. Thank goodness Sister Hongying gave me an advance on my paycheck in the end. Are you guys on a team building trip too? Ye Feng walked over and noticed that Lin Yi was with quite a few other people, apparently his coworkers. Wow, this guy is quite the looker. With a Rolls-Royce key hanging from his belt, he must be some rich kid. Lin Yi, that's not right of you. Why don't you introduce your friend here? Sir, let me introduce myself first. My name is Du Jiangshu and I'm Lin Yi's colleague. Consider us acquainted now. Quite a few of Lin Yi's coworkers came over to greet Feng. In reality, they really couldn't stand Lin Yi. The guy had no real talent, yet he was the favorite of so many girls at the company. Even General Manager Zhao Hongying looked at him with newfound respect. Everyone felt a mix of envy and jealousy, but that didn't stop them from sucking up to the rich guy. Don't get the wrong idea, everyone, I'm not close with Lin Yi. Ye Feng said with a casual smile. Damn, I knew it. A loser like Lin Yi, someone who can wear a 9.9 yuan t-shirt with free shipping for a whole month without washing it. How could he possibly know a rich guy? Exactly. A scumbag like Lin Yi is destined to be a penniless loser his whole life. Bro, actually, we're not close with Lin Yi either, but that doesn't stop us from being close with each other. The last to speak was Du Jiangshu, a slightly chubby guy with a sycophantic expression. Lin Yi. I never said I was close with Ye Feng. How did this even get dragged into it? You don't have to suck up to a rich guy this much. Especially that Du Jiangshu is sleazy enough as it is, but now he looks even more like a lapdog sticking out its tongue. It's disgusting just to look at him. What are you guys doing just standing here? Want to go to a private room? Suddenly a menacing aura drifted over from the side, and a girl in a tracksuit with her hair tied back in a ponytail walked toward them. She had a slender figure and long legs, but in stark contrast to her sultry physique, her face was as cold as a 1,000-year-old block of ice. A true ice queen. Sister Hanying. Everyone quickly fell silent and addressed her respectfully. This was none other than Zhao Hongying, the heiress of the Zhao family. Oh, so it's young Master Yi. As they say, seeing is believing. You're quite the handsome young man. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Zhao Hongying offered a forced smile. She'd always disliked this sort of spoiled rich kid, especially one whose good-for-nothing older brother had cost her family 300 million. It had even forced her father to apologize to the Yi family, form an alliance with them, and open up their business channels to them. Although it was a move made out of necessity, Zhao Hongying found it deeply shameful. My looks aren't too bad, are they? I'm still a bit more handsome than Lin Yi, whom Miss Zhao admires. Ye Feng smiled faintly. After all, his charm score was 300 points, which was on par with a heartthrob. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had only 100, with the rest being hidden charm points in the hundreds. Lin Yi, don't bring that up. Lin Yi is a capable member of my team. Naturally, he can't compare to young Master Yi, but when it comes to people, it's their abilities that really matter. Who knows how many spoiled brats have squandered their father's fortunes, and how many commoners have started from scratch only to ultimately rise above it all. Young Master Yi should know that kings, lords, generals, and ministers aren't born into nobility. Zhao Hongying laughed coldly, clearly giving Lin Yi a boost while belittling Ye Feng. Well said, absolutely brilliant. Ye Feng couldn't help but applaud this woman. He looked at Lin Yi again and smiled. I'm truly impressed by classmate Lin Yi's ability to recognize autumn G's against the sunset at an antique street stall. Lin Yi? Damn it, I told you not to bring that up. Why are you dragging me into this again? I was finally starting to forget about the autumn G's against the sunset incident, and now you're bringing it up again. Do you really think I'm some pushover you can pick on? Autumn G's against the sunset, so that story was actually true. Zhao Hongying couldn't help but be shocked. She'd heard about it before, but at first she hadn't believed it, thinking it was just a fabrication. How could a good-for-nothing playboy like Ye Feng possibly have the skills for that? But judging by Lin Yi's reaction, the story must... If that were the case, wouldn't what Zhao Hongying had just said amount to a complete backfire? Zhao Hongying felt a bit displeased. Oh, Ms. Zhao. Just then, Chen Zixun, Zhao Wenbin, and the others caught up, and they recognized Zhao Hongying at a glance. So it's young Master Chen and young Master Zhu. Zhao Hongying greeted them politely. She had originally held a favorable impression of these two. After all, they were the future heirs of their families. But the fact that they had joined Ye Feng in taking advantage of that simple-minded Zhao Hongbo had caused Zhao Hongying, as a member of the Zhao family, to harbor some resentment toward them. But on second thought, if it weren't for this incident, how could her father have transferred Zhao Hongbo's privileges to her? Her father had lost faith in Zhao Hongbo, but had begun to place greater value on her. Come to think of it, she should actually thank them. Still, Zhao Hongying couldn't bring herself to like Ye Feng. She quickly added, "Young Master Yi, we have a team-building event to attend. We'll take our leave now. I hope we'll have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." Zhao Hongying uttered the word collaboration through gritted teeth. She would never forget the disgrace brought upon the Zhao family, nor the 300 million she had lost. She would get it back. With that, Zhao Hongying led her group away. "Young Master Yi, I get the feeling that Zhao Hongying has it in for you," Chen Zixun remarked. "She's drawn to someone like Lin Yi, someone brimming with talent. I'm no match for that. All I have is money." "Ye Feng Sai?" Chen Zixun. "Zhao Wenbin." "Young Master Yi, stop acting all high and mighty. In what the hell way aren't you better than this Lin Yi? I think that woman Zhao Hongying is just holding a grudge because you caused her family to lose money." Chen Zixun analyzed. Actually, his analysis was spot on. Both the Yi family and the Zhao family had lost money, but the Yi family was going to get their money back. As for the Zhao family's money, it was essentially a gift, and 300 million was a staggering sum that would seriously cripple them. The average assets of the four great families were only around 50 billion, excluding real estate and counting only cash flow. Being able to come up with 10 billion would be quite an achievement. But Ye Feng wasn't wrong either. In the original novel, Zhao Hongying did indeed admire talented men, which is why she was won over by Lin Yi. Even when her half-brother Zhao Hongbo was killed by Lin Yi in the bathroom, she was willing to defy her father to protect Lin Yi at all costs. In the end, she even set aside her pride and married Lin Yi alongside Bai Susu. And Bai Susu became the primary wife, while she took the role of the secondary wife. This plot is just unbelievable. Lin Yi's hair. A faint smile flashed across Ye Feng's eye. He had absolutely no interest in Zhao Hongying, but after all, she was part of Lin Yi's harem. As long as it involved Lin Yi, Ye Feng was interested. After all, taking down the male lead was the key to his own rise to power. With over 100 people from the company, they reserved 7 private rooms. Ye Feng shared one with Chen Zixun, Zhao Wenbin, and others. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was in full swing. "Young Master Ye, are you going to the street racing event this year?" Chen Zixun asked while scrolling through his phone. "Damn, I heard there's a god of the road over in Jiangbei." At the mention of this, Zhou Wenbin perked up, his gold-rimmed glasses even glinting with excitement. "What kind of car god? A stand-up comedian?" Chen Zixun scoffed and asked again, "Young Master Yi, are you going? This is a great chance for us to make a name for ourselves. Jiangnan and Jiangbei are neighbors. They're separated by a vast river, creating a huge gap between the north and south. Since ancient times, Jiangnan has been the political, cultural, and economic center, while Jiangbei has nothing to speak of. Its social composition is complex, and its economic development has been utterly crushed by Jiangnan. The economic base determines the superstructure. The rich kids from North Bank felt their pride was at stake, so to save face, they organized a racing event. Though called a race, it had little to do with professional racing. It was just a bunch of rich kids speeding around to show off their skills. The North Bank is very united. Every year in May they issue a challenge. Jiangnan, on the other hand, is somewhat annoyed because the provincial capital Jinling isn't performing well economically, and no one accepts them as representatives of Jiangnan. On top of that, in the original story, Ye Feng's driving skills were mediocre. He'd get thoroughly beaten if he went, so he found excuses not to attend every year. As a result, a rich kid from Gusu City in Jiangnan province ended up representing them. If they win, the rich kids from Gusu strut around proudly. If they lose, they call the rich kids from Jinling idiots and good-for-nothings. Of course, not all rich kids were interested in this after all. Most of them preferred to focus on building their careers. However, this year's race was a bit special. There was indeed a racing god from North Jiang who completely crushed the rich kids from Gusu. But the one who actually won the race was Lin Yi, who had originally just tagged along with Zhao Hongying to join the fun. In the end, he stole the show, earning not only the admiration of the rich kids from both Jiangnan and Jiangbei, but also Zhao Hongying's favor. From then on, she began to look at Lin Yi with newfound respect. Fortunately, in the original story, Ye Feng didn't go otherwise. He would have been humiliated all over again. "Young Master Yi?" Seeing that Ye Feng didn't answer, Chen Zixun pressed further. "Are you going or not? If you do, I'll lend you a sports car. With such a great opportunity to make a name for myself, why wouldn't I go? Ye Feng smiled faintly, his fighting spirit high. As the saying goes, one must first make a name for oneself to achieve greatness. For the Ye family to expand, fame is indispensable. Currently, the Ye family's fame is almost entirely confined to Jinling. After all, the families in Gusu and Jiangdu were indeed quite powerful. As for sports cars, Ye Feng didn't own one at the moment. He usually drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 9 million. But that didn't mean he had to borrow one from Chen Zixun. Ye Feng had his own plans. 3 days later, the racing event was set to take place. As luck would have it, a limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar arrived at the dealership on Commercial Street. Ye Feng had heard about it in advance and was planning to go buy it. How much is this car? Ye Feng pulled out his business card and got straight to the point. He didn't want to deal with any drama, like the dealership staff looking down on him because of his status. That would be no fun at all. Mr. Ye, this car has already been reserved by someone else. They've paid the deposit, and the owner is coming to pick it up today. The pretty saleswoman stammered. Who is it? Ye Feng asked curiously. Their last name is Zhu. I don't know him. Ye Feng couldn't recall anyone by that name in Jinling. There was a minor character named Zhu Hong in the book, but wasn't he from Jiangdu City? How much is it? I'll just swipe my card. Young Master Yi, we really can't sell this car. The salesperson urged. What's going on here? You won't even sell a car to young Master Yi. Go on, go get your manager. Just tell him Chen Zixun wants to speak with him. Chen Zixun said. The clerk had no choice but to call the manager. Young Master Yi, young Master Chen, what's the matter? Before long, the manager rushed out. My buddy has his eye on this car, give him a 20% discount. Chen Zixun said. Young Master Chen, this car? The manager was about to agree, but when he saw that it was a limited edition Ferrari F12, he hesitated. What's the matter with you? I told you to sell a car, why are you dithering around like this? Do you think I wouldn't have my second uncle take care of you? Chen Zixun said, slightly annoyed. Yes, I'll process the paperwork for young Master Yi right away. The manager was startled and hurried off to handle it. Is this your family's business? Ye Feng asked curiously. No, my second uncle runs it. He thought my dad was too controlling, so he went out on his own in a fit of anger. He even started a sports car club. Chen Zixun said. I see. Ye Feng knew Chen Zixun had a second uncle who never stuck to a proper job and had been notorious back in the day as a playboy. As luck would have it, he'd come to him to buy a car. Young Master Yi, this car's original price is 9.8 million. With a 20% discount, it's 7.8 million, and I'll round down the change for you. A moment later, the manager walked over with the contract and a POS machine. He swiped his card. He picked up the car. Ye Feng drove away from the dealership, beaming with delight behind the wheel of his limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar. As he drove down the street, he was met with envious glances from young women all around. That car is so cool. Damn, once I've saved up enough pocket money, I'm ordering one too. Chen Zixun said, and Young Master Zhu, welcome to Jinling. On Business Street, Zhao Hongying stood at the intersection, dressed to the nines, with a minivan parked in front of her. A chubby young man stepped out of the van and said with a smile, Sister Hongying, I'm really flattered that you came all the way here to greet me personally. Given our friendship, it's only natural. Zhao Hongying smiled faintly. The man was Zhu Hong, the young master of the Zhu family from Jiangdu, and also Zhao Hongying's classmate from elementary school through high school. Back then, Zhu Hong had pursued Zhao Hongying, writing her more than a dozen sappy love letters. But Zhao Hongying found him too fat and turned him down. Later, as Zhao Hongying grew more and more beautiful, Zhu Hong felt ashamed of his own appearance, comparing himself to Zhu Baji chasing Chang, so he gave up. Yet he became Zhao Hongying's chief protector. Zhao Hongying also often used him as a shield. As far as romance was concerned, their relationship was purely platonic after all. One found the other unattractive, while the other knew he wasn't exactly a looker himself. Young Master Zhu, the car you ordered has arrived, let's go take a look. Tonight, it's up to you to show off your skills and help Jiangnan take first place. Zhao Hongying led the way with a smile, the dealership was just ahead. Haha, speaking of showing off your skills, I'm not going to lose to that bastard Kui Ren this year. Those people from Gusu City have won the championship 2 times in a row. Kai Ren has no idea I've been secretly honing my driving skills behind the scenes. Shu Hongxing said enthusiastically. In reality, he was a hapless rich kid. He had no interest in girls he paid to date. But the girls he was actually interested in always turned him down. So he wondered if he could hone his driving skills to make himself more attractive, so he could finally find true love. When the two arrived at the dealership, however, they were told that Zhu Hong's limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar had already been sold to someone else. What do you mean? We ordered this car and even paid a deposit, yet you actually sold it to someone else. Get your manager over here. I want to see which jerk is so brazen as to snatch my friend's car. Zhao Hongying shouted in Ms. Zhao, we're truly sorry, we're in a difficult position too. The manager was about to explain, but Zhao Hongying was too busy venting her anger and continued to rant. Ha, your dealership is really something, you actually dared to sell my friend's car. Go on, tell me, which big shot did you sell it to? I'll be damned if I don't find out who the hell is so brazen. Zhao Hongying was trembling with rage, her expression growing increasingly icy. It was young Master Ye. With no other choice, the manager could only give Ye Feng's name. What, Ye Feng? Zhao Hongying froze for a moment, then flew into a rage. What do you mean by that? Just because Ye Feng is off limits, does that mean I'm fair game? Miss Zhao, we didn't want to sell it in the first place, but young Master Chen is here too. After all, we're just employees. We wouldn't dare go against his wishes. The manager didn't even dare to breathe and could only pass the buck. Haha, so Chen Zixun is in on this too. Fine, you'll all just have to wait and see. Zhao Hongying's expression grew even more grim, although her father had repeatedly warned her not to provoke the Yi family again. But she had taken note of this grudge today. At the same time, she felt guilty toward Zhu Hong. He had come to Jinling to order a sports car in preparation for tonight's race precisely because he trusted her. She never imagined Ye Feng would beat her to it. Young Master Zhu, I'm truly sorry about this. How about I lend you a sports car? Zhao Hongying said, apologetic. It's fine. As long as you're a good driver, any car will do. Although Zhu Hong was annoyed and wanted to beat up Ye Feng, he had no choice but to accept it for the time being. Zhu Hong had actually heard of Ye Feng. He was a complete wastrel. In past racing events, he'd always found all sorts of excuses to back out, so why had he suddenly changed his mind this time and decided to go make a fool of himself? As long as he dared to show up, Zhu Hong was absolutely confident he could humiliate him. After all, his driving skills were on par with those of a professional race car driver. Since the race was prohibited from disturbing the public, the start time was set for after midnight. The venue was the Yangtze River Expressway, a stretch of road with almost no traffic. Participants, whether they were racing or not, had to pay a 10,000 entry fee and a 100,000 registration fee, which would serve as the prize for the champion. The entry fee wasn't exorbitant. Even a rich kid living off an allowance could scrape it together with a little saving. After all, it's a great opportunity to make a name for yourself and build connections with other rich kids. At racing events, aside from the racing itself, another important aspect is networking, but you have to pay an entry fee just to get in. Before long, the prize pool had swelled to over 10 million. Among the participants, aside from the rich kids competing in the races, there were also people from other circles, many of whom were young women. Their motives varied. Some were looking for investment opportunities, while others were simply there to find a sugar daddy. Both sides of the Yangtze River Expressway were packed with people. Even the uncles and aunts selling late-night snacks had rushed over upon hearing the news, afraid that these spoiled rich kids might go hungry. Young Master Ye, why didn't you bring a girl with you? Where's your wife? And what about that female bodyguard of yours who's such a badass? After entering the venue, Chen Zixun asked curiously. Although he wasn't racing, he'd brought a girlfriend along to mingle. Yangxiang's been working too hard lately, so I told her to get some rest after work. As for Senfangling, she's practicing her martial arts at this time of day. Ye Feng leaned against the car and said casually, So you must be young Master Yi. You're just as handsome as the rumors say. Hello, young Master Yi. My name is Tang Xiang. I'm a streamer at Duoyu. The beautiful woman standing beside Chen Zixun was poised and graceful as she extended her hand to Yi Feng. Hello. Yi Feng politely shook her hand. Suddenly, he felt Tang Xiang's fingers curl slightly against the palm of his hand. It was a very flirtatious gesture. After their hands parted, Tang Xiang acted as if nothing had happened, offering only a sweet smile. Young Master Yi, Miss Tang is quite beautiful, isn't she? I don't usually let just anyone shake her hand. Chen Zixun said with a smile. He treated Ye Feng like a brother, and besides, since Ye Feng had a girlfriend, he didn't mind this kind of gesture. Your girlfriend? Ye Feng asked curiously. Not yet. Chen Zixun replied. He was currently pursuing Tang Xiang, but he was just one step away from success. There were a lot of people there. Apart from the late-night food vendors, there weren't any ordinary bystanders mingling among the crowd. Tang Xiang had also run into her best friend, who was also a live streamer, and they were chatting together. Is this Tang Xiang a gold digger? Ye Feng looked at Chen Zixin curiously. No, she's not materialistic. She's a pretty talented streamer. To be honest, I only sent her a few super rockets. Getting her to hang out with me was all down to my own charm. Chen Zixin sounded a bit proud. Rich kids aren't short on women, what they lack are women who are truly sincere. Alright. Ye Feng didn't bother to think too much about it. As time went on, more and more people gathered along both sides of the road, forming a dense, dark sea of heads. Sister Hongying, I never would have guessed that this young guy from your company was such a great driver. I'll admit I'm no match for him. Not far away, Zhao Hongying and her group were walking and chatting. Among them, Zhu Hong was full of praise for Lin Yi. You're too kind, young master Zhu, I was just lucky. Of course, Sister Hongying's car is great too. Lin Yi laughed modestly, which made Zhu Hong like this young guy even more. Truth, Lin Yi didn't think much of Zhu Hong with driving skills like that. He actually had the nerve to claim he was on par with a professional race car driver. If it weren't for the fear that he'd lose so badly it would put Sister Hongying in an awkward position, this chubby kid wouldn't even be able to see the back of his own bike. Lin Yi, I really didn't expect your riding skills to be this good. Why haven't you ever mentioned this before? Zhao Hongying realized that Lin Yi was truly a hidden gem. There was almost nothing he wasn't good at. Sister Hongying, it's mostly because I don't even have a bike. Lin Yi said modestly. Alright, as long as you help us at Jiangnan win the race, I'll get you a car when I get back. Zhao Hongying promised generously. Thanks, Sister Han Yi. Lin Yi was overjoyed with his driving skills. Winning this race would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Lin Yi was smiling happily when suddenly he spotted someone ahead, and his smile froze instantly. What's wrong? Zhao Hongying, curious, followed Lin Yi's gaze and froze in surprise, her expression turning icy. It was Ye Feng. She walked up to him, gritting her teeth, and said, Young Master Yi, what a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, I've already run into several of Jinling's rich kids. Ye Feng replied casually, then suddenly spotted Lin Yi behind him and smiled brightly. Lin Yi, it's good to see you again. Lin Yi. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. It'd be best to stay away from this guy. I suppose this must be young Master Yi. Zhu Hong stepped forward and said with a cold expression, And who is this chubby guy? Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong's expression grew even more somber as he glared at the limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar parked not far from Ye Feng, seething with envy. What's the matter? Ye Feng asked, feigning ignorance. I ordered that car. Are you trying to steal it from me? What are you playing at, Ye Feng? Zhu Hong pointed at the Ferrari and demanded harshly.
Damn, who's this chubby kid? He's so cocky, how dare he yell at young Master Yi like that? I recognize him. His dad's a local tycoon in Jiangda. He owns 10 buildings in the city center. Wow, a landlord. Too bad he's a bit short and not as good looking as Master Yi, so I'm rooting for young Master Yi on this one. The onlookers hadn't even figured out what was going on yet, but following the principle that the handsome one is always right, they sided with Ye Feng first. As soon as Zhu Hong heard this, his eyebrows nearly shot out of his head in anger. Was there no sense of justice left in people's hearts? So you're the one who ordered this car, then? Ye Feng smiled faintly, looked calmly at Chen Zixin and said, He's the one who said he'd sell it to me. Go take it up with him. So what if I bought it? Are you gonna bite me? Chen Zixin was particularly defiant, shouting, Who the hell told you to order a car from my second uncle's shop? I'm buying it anyway. The crowd... Wow, with this back and forth, they must be trying to give Zhu Hong a stroke right now. He's already fat enough as it is. Zhu Hong was so furious he was speechless. His mind was filled with profanities, but not a single word came out of his mouth. He couldn't even refute what Chen Zixin had said. Seeing this, Zhao Hongying pointed at Ye Feng angrily, gritting her teeth. What's the matter? Is buying a car a crime? Ye Feng. Don't try to put on airs here. Zhao Hongying shouted, You stole young Master Zhu's car just to take part in tonight's race, didn't you? Do you dare race against us? No way. Ye Feng shook his head. You? Zhao Hongying was furious, thinking to herself, this Ye Feng, why doesn't he play by the rules at all? Young Master Yi is obviously here to represent Jiangnan. Who do you think you are? That's right. If I were young Master Yi, I wouldn't come either. The crowd chimed in unison, continuing to side with Ye Feng. Zhu Hong's face turned as red as a pig's liver with rage. He took a step forward and shouted, Ye Feng, I can see you're just a coward. If you're really that good, then fight me. If I win, you'll give me back the car and kneel on the ground to apologize. If you win, I won't fight over this car anymore. I'll pay you the full price and I'll kneel on the ground and call you dad. Zhu Hong was extremely arrogant. To put it bluntly, he looked down on Ye Feng. What good is it for a spoiled rich kid like him to be handsome? Does he even deserve to compete with me? Fine then, this car is worth 10 million. Since the other party had put it that way, Ye Feng made his position clear on the spot. 10 million? Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes? Didn't you buy it for just over 7 million? Zhao Hongying demanded coldly. This was clearly extortion. Even though Zhu Hong's family collected rent, he'd still asked his mother for the money to buy the car. Zhu Hong's annual allowance and bonuses combined amounted to less than 1 million. Was Ye Feng trying to take 10 years worth of someone's income in a single breath? Young master, you got a discount on his car. Can you guys get a discount when you buy one? The list price for this Ferrari is 9.7 million. Rounding it up, that's exactly 10 million. Chen Zixun rip. Zhao Hongying was once again furious. She hadn't realized just how eloquent this Chen Zixli was. Fine, 10 million it is. I just hope you can handle losing. Zhu Hong clenched his teeth. He didn't think he'd lose, so why not let Ye Feng buy my car? Don't worry, there are so many people watching. Ye Feng said with a smile. In the circle of rich kids, the worst fear is being looked down upon. Otherwise, they wouldn't be holding a race event. Aside from money, there were plenty of other areas where they could compete. Immediately, Ye Feng prepared to race Zhu Hong first. Over on the Jiangnan side, many eyes were also fixed on the two of them. Hey, look at these noobs pecking at each other. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see a rich kid wearing sunglasses and with his arm around a pretty girl walking toward them. Huh, who's this kid? He actually dares to challenge both young Master Yi and young Master Zhu at the same time. Oh my, isn't that Kui Ren, young Master Kui from Gusu City? I've heard the Kui family of Gusu is incredibly wealthy. They're every bit as rich as the Yi family. That's an understatement. Young Master Kui has represented Jiangnan in 2 consecutive matches, completely crushing those rich kids from Jiangbai who love to race. No wonder he dared to call young Master Yi and young Master Zhu noobs pecking each other. Turns out he's got what it takes. After recognizing Kui Ren, many people began to treat him with respect. Tonight's theme was street racing and young Master Kui had won the championship twice. Kui Ren, stop acting so cocky. If you're so good, why don't you race against Grandpa Zhu? Zhu Hong snapped angrily. For the past 2 years, he'd been thoroughly beaten by Kui Ren, which was why he'd resolved to train his driving skills relentlessly. He was confident that aside from Lin Yi, he was a match for anyone in the room. Sure, but let me make one thing clear. If I lose, you'll have to buy me a car. Kui Ren smiled as he looked over at the Ferrari and praised, that car looks really nice. It is nice, but it's not meant for you. It's a limited edition. Ye Feng replied lazily. I suppose you must be young Master Yi from Jinling. What made you change your mind this year and come here to be humiliated? Kui Ren said with a chuckle. Whether it's humiliation or not, we'll only know after we race. Ye Feng continued, here's what we'll do. The 3 of us will race. The losers each pay for a car, and the winner takes it all. Deal. Kui Ren replied with a smile. With Kui Ren's arrival, the atmosphere grew even more intense. According to the old rules, whoever finishes the 100-kilometer race first win. A win means a net profit of 20 million. That's more than the prize money for this race. Someone exclaimed in amazement. The race prize money is just a bonus. The real point is placing the right bets, right? Do you really think a bunch of rich kids came here to race just for the 10 million prize money, aside from the prestige? You're absolutely right. I bet on Kui Xiao first. Who the hell's covering the bet? Hurry up and come collect the money. The rich kids on the sidelines were all very excited. After all, betting on Kui Xiao is a sure thing. Damn it, are these guys out of their minds? Everyone's betting on Kui Ren? Chen Zixun frowned as he clutched his bank card. He wanted to bet on Kui Ren too, everyone did, but as a result, no one was willing to act as the bookie. Damn it, without a bookie, who's gonna pay out? Young Master Chen, you go be the bookie. Ye Feng said. Young Master Ye, and joke around, I'm not some sucker. Chen Zixun said sternly. What the hell are you afraid of? You be the bookie, bet on me. Ye Feng replied just as seriously. Young Master Yi, we're brothers, no doubt about it, but brothers are one thing and money is another. Why are you screwing me over? Chen Zixun grumbled. If it weren't for Kui Ren, he would definitely have bet on Ye Feng. After all, Kui Ren had won 2 consecutive championships, his skills were undeniable, and he had no choice but respect him. Damn it, just listen to me, go be the bookie and bet on me. If you lose, I'll cover it. Ye Feng shouted. If it weren't for the anti-cheating rules prohibiting competitors from betting or acting as the house, he would have taken on that role himself long ago. Although in the original story, Ye Feng's driving skills were pretty average, the current Ye Feng hadn't even considered the possibility of losing. Alright, if I win, we split it 50-50. Chen Zixun said through gritted teeth. Since any losses would be on Ye Feng, it didn't matter if he played the sucker for now. Didn't we say if we lose, I'll cover it? Why are we splitting it 50-50 now? If we win, it's all mine, of course. If you want to make money, go place your own bets. Ye Feng said, are you kidding me? If we win, the payout will be at least 100 million. Are you seriously gonna split that 50-50 with someone? Although he didn't know why Ye Feng was so confident and wouldn't even give him a cut of the winnings, Chen Zixun went along with it anyway. In fact, with Kui Ren around, Chen Zixun didn't expect Ye Feng to win anyway. After all, even if he lost, he wouldn't have to cover the loss himself. He'd just treat it as playing the role of Ye Feng's pawn for once. When Chen Zixin announced that he would act as the bookie and that the bookie was betting on Ye Feng, the entire room erupted. Hundreds of heads and dozens of rich kids all stared at him as if he were a fool. Wow, young Master Chen is so generous he even throws money around with such refreshing elegance. I hereby declare that your Chen family will henceforth be the leader of Jinling's 4 great families. A certain master once said that the amount of money you waste determines the breadth of your magnanimity. I'd say young Master Chen has quite a lot of it. That's right. From now on, young Master Chen is my brother. Anyone who messes with him is messing with me. Facing the crowd's scornful remarks, Chen Zixin's turned dark. He'd known all along he'd be mocked. But he hadn't expected the sting of ridicule to be this painful. Let's start placing bets. Chen Zixin said impatiently, and the crowd began placing their bets. Since it was mostly for entertainment, the house only had to pay out 2 to 1, but even so, the total bets had already reached 150 million. Even those who weren't rich kids were placing bets. Even the lady selling fried rice had 1,000 on Kai Ren to win. Poor Ye Feng, no one even gave him a second glance, and those who had been fawning over him had vanished without a trace. In a fit of anger, Chen Zixin dug into his own pocket, found someone to place the bet for him, and furiously bet 2,000 on Ye Feng. The person placing the bet for Chen Zixin was also quite embarrassed. Young Master Chen, why are you only betting 2,000? You're going to make me a laughing stock. You bunch of idiots, just wait and see how I'm going to crush Kui Ren. Zhu Hong muttered in frustration. All these guys had bet on Kui Ren, not a single one had bet on him. Finally, Zhao Hongying took the lead and placed a bet on Zhu Hong. Bro, are you backing me? Zhu Hong looked at Lin Ye. Of course. Lin Yi pulled 50 yuan out of his pocket and said awkwardly, I just don't have much money. It's okay, I'll cover it for you. With that, Zhu Hong, true to his word, handed Lin Yi 5,000 yuan. After thanking him, Lin Yi went to place his bet. From the 50 he bet on Zhu Hong, he put all 5,000 on Kui Ren. Are you kidding me? Like you, Zhu Hong, could win? Worst case scenario, I'll just pay you back the 5,000 later. After placing his bets, the race was about to begin. Kai Ren was the first to get into the sports car with the pretty girl he'd brought along in the passenger seat. Zhu Hong had found a girl from who knows where, and she was sitting in his sports car. When it was Ye Feng's turn, everyone turned to look at him because he hadn't brought a girl along. Why don't you just pick one here? Someone suggested. With so many girls present, it would be a breeze for Ye Feng to find a date. Not to mention, his sports car was a limited edition Ferrari F12. It was by far the most luxurious car there. Alright then. No sooner had Feng finished speaking than a crowd of girls rushed over. Pick me, young master, pick me. Pick me. The scene instantly resembled an emperor selecting his concubines, with many girls scrambling to get to him. Many of them were gold diggers, there solely to find a sugar daddy. One girl who, with makeup, was about an 8 out of 10, ran the fastest and ended up right in front of Ye Feng. With looks like that, she was easily a goddess in the eyes of many sycophants. After all, girls like Gu Yongsheng who scored over a 9 were extremely rare. Alright then. After all, she was just a date, so Ye Feng didn't make a big deal out of it. The girl looked as if she'd won the lottery. She was overjoyed and cast a smug glance at the group of girls behind her. Hey, isn't that the woman from that online post? When will women finally stand up? Last time she was boxing, I think she got knocked down by someone. Looks like it's her. Didn't she say that after 3 divorces she started her own business and is now worth 10 billion? Damn, no way. I'll believe she's been divorced 3 times, but a net worth of 10 billion. That's just ridiculous. 100 billion in Joss paper, I bet. I just burned some for her. Quite a few rich kids started ranting. Damn it, this boxer makes making money sound easier than eating. A net worth of 10 billion, that's enough to be called a wealthy family. The Yi family's assets aren't much more than that, are they? If you had that kind of money, would you really need to grovel before Ye Feng? The girl with the online ID, when will women finally stand up, immediately turned pale. She explained to Ye Feng, young master Ye, it's all just online banter. I'm not divorced, I don't even have a boyfriend. Maybe we should just forget about it. Ye Feng was speechless. He decided it would be best to keep his distance from her. He decided to look for a new girlfriend. Rule number 1, no boxers. But Ye Feng soon realized that while these girls didn't box, they were money hungry. Come to think of it, that made sense. What kind of decent girl would go around specifically hunting for sugar daddies? Ye Feng still prefer normal girls like Gu Yongsheng. Young master Ye, if you don't mind, could I be your date? Just as Ye Feng was still deciding on a choice, a girl approached him. Her voice sounded vaguely familiar. He turned around and saw that it was Tang Xiang, the Douyu streamer Chen Zixin had brought along. Huh. Ye Feng was at a loss for words. Wasn't Tang Xiang supposed to be on a date with Chen Zixin? At that moment, Chen Zixin also looked completely baffled. She's just here as a date, the race comes first. Tang Xiang was mainly thinking of Ye Feng after all. A rich kid going for a high-speed drive without a girl by his side would easily draw scorn. Alright then. Ye Feng turned to Chen Zixin and said, Young Master Chen, I'll borrow your friend for a bit. Chen Zixin? Young Master Ye, I'm just being your errand boy here and you're going street racing with the girl I like? He and Tang Xiang were just friends, he couldn't restrict her freedom. Even though she's just playing the role of a date, damn it, I'm jealous. Ye Feng's reason for choosing Tang Xiang was simple. She looked wholesome and was garish as those gold diggers. Besides, Ye Feng really just wanted a female companion for the race. He had no intention of hooking up with her. Gu Yongshang's exactly Ye Feng's type. Now we've picked a girl, let's get started. Kai Ren raised an eyebrow slightly and continued. I've won the championship the last 2 years. Don't say I'm picking on you, I'll let you guys go first for 5 kilometers. Wow, young Master Kui is really something else, he's even giving us a 5-kilometer head start in a 100-lay race. That's young Master Kui for you now, that's what I call confidence. Many were impressed, but even so, no one thought he would lose. What's with all the swagger? Zhu Hong was furious, but he didn't dare agree to 5 kilometers after all. If he lost, it would be a huge loss of face. Young Master Yi, I know your driving skills are mediocre. If you think 5 kilometers isn't enough, I can make it 10. Kai Ren continued to look down on Yi. His family was a wealthy powerhouse, while Zhu Hong came from a mere distinguished family. He only regarded Ye Feng as a rival. Fine, Ed. Ye Feng didn't care and added, but I'll have to give you a head start too. To return the favor, I'll pick a lower-end car. After all, as you know, the Ferrari F12 was built for racing. With that, Ye Feng walked over to the middle-aged man selling fried rice nearby and said, Sir, I want a race car. Could you lend me your Wuling Hongguang? The crowd. The fried rice vendor? Chen Zix and young Master Yi, you're really showing off too much. In the end, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Ye Feng borrowed the Wuling Hongguang. This is a damn minivan. You're gonna race with this thing? Can you even race with this? No way, it's not even designed for that, you know. Ye Feng, what's your deal? Are you looking down on me? Kui Ren's face turned dark, winning like this wouldn't be anything to be proud of. As long as your driving skills are good, it doesn't matter what you drive, it'll go just the same. Ye Feng remained calm and confident, then turned to Tang Xiang beside him and asked, You don't mind a minivan, do you? I don't mind. Tang Xiang really didn't mind, she was just a little embarrassed. Alright, just don't go making a fool of yourself. Kui Ren angrily climbed into his sports car. The reason he'd given them a 10-kilometer head start wasn't just to show off, it was also because he was a skilled driver. But what did Ye Feng have? A van race? Is he just that desperate to make a fool of himself? 2 idiots, both asking for trouble. I've got this in the bag, don't I? Zhu Hong was over the moon. He knew his driving skills were on par with Kui Ren's, and on top of that, the guy had just given him a 10-kilometer head start. As for Ye Feng, forget that he was driving a van. Even if he were piloting a plane, Zhu Hong would still win hands down. Soon the race began. Young Master Yi, are we okay? Sitting in the passenger seat of the van, Tang Xiang looked a little worried. No problem. Ye Feng replied casually. He was currently looking to exchange points with the system for mastery of driving. He had spotted this skill earlier while browsing the system store. Ding! Congratulations, host, on redeeming mastery of driving. 1,000 comeback points consumed. Remaining comeback points, 500. Mastery of driving. The host will possess the skills of a top-tier professional race car driver. Before long, Ye Feng had assimilated the skill. He could now race with one hand with ease, let alone completely outclass these 2 amateur-level rich kids. Buckle up, we're about to hit the road. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, he pressed the gas pedal, and the Wuling Hongguang shot forward. Young Master Zhu, I never would have guessed that someone who looks like you're so easygoing, and your driving skills are so amazing. I'm totally in love with you. In Zhu Hong's car, the beautiful woman sitting next to him kept fawning over him. Although Zhu Hong was a bit chubby and not exactly handsome, his family's wealth couldn't be denied. He owned 10 apartments in the city. You're such a gold digger. Zhu Hong had never cared for this kind of materialistic woman. What he wanted was pure love. All his attention was now focused on the race. They'd already covered nearly 10 kilometers. Although he was still in first place, he couldn't let his guard down. Ren was about to start his run any moment. As for Ye Feng, driving a Wuling Hongguang, he's clearly just here for laughs. Hey, young Master Zhu, look behind you. Suddenly, the beautiful woman beside Zhu Hong shouted. What? Zhu Hong froze for a moment, instinctively glancing in the rearview mirror, and immediately swerved the car to the side in shock. Has Ye Feng lost his mind? Zhu Hong pulled over and watched as Ye Feng sped off into the distance. The Wuling Hongguang's top speed is 250 kilometers per hour, and this guy was going at least 220. The whole car was swaying back and forth. He'd nearly crashed into me just now. That was a heart-stopping moment. Inside the minivan, Tang Xiang clutched a paper bag and kept retching, almost throwing up her guts. Young Master Yi, you're driving too fast. My head is spinning. Good thing I had my seatbelt on, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. No, you mean you buckled your seatbelt? Tang Xiang's head was spinning. She was starting to regret getting into Ye Feng's car. To be precise, it was this van. This kind of thing would never happen in a sports car. But Ye Feng, behind the wheel, was completely unfazed, maintaining a speed of 220 km the whole way, and he was even handling it with ease. Dude, haven't you noticed how much this thing is swaying? I'm so scared that if you're not careful, the van will plunge into the Yangtze River. Still, Tang Xiang found herself growing more curious about Ye Feng. This top-tier rich kid from Jinling seemed completely different from what she'd imagined. Zhu Hong, what the hell are you playing at? Driving this slow, and you still claim to be on par with a pro racer? I could beat the crap out of you with one hand. Kai Ren caught up and flipped Zhu Hong the bird. What are you bragging about to me? If you're so good, go catch up to Ye Feng. Zhu Hong retorted. Ye Feng's reckless driving earlier had scared the hell out of him. Damn it, anyone with Feng in their name really is a lunatic. Haha, even a van just passed you. You're such a loser. Kai Ren couldn't help but laugh. No matter how fast that van was going, how fast could it really be? Wouldn't it take him just a matter of minutes to pass him? So Kai Ren stepped on the gas and gave chase. However, he still couldn't spot Feng's car. Damn it, did that guy fall into the Yangtze River or something? Kai Ren couldn't help but wonder. Young Master Kui, look ahead. The beautiful woman beside him pointed to the intersection ahead where Ye Feng's van was parked. Ye Feng, what are you doing here? Kai Ren stopped and asked curiously. Waiting for you. Waiting for me? Kai Ren was a bit puzzled. Hey, the 100-lay race. I crossed the finish line ages ago. Ye Feng reminded him. What? Kai Ren was taken aback. Only then did it suddenly dawn on him, and he asked in astonishment, It's only been half an hour, how fast were you going? 220 per hour. Ye Feng said nonchalantly. Are you kidding me? This old minivan can go 220? Kui Ren's scalp prickled after all, even his sports car could only go on 80. That was the fastest speed he could handle, especially on a highway with so many curves. How come Ye Feng haven't plunged into the river yet? Moments later, Kai Ren saw Tang Xiying crouched beside the van, retching she'd definitely been thrown off balance by Ye Feng's driving. Alright, I'll give you that. In the end, Kai Ren had no choice but to admit defeat. Alright, send the money. Ye Feng smiled and held out his hand. Kai Ren. Although Kai Ren had lost to Ye Feng, the guy driving the van, he still transferred 10 million to Ye Feng. With so many people watching, he still had to save face. Before long, Zhu Hong arrived as well. Ye Feng continued to demand money from him. As a result, he ended up with a total of 20 million. Young Master Zhu, haven't you forgotten something? Ye Feng reminded him. What? Zhu Hong was in a foul mood and replied brusquely. Get down on your knees and call me dad. You said so yourself, lots of people are listening. Ye Fed. Zhu Hong. He had said those words, but who could have imagined Ye Feng's driving skills were this impressive? Young Master Zhu, if you refuse to call me dad, I'll spread the word about this, okay? You're the one who admitted he's your dad. Kui Ren lost the race and took another 10 million in losses, so he took his frustration out on Zhu Hong. You guys... Zhu Hong was so furious his liver ached. If he called him dad, he'd lose face. If he didn't, he'd be looked down upon either way. He was bound to be mocked. He thought it over for a moment and decided it was best to settle the matter peacefully. He walked up and said, Young Master Ye, I'll call him, but you have to promise not to spread this around. I promise. Ye Feng nodded. He noticed Kui Ren beside him reaching for his phone. Dad. I didn't hear you. Don't you know we old folks have bad hearing? You? Zhu Hong was furious, but he gritted his teeth and called out again, Dad. You haven't knelt down yet. Ye Feng reminded him again. 1,000 thoughts raced through Zhu Hong's mind as he thought to himself, Ye Feng, are you messing with me? But then he suddenly dropped to his knees and cried out, both angrily and humbly, Dad. Alright, that's a wrap. Kai Ren, standing nearby, shouted excitedly as if he were Zhu Hong's real father. You Kui guy, I'll curse your ancestors, what the hell are you doing? Zhu Hong's face was contorted with rage and he wanted nothing more than to devour Kui Ren whole. That guy actually tried to film him secretly. Then he glared furiously at Ye Feng. Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me who took the video. Ye Feng was an honest man who always kept his word. If he said he wouldn't spread it, he wouldn't. He turned to Kui Ren and said, send me a copy of the video. Sure. Even though he'd lost 10 million and was really annoyed with Ye Feng, he had to admit that Ye Feng's driving skills were truly impressive. As for the video of Zhu Hong kneeling and calling him dad, it's better to share the fun with others than keep it to yourself. You Kui guy, I'm going to kill you! Zhu Hong charged it. Hey, what are you doing? I've called my bodyguards. Damn it, my bodyguards couldn't keep up during that high-speed chase. Kai Ren was stunned. In the end, the two of them grappled and exchanged blows, terrifying the two girls standing nearby. Ye Feng, keeping a low profile, took Tang Xiying back that they'd come. Young Master, are those two okay? In the car, Tang Xiying looked back at Zhu Hong and Kui Ren, who were still fighting fiercely, worried that the situation might escalate. What's the big deal? They're tough as nails, so what if they take a beating? Ye Feng didn't care. All he wanted to do now was go back and count his money. From the bets he'd placed earlier, he estimated he'd won over 100 million. After Ye Feng strolled back to where they'd started, it wasn't long before Zhu Hong and Kai Ren followed suit. The two had beaten each other so badly that their faces were black and blue, their clothes were torn to shreds, and they were disheveled and filthy looking, just like beggars. Did you guys get into a car accident? Seeing this, someone couldn't help but venture a bold guess. Kai Ren snorted coldly and immediately posted the video he just recorded to his social media feeds. Holy crap, Zhu Xiao, what's going on? If you're gonna race, just race. Why are you suddenly calling him dad? You didn't know? Zhu Xiao just made a bet with Ye Xiao if he lost, he'd have to call him dad. So it looks like Zhu Xiao definitely lost. Who's the champion then? Check the group chat, Ye Xiao came in first. What, Ye Xiao? After they'd finished mocking Zhu Hong, everyone realized something was wrong. They'd all just bet everything on Kui Ren. And that guy lost. Are you kidding me? You're a two-time champion, how could you lose to Ye Feng? Damn it! Zhu Hong was furious. He'd already let out a curse. As long as it didn't get out, it would have been fine, but Kui Ren went and completely humiliated him in public. You think you're the only one who can cause trouble? Do you really think I don't know how to get even? Instantly, Zhu Hong belted out at the top of his lungs, everyone, do you know why Kui Ren had Shi Kelly step in? And do you know why Chen Zixun stepped in to act as the bookie? Those two questions instantly perked everyone up. Damn it, looking at it this way, it turns out Kui Ren and Ye Feng have been raking in the cash. 150 million, even though it was split evenly, we didn't lose much, but you two sure made a killing. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. My driving skills really aren't as good as young Master Yeezy's the one driving the van. Kui Ren was startled and began explaining frantically. However, the angry crowd wouldn't listen to a word of it. Way to go, Mr. Kui. You really live up to your reputation as the wealthy young master of the Kui family of Gusu. You're a true business genius. Hey Kui, you bastard, don't try to slip away or I'll kill you. Damn it, give us our money back. The furious crowd had Kui Ren trembling with fear, but fortunately he had brought enough bodyguards with him, otherwise he would have been in real danger. This is ridiculous. Bullying an honest guy. I clearly came in first on my own merit. How did it turn into Kui Ren intentionally letting me win? Ye Feng sat to the side, letting out a sigh in his usual cool, handsome way. He held his bank card in his hand, checking the balance, all the money he'd just won by acting as the banker. Added to the 20 million he'd won earlier, that brought his total to 170 million plus an extra 8,000 as change. Young Master Ye, calling yourself an honest guy, the way I see it, you're clearly a sneaky bastard. And you have the nerve to sigh. Watching Ye Feng count his money, Chen Zixun was filled with envy. He'd love to make over 100 million with tears in his eyes too. If only he'd known, he would have bet more. Betting 2,000 yuan only netted him 6,000 back, not even as much as Ye Feng's spare change. Are you really not in cahoots with Kui Ren? Chen Zixun couldn't help but Brother Lin Yi, sorry about that, I lost your 50 yuan too. After calming down, Zhu Hong apologized to Lin Yi. If he hadn't dragged him into it, Lin Yi wouldn't have placed that bet. He'd just asked Zhao Hongying about that 50 was Lin Yi's entire week's breakfast money. But unfortunately, after losing 10 million, Zhu Hong had only 2 coins left in his pocket. He'd probably have to let Sister Hongying treat him to a late-night snack. It's okay, Zhu Xiao. We're brothers, we eat the small stuff. Besides, with Sister Hongying around, I won't go hungry. Lin Yi was just as straightforward. Zhao Hongying smiled gently. She thought highly of Lin Yi and naturally stood by him. Zhu Hong also thought to himself, why not go back and borrow some money from my buddies to keep Lin Yi afloat? Oh, Lin Yi, so you're here after all. Just then, Chen Zixun strolled over with Ye Feng trailing behind him. Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned. Just as he'd said before, whenever he ran into Ye Feng, nothing ever came of it. He'd bet all 5,000 Zhu Hong had given him on Kui Ren. If it weren't for Ye Feng, he'd have recouped 15,000 net profit of 10,000. That would have meant living the high life this month. But now he'd be left with nothing. What are you two doing? Zhao Hongying said with a frown. She really didn't care for these two. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm here to see Lin Yi. With that, Chen Zixun pulled out a receipt from his pocket. It was the slip Lin Yi had written when placing his bet, which Chen had kept. Chen Zixun handed over the receipt and said with feigned regret, Lin Yi, what a shame Kui Ren, the one you bet on, lost. Zhu Hong? Zhao Hongying. Both of them looked over at Lin Yi at the same time. He bet on Shoyin? Wasn't he supposed to bet on Zhu Hong? And that 5,000 yuan Zhu Hong had even given it to him. Lin Yi. So what if he lost the bet? Did he really have to come all the way here just to tell me? No matter how I look at it, it seems like you came here just to stir up trouble. Just as Lin Yi was about to lose his temper, Chen Zixun suddenly turned and walked away, leaving Lin Yi to grumble under his breath at the backs of Chen Zixun and Ye Feng. Brother Lin Yi, you'd better explain this. Is this how you support me? Zhu Hong's face darkened. He'd given Lin Yi the money specifically so Lin Yi would bet on him if he won. The winnings were his. If he lost, the loss was his own. And yet this guy went behind his back to bet on Kui Ren. And to think he'd actually considered him a brother. Lin Yi, you've gone too far. Zhao Hongying frowned as well. This was the first time she'd ever been disappointed in Lin Yi. She felt a bit of sympathy for Zhu Hong. Despite his weight, he was a man of honor who valued loyalty deeply. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with Lin Yi buying out Kui Ren. He was just trying to make some money, but in reality, he had betrayed Zhu Hong's trust. Sister Hongying, young Master Zhu, please let me explain. Lin Yi was getting flustered. Just as he was about to explain, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. A defiant voice rang out. Damn, you people from Jiangnan really live up to your reputation as a province rife with infighting. We haven't even arrived yet, and you're already at each other's throats? I'm telling you, Kui Ren, you'll stop at nothing to make a buck. You even went so far as to fake a loss to Ye Feng. Where's Ye Feng? Why doesn't he dare come out? I hear you're a great driver of that van. The speaker was a burly man, at least 1.8 meters tall. He scanned the crowd, trying to spot Ye Feng so he could humiliate him. My god, what kind of background do you have that you dare to call young master Yi by his first name? Chen Zixin couldn't stand the sight of him. They were both rich kids. What gave him the right to be so cocky? Haha, what's my background? The burly man let out a cold laugh, and the henchman behind him proudly announced, Take a good look, this is Han Tianlong from Jiangbei and Huainan young master Han. Wow, he's Han Tianlong, the racing from Jiangbei. Rumor has it that young master Han raced against a professional driver and beat him 3 times in a row. To be fair, young master Han is handsome and comes from a wealthy family. He's every bit as impressive as young master Yi. That's right, Huainan is the provincial capital of North Jiang and Jinling is the provincial capital of South Jiang. If Ye Feng loses, it'll be a huge embarrassment. Come on, you bunch of North Jiang folks, you're just tooting your own horn. I'm publicly backing young master Yi. Haha, forget about young master Yi. Bet even young master Kai could take him out in a heartbeat. After all, young master Kui is a 2-time defending champion. As soon as Han Tianlong stepped onto the court, quite a few rich kids from North Jiang started cheering him on. This was mainly because Han Tianlong was representing Jiangbai, and he wasn't very well known primarily because he'd spent years abroad and had only returned last year. But this sparked discontent on the Jiangnan side. Although no one knew for sure whether Kui Ren had gone easy on him, Ye Feng had indeed won. Ha, Kui Ren's no good, he's a total loser. If he doesn't want to humiliate himself, he should just step aside the moment he hears my name. Han Tianlong let out a cold laugh. His purpose for coming was simple: to make a name for himself. To make a name for himself in the circle of wealthy second-generation heirs and secure a position of influence. With status came connections, with connections came business, and with business, why should those older and younger brothers back home compete with him for the inheritance? Hear your name? Kai Ren fired back. I heard you got caught red-handed during last year's anti-prostitution crackdown in Jiangbei. What? Han Tianlong got caught with a PC. Damn, I've got to check that out. Damn it, it's true. Listen, young Master Han, if you're that desperate, I can hook you up with some young models. Using a PC is so unsanitary. The crowd immediately started cheering him on. Han Tianlong. The Jiangbei group? Kai Ren, you must work in intelligence. How did you even find out about such a secret piece of information? Han Tianlong's face turned green. He'd come here to show off, but instead of succeeding, he'd been called out. What a huge embarrassment. Kai Ren, don't try to out-awk me here. We're here today to compete in driving skills. Soldier against soldier, commander against commander. My opponent is Ye Feng. Han Tianlong shouted with a grim expression. Where's Ye Feng? Stop hiding, come out right now. Are you going to represent Jiangnan in this match or not? Hey, have you been frequenting brothels so much that your eyesight's gone bad? I've been right here the whole time. Ye Feng said speechless. Han Tianlong really hadn't noticed that Ye Feng was right across from him. The first time he looked for him, Han Tianlong hadn't even bothered to look at people properly, just to appear cool. But just now, Kai Ren had thrown him off his game, leaving him dazed. Holy crap, is this the god of the road from Jiangbei? Looks like he's driving right into a woman's belly. The crowd from Jiangnan continued to taunt him. They knew a thing or two about messing with someone's head too. So, how do you want to compete? Ye Feng got straight to the point. Same old rules. Whoever finishes the 50-kilometer race wins and the prize money goes to them. Just like every year, the total amount wagered is 300 million. Han Tianlong's. The betting system was actually quite unique. It was divided by faction. Both sides would agree on an amount, and then, based on a 1 in 3 odds ratio and their respective share of the total wager, they would either pay out or split the winnings accordingly. As competing representatives, they are not allowed to place bets, but if they win, they receive an additional 10% cut. This money is also subsidized by the losing side. The competition prize money, just over 10 million, is a minor sum. No one really cares about it. The reason it's awarded to the champion is simply to provide a destination for the entry and participation fees. As for the lion's share, it's that 10% commission. In previous years, the total was 300 million. The losing side paid 900 million, yielding a commission of 90 million. Combined with the prize money of over 10 million, the total came to just over 100 million. But Ye Feng clearly didn't think much of this sum. He'd just 170 million himself. Young Master Han is known as the god of racing. Is that all the ambition you have? Ye Feng smiled faintly. What do you mean? Han Tianlong was a bit puzzled. He'd come here to make a name for himself, and winning that 100 million was already a lot, wasn't it? A professional race car driver wouldn't earn that much even after 10 years on the track. What I mean is, let's make a one-on-one bet for 100 million. Whoever loses pays. Ye Feng said with a smile. Well, Han Tianlong hadn't expected Ye Feng to think that 100 million was too little and want to make another 100 million. However, even though he was the son of a wealthy family, he wasn't an only child like Ye Feng, so he simply couldn't come up with 100 million. Damn, this Ye Feng is pretty impressive. Don't back down, young master hand, we'll chip in to cover it. Right, it's just 100 million. If we chip in, it's not like we can't come up with it. The Jiangbei crew was full of confidence after all. They had every faith in Han Tianlong's driving skills. Since both sides had over 100 rich kids of varying backgrounds, pooling their money wasn't a difficult task. Soon, the matter was settled. If Ye Feng was going to throw money around, they were certainly going to play along to the end. The race was about to begin, with Ye Feng and Han Tianlong competing on behalf of Jiangnan and Jiangbei, respectively. At the same time, more than 20 rich kids from each side also entered the race. It was less about competing and more about tagging along and perhaps throwing a wrench in the other side's plans. After all, the outcome would ultimately depend on the representative players selected by each side. Zhu Xiao, are you still going to compete? On the other side, Lin Ye. Zhu Hong hesitated a bit. After witnessing Ye Feng's driving skills, his confidence taken a serious hit. He wasn't really in the mood to go. If you're not going, could you give your spot to me? Lin Yi pleaded. If he won the championship, he wouldn't just take home 200 million, he'd also make a name for himself. Reaching the pinnacle of success would no longer be just a dream. All right. Zhu Hong wasn't the stingy type, so he immediately gave him the spot. As for the race car, it had been provided by Zhao Hongying in the first place. But there was one more problem. Lin Yi didn't have a girlfriend, and to compete, he had to bring a female passenger to sit in the passenger seat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed to compete. After all, this was a matter of a rich kid's pride. Sister Hongying, could you be my date? Lin Yi asked, putting on a thick skin. As long as I compete, I'm sure to win the championship. You're going to win the championship? Really? Zhao Hongying asked. I definitely can. Sister Hongying, please trust my driving skills. Lin Yi was absolutely certain. Zhao Hongying pondered for a moment. She and Lin Yi were in a superior subordinate relationship, and the fact that Lin Yi had just placed a bet on Kui Ren made her feel a little uncomfortable. But she did trust Lin Yi's driving skills, so she immediately said, all right then. But it's okay if you don't win the championship, just do your best. Although she said that, Zhao Hongying actually hoped Lin Yi would win the championship would be better than having Ye Feng take the title. Besides, it would also serve to dampen the arrogance of the Jiangbei side. Ding. System notice, the protagonist Lin Yi is about to compete. If the host chooses to stop him, it will alter the original storyline and grant 1,000 comeback points. However, if you do not stop him and instead surpass Lin Yi to win the championship, you will earn 2,000 comeback points and receive one opportunity to enhance your attributes. Does the host choose to stop him? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in Ye Feng's mind, and he immediately felt a surge of joy.
Does the host choose to stop him? Hearing the system's voice, Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy. Why would he want to stop him? Isn't Lin Yi his own experience far? Before long, Li emerged with Zhao Hongying. Miss Zhao Hongying, are you entering the competition too? But could you bring a more handsome male model? This guy looks so tacky. Someone was criticizing Lin Yiren's. He's the one competing, I'm just his date. Zhao Hongying said nonchalantly. Whoa, what's going on here? Miss Zhao, if you get kidnapped, just blink and we'll take care of it for you. Damn, this guy looks like a total loser no matter how you look at him. What gives him the right to have Miss Zhao be his date? Everyone in Jiangnan, especially the rich kids from Jinling, was utterly taken aback. After all, Zhao Hongying was known for being aloof. She wouldn't even give a second glance to a rich kid like Ye Feng. But what charm does this Lin Yi have? Sure, a date doesn't necessarily have to be a girlfriend. It's not unheard of to bring someone along at the last minute just to save face. But for Zhao Hongying to save face for a penniless bum like Lin Yi, that's something you'd have to live a long time to see. Everyone, if there's nothing else, let's get started. It's already past 1 a.m. Lin Yem. Alright, let's get started. Han Tianlong nodded immediately. He had no interest in Lin Yi. He was only interested in defeating Ye Feng or Kui Ren and winning the championship. No rush. Just then, Ye Feng suddenly stepped forward. What are you up to? Han Tianlong and Lin Yi asked in unison. Han Tianlong was curious, while Lin Yi was completely baffled. Damn it, this Ye Feng is full of dirty tricks, nothing good can come of this. We from Jiangnan have won 2 championships in a row, and the champions from the previous 2 tournaments were both defeated by me. I don't want to take advantage of a weaker opponent. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you a one-handed head start. I'll race with just one hand. Ye Feng said nonchalantly. Everyone? What the hell are you up to, Ye Feng? This track has so many twists and turns, aren't you afraid you'll drive right into the river with just one hand? We might not even be able to fish you out if that happens. Young Master Ye, you must be joking. You're racing for the honor of Jiangnan. Young Master Ye, please think this through. If you lose, we'll be out of pocket big time. That's right, I even pawned my underwear to support you. The rich kids of Jiangnan were all stunned. This was a 300 million yuan bet, and losing it would mean paying 990 million. However, Ye Feng had never felt the need to explain his actions to anyone. With that, he had his right hand tied behind his back. Everyone was completely speechless. Who on earth had given Ye Feng such confidence? Was it Liang Jingru? Wow, young Master Yi, you're really showing off. First he was driving a minivan, and now he's driving a Ferrari with one hand. What can I even say? That's fucking amazing. Let's call it a day. Young Master Yi is definitely going to pass away peacefully in a bit. Don't forget to hire a Suona player. Damn it, we can only count on young Master Kuai. We absolutely can't lose. The Jiangnan crew was on the verge of tears, but Ye Feng remained completely unfazed. His skills were on par with the very best professional race car drivers, so what if he was driving with one hand? Lots of people with disabilities race using both feet after all. Haha, whatever you say. Han Tianlong felt insulted and was deeply annoyed, but he knew there was no point in trying to show off in front of Ye Feng. Winning was what mattered most. In the end, Ye Feng would just end up a laughingstock. By the way, this student Lin Yi is just as skilled as I am. I suggest he race with one hand too. That'll show just how sincere we at Jiangnan are. Ye Feng said with a smile. His goal was to drag Lin Yi into this as well. He intended to nip Lin Yi's hopes of winning in the bud. Wow, this kid's got hidden talents. No wonder Miss Zhao looks at him with new respect. I agree with young Master Yi, let this kid drive with one hand too, or else we'll disqualify him from the race. Right, this kid has to compete with one hand too, or he's not allowed to participate. Many people voiced their agreement. The fact that Zhao Hongying was serving as Lin Yi's date had already made them jealous. On top of that, Ye Feng was treating the match like a game. It left them speechless, yet they couldn't stop him. If we can't handle young Master Yi, how the hell can't we handle a poor beggar like you? I really fucking thank you. Lin Yi felt like he had a little teddy bear sitting in his heart. He'd known all along that Ye Feng wasn't up to any good, but he never expected him to pull a stunt like this on him. He considered himself a skilled driver, but driving with one hand, only an idiot would do that. This is outrageous. Zhao Hongying furrowed her brows, her expression icy, and said to Lin Yi, let's call it a day. Let these guys play by themselves. Ye Feng was essentially courting death by racing with one hand. Lin Yi had a chance to win, but these rich kids were asking for trouble. Since they were so determined to lose the race, let them have their way after all. If they lost in the end, he'd only have to pay a few 10,000 yuan. Who cares? Sister Hongying, it's such a shame to just give up like this. How about letting me give it a try? Lin Yi was a bit fixated on those 200 million. Lin Yi, don't be so stubborn. If it doesn't work out, we'll just give up. Zhao Hongying was still upset. Sister Hongying, even though I've never tried driving with one hand before, with my driving skills, winning the championship won't be a problem. Lin Yi remained very confident, and that confidence stemmed from his skill. In the original story, Lin Yi's driving skills were already far superior to Han Tianlong's, so driving with just one hand wouldn't be a problem. What he didn't know, however, was that his opponent this time wasn't Han Tianlong, it was Ye Feng. Are you sure? Zhao Hongying, ever the cautious one, asked. I'm sure. Lin Yi said with full confidence. Alright, I'll trust you. In the end, Zhao Hongying agreed to let Lin Yi compete with one hand. With 10 minutes left until the race, both sides began formulating strategies. Since the focus was on their respective lead drivers, they had to create obstacles for the opposing team. But there was one condition: they couldn't break the rules. Anything like crashing into someone else's car was out of the question. Bai Ren had originally planned to act as a pacer, but since Ye Feng was going to drive the Ferrari with one hand, he saw this as his chance. You fucking minivan only beat me because I let you have a 10-kilometer head start. Do you really think you can beat me this time driving with one hand? Just don't crash into the river on a turn, that'd be a blessing, okay? Kui Ren's current goal is to defeat Han Tianlong and claim the championship. Soon the race officially be. Miss Tang, if you're scared, it's not too late to get out now. Sitting in the Ferrari, Ye Feng looked at Tang Siying, who appeared somewhat uneasy in the passenger seat. I am a little scared, to be honest, but since you, young Master Yi, don't seem to mind, I'll naturally risk my life to stand by you. Tang Siying smiled calmly. After all, Ye Feng's life was worth far more than her own. Besides, judging by Ye Feng's demeanor, this didn't seem like a joke. Alright then, hold on tight. With that, Ye Feng prepared to grip the steering wheel with his left hand and press the gas pedal with his right foot. Young Master Yi, I actually have a question for you. Are you driving with just one hand on purpose to get back at Lin Yi? Tang Siying asked. You knew that? Ye Feng looked at her curiously, although what he'd just done had indeed been a bit obvious. But at a time like this, surely no one would be paying attention to Lin Yi. Well. Tang Siying hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, Bai Susu and I are alumni. We both attended Jinling Academy of Arts. It's just that she was in the music department, and I was in the dance department. I know Bai Susu is very close to Lin Yi. So, young Master Yi, is it because of Bai Susu that you're trying to take this opportunity to get back at Lin Yi? You and Bai Susu are alumni? Ye Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected that in a city as big as Jinling the social circle would be so small. We're alumni, but we're not close. Tang sighing blushed and said, actually the main reason I came here was because young Master Chen told me you'd be here. I wanted to see what a suck-up, I mean a devoted man like you actually looks like. Tang sighing quickly swallowed the words suck-up before they left her mouth. I guess I'm just this good, not quite as good as Guo Fuqing, but I've got plenty of money. Ye Feng didn't really feel like explaining anything about Bai Susu. He pressed the start button on his car key, and the Ferrari's engine roared to life. Hold on tight, I'm about to drive off. Tang sighing nodded obediently. She'd already fastened her seatbelt. But she was still caught off guard. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the gas pedal, Ye Feng sent the Ferrari zooming off. Fast! Especially when Ye Feng was driving one-handed while passing another car, it felt like they were brushing past the Grim Reaper. Throughout the entire race, they had focused almost entirely on protecting the two representative drivers, Ye Feng and Han Tianlong, while doing their utmost to disrupt their opponents. However, there were exceptions. Although Lin Yi and Kuai Ren were on the Jiangnan team, they were both aiming for the championship. Lin Yi, why don't we just withdraw from the race? Racing with one hand like this is just too dangerous. Zhao Hongying sat in the passenger seat, her heart pounding wildly. Just a moment ago, while taking a turn, they'd nearly collided with the car in front of them, an incident that had left Zhao Hongying deathly pale. Don't worry, Sister Hongying, it's fine. Lin Yi smiled confidently. He realized that driving one-handed wasn't actually that stressful, and besides, his opponents were all complete amateurs. The only one who gave him a bit of trouble was Han Tianlong. His sports car was top-notch, he drove incredibly fast, and he had someone backing him up. With that in mind, Lin Yi stepped on the gas. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. As he rounded a corner, a car ahead suddenly swerved into his lane, and Lin Yi crashed right into it. The two sports cars were smashed to smithereens where they collided head-on. You idiot! What the hell were you thinking? Get the hell out of here! The driver of the car in front flew into a rage, grabbed his baseball bat and stormed out. Ren! Lin Yi and Zhao Hongying were stunned. They hadn't expected a car accident to happen so soon and to crash into Ren of all people. It's no exaggeration to say that the two most promising contenders for the championship in Jiangnan were both completely finished. Not to mention Kuai Ren had always been at odds with him, and Zhu Hong, he definitely wouldn't let this slide. How are you driving? Did you even pass your driver's license test? Is it okay to just switch lanes like that when turning? Lin Yi got out of the car and demanded, furrowing his brow. For fuck's sake, are you an idiot? This is a race. If you're going to talk about traffic rules, then get the hell out of here. Kuai Ren was so furious he was shaking all over. The hockey stick in his hand looked like it might smash into Lin Yi at any moment. Lin Yi knew full well that in a race like this, as long as there were no crashes, there were practically no rules to speak of. But no matter what, he couldn't back down when it came to showing his resolve. Just as he was about to continue arguing with Kuai Ren blurted out, "Forget it. This is a Lamborghini, repairs will cost at least 500,000. 500,000, why don't you just go rob someone?" Lin Yi was furious, then asked, "Can't you just file an insurance claim?" "You broke bum, are you out of your mind? Why the hell should I file an insurance claim for you? Not a single fen less than 500,000, otherwise, I'll have someone kill you right now." "Of course, you don't have to pay, but someone's gotta foot the bill for my repairs." As he spoke, Kuai Ren turned to Zhao Hongying. "Miss Zhao, why don't you pay for him? I seem to recall this sports car is yours, isn't it?" "I'll pay, but this matter has to be settled once and for all." Zhao Hongying was worried that Kuai Ren might seek revenge later. "Revenge? Killing that Lin guy would be easier for me than squashing an ant. Hurry up, don't hold me back from getting back to the race." Kuai Ren hurriedly urged her on, and Zhao Hongying had no choice but to reluctantly transfer the money to him. Afterward, Kuai Ren flagged down a competitor from the Jiangnan side and borrowed his car to continue the race. But in a 500-li race, every minute and every second is precious. He'd lost nearly a minute, and the championship was likely out of reach now. If it weren't for that Kuai Ren, we wouldn't be in this mess. Lin Yi grumbled, cursing Ye Feng 100 times in his mind. Why on earth did that guy have to go racing with one hand? And if you're going to drive with one hand, why the hell did you have to join him? Is he out of his mind? Glancing at the front end of his car, which had been smashed to pieces, Lin Yi asked, "Sister Hongying, what are we going to do about this car?" "I'll fix it." Sorry about that. I'm putting you out of pocket again." Lin Yi sighed. Although the sports car wasn't that expensive, the repairs would probably still run into the tens of thousands. "Cost me." Zhao Hongying snorted coldly and said, "Lin Yi, I told you from the start that if it didn't work out, you should have backed out. You insisted on being a hero, how could I not foot the bill?" "Sister Hongying, it's not entirely my fault. You saw it yourself just now, it was Kui Ren who was driving recklessly." Lin Yi explained. "Of course it's not your fault, it's all my fault. Is that okay?" With that, Zhao Hongying walked away without looking back. She now deeply regretted supporting Lin Yi. If Ye Feng wanted to drive recklessly with one hand, that was his own stupidity, but why on earth did she agree to let Lin Yi join him in this reckless behavior? Paying for the damage and repairing the car were minor issues. 600,000 to 700,000 wasn't a big deal to Zhao Hongying. But what had happened left her feeling absolutely miserable. She was also deeply disappointed in Lin Yi. If he hadn't been so obsessed with the bonus and the money from the wager, none of this would have happened in the first place. If you don't have the right tools for the job, why take it on in the first place? Sister Hongying. Seeing Zhao Hongying suddenly act so coldly toward him, Lin Yi felt extremely nervous. At that moment, he didn't know whether to go apologize to Zhao Hongying or drive the wrecked car back first to avoid it becoming a roadblock and getting hit by someone else. Haha, did Lin Yi and Kui Ren get into a car accident? Inside the car, Ye Feng was showing off his driving skills while listening to the conversation on the radio. He'd originally just wanted to create some difficulties for Lin Yi so he'd be naturally eliminated, but he hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Still, this Kui Ren really came through. The only regret was that he hadn't killed Lin Yi. So from here on out, Ye Feng had only one goal, to overtake Han Tianlong and become the champion. Ye Feng, is he catching up? Isn't he driving with one hand and he's still going this fast? Damn, this guy's got some skills. No wonder he dares to race with one hand. Soon, Ye Feng was about to catch up to Han Tianlong. "Everyone, block him. We're almost at the finish line." Han Tianlong shouted over the Jiangbei faction's broadcast channel. He realized his driving skills were indeed no match for Ye Feng's. Even driving with just one hand, he was going this fast and staying this steady. Before long, 7 or 8 cars blocked the lane, completely cutting off Ye Feng. And they were moving extremely slowly. If he tried to break through their blockade, a collision was almost certain. As far as Han Tianlong was concerned, as long as he could win the race, breaking the rules didn't matter at all. Damn, Han Tianlong is so underhanded. Young master, Yi is racing you with one hand, and you can't even keep up, so you're resorting to dirty tricks. Damn it, why doesn't this Han guy just go play soccer? With tactics like that, if the 11 members of the national team formed a circle, wouldn't they win the championship right away? Screw it. For the sake of victory, I'm gonna crash into them. Guys, remember to cover my repair costs. In the Jiangnan camp, many were cursing loudly. Some hot-headed guys were even shouting that they'd ram into the other cars to clear a path for Ye Feng. "Ha, trying to pull a fast one on me?" Ye Feng chuckled and said to Tang Xiang beside him once more, "Hold on tight." Huh. Tang Xiang was taken aback, thinking to herself, hadn't she been sitting perfectly still the whole time? Her hands were gripping the armrests the whole time. Suddenly, she saw Ye Feng flick his right hand, and his kill-in arm, which had been bound behind his back, broke free. Whoosh! 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 With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Ye Feng weaved through the vehicles blocking the road in an S pattern, darting past them like lightning. Tang Xiang was so dizzy from the jostling that she felt like she was going to throw up, but couldn't she felt worse than a pregnant woman. Geez, is Ye Feng some kind of eel? How does he manage to weave through traffic like that? Seriously, if it were me, I'd have crashed right into them. Damn, Ye Feng's driving skills are ridiculously good. He must be from Mount Akina. Wait, young master, Yi drives with both hands. When did he free up his right hand? While everyone was chatting on the radio channel, someone spotted Ye Feng's high-speed driving in real time. Soon the crowd in Jiangbai started cursing and grumbling. Ye Feng is such a liar. He promised to drive with one hand, but now he's using both. Exactly. People like that deserve to be boycotted. Anyone who does business with him in the future is in for 8 lifetimes of bad luck. The Jiangnan side fired back. What's your problem? You guys are being total jerks. Are we supposed to just put up with this? Have some self-respect, will you? Young master, Yi was only using one hand to go easy on you. Did you really take that as the rule? Let's be honest, your god of the road hand's driving skills really aren't up to par. He can't even outrun young Master Yi when he's driving with one hand, yet he actually uses a single file formation to block people. I'll say it again, Han Tianlong should go play soccer. With his driving style, the Chinese national team would be a surefire champion. The two groups from south and north of the Yangtze River were arguing fiercely, while Ye Feng quickly caught up to Han Tianlong. At this point, they were less than 20 kilometers from the finish line. Han Tianlong was extremely nervous, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Ye Feng was driving fast and steady at this rate. Han Tianlong was bound to lose sooner or later. Young Master Han, you've got to stay calm. You absolutely can't let Ye Feng win. Young Master Han, pull up your pants and give it one last shot if you win. I'll set you up with the twins. Young Master Han, you're the hope of our village. If you lose, we'll have lost 3 times in a row. On the Jiangbai radio channel, those rich kids were frantically cheering, piling even more pressure on Han Tianlong. Seeing Ye Feng getting closer and closer to the championship, Han Tianlong made up his mind, picked up his speed a bit more, and risking a plunge into the Yangtze River, raced head-to-head with Ye Feng. Pew! Suddenly, Ye Feng also accelerated, racing far ahead of the pack and coming to a stop at the 50-life finish line. He waited a full minute before Han Tianlong finally caught up. Meanwhile, the radio stations in Jiangnan erupted in wild cheers, while those in Jiangbei directed their own choice of words at Han Tianlong's ancestors. Han Tianlong, furious and humiliated, demanded, Ye Feng, you promised to race with one hand. What the hell was that about using both hands? Ha. I was actually going to ask you the same thing. What was the point of having your men line up in a single file to block my path? I let you use one hand just so I wouldn't take advantage of a weaker opponent. That's pretty honorable of me. But what about you? If your skills aren't up to par, just go back and practice more. Do you really think you can win with a few cheap tricks? In the face of true strength, you're nothing but a joke. Ye Feng let out a cold chuckle. Those words left Han Tianlong speechless. He was furious and desperately wanted to pin Ye Feng down and beat him up, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to win. In the end, amid cheers, Ye Feng walked away with 200 million. Countless people were utterly in awe of Ye Feng's driving skills. His championship title was well deserved. To weave through the opponent's defensive line in a lightning-fast S-pattern, even professional racers might not be able to pull that off. As for why Ye Feng used both hands, come on, you invited the world champion here. He can't exactly pull off a one-handed breakaway, can he? Besides, while Han Tianlong's behavior isn't explicitly prohibited, it's widely looked down upon. If it weren't for Ye Feng, I'd be the one winning the championship tonight. Lin Yi couldn't let it go. He was still fixated on that massive 200 million prize. But right now, the most important thing was how to calm Zhao Hongying's anger. He'd really pushed her over the edge tonight. Ye Feng, don't get too cocky. One day, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Han Tianlong stepped forward and issued a menacing warning to Ye Feng. He'd lost a lot of money in this match, and his reputation among the wealthy second-generation crowd in Jiangbei had been completely ruined. He hated Ye Feng with a passion. Ha, you still won't admit defeat, will you? How about this? Let's have another one-on-one match, and I'll still let you win with just one hand. If I lose, I'll pay the other party another 100 million. Ye Feng said with a smirk. With no one to interfere, he easily crushed Han Tianlong with just one hand. Damn, young Master Yi is way too cocky. Young Master Han, don't back down, I've got your back. Take on Ye Feng, teach him a lesson. I think 100 million is too little, let's bet 1 billion. The rich kids on Jiangnan's side all started cheering him on. Han Tianlong was so flustered he nearly had a heart attack. He'd only intended to throw down a few tough lines to salvage some face. He didn't think his driving skills were any better than Ye Feng. You idiot, Han Tianlong still showing off. Over on the Jiangbei side, everyone took their frustration out on Han Tianlong. In the end, Han Tianlong had no choice but to slink away. Fearing that if he lost the race, someone from the Jiangbei side might target him, he ended up carrying his sports car back. Ye Feng was also getting ready to go back to sleep. The race had gone on until nearly 3:30 a.m. Tonight's earnings were substantial, a total of 370 million. That was absolutely a massive sum. Many publicly traded companies couldn't even earn that much in a whole year. I'll definitely be back next year. Young Master Yi, let's exchange contact information? As the crowd was dispersing, Kairen walked over. Sure. Ye Feng was very straightforward and added Kairen. After all, this guy was his big spender for the night. Besides, given the Kui family of Gushu's influence, there might be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future. Young Master Yi, let's exchange contacts too. We rich kids from Jiangnan province should stick together. Young Master Yi, did you know that in Jiangnan province, only our Jinku city recognizes your Jinling as the leader? The other cities don't accept that. So, if you add me, you'll be my boss from now on. In an instant, quite a few rich kids surrounded Ye Feng, taking turns asking for his contact information. They even managed to push Chen Zixun out of Ye Feng's circle. That Zhao Hongying felt conflicted. She actually didn't care for Ye Feng at all, viewing him as nothing more than a wastrel who knew nothing but squandering his family's fortune and fawning over others. But now, he'd actually won the championship at tonight's race. In contrast, Lin Yi standing nearby looked like a complete idiot. In the end, she added Ye Feng on WeChat through her circle of wealthy second-generation friends in Jinling. In her verification message, Zhao Hongying wrote, "My father said the Zhao and Yi families are allies, so we should stay in touch." So this Zhao Hongying finally isn't hostile toward me anymore. Reading the verification message, Ye Feng chuckled to himself. Sure enough, this woman still appreciated a talented man. But Ye Feng still believed he was simply good-looking and rich. He had no talent whatsoever. So he rejected Zhao Hongying's friend request. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've altered the original storyline, which will impact future events. Ding! Congratulations, host. Zhao Hongying's favorability toward Lin Yi has decreased. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,000 comeback points and 1 opportunity to allocate attribute points. Current comeback points, 2,500. Ding! System notice, male lead Lin Yi's fortune value has decreased by 1,000. Ding! System notice, the male protagonist Lin Yi's fortune value has decreased. It is currently at God tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, your fortune value has risen to human level. Your opportunities will greatly increase. Hearing the system's pleasant voice in his mind, Ye Feng smiled knowingly. He glanced in Lin Yi's direction, and "I want to farm XP" smile reappeared on his lips. The reason Lin Yi was able to be the male lead in the original novel was entirely because he possessed extraordinary luck. Although Lin Yi's fortune value had decreased for now, while his own had increased, there was still a significant gap between a god tier and a human tier. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Yi has been humiliated by him several times in a row. Ye Feng, who had read his fair share of cheesy online novels, knew full well. As long as he possesses destiny, he can rise to power at any moment, and Ye Feng would still end up as that pitiful villain. Lin Yi, it looks like we'll have to get a little closer from now on. Ye Feng. For now, Zhao Hongying merely felt a bit of aversion toward Lin Yi, but in the original story she was after all part of his harem. He could restore her favor at any time. What Ye Feng needed to do next was to make Zhao Hongying thoroughly despise Lin Yi and seize his destiny. Sighing, "It's so late, let me walk you home." Standing nearby, Chen Zixun wanted to curry favor. Earlier, during the high-speed chase, Tang Sighing had served as Ye Feng's companion twice in a row, which made Chen Zixun feel threatened. He wanted to win her over as quickly as possible. Tang Sighing was still hesitating, preparing to find an excuse to turn Chen Zixun down. After all, the only reason she'd come here tonight was to see Ye Feng. After all, the heavens owed her a devoted, fawning suitor. Damn, what time is it anyway? Why aren't you guys heading home yet? Ye Feng was ready to drive back and get some rest. In 3 hours, it'd be dawn, for crying out loud. Most of the people at the scene had already left. "Young Master Yi, is your place near Commercial Street?" Suddenly Tang Sighing asked. "Yes." Ye Feng replied. The Yi family's villa was purchased near Commercial Street primarily for the convenience of commuting to work. This was no secret in Jinling. I'd like to go to Commercial Street. Could you give me a ride?" Tang Sighing. "Aren't you going back to school?" Ye Feng asked. He remembered that Tang Sighing was a boarding student. "No, my company is on Commercial Street too, and I have to work tomorrow." Tang Sighing playfully stuck out her tongue. "I really don't want to be late." "All right then. As long as you're not afraid of getting carsick again, hop in." Ye Feng didn't mind. "Okay." Tang Sighing followed in Ye Feng's footsteps. During that wild ride earlier, she had indeed been left feeling dizzy and disoriented. But that was just a wild ride. With his driving skills being so good, what was there to worry about? But actually, come to think of it, if she really did get car sick again on the way back, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Young Master Yi is such a nice guy, he wouldn't just leave me to fend for myself, would he? At that thought, Tang Sighing's smile grew even sweeter. "Hey?" Chen Zixun was completely stunned. The midnight river breeze wasn't cold, it was even a bit warm. But Chen Zixun's heart felt utterly frozen. Alone, he stood disheveled in the wind. On the way back, Ye Feng and Tang Sighing exchanged contact information. After dropping her off at the shopping district, Ye Feng was ready to head home to sleep. From tonight's racing competition, in addition to earning money and status, Ye Feng also gained 2,000 comeback points. and an opportunity to enhance his attributes. Ye Feng decided to save the comeback points for now and chose to enhance his attributes instead. He checked his attributes. Ye Feng. Stamina, 360 for an average person. Mental, 260 for the average person. Strength, 260 for the average person. Talent, 260 for the average person. Charm. Fate, human level fate. Comeback value, 25. Skill, proficiency in calligraphy and painting. Skill, business expertise. Derived skill, seduction. Skill, driving proficiency. Attribute boost. In addition to a plus 100 boost to stamina, the other 3 attributes each received a plus 50 boost. Ye Feng still felt full of energy. After getting home and sleeping for 3 hours, I woke up. You came home so late last night and yet you're up this early. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? His mother, Zhu Suhua, was making breakfast and greeted Ye Feng with particular warmth. I'm not going back to sleep, I'm heading to the office in a bit. Ye Feng said. Now that Zhang's apparel no longer had the Zhao family's financial backing, it was practically his for the taking. He needed to pick up the pace. You must have made quite a bit yesterday. Suddenly, his mother asked mysteriously. Oh, so you already know about that? Ye Feng replied casually. Of course. Everyone in the scene is talking about you now, they're calling you the Mount Akina god of speed. Zhu Xuhua felt immensely proud. In all the years Ye Feng had been growing up, this was the first time he'd ever made her feel so proud. But she was still a bit confused and asked, that Mount Akina, what kind of place is it? How many gods of the road are there? Ye Feng didn't know how to explain it after all, it was a reference popular among young people. He quickly changed the subject and said, Mom, I'm off to work, wish me luck. Okay. Zhou Xuhua nodded, seeing her son so ambitious naturally made her happy. Suddenly she remembered something and reminded him, Ye Feng, don't neglect Yangxiang. Lately she's been working until midnight several times just to help you. You've got to treat her well. Don't worry, Mom. Ye Feng. Lately, to keep up with clothing production, the lights had been on around the clock at Gu Yangxiang's design firm. To ensure quality control, Gu Yangxiang had been making many of the design revisions all by herself. She wasn't doing any of this for the money, she simply wanted to help Ye Feng. All one can say is, with a girlfriend like this, what more could a man ask for? With Li Yonghua running the company, Ye Feng still had plenty of free time. That morning he bought some snacks and pastries, planning to stop by and see Gu Yangxiang. When he arrived at the office, however, Ye Feng was told that Gu Yangxiang had fallen ill after returning home last night, and was now in the hospital. She's sick, what happened? Ye Feng asked hurriedly. Ms. Gu has been working overtime non-stop lately, and is just exhausted, it's nothing serious, said Zhao Ting, the company assistant. We've tried to her, but she wouldn't listen, she wants to finish designing all the clothing styles as soon as possible. Which hospital? Ye Feng asked urgently. The Municipal People's Hospital. When Ye Feng arrived, he asked Director Wu about Gu Yangxiang's condition and learned that it was merely exhaustion, she just needed a few days of rest. Only then did Ye Feng feel at ease. He'd have to make sure to tell that girl later that good health is the foundation of any business venture. Immediately afterward, Ye Feng headed to the second-floor ward to visit Gu Yangxiang. Just as he reached the doorway, a man's voice rang out. Yangxiang, you really are something. You're a grown woman, yet you don't take proper care of yourself. I bought you some health supplements, I had my dad bring them back from abroad just for you. I know you're not the type to accept gifts, but we've been close for years, you can't possibly turn me down, can you? You didn't have breakfast yet, let me peel an apple for you. Huh. Hearing that voice, Ye Feng furrowed his brow and was about to walk right in. He wanted to see who the man inside actually was. Suddenly, 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses stepped out from the side and said, This is Our Lady's hospital room. You're neither a doctor nor a nurse, you're not allowed in. Your wife? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, glaring at these 2 dogs in sunglasses. Heh, our mistress, Gu Yangxiang, was a classmate of our young master back in college. Kid, who do you think you are? Don't even think about a toad trying to eat a swan. The bodyguards snorted derisively. Having served their young master for many years, they knew full well that Miss Gu Yangxiang had been exceptionally popular back in college. Just by looking at the guy in front of them, they could tell he was one of Miss Gu Yangxiang's suitors. Who do you think I am? A flash of icy coldness crossed Ye Feng's eyes, and his smile grew even more frosty. I'm your young master's father. Huh. The bodyguard froze for a moment, then shouted, Are you looking to die, you bastard? Guys, teach him a lesson. When Ye Feng arrived, Sen Fangling hadn't gotten out of bed yet, so he hadn't brought her along today. But Ye Feng, after all, was someone whose attributes had been enhanced twice, with a combat rating as high as 200. Dealing with these two lackeys before him was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Inside the hospital room, "Young master, son, could you please stop this? The doctor said I'm just overworked, it's nothing serious. Why are you buying so many health supplements? Also, I'm not hungry right now. Please stop peeling apples." Gu Yongshang frowned, looking extremely impatient. Back when she was in college in Yandu, this Sun Yun had been relentlessly pursuing her, and she'd turned him down flat many times. She never expected that after returning to Jinling, this guy would actually come all the way from Yandu to find her again. Gu Yongshang was at a loss for words. "Yongshang, how can you go on like this, not eating or taking care of yourself?" Sun Yun adopted a serious tone, then suddenly softened his expression and said, "I'm just looking out for you. You care." Suddenly a cold laugh rang out. "My woman, does she need your concern? Who's there?" Seeing someone push open the door and walk in, Sun Yun flew into a rage and glared at him with displeasure. To ensure he could spend quality time with Gu Yongshang, he'd even had his bodyguard stationed outside. How did this guy get in? Brother Ye Feng. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Gu Yongshang's face lit up at first, but then she remembered something and hurriedly explained, "Brother Ye Feng, please don't get the wrong idea, we're just college classmates." "Of course I believe you." Ye Feng walked over with a smile. "He's just a suck-up, I don't mind." In the original novel, Sun Yun is a wealthy second-generation kid from Yandu who's surrounded by plenty of beautiful women, but he acts like he's lost his mind, constantly fawning over Gu Yongshang. Unlike Bai Susu, that green tea bitch who stringed people along by calling them Big Brother, Gu Yongshang had explicitly rejected him, yet Sun Yun continued to do as he pleased. Even after Gu Yongshang became Ye Feng's woman and they'd had a physical relationship, Sun Yun continued to fawn over her with undiminished fervor. Every time Gu Yongshang was bullied, deceived, or taken advantage of and was heartbroken, he would show up at just the right moment, relentlessly trying to poach her away. Fortunately, Gu Yongshang was deeply loyal in love and didn't fall for his tricks. Meeting him for the first time today, Ye Feng felt intense loathing toward him. "Who the hell are you, kid? Stay away from Yongshang." Sun Yun snapped angrily. "I'm Yongshang's boyfriend. You're the one who should get lost." Ying sneered. "Be boyfriend?" Sun Yun stared at Gu Yongshang with wide eyes, clearly in disbelief, but Gu Yongshang obediently snuggled into Ye Feng's arms. This made Sun Yun's eyes blaze with fury. Pointing at Ye Feng, he said, "Ha, what kind of man are you anyway? You've actually worn Yongshang out so badly she had to be hospitalized. Yongshang, come be with me. I'll give you a life of luxury and comfort. I can support you in starting your own business. I can give you anything you want. But if you stay with this piece of trash, you've got no future." Sun Yun said earnestly. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt a sharp pain across his cheek. Ye Feng had just slapped him. You dare hit me?" Sun Yun was even more incredulous. He, the young master of the prestigious Sun family of Yandu, had actually been struck by someone. "So what if I hit you?" Ye Feng said coldly, "What happens between Yongshang and me is our business. It's none of your business as an outsider to meddle in it. If Yongshang feels that being with me is too much of a burden and wants to leave me, that's her choice. But who do you think you are, Sun Yun? How dare you try to steal her away from me? That slap today is a lesson for you. If you don't accept it, we can settle this right here. You." Sun Yun was seething with rage, but at the same time he noticed the two bodyguards lying at the entrance to the hospital room. He knew the guy standing before him wouldn't be easy to deal with. "Fine, just you wait." With that, Sun Yun stormed out. Although this wasn't Yandu and Sun Yun's hands were tied here, it didn't matter, he had connections in this city. As soon as he left the hospital, he called a friend. "Young Master Zhu, it's Sun Yun. I'm in Jinling. Are you free for dinner tonight?" "Sure, it's been a while since we've hung out, buddy." Zhao Wenbin laughed on the other end of the line, then asked, "What brings you to Jinling?" "Nothing much, I'm just trying to win over a girl." "Well, go for it then. Do your best to win her over as soon as possible." "Ah, you don't get it, she already has a boyfriend." At that, Sun Yun sighed. "What?" Zhao Wenbin froze. Way to go, Sun Yun, stealing someone else's girlfriend. But hearing this, Zhao Wenbin's interest was piqued. "Bro, this is right up my alley. If you need anything, just let me know." In the hospital room. "Brother Ye Feng, the reason I'm in the hospital is that my health hasn't been great to begin with. Besides, I'm really happy to be able to help you. I have absolutely no intention of leaving you." After Sun Yun left, Gu Yongshang hurriedly explained. She was terrified that Ye Feng might misunderstand. This relationship had been hard won. Of course I know that, but you don't need to push yourself so hard. Your health is your most valuable asset for building a business. If you don't help manage the vast Ye family estate in the future, are you going to work me to death? Ye Feng Of course I'll help. Gu Yongshang replied hastily. Her face flushed with embarrassment the moment she heard the words Ye family. Brother Ye Feng, is he planning to marry me someday? Tieske. Suddenly, Ye Feng clicked his tongue as he stared at Gu Yongshang. What's wrong, brother Ye Feng? Why are you staring at me? Gu Yongshang asked curiously. I never would have thought you'd look so charming in a hospital gown. For some reason a movie suddenly popped into Ye Feng's mind. The hospital patient RMVB from a certain island nation. Gu Yongshang lowered her head, her cheeks as red as a monkey's butt. Ye Feng is so annoying, how dare he tease her like that? Just as Ye Feng was about to go a step further to see what lay beneath that hospital gown, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhao Wenbin calling. Young Master Ye, are you free tonight? A friend of mine is visiting Jinling and would like to meet you. Zhao Wenbin said over the What kind of friend? Ye Feng wasn't particularly eager to do Zhao Wenbin a favor even though he was a member of the Zhao family and a shareholder in his company. But he had no right to try to befriend him. Unless, that is, he became the future heir to the Zhao family. He's from Yandu. His last name is Sun. Zhao Wenbin said cautiously. Surnamed Sun. Ye Feng smiled slightly and said, All right, I'll definitely be there tonight. After hanging up, Gu Yongshang also received a call. It was Sun Yun calling of all people. Gu Yongshang wasn't sure whether to answer. She was more concerned about how Ye Feng would feel.
Go ahead and answer it. What could Sun Yun possibly be up to? Ye Feng said with a smile. Really? Really. Answer it quickly, I'll be upset if you don't. Hearing this, Gu Yongshang was at a loss for words and had no choice but to answer the call. Yongshang, I'm about to leave Jinling. Would you be free to grab dinner with me tonight? Invite your boyfriend too. I think he has some misunderstandings about me. Sun Yun? Forget it, young Master Sun, we'd rather not go. Gu Yongshang flatly refused. Ye Feng, however, picked up his phone and said, Sun Yun, are you treating us to dinner? We'll definitely be there tonight. Sure. After hanging up, Sun Yun was completely baffled. Gu Yongshang hadn't agreed, but her boyfriend actually had. Could it be that this guy just wants a free meal? Just wait, I'll make sure you don't make a fool of yourself at the dinner table. Sun Yun was brimming with confidence. After all, Zhao Wenbin had just mentioned that he'd invited a wealthy young heir over tonight. Rumor had it he was the young master of the Ye family, one of Jinling's most prominent clans. Brother Ye Feng, why did you agree to go to dinner tonight? Gu Yongshang asked, puzzled. Because I want to eat dog meat. Ye Feng mumbled, you're not an animal lover, are you? Dogs are so cute, why would anyone want to eat them? As she spoke, Gu Yongshang burst into laughter. Gu Yongshang knew, of course, that the dog Ye Feng was referring to was Sun Yun. After all, a lapdog is someone everyone wants to beat up. But this Ye Feng, he's got so many mischief ideas every single day. Just a moment ago, Zhao Wenbin had also called Ye Feng. It went without saying that young Master Sun he mentioned was Sun Yun. Still, since Zhao Wenbin wanted to stick up for Sun Yun, Ye Feng figured it was the perfect opportunity to see just how capable he really was and why he'd even dare to treat her to a meal. Although the Ye family couldn't overpower the four great families in Ye Feng's view, if any of them showed even the slightest sign of insubordination, they had to be dealt with and suppressed. 5 p.m. Lightyear Grand Hotel. This was one of Jinling's most upscale hotels, and the man behind it was none other than Liu Bao, the Ye family's lackey. The Ye family held a 51% stake in the hotel. Young Master Zhou, you're being way too generous taking us to such a fancy place just for a meal? Looking at the hotel's opulent decor and the sky-high prices on the menu, Sun Yun couldn't help but exclaim. It's no big deal, I know the owner here, he's giving us a 20% discount. At this, Zhao Wenbin couldn't help but smile. This place actually belongs to young Master Yi himself. Just sit back and watch our show tonight. Thank you so much, young Master Zhu. Sun Yun was deeply grateful. But I have to make one thing clear. I spent money to set this up for you, so once you've won that girl over, you'll have to let me enjoy her company too. Zhao Wenbin said. No way, I'm truly in love with her. Sun Yun wasn't having it. Fine then, I'll just pretend I'm doing you a favor. Zhao Wenbin said with a smile, but he was actually really annoyed inside. You're not going to be happy for a second, Sun Yun. Do you think I'm helping you chase after a girl? This is Jinling, my turf, and she's from Jinling too. Just wait until you've won her over, then I'll be the one eating dumplings. At that thought, Zhou Wenbin started to get excited. He found the whole thing thrilling. Why isn't young Master here yet? Seeing that it was already 5:30, Zhou Wenbin gave Ye Feng a call. Young Master Zhou, are you treating us tonight? Ye Feng asked. Of course I am. Zhao Wenbin said with a smile. Can I bring a few people along? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Of course you can, the more the merrier. Zhao Wenbin agreed immediately. He didn't mind the cost of the meal. But since Ye Xiao could bring people along, it would definitely create a bigger buzz. It would definitely scare the girl's boyfriend out of his wits. Let him get a taste of the power of Jinling's high society. Alright, young Master Zhou, you're truly generous. Ye Feng smiled as he hung up the phone, then called Liu Wenbao. Come over for dinner tonight at your Lightyear Grand Hotel. Young Master Zhou's treating, so bring some people along. Bring people? Will 10 be enough? Liu Wenbao asked. 10? Fucking underestimating young Master Zhou, bring 100 of them over for me. Also, clear out your VIP suite. You've been having group sex in there day in and day out, you think I don't know about it? Ye Feng cursed under his breath. Inside the private room, Zhao Wenbin and Sun Yun had been waiting for about 10 minutes when suddenly a waiter walked over and said, Young Master Zhou, my boss would like you to move to the VIP suite. The VIP suite? Hearing that name, Zhao Wenbin perked up. Rumor had it that Liu Wenbao's supreme private room was for internal use only and was never open to outsiders. And since Liu Wenbao was a member of the Yi family, didn't that mean, in Liu Wenbao's eyes, that he and Ye Feng were on the same level? At this thought, Zhou Wenbin, who had long been overlooked by his own family, suddenly took on a defiant air. Brother Sun, do you know what this supreme private room means? What? Sun Yun was puzzled. It was his first time in Jinling, and he didn't know the first thing about it. Let me tell you, this supreme private room is basically never open to the public. To put it bluntly, the people who get to dine inside are, without exaggeration, the very cream of Jinling's high society. With all due respect, the girl you're trying to pursue definitely doesn't have the credentials to get in there. Zhao Wenbin said with a smile. He, of course. Sun Yun knew that Gu Yongxiang's family was actually quite ordinary, even though she had put up several 100,000 to start her business. But in the eyes of Zhao Wenbin and his crew, that amount was a drop in the bucket. Tonight, he'd give her a taste of the real world. After all, a woman without a broader perspective could easily be lured away by some unknown person. Still, this young Master Yi that Zhao Wenbin keeps talking about surprisingly impressive. It seems he'd be wise to cultivate a relationship with him. Who knows, maybe he could even use Jinling's funds to help the Sun family grow. Zhao Wenbin and Sun Yun led their group to the supreme private room and were instantly stunned. The place was opulent and lavish, decorated like a palace. Moreover, the dining table was enormous, seating at least 100 people. Haha, young Master Zhou, I'm sorry the hospitality isn't up to par. Just then, Liu Wenbao walked over with a smile. After receiving a call from Ye Feng, he had rushed over immediately. As for the 100 people he'd summoned, they were currently on their way. Hello, Boss Liu. Zhao Wenbin greeted him with a smile. Glancing around the private room, he remarked, Won't it feel a bit too empty dining here? It's not too empty, there will be more people here in a little while. Liu Wen bowed with a smile. Where's young Master Yi? Zhao Wenbin asked. He's out back, he'll be any minute. No sooner had Liu Wenbao finished speaking than Ye Feng walked in with Gu Yongxiang. Liu Wenbao was about to go over to greet them when Ye Feng suddenly said, I presume you must be the owner of the Lightyear Grand Hotel. It's a pleasure to meet you. Liu Wenbao? Young Master Ye, are you seeing things? I'm Liu Wenbao, the dog your family keeps. Don't you recognize me anymore? Liu Wenbao was extremely nervous. Ye Feng ignored him, continuing to play the fool as he said to Zhou Wenbin, I suppose this must be young Master Zhou. Just as the rumors say, you're quite a handsome young man. Zhao Wenbin? Damn it, young Master Yi, don't call me a hunk, I'm not one, and besides, I don't have any money for you to swindle out of me. The last time Ye Feng called himself a hunk, he managed to swindle 5 million out of him. That's not right. Zhou Wenbin immediately caught on, staring at Ye Feng as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Could it be that the girl Sun Yun is trying to pursue is actually young Master Yi's girlfriend? Why aren't you talking to me, young Master Zhou? It's all my fault for not being successful enough. Young Master Zhou isn't even talking to me. Ye Feng said with a smile. This act of playing the fool was mainly meant to send a message to Zhao Wenbin. If you're gonna stick up for Sun Yun, you'd better be prepared to get fleeced. Haha, what's young Master Zhou's status compared to yours? Why would he even bother with you? Sun Yun retorted without holding back. Back in college, Gu Yongxiang had mentioned that she had a crush on someone, apparently the son of her mother's best friend. So Sun Yun subconsciously assumed that Ye Feng wasn't exactly... You're right. I'm just here to scrounge a free meal. I certainly don't deserve to rub shoulders with the powerful. Ye Feng said with a smile. Then he added, Sun Yun, you're treating us today, right? I'm going to eat my fill. Go ahead. Sun Yun was annoyed by his naive, unsophisticated demeanor. He really didn't know what was so great about him. How could Gu Yongxiang be so blinded by him? In what the hell way was he any better than me? In that case, let's start ordering. Zhao Wenbin handed the menu to Gu Yongxiang. The pretext for tonight's dinner was that he was treating her. You order. Gu Yongxiang passed the menu to Yi. This made Sun Yun even more annoyed. For some reason, he felt incredibly frustrated. Even though Zhao Wenbin was footing the bill tonight, it was actually him treating everyone, damn it. But despite his anger, Sun Yun wasn't discouraged. Once everyone was here and started fawning over him, he'd see if this guy could still act so cool. Ye Feng wasn't in a hurry to order just yet since not everyone had arrived. But soon the 100 or so men and women that Liu Wenbao had called together all arrived. Hello, Boss Liu, Young Master Zhou, and Young Master Sun. You're treating us to dinner tonight. Young Master Sun, I assume you're the one who just arrived. You certainly have an extraordinary presence. That's right. Young Master Sun is truly handsome. If I had a daughter, I'd definitely want him as my son-in-law. Since Young Master Sun is treating us, I won't hold back otherwise. It would be a slap in the face. The crowd gathered around Sun Yun, showering him with praise. Sun Yun smiled warmly, returning each compliment in turn. This was a sign of status they were showing him support. Ye Feng knew right away that a freeloader like him would never enjoy this kind of treatment in his entire life. Zhao Wenbin cursed inwardly. Sun Yun, are you an idiot? Do you really think they're genuinely complimenting you? Being a rich kid, that's what they call a smile hiding a dagger, don't you get it? Sure enough, just as Zhao Wenbin had predicted, these guys didn't hold back when ordering food. After Ye Feng finished ordering for himself, he ordered for all 100 people. In half an hour, they'd ordered over 500 dishes in total. These dishes were worth a total of over 500,000. If he'd used that money to raise pigs, he could have opened 2 pig farms. Bro, you're really something. You actually managed to get so many people to come out and support you. Sun Yun said with a smug, awesome. Zhao Wenbin's face turned dark. He finally realized that Ye Feng had come here just to mess with. He was even pretending not to recognize him, just waiting for Sun Yun to take the bait so he could swindle him out of his money. Listen, we've ordered the food. We should have some drinks now. Young Master Zhu, let's go for something high-end. How about 1982 Lafitte? Ye Feng said with a smile. Haha, so you know your Rhine too? Sun Yun, still high on his own importance, looked down on him with disdain, then said softly to Gu Yongshang, Yongshang, what would you like to drink? Order whatever you want. My boyfriend said we should have Lafitte, so let's have Lafitte. Gu Yongshang replied with a smile. Your boyfriend? Sun Yun furrowed his brow. How could she be so devoted to her boyfriend? However, to keep the conversation going and prevent Gu Yongshang and Ye Feng from leaving, Sun Yun readily agreed. Let's have the A2 Lafitte, then. Alright, let's each have a bottle to rinse our mouths first. Ye Feng snapped his fingers, and Liu Wenbao acted very quickly, calling over a waiter and leading the staff to fetch the wine. Zhao Wenbin wasn't happy about this. Damn it, a single bottle of 82 Lafitte, the market price had been driven up to over 50,000. 100 bottles, that's 5 million. Zhao Wenbin hurriedly said, can we order a little less? We won't be able to finish that much wine. What do you mean we can't finish it? Young Master Zhu, are you looking down on me? A measly bottle of red wine, I can down 3 bottles in one go. Young Master Zhu, I'm the kind of guy who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. People even call me the immortal of wine. Are you afraid you'll get me drunk? Young Master Zhou, you're not just showing off because you're broke, are you? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Everyone protested in unison. Zhao Wenbin wanted to back out. Damn it, Ye Feng was clearly here to set him up. That idiot Sun Yun, why did he have to go and provoke Ye Feng? Now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Fine, 1 bottle per person, let's start drinking. Sun Yun was actually quite generous, afraid of losing face in front of Gu Yongshang. After all, beautiful women are drawn to strong men. Damn it, you're not the one paying, so why are you acting all high and mighty? Zhao Wenbin pulled Sun Yun aside and snapped, you piece of shit, you're trying to screw me over, aren't you? Young Master Zhou, why are you saying that? Didn't you invite everyone here? Besides, didn't we agree that as soon as Young Master Yi arrives and the meal starts, we'd show Yongshang's boyfriend who's boss? Sun Yun, you fucking... Zhao Wenbin was so furious his chest ached. Young Master Yi is right in front of you and you're still fucking waiting for him? I've never seen such an idiot of a rich kid. Zhao Wenbin was about to walk out. He wasn't about to be the one footing the bill. Suddenly, Ye Feng stepped forward and said, Young Master Zhu, are you picking up the tab today? It's not me. Zhao Wenbin immediately denied it. Seeing this, Sun Yun pulled him aside and said, bro, that's not cool. I'm being a jerk? I don't have the money to pick up the tab. Zhao Wenbin retorted angrily. Here's the deal. We'll split it 50-50. A meal costs a few million, at most that's a drop in the bucket. As long as you help me win her over, I'll owe you 1. Sun Yun. Huh. Zhao Wenbin felt like slapping this guy. He just looked like he was asking for it. But he noticed that Young Master Yi didn't seem too keen on letting him leave and had even asked if he was picking up the tab. Could it be that he was trying to drag him into this mess too? Not to mention, this was Lin Bao's turf. He wasn't even sure if he'd be able to walk out of here. Even if he did manage to get out, what would he do if Young Master Yi decided to get even later? Rumor has it that for the past few days, because of Ye Feng's actions against Zhang's apparel, Zhang Zihao has been beaten by his father at home every day. It seemed like the beatings were on the verge of driving him insane. Zhao Wenbin was a little scared. What if he went back and ended up in the same situation? After all, at home, Zhao Wenbin was indeed neglected. Only his stepmother took pity on him. So he didn't dare back down. He had no choice but to bite the bullet. You're a true brother, so generous. Sun Yun gave Zhao Wenbin a thumbs up. But he didn't notice the tears glistening in Zhao Wen's eye. Damn it, if I'd known, I wouldn't have let myself be tempted by beauty. Now Ye Feng's taken us both down, me and Sun Yun. Before long, the food and drinks were served, and everyone began to eat. To be fair, the people Liu Wenbao had invited, men and women alike, were all heavy drinkers. Before long, 100 bottles of Lafite were polished off. How come we're out of wine? Bring another 100 bottles? This stuff is fucking delicious, no wonder it's 50,000 a bottle. Yeah, and it's an A2 vintage too. A2 Lafite is a real rarity on the market. Young Master Zhou is so generous. Young Master Sun is so generous. The crowd shouted for more wine. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenbin nearly fainted. How could they possibly drink any more? No matter how clueless Sun Yun was, he could tell something was off. Especially when he and Zhao Wenbin split the bill 50-50, that's when it really started to sting. Young Master Sun, could we have some more Lafite? Young Shang and I haven't had our fill yet. Ye Feng stepped forward, fixing Sun Yun with a gaze that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts provocation. Seeing that Sun Yun was too scared to speak, Ye Feng continued, Young Master Sun, I thought people like you, these nouveau riches, spent money like water. Are you really intimidated by just a little Lafite? Sai, you said you'd treat Young Shang and me to a meal, but you can't even provide enough wine. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't have treated us in the first place and invited so many people too. After saying that, Ye Feng turned to Gu Yongshang and said, Young Shang, if you're still hungry, let's go grab some ramen later. Sure. Gu Yongshang smiled sweet. You look down on me? Sun Yun was trembling with rage, but 100 bottles of Lafite, that's 5 million. Add that to what we'd ordered earlier, and it comes to 10 million. A single meal costing 10 million? Even if they split it evenly, he'd still have to fork over 5 million. He felt like his dad would beat him to death when he got home. He walked over to Zhao Wenbin and asked, Bro, what's going on here? Aren't the people you called supposed to listen to us? Also, when is that young master Yi coming? No idea. Zhao Wenbin rolled his eyes and simply ignored the idiot. In the end, Sun Yin was at a loss. He didn't dare order any more wine, but with so many people in the room, they looked just like a pack of hungry children. He smiled and tried to calm them down. Guys, you know there isn't that much Lafite out there. These bottles are all from Boss Liu's collection. We can't just let him run out, can we? Damn, bro, are you looking down on me? I've got plenty of Lafite here, I'm not exaggerating. I've got over 1,000 bottles. Order whatever you want. Liu Wenbao waved his hand grandly, looking incredibly generous. The crowd chanted in unison, Mr. Liu is the man. Sun Yun? Over 1,000 bottles of A2 Lafite. Why the hell did you just say your family owns the Lafite estate? I was already being polite enough just now, why aren't you, Mr. Liu, playing along? How many bottles of Lafite are there in the whole country anyway? And how many do you have in Jinling? You're selling fake wine in empty Lafite bottles, you think I don't know that? Sun Yun had thought Liu Wenbao would be on his side, but now it seems this guy is the kind of person who will abandon his principles for profit. Trying to rip me off, are you? Young Master Zhou, what should we now? Sun Yun hurriedly turned to Zhao Wenbin for advice. He didn't want to be taken for a ride, nor did he want to lose face in front of Gu Yongshang. I don't know. Zhao Wenbin brushed the question off again. Huh. Sun Yun froze. Bro, if you don't know anything, how are we going to pay the bill later? I don't know. Zhao Wenbin rolled his eyes. I'll just eat for free, worst case, I'll get a good beating. Zhao Wenbin was completely stuck between a rock and a hard place, so he decided to keep his mouth shut. After all, he hadn't agreed to order anything else. If Sun Yun wanted to order more, he'd just have to pay for it himself. As for the 2.5 million he was supposed to pay, he could still come up with it. You... Sun Yun was speechless. Damn it, Zhao Wenbin, you promised to have my back tonight and help me pick up a girl. But the people you brought along are unreliable, and now even you've turned on me. Young Master Sun, would you like another round? Everyone's waiting. Ye Feng asked with a smile. You. Sun Yun clenched his teeth and snapped. Kid, you're deliberately trying to screw me over, aren't you? Lafite isn't cheap. If you want to drink it, order it yourself. Haha, if you don't have the money, just say so. Don't go accusing me of setting you up, seriously. With that, Ye Feng said, Mr. Liu, bring another 100 bottles of Lafite. Sure. Liu Wenbao immediately gave the order to the waitstaff. I am not responsible for the Lafite you ordered. Sun Yun was a little taken aback, afraid the bill for the wine would end up on her tab. I ordered it. Ye Feng then said to Liu Wenbao, I'll cover the bill for these 100 bottles of wine later. Haha, where are you going to get the money? Don't make Yongshang cover it for you later. Let me tell you, starting a business isn't easy for Yongshang. As her boyfriend, not only are you not helping her, but you're actually making things worse. It's not easy for Yongshang to run her business, and here you are living off her every last penny. Sun Yun said indignantly. It's not that bad, is it? Ye Feng was amused. Even Gu Yongshang couldn't help but smile. That sounds nice, but only if you pay for it first. Sun Yun clearly didn't trust Ye Feng. In the end, he was the one who cared about Gu Yongshang. What are you talking about? She came to see me, how could I possibly charge her for the wine? Liu Wenbao seized the opportunity to speak up, waving his hand broadly. I'll just waive the charge for him. Sun Yun? Waved? When you were screwing me over, weren't you all about the money? So why are you giving him a free drink? Sun Yun couldn't help but ask, who are you, kid? You've got some clout, don't you? My surname is Ye as in the family. Of course, my Ye family is just a billionaire dynasty, nothing compared to young master's son in Yandu. Ye Feng said with a chuckle. Yeah. Sun Yun turned pale with shock and pointed at him, exclaiming, "You're Ye Feng." Before coming here, Zhou Wenbin had told him he'd introduce him to young master Ye Feng. But now everyone was present except for Ye Feng. But he never expected that Ye Feng was right in front of him. Sun Yun was speechless with shock. No wonder everyone here was backing him in. Liu Wenbao and Zhao Wenbin had switched sides. Sun Yun knew his family had a little money. He was a rich second generation himself, but even in Yandu, they were no match for the Ye family. For a moment he hung his head, his face flushing crimson. "Young Master Yi, may I leave first? This has nothing to do with me." Zhao Wenbin stepped forward to speak. He knew his friendship with Sun Yun was over, but he didn't care. He only hoped Ye Feng would let him off the hook and stop setting him up. "Young Master Yi, please rein your powers. I can't take this anymore. Go wait for me outside," Ye Feng said indifferently. So Zhou Wenbin left the private room and had no choice but to wait at the door. He didn't dare leave on his own, fearing Ye Feng might take revenge on him later. "Young Master Sun, who's picking up the tab?" Liu Wenbao asked for the bill and tossed it in front of Sun Yun. The total came to just over 5.5 million. "I'll cover half. Zhao Wenbin will pay the rest." Sun Yun swallowed hard. He wasn't in the mood right now, nor did he dare entertain any thoughts about Gu Yangshang. He just wanted to get through this situation for now. Young Master Zhu's already left. How am I supposed to ask him for it? Just tell me, are you buying or not? I run this place openly. I'm not afraid of freeloaders like you. Liu Wenbao snapped angrily, and the hotel security guards immediately stormed in, each wielding an iron bar perfect for dealing with customers who refused to pay. "I'll pay." Sun Yun was taken aback by the spectacle and felt utterly humiliated. His hatred for Ye Feng grew even stronger. However, as he looked at the bill, he felt as if he were having a heart attack and asked, "We agreed on a 20% discount earlier, but you didn't apply it here." "Fuck you, just pay up, here's the bill." Liu Wenbao slapped him on the head. Sun Yun had no choice but to pay, but he only had 5 million on him, 50,000 short. He simply couldn't come up with the rest, and he didn't dare ask his family for it. As for borrowing from friends, even though they were all rich kids, their wallets were emptier than his own face. With Liu Wenbao pressing him hard, Sun Yun walked over to Gu Yangshang and said awkwardly, "Yangshang, could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back as soon as I get to Yandu." How amusing, how amusing. Didn't you just say that starting a business isn't easy for Yangshang? I'm living off her every last penny. How dare you even ask Yangshang for money? Besides, you're asking my girlfriend for money? Do you really think you'll get a loan? Ye Feng gave a cold laugh and rebuked him without mercy. "Hey Yi, so what do you want? Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're the young master of the Yi family. If you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me today." Sun Yun was thoroughly enraged. He felt like a complete fool, having been toyed with by Ye Feng from start to finish. And here you are playing the fool to catch the tiger. If you hadn't played that game, would I have been stupid enough to order so much alcohol? And now you're making me foot the bill all by myself. You've got to be kidding. What's in it for me to kill you? Ye Feng chuckled. "Mr. Liu's running an open-door business. How can you not pay the bill?" "Of course not." Liu Wenbao rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He was a rough-and-tumble guy who knew nothing but fighting. Back in his underworld days, he'd been a notorious thug. But ever since he'd started following young Master Yi, he'd discovered that he didn't need to resort to violence to take someone down. Anyway, there were ways to take someone down, and he was curious to see what trick Ye Feng had up his sleeve this time. "How about this? Don't say I'm ripping you off. I'll give you some time to come up with the 500,000. Write up an IOU first. If the money isn't in our account by 6 p.m. tomorrow, don't blame us for being ruthless," Ye Feng said with a smile. "All right." Hearing this, Sun Yun quickly agreed. "You said it yourself, Ye Feng. A measly 500,000. You really think you can stump me? Once I'm back in Yandu, I'll find a way to deal with you. Gu Yangshang will be mine sooner or later." After writing out the IOU, Sun Yun left. "Young Master Ye, are you just gonna let him off like that?" Liu Wenbao asked, puzzled. He felt this wasn't like Ye Feng at all, especially since the other guy had dared to set his sights on his sister-in-law. The last guy who had his sights set on Gu Yangshang, young master, Ye had nearly driven his family into bankruptcy. If he could come up with 500,000, he would have done it just now. Why wait until tomorrow? Ye Feng's lips curled in temp. 500,000 for a rich kid, that's nothing. However, this money came from his wealthy family, it wasn't his own. If Sun Yun had simply come clean with his father about this, he could indeed have paid back the 500,000. But Sun Yun clearly hadn't realized this. Sure enough, after Sun Yun left, he went around asking everyone for money, but his friends were as broke as they were good-looking. How could they possibly lend him any? Sun Yun didn't dare tell his father that he'd been swindled out of 5 million while out to dinner. So by 6 p.m., he still hadn't managed to pay back the money. However, Ye Feng and Liu Wenbao didn't come after him, so Sun Yun decided to buy a plane ticket to Yandu. As it turned out, he was told he couldn't buy a plane ticket. Why can't I buy one? What's the deal here? Sun Yun was seething inside, his anger flaring up instantly. Sir, you're on the credit default list. You're not eligible to purchase a ticket. The clerk said coldly. To put it bluntly, Sun Yun was a deadbeat. He had clearly failed to repay a debt and had been subject to compulsory enforcement. So Sun Yun caused a huge scene at the airport ticket counter and was eventually escorted out by security. Sun Yun then tried to buy a train ticket but was told he wasn't eligible to purchase one. In the end, he bought an open-ended bus ticket, only to find it was an unlicensed vehicle. The driver charged him 10,000 yuan, and it took 10 days to finally bring him back to Yandu. After returning, Sun Yun fell seriously ill. Since Liu Wenbo had consistently refused to accept the 500,000 yuan, Sun Yun had no choice but to remain a deadbeat debtor. When his father found out what had happened, he flew into a rage and broke Sun Yun's legs. As he beat him, he cursed, "You lusted after someone else's girlfriend, I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch." But that's a story for another time. It was also the outcome Ye Feng had anticipated. That same evening after Sun Yun left, Ye Feng called Zhao Wenbin into the room. "Zhao Wenbin, you're quite the character. Last time you helped Zhao Wenbo mess with me, and now you're sticking up for Sun Yun. I don't think you're the Zhao families here after all. Why are you acting so cocky?" Ye Feng asked, puffing on a cigarette. "Young Master Ye, I'm being wrongly accused." Zhao Wenbin felt like crying. He didn't have the guts to go up against Ye Feng. Last time with Zhao Wenbo, he hadn't known Zhao was set a trap to take down Ye Feng. And this time he had no idea at all at first. Even Sun Yun didn't know she was trying to poach Ye Feng's staff. "Young Master Yi, no matter what, I've invested 50 million in Ye's apparel. I'm a shareholder after all. Please spare me." Zhao Wenbin knelt, begging Ye Feng to stop using his powers on him. A child like him, unloved by anyone, simply couldn't take it. "That's a joke. You only have 0.5% of the shares. You're not a real shareholder at all." Ye Feng was speechless. Zhao Wenbin was even more speechless. "With just 0.1% of the shares, you're charging me 50 million. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Just sign it." With that, Ye Feng handed over the share transfer agreement he drafted in advance. "Young Master Ye, are you returning the money for the shares to me?" Zhao Wenbin suddenly felt a surge of delight. Compared to the shares, he'd obviously choose the 50 million. But when he read the contents, Zhao Wenbin was stunned. It read, "Due to poor business performance, the company is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Shareholder Zhao Wenbin voluntarily transfers 0.5% of his shares to Ye Feng, valued at 100,000. 100,000? Zhao Wenbin stood there frozen in shock. "You've really screwed me over, turning 50 million into 100,000? You'd actually do that? Why didn't you just give me 10 yuan? Your Ye's apparel and all that, haven't you nearly driven the Zhang family to ruin? You've been burning through money, and we've seen the results. How can you possibly go bankrupt? Just tell me if you'll transfer the shares or not. If it really doesn't work out, I'll go talk to your dad." Ye Feng resorted to his old trick, bringing Zhao Wenbin's father into the conversation. But Zhao Wenbin, of all people, still fell for it. He wasn't favored at home. His only hope of competing for the position of heir was to maintain a good relationship with his stepmother. But with Ye Feng pulling this stunt, not only would his father beat him to a pulp if he went home, but even his stepmother would likely distance herself from now on. She probably wouldn't let him go buy sanitary pads or anything like that anymore either. "I'll sign." So, with tears in his eyes, Zhao Wenbin signed the share transfer agreement. "Don't forget to come to the office tomorrow to pick up your money, okay?" Ye Feng kindly reminded him. "Young Master Yi, you're so thoughtful." Zhao Wenbin burst into tears with a "la. Damn it, I've dealt with Ye Feng twice now, and he's screwed me over both times. From now on, he'd definitely stay as far away from this jinx as possible." This trip had been a huge success for Ye Feng. Dealing with Sun Yun and the like was just a minor matter. The real prize was that 0.5% stake. These were shares Zhao Wenbin had spent 50 million to buy. Now it was time to go back and recoup that 50 million. How could he not be thrilled with such a windfall? With that, Ye Feng's earnings over the past 2 days would total 420 million. Keep in mind that Ye Group's total investment in Ye's apparel was only 450 million. Rounding it off, Ye Feng has essentially made a profit equivalent to the value of an entire company. After dropping Gu Yangxiang off at the company and forbidding her from working such reckless overtime ever again, Ye Feng returned to the office to take charge of operations. Next, Ye fared to launch an offensive against Zhang's apparel, aiming to seize the ground they had been holding. Since the company's accounts still held several hundred million, the business battle proceeded smoothly from start to finish. Over the past few days, Zhang Zhiyuan, the head of the Zhang family, had been in a terrible mood. Upon returning home, he tied up Zhang Zihao and beat him. He also issued a menacing warning. "If the Zhang Corporation goes under, I'll kill you first as a sacrifice to our ancestors." Terrified and trembling all over, Zhang Zihao made his way to an underground gambling den in Jinling late that night. This was a gathering place for all sorts of people from every walk of life, and the person Zhang Zihao was looking for was a man named Wu Tian. Wu Tian, true to his name, was a lawless rogue. "You're the one looking for me." Wu Tian's expression was fierce. He'd just lost some money and was in a foul mood. "I'm here to discuss a business deal with you," Zhang Zihao said with a smile. "Fine, go ahead. Who are we taking on?" Wu Tian was a notorious double-flower red stick in the underworld, once considered the equal of Chou Liang, who had defected to Zhao family. Wu Tian was a compulsive gambler. Though his income was substantial, he was almost always short on cash, so he was willing to take on any job. Ye Feng, I need Brother Tian to help me kidnap him. Zhang Zihao handed over a check for 20 million, all the money he currently had at his disposal. Ye Feng, is that right? Wu Tian nodded and took the check, then suddenly jumped to his feet. Who the hell do you want me to kidnap? Ye Feng. Zhang Zihao rated. Of course I fucking know you want to kidnap Ye Feng. But do you even realize that the Ye family is the most powerful clan in Jinling? They've got more dogs than I have men. If I try to kidnap him, I'll get torn to pieces by their pack of mad dogs. Wu Tian frowned. Even as the infamous double flower red stick of the underworld, he didn't dare provoke the Ye family. Everyone says Brother Tian is a man capable of great things, but after meeting you today, I'm so disappointed. With a coward like you, you'd be better off taking a cue from Q Liang, find a family or a wealthy clan and work as their bodyguard. Oh, I forgot Brother Tian has a history of attacking his employers. No one would dare hire you. Zhang Zihouse. Damn it, Mr. Zhang, you came here just to pick a fight, didn't you? Do you think I won't kill you right now? Wu Tian was furious and his men were itching to fight, ready to swarm him at any moment. Go ahead and kill me. If you don't, my dad's gonna kill me in a few days anyway. Either way, I'm dead. It's just a shame such a great deal, and yet you, Brother Tian, don't have the guts to go through with it. Zhang Zihao feigned a sigh and continued. I recall you borrowed 5 million from Brother Hu, right? With compound interest, that must be tens of millions by now. Due date is fast approaching, aren't you worried, Brother Tian? You... Wu Tian was instantly at a loss for words, his anger turning to fear. Brother Hu was, after all, a major underworld figure in Jinling. Even as a notorious double flower red stick, he wouldn't dare default on a debt to Brother Hu. But the problem was he didn't have any money right now, he'd just lost the 2 million he'd had. He looked at Zhang Zihao and suddenly became polite. Why did you kidnap Ye Feng? Even if you've kidnapped him, there's no way he'll give up on taking over your Zhang family's clothing market. Brother Tian, you really do have your ears everywhere you know about the feud between my family and Ye Feng. But I'm holding Ye Feng hostage purely for blackmail. I'll make Ye Feng cough up over 1 billion, then you and I will take the money and run. The world's so big, where can't we live it up? Zhang Zihao revealed his true intention. Are you trying to reenact that old story from the 90s, when a gang of robbers kidnapped the son of Hong Kong's richest man? Wu Tian. Yes. Zhang Zihao said, we have what it takes. The Ye family has so many henchmen that they'd never suspect anyone would target them, and indeed, no one has dared to do so before. But I'm a man with nothing to lose now. We have a very good chance of pulling this off. Chances? Wu Tian admitted he was tempted, but he still shook his head and said, you're overthinking it. Ye Feng has a female bodyguard. Last time Xiao Liang fought her and couldn't even block a single punch from her. I know that woman, but she's just one person after all, while you, Brother Tian, have a whole team under your command. As he said this, Zhang Zihao's eyes lit up. Besides, we can't just go after Ye Feng alone. His father, Ye Longzhu, is actually the best target. What do you think, Brother Tian? The following evening at 11 p.m., Ye Longzhu finally finished work at Ye Group. After handling business all day, Ye Longzhu's back and waist ached. Chairman, you've already achieved so much success, why are you still pushing yourself so hard? You could actually delegate many of these tasks to your subordinates. Taking care of your health is what matters most. His driver, Xu Yi, said with concern as he began massaging Ye Longzhu's back to relieve the pain in his shoulders. He had been Ye Longzhu's driver for over a decade and had been massaging his back for just as long. But lately, Ye Longzhu's shoulder pain had grown increasingly severe, especially on rainy days when the pain was excruciating. I have to handle it myself. Some things simply require my personal attention. It's also for the sake of the company's growth. Ye Longzhu said with a smile, then added with a sigh, people praise me as a business prodigy, but all I've really done is elevate the Ye family to the position of Jinling's most prominent clan. But as you know, when it comes to business in Jinling, out of the entire vast Jiangnan province, only Jinkou City takes the Jinling business community seriously. Cities like Jiangdu and Gusu not only outpace us in economic development, but they're just as rich in historical and cultural heritage as we are. Gusu, in particular, they say heaven above, Suzhou and Hangzhou below, and plenty of investors are flocking there. Ye Longzhu felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had built the Ye family into the most powerful clan in Jinling, but Jinling's economic standing within Jiangnan was limited to that. If he wanted to take it a step further, he would have to engage with the outside world. And cities like Gusu and Jiangdu were insurmountable obstacles. Even the wealthiest man in Jiangnan hailed from Gusu. I can build a kingdom, but expanding its borders is a task I must leave to Xiao Feng. Thinking of his son's recent transformation and how brilliantly he'd outmaneuvered Zhang's apparel, Ye Longzhu's face was filled with... The young master is truly a prodigy in business. Xu Yi couldn't help but marvel. He had noticed that lately the chairman had become exceptionally energetic, as if he had returned to his youth. This drive stemmed entirely from the young master's transformation. He saw it with his own eyes, and his heart was naturally filled with joy. Chairman, let me drive you home to rest. It's getting late. After finishing the back massage, Xu Yi said. Suddenly, he sensed keenly that someone was approaching from nearby. They were radiating a murderous aura, and there were quite a few of them. Who's there? Startled, Xu Yi immediately got out of the car. That very moment, more than 20 people armed with iron rods and steel knives surrounded them. Get out of the way, we're only here for Ye Longzhu, shouted the leader. The chairman? Are you trying to kidnap him? Xu Yi was furious. He knew that some people in the business world like to resort to underhanded tactics, so he immediately shouted, as long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on the chairman. Go ahead and try. Yeezer. Fangling, stop binge watching, let's go home. As employees began leaving one by one, Ye Feng also ready to head home. At that moment, Sen Fangling was watching a TV drama called Let's Watch the Thunderstorm Together. She kept calling the female lead sister. Ye Feng was at a loss for words and quickly urged her to go home. She still had to practice her martial arts at midnight. Besides, what's so great about this cheesy drama anyway? Stop calling her sister, even calling her mom wouldn't work. Seeing Ye Feng urging her, Sen Fangling reluctantly put down her phone. She hadn't taken more than a few steps out of the office when she suddenly received a text message from her father. Jiao Feng, be careful, someone's out to get you. Oh no. Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat. His father was always a level-headed man. If he could make a call, he would never send a text message. The fact that he was texting meant something had gone wrong on his end too. At that very moment, a group of burly men burst out, and the one in the lead shouted, "Young Master Yi, come with us." Who are you? Ye Feng asked, furrowing his... Don't worry about that. Just come with us. Otherwise, if we have to hurt you, it won't look good. The leader said coldly. Go ahead and try. Ye Feng's expression turned icy. These people might very well be the ones attacking his father as well. So the question was, were they his enemies or his father's? If you want to lay a finger on young Master Yi, you'll have to get past me first. Sen Fangling stepped in front of Ye Feng, glaring furiously at the group charging toward them. There's still someone hiding in the shadows who hasn't come out yet. Ye Feng's spiritual power was as high as 200, far surpassing Sen Fangling's, and he had detected an anomaly.
The group quickly launched their attack, and Sen Fangling engaged them in combat. Although she held her own, this group fought with a balanced mix of offense and defense. They were no ordinary opponents. For the time being, Sen Fangling was unable to take them all down. Young Master Yi, you only have one bodyguard, aren't you being a bit too careless? Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Ye Feng turned to see a burly man leading a group of over a dozen men charging toward them. I'll admit your female bodyguard is formidable, even Quliang was no match for her. But my men are using military formations. Even though we're no match for that girl, we can still hold them off for a while. The leader said with a laugh. A feint to the east, an attack on the west, a clever strategy. Ye Feng couldn't help but applaud the guy. Aren't you worried? Young Master Yi is so handsome, aren't you afraid this knife in my hand might slash your face? The man at the front laughed coldly. It was none other than Wu Tian. Who told you to come? Ye Feng asked. That's none of your business. Wu Tian shook his head. If young Master Yi doesn't want to get hurt, he'd better come with us. To prevent the villain from talking himself into trouble, Wu Tian waved his hand and his men charged at Ye Feng. It has to be said that Zhang Zihao is actually quite clever. Not only did he attack Ye Feng and Ye Longzhu simultaneously, but he even thought to use a diversionary tactic to draw Sen Fangling away. Wu Tian felt like billions were beckoning to him. Ah! Crack. Suddenly, Wu Tian heard the agonized screams of his men. Two of them had actually been knocked to the ground by Ye Feng. Wu Tian was taken aback. These were his best fighters, after all, and yet Ye Feng had defeated them so effortlessly. You're this weak and you still dare to fight me? Ye Feng sneered. The combat strength of an average person is only 60, although these men could take on 5, or even 7 or 8 opponents at once. But their combat power was at most only 100. Ye Feng's combat power, on the other hand, was as high as 200. Even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Ye Feng. You're asking for it. If you dare resist, don't blame me for getting rough. Wu Tian barked coldly and charged at Ye Feng. Martial power 20. Ye Feng saw his stats. He hadn't expected the system to have this feature. But when he turned back to look at Sen Fangling, he couldn't see her stats anymore. The system must only allow him to see people who aren't much stronger than himself. System, can I defeat him? Ye Feng asked. This is your first time fighting, host, while Wu Tian is a battle-hardened veteran with a higher combat rating than yours. But if you master close quarters combat, you'll be able to beat him to a pulp. The system replied. Redeem mastery of hand-to-hand combat. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring mastery in hand-to-hand combat. 1,000 comeback points consumed. Current remaining comeback points, 1,500. Hand-to-hand combat mastery, equivalent to an 8th degree black belt. along with various hand-to-hand combat techniques. Soon a vast amount of martial arts knowledge, techniques, and combat experience flooded into Ye Feng's mind. Wu Tian unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, but in Ye Feng's eyes, they were riddled with openings. This was the difference between a professional and an amateur. Ye Feng stepped forward, delivered a left roundhouse kick, and followed up with a shoulder throw, slamming Wu Tian directly to the ground. Ah! Wu Tian was knocked senseless and couldn't get back up. Tian, brother Tian. No way Evan brother Tian got taken out in one move by this guy. Everyone was stunned. They'd gone to all this trouble to pull off this capture the king strategy just to kidnap Ye Feng. But as it turned out, brother Tian wasn't even a match for Ye Feng. How could Ye Feng, that rich kid, be this good? Young Master Yi. Sen Fangling was also taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure and, using the fastest possible method, knocked the group in front of her to the ground. Then she rushed over to Ye Feng. Wu Tian, is that right? Ye Feng gave him a cold smile. That was the name the system had just reported. What? Wu Tian was startled. Ye Feng actually recognized him. Spit it out. Who sent you to mess with me? As far as I know, the Yi family doesn't have any beef with you. Ye Feng asked with a smirk. Kill me or skin me, do as you please. I won't betray my comrades. Wu Tian remained defiant. He knew that falling into Ye Feng's hands would mean certain doom. Ye Feng was that formidable. If he went down, so be it. After all, there was still a team out there launching a surprise attack on his father. He might not lose after all. Ye Feng didn't press the matter further. The Yi family had plenty of interrogation methods at their disposal. He then called Liu Wenbao and told him to come over. Half an hour later, Liu Wenbao arrived in a van, followed by a group of men. They were other henchmen employed by the Yi family, much like Liu Wenbao himself. Why bring so many people? Ye Feng was a bit curious. He'd only asked Liu Wenbao to come over to help him with the interrogation. Xiao Feng, are you okay? From another van, his father, Ye Longzhu, got out, followed by the driver, Chu Yi. Chu Yi was covered in blood, though it wasn't his, and he was as lively as ever. Dad, were you guys attacked too? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, having roughly figured out what had happened. Chu Yi, standing beside his father, was a retired Special Forces soldier. He could easily take on dozens of opponents. But his father was worried about Ye Feng, so he had sent Liu Wenbao and the others to back him up. The result was the scene Ye Feng was now witnessing. I don't know who did this. Ye Longzhu nodded and said, I'll get to the bottom of this. For many years, no one had ever dared to oppose the Yi family like this. For it to escalate to the use of force, and specifically for the purpose of kidnapping, the nature of this crime is extremely heinous. It's this guy. Ye Feng pointed at Wu Tian on the ground. He and his accomplices had already been captured. Wu Tian? Ye Longzhu stepped forward to take a closer look, his expression darkening as he said, Thank you very much, Miss Sen. Otherwise, little Feng would have been in trouble. Although Ye Longzhu wasn't a member of the underworld, he had heard of Wu Tian. Indeed, only someone as lawless as him would dare to target the Yi family. Sen Fangling looked a bit awkward. The young master knocked him out. I didn't really do much. Xiao Feng, you've got that kind of skill? Ye Longzhu was stunned. After all, back in school, Ye Feng had gotten into plenty of fights. Sometimes when he didn't win, he'd still rely on the Yi family's reputation to make the other side back down. Let's not talk about that. Ye Feng said casually, then turned to Liu Wenbao. Leave this guy to you for interrogation. I want to see the results by tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Liu Wenbao took charge, leading Wu Tian and the others away for separate interrogations. Young master, you're so capable, why do you still need me as your bodyguard? Back at home, Sen Fangling asked curious. Back at the Chuanwu Lake restaurant, Ye Feng had realized she was a martial artist, but Sen Fangling hadn't expected young master Ye Feng to be such a skilled fighter himself. It's just close quarters combat, I learned it from TV. It's nothing compared to your Golden Toad sect. Ye Feng said with a faint smile. How did you know? Sen Fangling covered her mouth in surprise. She was the last surviving branch of the Golden Toad sect and its sole remaining heir. How did Ye Feng know her identity? Immediately, Sen Fangling asked, Young Master Yi, people from your elite family have such extensive connections. Do you happen to know my father? His name is Sen Zaiting. Sen Fangling had always lived in the mountains with her grandfather and had never set foot in the outside world. But since young Master Ye Feng knew she was the heir to the Golden Toad sect, there was only one explanation: he knew her father. Sen Fangling hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, as long as you tell me where my father is, I'm willing to do anything, not just offer myself to you, but even serve you as a slave. Don't get so worked up just yet. Ye Feng quickly put a stop to her irrational behavior. She was such a fine young woman, why was her mind so fixated on offering herself to him? Besides, you're only 16 right now, couldn't you wait a couple of years before bringing this up? Ye Feng continued, I don't know your father, but I promise you this. As soon as I find out where he is, I'll let you know immediately. In the original story, there was no character named Sen Ziking. To be precise, he no longer goes by the name Sen Zi. He is a turning point in the male protagonist Lin Yi's story, and the time for Sen Fangling and her father to be reunited has not yet come. Ye Feng also couldn't take him to find her father but the one thing he could guarantee was that father and daughter would definitely be reunited. Once again, he fell asleep at 3:00 a.m. and woke up a little after 6:00 a.m. the next day. Since Ye Feng's stamina was as high as 300, he could recover his energy quite well with almost no rest, comparable to a certain dance king known for his versatility. Soon Liu Wenbao called to say that Wu Tian had already confessed. The person who had sent him to attack Ye Feng was none other than Zhang Zihao. Ye Feng rushed over. By then, Wu Tian was curled up in a corner like a dead dog, covered in blood and motionless. Once he fell into Liu Wenbao's hands, there was no escaping his fate. Although Liu Wenbao's combat skills were average, he had a knack for extracting confessions through brutal interrogation. Zhang Zihao, right? Can you find out where he is now? Ye Feng asked. We can't find him, he hasn't returned to the Zhang family. Liu Wenbao said, but Wu Tian's men are cowards who value their lives above all else, we can use them to our advantage. Alright. Ye Feng nodded. Before long, Liu Wenbao had gathered a group of people. He dragged one of Wu Tian's men along and ordered him to lead them to Zhang Zihao, Jinling's underground gambling den, the Nine Heavens Entertainment Center. After a night of non-stop revelry, the crowds had thinned out, but quite a few people still lived there, eating, drinking, and going about their daily lives. They treated the place like a second home. Zhang Zihao, the man Ye Feng was looking for, was right here at that moment. Stop right there. We're closed for the night. Come back later. A security guard with dyed yellow hair stepped forward to block Ye Feng and his group. Get lost. Liu Wenbao slapped him across the face and shouted, Young master, Ye has arrived, how dare you block his way? Young master. The security guard froze, trembling with fear. The Ye family was, after all, Jinling's most powerful clan. And the owner behind this underground gambling den was the Wang family of Jinling. The Wang family was merely one of the four great families. Whereas the Ye family was a true powerhouse, even the Wang family's main branch wouldn't dare treat the Ye family with disrespect. I'm here to see your manager. Ye Feng said bluntly. The place had several floors, but because of its shabby conditions and remote location, it wasn't worth much. However, it was surprisingly vast. Ye Feng didn't want to tip off the operators, so it was easier to go straight to the manager. Soon, a middle-aged, heavyset man approached Ye Feng. Young Master Ye, may I ask what brings you here? I'm here to see Zhang Zihao, the young master of Zhang's apparel. Go fetch him. Ye Feng got straight to the point. Well, Manager Wang, the portly man, hesitated. Young Master Yi, isn't that a bit inappropriate? We can't disclose our client's information. Smack! Before he could finish, Ye Feng slapped him squarely across his chubby face. You're trying to fob me off with official-sounding excuses, aren't you? Don't you know what kind of place your nightclub is? When it comes to eating, drinking, partying, and gambling in Jinling, is there anything you guys aren't involved in? You're lecturing me on rules? Piss me off, and I'll smash your damn entertainment club to pieces today. Go ahead, try me. Young Master Ye, please wait a moment. Manager Wang was scared out of his wits. He believed Ye Feng was capable of doing just that. And if he did, the Wang family would most likely just let it slide. He was just a manager. Though he shared the Wang surname, he wasn't part of the inner circle and didn't dare take on that kind of responsibility. Before long, the nightclub was cordoned off on all sides. Numerous security guards were roused to track down a man named Zhang Zihao. Young Master Zhang, run. Ye Feng has brought men to arrest you. In a corner on the second floor, someone tipped off Zhang Zihao. What's going on? Zhang Zihao was taken aback. He had intended to wait here for Wu Tian to return, but it seemed his plan had been exposed. I don't know. Brother Tian hasn't come back yet. You'd better run now, or you won't be able to get out of here later. The person said hurriedly. Hearing this, Zhang Zihao decisively stood up and looked out the window. Jumping from the second floor might be a way to escape, but he could also break his legs. Zhao Hongbo had done just that last time and he was still in the hospital. Zhang Zihao had no choice. He had to do it. But immediately afterward, Zhang Zihao saw a security guard rushing toward the window, staring at him through the glass. Trying to run, are you? A chilling voice rang out. Zhang Zihao broke out in a cold sweat when he realized Ye Feng was standing behind him with his men. Smack! Liu Wenbao lunged forward, slapping him hard enough to send him crashing to the ground, and shouted angrily, "Zhang Zihao, we've known each other for so long, and yet I've underestimated you. You actually dared to hire someone to go after young Master Yi and the chairman? Too bad that good-for-nothing Wu Tian was no help at all." Haha, so. Zhang Zihao burst into laughter and shouted like a madman, "Ye Feng, you probably never imagined that anyone would dare challenge your Ye family, let alone resort to direct violence. But I dare. My only regret is not having taken care of that bitch Gu Yongshang. I shouldn't have just wrecked her company, I should have raped her. Make her pregnant with my child, and then you, young Master Yi, can raise the kid for me. You're asking for it." Liu Wenbao unleashed a barrage of punches on Zhang Zihao. Even at a time like this, he still didn't know when to back down. "What the hell are you fantasizing about? Ye Feng, if you've got the guts, kill me. I never planned on living anyway." Zhang Zihao coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutched his stomach, and said in a trembling voice, "Haha, why aren't any of you afraid of dying?" Last night, Wu Tian wasn't afraid of death either, but he still didn't make it through the interrogation. "I get it. You're saying that because you know you're not going to make it, right?" Ye Feng chuckled, "But I won't let you die. As the saying goes, if the people do not fear death, how can death be feared by them?" Death did not strike fear into Zhang Zihao's heart. For daring to attack him and his father, Ye Feng would make Zhang Zihao wish he were dead. "Call Zhang Yuanshan and tell him I want to meet him. Have him come here to the Nine Heavens Entertainment Center." Ye Feng gave the order, and soon after Liu Wenbao called Zhang Yuanshan. Upon hearing that it concerned his son Zhang Zihao, Zhang Yuanshan agreed to go. "Ye Feng, going after my father won't do you any good. I'm not afraid of him. Besides, he wants to kill me too. I'm not even afraid of death. What do you think I'm afraid of? You want to terrify me and make me surrender. You can forget it." Zihao burst into maniacal laughter. Ye Feng, however, remained calm and said, "Don't worry. I'm just discussing business matters with your father. As for you, you don't need to worry about what will happen to you. Because it's going to be brutal." The reason Zhang Zihao was so desperate to die was that he knew full well Ye Feng would never spare his life. But he was wrong. Ye Feng intended to keep him alive. Only by staying alive could he fully experience what a living hell truly was. In just half an hour, Zhang Zihao was curled up on the ground, his body convulsing, begging Ye Feng to put him out of his misery. "I told you, I won't let you die. I've always been a peace-loving person." Ye Feng stared at him with a cold smile, causing Manager Wang, standing beside him, to shudder involuntarily. Ye Feng's approach was designed to leave his opponent trapped between life and death, unable to live, yet unable to die. Being his friend might be a happy prospect, but being his enemy was certainly terrifying. "Young Master Yi, Zhang Yuanshan is..." Liu Wenbao Immediately afterward, at the entrance to the second floor of the Nine Heavens Entertainment Center, Zhang Yuanshan, accompanied by his secretary and carrying a briefcase, strode quickly toward them. Zhang Yuanshan hadn't wanted to come at first, but after all, his son was in Ye Feng's hands. Even though Zhang Yuanshan would have loved to slap this villain to death, he couldn't very well just ignore the situation. "Ye Feng, how do you want to handle this?" Seeing Zhang Zihao curled up on the floor like a dead dog, Zhang Yuanshan's eyebrows knitted into a tight frown. "Your son spent 20 million to bribe Wu Tian to kidnap me and my father. How do you plan to handle this?" Ye Feng asked. "How do you want to handle it?" Zhang Yuanshan's expression grew even more solemn. "Simple, I'll give you two options. First, your Zhang family pays 100 million in compensation for this, and I'll drop the matter. Second..." Before Ye Feng could finish speaking, Zhang Yuanshan cut him off. "Then do as you please. I don't want this son anymore. I'll give him to you. You can do whatever you like with him. If you think just my son isn't enough, I can give you my wife too. Go ahead and destroy my family." Zhang Yuanshan's expression was terrifyingly cold. With the Zhang family reduced to this state by Ye Feng, their remaining cash reserves amounted to no more than a few tens of millions. To pay 100 million in compensation would mean selling off their assets. It would mean completely ceding their market share to Ye Feng. To see half a lifetime's work go down the drain, that was something Zhang Yuanshan simply could not accept. As for Zhang Zihao, if the Zhang family were to be destroyed, Zhang Yuanshan felt he might actually kill him. He continued, "Even if young Master Yi doesn't take action, I intend to kill this villain myself, so please feel free to do as you wish, young Master Yi." "Well said. Mr. Zhang, you truly are a man of great ambition. A mere son is, of course, expendable." After saying this, Ye Feng changed the subject. "But Zhang Zihao's affairs are trivial. I asked you to come here today mainly to have a talk. What's there to discuss?" Zhang Yuanshan asked himself. He had nothing to discuss with Ye Feng. With Zhang's apparel in the state Ye Feng has brought it to, it's a matter of either you die or I live. Mr. Zhang, you're a smart man. As you're well aware, Zhang's currently holds only 18% of the apparel market share. The Zhao family has already withdrawn their investment, and Zhao Wenbo has been stripped of his authority. You won't be able to hold on much longer. What I want is market share. If you're willing to sell the company to me, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, if this keeps dragging on, it won't be good for anyone. Ye Feng said calmly. Currently, the market share held by Ye's apparel had all been bought with money. Zhang Yuanshan was holding onto his remaining ground. Although Ye Feng could take it over, he'd have to keep burning through money to do so. But if we can take it without shedding blood, then there's naturally no need to keep up the fighting. Acquiring Zhang's apparel would be mutually beneficial. It all depends on how Zhang Yuan chooses to view it. How much are you offering? Zhang Yuanshan thought about it for a long time. Although he was reluctant, he finally asked. How much do you want? 500 million. You're fucking dreaming. Ye Feng let out a cold chuckle. The clothing market in Jinling wasn't that big, partly due to competition from online stores and partly because businesses in Gusu were poaching customers. Zhang Yuanshan had worked hard for several years, and his total assets amounted to just over 500 million, and here this guy was asking for 500 million right off the bat. What else could this be but a pipe dream? So how much are you offering? 30 million. Ye Feng said. I think you're dreaming. Zhang Yuanshan's voice trembled with anger as he exclaimed. Our company has over 100 storefronts. Do you think the rent is free? The merchandise is free? Labor, utilities, which of these doesn't cost a thing? Mr. Zhang, let me make this clear. I'm offering you 30 million so you can retire in comfort. Otherwise, if we keep fighting, you'll lose everything, your family and your livelihood. I can keep burning through cash as long as I take over the market. The money will come pouring back in. As for you, you're headed for certain ruin. Ye Feng said coldly. Then go ahead. Zhang Yuanshan didn't want to discuss it any further. He simply turned and walked away with his secretary. As for Zhang Zihao, he had already given up on his son. Whether Ye Feng killed him or he killed him himself, it made no difference. Young Master Ye, are we just gonna let him go like that? Liu Wenbao asked. The business world has its own rules. Don't resort to underhanded tactics and bring shame upon the Ye family. Ye Feng shot him a glance. This was no longer an era of bloodshed. Even a rough-and-tumble guy like Liu Wenbao had cleaned up his act and gone straight so long ago. How could he still not see the bigger picture? However, when it came to the Zhang family, Ye Feng had plenty of ways to deal with them. Since he wouldn't take the offer, he'd have to face the consequences. Stepping out of the Jushin Entertainment Club, the morning sunshine felt pleasant. Back at the office, Ye Feng immediately began discussing the offensive strategy with Li Yonghua. As always, the strategy was to burn through cash to poach the Zhang family's suppliers and retail outlets. As long as they'd successfully capture the market, everything would be fine. As for cash, Ye Feng wasn't worried about that right now. Ye's apparel still had several hundred million, and he'd won a few hundred million at the last race meet. As for the Ye family's accounts, there were still over a dozen hundred million in cash on hand. And if they really ran out of money, couldn't they just take out a loan? Armed with the world's most cutting-edge business knowledge, Ye Feng wasn't afraid of running out of money, nor was he afraid of failing to build his own business empire. At 6 p.m., Ye Feng suddenly received a call. He looked closely at the screen and saw that it was actually from Kui Ren. After the last racing event, the two had exchanged contact information. But he never expected Kui Ren to reach out to him so soon. Young Master Kui, is something up? Ye Feng asked. Young Master Ye, I have some good news. Would you like to hear it? Kui Ren teased her over the phone. Spit it out. Get to the point, I've got a ton of stuff to do. Ye Feng had no patience for his game. Alright. Kui Ren said, I heard you're locked in a battle with Zhang's apparel. You must be in the final push right now, right? You're well informed. Ye Feng said indifferently. This was common knowledge in Jinling's business circles, so it wasn't hard for Kui Ren to find out. In that case, I have some good news for you. I'm sure you'll like to hear it. You know how Zhang Yuanshan married a woman named Su Shanfang? Half of Zhang's apparel's shares belong to her. Xu Shanfang is infertile and has always been worried that Zhang Yuanshan is cheating on her. As luck would have it, I happen to have a video of Zhang Yuanshan with his mistress. Kui Ren said, That's some damn good news. A smile flickered across Ye Feng's face. Perhaps he could bring his final battle with Zhang's apparel to an early end. Kui Ren had been sightseeing in Jinling for the past couple of days. Ever since the last race, he'd taken a keen interest in Ye Feng. So he'd made some inquiries about. That's why the phone call from earlier happened. Ye Feng invited Kui Ren to have tea at the Kushuan Club, owned by the Ye family. I never would have guessed that Zhang Yuanshan, who comes across as so tough on the outside, would last less than 3 minutes. After watching the video Kui Ren provided, Ye Feng couldn't help but sneer. If he showed this video to Chu Shanfang, the Zhang family would likely be thrown into chaos. An all-out assault from the outside is indeed no match for sowing discord within their ranks. Young Master Ye, I'm being pretty generous here. I had to ask a friend to pull this surveillance footage for you. At first, that guy thought leaking client information wasn't a good idea and refused to give it to me no matter what. Kui Ren smacked his lips. Sounds like your friend isn't exactly in a legitimate line of work. Ye Feng quipped, after all, what kind of legitimate business could someone in the covert filming business possibly be in? However, this also gave Ye Feng a glimpse into the Kui family of Gusu's network of connections and the intelligence they were able to access. Since the Ye family was based in Jinling, their intelligence network couldn't cover the entire Jiangnan region. But the Kui family was different. Their intelligence network not only covered Jiangnan, but even extended to Jiangbai. Take the incident where Han Tianlong's PC was seized, for example. Although the Han family deliberately tried to cover it up, Kui Ren still found out about it. Ye Feng pressed further, you're helping me this much, surely it's not just to make a friend, is it? Young Master Yi is indeed clever. Kui Ren snapped his fingers and said, Young Master Yi, as the only son of your family, you surely have access to considerable resources. I'd like to go into business with you. Oh. Ye Feng looked at him curiously. I'm different from you, Young Master Yi. I have several brothers at home, and every one of them is highly capable, and they're all eyeing the position of heir to the Kui family. My father is the kind of man who likes to foster rivals. He'll pass the family business on to whoever proves most capable. But my abilities are actually quite average, so I'll need Young Master Yi's help. Kui Ren got straight to the point. How am I supposed to help you? Ye Feng asked. As long as it didn't involve lending money, a little help among wealthy young heirs was no big deal. I have a project here to build a high-end commercial street. Between bidding for the land and construction costs, it'll total 3 billion. We have a total of 1 billion. As for the remaining 2 billion, Young Master Yi, could you help me figure something out? Kui Ren. Where the hell am I supposed to get that much money? Ye Feng was stunned. Damn, Kui Ren, you've got quite the appetite. The entire Yi family's cash reserves don't even amount to that much, for crying out loud. Am I supposed to take out a loan or sell off assets? That's why I need Young Master Yi's. Kui Ren sighed helplessly. Aside from tapping into his family's funds, he'd practically exhausted his entire network of connections and sought out every possible investment just to scrape together this 10 billion. But if the remaining 20 billion doesn't come through, this project will have to be handed over to someone else. Right now, there are plenty of people in Gusu keeping a close eye on this project. Kui Ren continued, apart from Jinling, Gusu boasts the highest foot traffic in Jiangnan, and is adjacent to Hangzhou, the provincial capital of Zhejiang. If we pull this off, we'll have the best commercial street in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, and it's sure to attract the largest foot traffic from both provinces. By then, all that shiny silver will be flowing right to us. After saying this, Kui Ren wore a look of rapture. For him, this commercial street was not only a source of profit, but also his greatest asset in the competition for the succession. That's why he was so determined to make this happen. Spending 3 billion to build a commercial street while it would be high-end was admittedly a bit pricey. However, as Kui Ren had said, it would draw crowds from both Jiangnan and Zhejiang province, so it was well worth the investment. And it would certainly turn a profit. If the Yi family wanted to expand and establish a presence in other regions, this was indeed a golden opportunity. Young Master Kui, that's still too much money. My Yi family must ensure we have sufficient funds. But rest assured, I'll take care of the investment. Ye Feng thought for a moment. His business expertise skill told him this was feasible, but he couldn't shoulder those 20 billion alone. At its core, any business venture is fundamentally a competition. Ye Feng needed teammates to charge into battle alongside him. Alright, as expected of Young Master Yi, I admire your boldness. Kui Ren hurriedly praised him, his respect for Ye Feng growing by the moment. Anyone who dares to drive a car with one hand, could that person possibly be ordinary? Cut the flattery. Ye Feng asked, when's the land auction? Early July, I suppose. Kui Ren Damn, that's only a little over a month left. Ye Feng was shocked. It was already nearly the end of May, and with the land auction in early July, that meant he had to secure 2 billion in investment within a month. Even if he transferred 600 million from the Ye family's account and contributed 400 million of his own, that still left a shortfall of 1 billion. Although time was tight, Ye Feng didn't panic. As long as he stayed focused, there were always more solutions than problems. However, for now, the most important thing was to quickly wrap up the battle with Zhang's apparel. Before long, Ye Feng managed to track down the whereabouts of Zhang Yuanshan's wife, Su Shanfang. She didn't have many hobbies, she just liked playing cards. Jinxie Entertainment Club is one of Jinling's top leisure clubs. Su Shanfang had spent the entire afternoon playing cards and lost over 100,000, leaving her in a foul mood. Just then, a waiter approached and said, "Mrs. Xu, someone is looking for you over there." Su Shanfang looked over and saw that the person looking for her was none other than Ye Feng. Although Su Shanfang wasn't involved in the business side of things, she knew just how badly Ye Feng had ruined the Zhang family. Even Zhang Yuanshan's son Zhang Zihao had fallen into Ye Feng's hands and suffered terribly. "Mrs. Xu, let's talk." Seeing that she wasn't moving, Ye Feng walked over to her. "I don't think there's anything left for us to discuss." Su Shanfang's expression darkened immediately. "You can't say that. I'd like to ask you, madam, do you really think Zhang Yuanshan is the right man for you?" Ye Feng asked with a smile. "My husband and I have a very good relationship. You don't need to try to drive a wedge between us." Su Shanfang sneered. "Ye Feng, I know exactly what you're up to. You want to take over the market share my husband left behind. But you're overthinking it. I'm just a woman, I don't have that kind of ambition. You don't need to waste your time on me." After saying that, Su Shanfang wanted to get back to playing cards. She wasn't in the mood to waste time with Ye Feng. After all, he was her husband's enemy. Although Su Shanfang watched romantic dramas from time to time, she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't fall for Ye Feng's trick so easily. "Mrs. Xu, a woman like you who has her husband's best interests at heart is truly a rare find. But I have a video here. Why don't you take a look? I'm sure you'll find it very interesting." With that, Ye Feng didn't wait for Su Shanfang to react. He immediately pulled out his phone and played the steamy scene of Zhang Yuanshan and Xiao San. "Hey, I've been wondering why you're acting this way, young Master Yi. You're a rich second-generation heir from Jinling. After all, why are you getting all lewd in public like this? If you want to get into that kind of mess, go find some young girls. We're all over 40. Do you really still have an interest in that?" Upon seeing the video Ye Feng played, the faces of the wealthy ladies playing mahjong all darkened. Although they were scolding him on the surface, deep down they were actually hoping Ye Feng would take a liking to them. Even if not as a wife, being his mistress would do. After all, the Ye family was Jinling's most prominent dynasty, while their own husbands weren't even from distinguished families. "Wait a minute, Mrs. Chu, why is your husband in this video?" 3 minutes, how could it go by so fast? "Mrs. Chu, your husband?" The group of aristocratic ladies playing cards all stared at Su Shanfang, their eyes wide with astonishment. Usually, Su Shanfang would go on and on about how wonderful her husband was to her and how strong he was. But now this was undoubtedly a slap in the face. "Mrs. Chu, I imagine that since you love your husband so much, you don't mind any of this, do you?" Ye Feng gave a faint smile, then turned and walked away. Su Shanfang stood frozen in place, her hand clutching the cards, trembling uncontrollably. Her husband had indeed always treated her very well. Since she was a widow and unable to bear children, she always felt guilty toward Zhang Yuanshan. Apart from merging her business with Zhang Yuanshan's, she had essentially lived the life of a wealthy housewife. She even treated Zhang Zihao as her own son. But she never would have imagined that the husband she considered so perfect was actually keeping a mistress on the side. No wonder he always seemed so reluctant whenever it came time to pay his dues. So all that grain had been going to his mistress on the side. "Mrs. Xu, where are you going? Are you done playing cards?" "Mrs. Xu, please calm down. Don't do anything rash." Seeing Su Shanfang storm out in a rage, several wealthy ladies hurried to her, but deep down they were just dying to watch the show. That evening, Zhang Yuanshan returned home from work. With the Yi family launching their offensive today, Zhang Yuanshan had been swamped with work and was feeling incredibly irritable. When he got home, he had intended to lie down and rest, but found his wife, Su Shanfang, sitting coldly on the sofa. There was not a trace of her former warmth. "Honey, what's wrong?" Zhang Yuanshan asked. "Ha, what do you mean, what's wrong?" Su Shanfang gave a cold laugh to herself and said, "Zhang Yuanshan, I really underestimated you. You're quite the character." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yuanshan furrowed his brow. Su Shanfang usually had a bit of a temper, but most of the time she was understanding. What on earth was she playing at today? Before Zhang Yuanshan could fully process what was happening, Su Shanfang said, "Mr. Zhang, Here's the divorce agreement, sign it. What are you doing? Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback and asked, I'm already exhausted from work. Can't you just stop causing trouble? Me causing trouble? Chu Shanfang continued to sneer. You're the one having an affair out there, you must be pretty happy about that, right? Go find your young, pretty little girl. We're getting divorced today, no matter what. Half of the company's shares belong to my Xu family. As soon as you sign the divorce agreement, you'll sign the share transfer document right away. With that, Xu Shanfang threw the contract right in Zhang Yuanshan's face. Zhang Yuanshan's expression grew even more grim. How did she find out about his affair with Xiao San? After all, Zhang Yuanshan had always been cautious in his dealings, and that mistress was from Gusu no less. However, the divorce was no longer something Zhang Yuanshan could control. He wasn't afraid of the divorce, he was only afraid of losing that half of the shares. If that happened, Zhang Yuanshan would hold only a 9% share of the apparel market. It would be a piece of cake for Ye Feng to ruin him. Ring ring. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanshan's cell phone rang. It was actually a call from Ye Feng. Mr. Zhang, having a good evening? Ye Feng asked with a cheerful smile. Ye Feng, you're the one behind this? Zhang Yuanshan was furious. It was Ye Feng who had leaked the news about his affair with Xiao San. He cursed, Ye Feng, you despicable scoundrel, I'll never let this go. Me despicable? Didn't you say it yourself? Is it all just fine by you to ruin my family and destroy my life? Now that I'm just keeping my promise, you can't handle it? It seems you're no different from your son Zhang Zihao. You're both all talk, but in reality you're no match for me. Ye Feng sneered. He'd made the call specifically to rattle Zhang Yuanshan's nerves. Zhang Yuanshan was indeed on the verge of losing his cool. He showed up for work the next day looking listless, and soon afterward he learned that Xu Shanfang had sold that 9% market share to Ye Feng for a mere 10 million, a fire sale price. That wasteful woman, does she even know what she's doing? Zhang Yuanshan was so furious he punched the wall, breaking the skin on his knuckles. Chairman. His secretary's voice trembled as he tried to report something, but upon seeing Zhang Yuanshan's terrifying expression, he hesitated. Speak. Zhang Yuanshan demanded. What do we do now? Ever since we lost that half of our shares in cash, almost all of our manufacturers and landlords have terminated their partnerships with us. We've run out of options, and there's a problem with the cash in our accounts. If this continues, we're headed for certain ruin, the secretary said nervously. Haha, dead end. In an instant, Zhang Yuanshan seemed to have aged 10 years. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes. When a drum bursts, everyone beats it. All of his business partners had begun to terminate their partnerships, which made it clear that, in their eyes, the Zhang family had already fallen. Originally, Zhang Yuanshan had intended to hold on to that 18% market share, but with Xu Shanfang's divorce and the sale of her shares to Ye Feng, everything was over. Zhang Yuanshan's career and life's work had all gone up in flames. All that awaited him was ruin. Haha, Ye Feng, I really underestimated you. But I won't let you have it so easy either. A cold smile played at the corner of Zhang Yuanshan's mouth as he ordered, sell the company but only to competitors. As long as we can offload it, a lower price doesn't matter. In the end, Zhang Yuanshan sold the entire company for 30 million. His 9% stake was subsequently divided among competitors in the market. After receiving the money, Zhang Yuanshan hopped on a plane and fled. That Zhang Yuanshan, he pulled this stunt on me right at the end. In the end, he still sold the company for 30 million. In the Ye's apparel office, Ye Feng reflected that while the price of 30 million was indeed low, Zhang Yuanshan had truly had no other choice. However, acquiring a 9% market share from Xu Shanfang for just 10 million was indeed an unexpected windfall. That woman had no business acumen and had lost all hope in life, so she wasn't particularly attached to money. That gave Ye Feng an open. Young Master Yi, what's the plan now? Li Yonghua asked. With the Zhang family now fallen from power, Ye Group currently held a total of 51% of the apparel market. Whether Zhang Yuanshan lived or died didn't really matter. The key was that there were still lost territories yet to be reclaimed.
Next, of course, we must reclaim our lost ground. Everyone who took part in carving up Zhang's apparel must hand over their market share to me. Ye Feng declared emphatically. In the original plan to create the illusion that this wasn't targeted at the entire apparel industry, one of Ye Feng's strategies had been to have these people participate in the dismantling of the Zhang family's apparel business. But now that the Zhang family was gone, Ye's apparel held a 51% market share. Moreover, behind Ye Feng stood Jinling's most powerful. The players in the apparel market were simply no match for him. Before long, Li Yonghua and his team had compiled a report and said, "Young Master Yi, there are currently more than a dozen companies carving up Zhang's apparel, and 2 of them are the most aggressive. These 2 are Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian, who rank second only to Zhang's apparel. They currently hold a combined 25% market share." 25%. Ye Feng pondered this for a moment. Previously, Zhang Yuanshan had held only an 18% share, yet he had fortified his defenses and fought a desperate last stand. If Ye Feng wanted to take over this 25% share, he certainly could, but it would come at a cost. Furthermore, behind Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian stands the Wang family of Jinling. Li Yonghua added, "Another one of the 4 great families. Just how much influence have they secretly built up?" Ye Feng furrowed his brow. He had originally been considering whether let these 2 off the... All he needed to do was make them give back the market share they'd taken. But now it seemed necessary to send a warning to the others. The Wang family had no prior ties to the Yi family, but they were now standing in the way of Ye Feng's expansion. While the Yi family was one of Jinling's elite clans, it was not the city's dominant power. In Ye Feng's plan, the 4 major families would either submit to the Yi family or be eliminated by it. Consequently, Ye Feng instructed Li Yonghua to take action against Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian. After work, Ye Feng called Chen Zixin and Zhao Wenbin, inviting them to Quzhuan for tea. Chen Zixin gladly accepted, but Zhao Wenbin was somewhat hesitant. To be honest, he didn't really want to deal with Ye Feng. Every time he ran into that guy, nothing good ever came of it. But he didn't dare anger Ye Feng, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. "Young Master Yi, what's this about?" Before long, the 2 arrived at Quzhuan. Chen Zixin greeted him with a smile and offered his congratulations. "I heard the Zhang family has fallen from power, and even Zhang Yuanshan has fled. Congratulations, young Master Yi." "What good does congratulating me do? You're not a shareholder, you won't be getting any dividends." Ye Feng replied with a chuckle. "Owl." Chen Zixin gave a helpless chuckle. He had actually wanted to invest, but his father wouldn't allow it. Still, his father Chen Tianlei was genuinely surprised that Ye Feng had managed to brown the Zhang family. Don't be fooled by the Yi family's deep pockets. Business wars aren't won just by throwing money at them. The reason the Zhang family held a 60% share of the apparel market was not only due to corporate mergers through marriage, but also because of their own tactics. Zhang Yuanshan was definitely a formidable opponent, so even the 4 great families could only try to court him. They certainly couldn't just take over his business. Yet Ye Feng had done it, and with less than 1 billion in capital, he had secured a 51% share of the entire apparel market. Although Li Yonghua was in charge, the fact that the 24-year-old Ye Feng was able to manage Li Yonghua was a feat in itself. "Alright, let's get down to business. I called the 2 of you today mainly to discuss a project," Ye Feng said. "Young Master Ye, just tell me the amount. I'll go ask my dad for it as soon as I get back." Chen Zixin hurriedly replied. Ever since his father's opinion of Ye Feng had completely changed, Ye Feng had become a role model for Chen Zixin in his father's eyes. Moreover, Chen Zixin had come to realize that Ye Feng was no ordinary person. He'd figured out that by following him, he could reap the rewards. "Not much about 20 billion. Ye Feng said casually. "What?" Chen Zixin nearly jumped out of his skin and leapt off the couch. Zhao Wenbin was so startled that he even dropped the cigarette he was holding. "Wow, are you that greedy?" "Don't worry." Ye Feng told the 2 of them about the project to build a high-end commercial district that Kui Ren had mentioned earlier. He then added, "My Yi family will put up 1 billion. As for the remaining 1 billion, you 2 figure it out." "Young Master Yi, please don't put me on the spot. If we're really going to do this, I'll go back and talk to my dad. 300 million is no problem, but 10 billion? Chen Zixin salply. "Alright, then let's make it 300 million. Ye Feng nodded. He hadn't expected the Chen family to come up with that much money in the first place. Where would they even get that much cash from their accounts? In business, whether it's starting a venture or making an investment, there are always risks involved. No one is foolish enough to put all their eggs in one basket. For one thing, Ye Feng certainly wouldn't. "Alright." Chen Zixin nodded. He thought this arrangement was fine. "Young Master Zhou, what about you?" Ye Feng looked at him with a smile. "Young Master Yi, I fully support you taking on this project, and I really think it has great potential." Zhao Wenbin was quick to voice his support, and this wasn't just flattery. As long as Ye Feng didn't try to take advantage of him, he believed developing this high-end commercial district would indeed be profitable. But then Zhao Wenbin changed the subject with a dramatic sigh. "Young Master Yi, you know, I'm not exactly a favorite at home. That 50 million last time I had to beg my stepmother for it, and she's still giving me a hard time about it. Who in your Zhao family currently has the authority to come up with 300 million? Ye Feng asked. "No one does." Zhao Wenbin shook his head and said, "I have 2 older brothers, but they're not very capable. My dad doesn't trust them to handle things properly, so none of them have the authority." "Damn, how did things get so bad for you guys?" Ye Feng was speechless. It seemed being an only child really was a blessing. Even when you're just a sycophant, you can still freely dip in the family's money. "Young Master Yi, as long as you help me become the heir to the Zhao family, I'll definitely invest," Zhao Wenbin said offhandedly, though he knew deep down that this was a bit of a pipe dream. "Sure." Ye Feng thought it was a good deal. Zhao Wenbin wasn't exactly a powerhouse he'd be relatively easy to control. What? Zhao Wenbin was stunned and stared at Ye Feng in disbelief. Young Master Ye, are you really willing to help me? You're not joking, are you? Of course not. But there's one condition. From now on, you have to be an ally of the Ye family. If you stab me in the back, I'll definitely kill you. Ye Feng said with a smile. Zhao Wenbin gave an awkward smile. He didn't have the guts to do that. His greatest dream was to become the heir to the Zhao family. Young Master Ye, how do you plan to help me? Zhao Wenbin asked curious. Who does your dad listen to the most? Ye Feng. That goes without saying, it's my stepmother, of course. Zhao Wenbin said. Aren't you on good terms with your stepmom? You're the one who always helps her buy sanitary pads. Doesn't she whisper sweet nothings in your ear? Ye Feng asked curious. It's not that simple. My 2 older brothers are pretty attentive too. Zhao Wenbin said with a sigh. I see. Ye Feng snapped his fingers. As long as he could win over Zhao Wenbin's stepmother, he'd essentially secured his position as heir Zhao family. With that in mind, Ye Feng called Kui Ren. Young Master Kui, look into the current matriarch of the Zhao family. Her name is Tan Mengjia. A dozen or so minutes later, Kui Ren sent her the information on Zhao Wenbin's stepmother, Tan Mengjia. He hadn't realized it until he saw it, but when Ye Feng did, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Holy crap, young Master Zhu, your stepmother is quite the wild one. She's been keeping over a dozen young lovers on the side. She's even participated in a large-scale group sex orgy with as many as 300 people. Looking at the photos and information Kui Ren had sent, Ye Feng said he'd learned a lot, while Chen Zixun read through it with great interest. I can't fucking believe it. Zhao Wenbin didn't know whether to feel elated or fear. He was pleased that they'd managed to get the dirt on his stepmother so easily. Angry that, even though his father doted on her so much, she was actually messing around behind his back. Young Master Ye, I've always said that high society is actually quite sleazy, Chen Zixun remarked. Afterward, Ye Feng called Kui Ren and asked her to find out where Tan Mengjia was right now. Kui Ren set to work immediately. 10 minutes later, Kui Ren replied, Jinling Black Horse Club. That's impressive. Ye Feng praised her highly. The Kui family's intelligence network was almost too impressive. If he ever got the chance, he'd have to set one up. Where's the Black Horse Club? I've never heard of it. Chen Zixun was a bit confused. Me neither. Zhao Bin also shook his head. He considered himself to have explored every corner of Jinling's nightlife scene, yet this was the one name he didn't recognize. I know. Ye Feng smiled faintly. This Dark Horse Club was a brothel run by Brother Hugh, a big shot in the underworld. The club primarily catered to high society ladies, so it operated on a membership-only basis. Apart from members and their guests, no one knew where the Black Horse Club was located. Even Kui Ren could only track down the name Black Horse Club. So it was perfectly normal that Chen Zixun and his friends hadn't heard of it. Who knows, maybe someone in their own families was even a customer there. And as a major underworld figure in Jinling, Brother Hugh naturally wasn't afraid of offending the 4 great families. In the original novel, the male protagonist, Lin Yi, frequently dealt with this Brother Hugh and used the Black Horse Club to build a significant network of contacts. However, Ye Feng didn't know Brother Hugh, so he had to find someone who could introduce him. Otherwise, forget about the Black Horse Club, he probably wouldn't even be able to track down Brother Hugh himself. Immediately, Ye Feng gave Zhao Hongying a call. Hello, who are you looking for? Zhao Hongying asked in a neutral tone over the phone. It's Ye Feng. Ye? Upon hearing that name, Zhao Hongying on the other end of the line clearly paused for a moment before asking coldly, Ye Feng, what's your deal? Last time I tried to add you on WeChat, you rejected me, and now you're calling me out of the blue? I need to talk to you. Ye Feng said, no way. Zhao Hongying flatly refused. After the last racing competition, Ye Feng's victory had made Zhao Hongying look at him with new respect. She had originally intended to mend fences with him, but since he didn't appreciate it, she was determined not to give him a second chance. Your Zhao family is an ally of my Ye family. I have business with you, and you're telling me no way? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. You. Zhao Hongying remembered that incident and snapped. So what do you want, Mr. Yi? Lend me Chulian. Ye Feng said bluntly. Huh? Zhao Hongying was taken aback once again. Just lend him to me. Ye Feng didn't want to explain further. Because of the incident involving Zhao Hongbo, the Zhao family had to make amends with the Ye family to mend their relationship. So whether Zhao Hongying wanted to or not, she had no choice but to lend him the person. Half an hour later, Qu Liang arrived at Kuishu Zuan. Young Master Yi, you wanted to see me? Qu Liang was equally puzzled. He had only just been discharged from the hospital after being injured by Sen Fangling last time. He actually harbored some resentment toward Ye Feng, but since the Zhao family was an ally of the Ye family, he had no choice but to follow Ye Feng's orders. You used to be a notorious enforcer in the underworld. Take me to see Brother Hugh. Ye Feng got straight to the point. Young Master Ye, what do you want with Brother Hugh? Upon hearing that name, Qu Liang's expression grew somewhat strange, not toward Ye Feng, but toward Brother Hugh. To a greater or lesser extent, everyone in the Jinling underworld felt a certain fear toward Brother Hugh. Earlier, when Wu Tian took the risk of helping Zhang Zihao kidnap Ye Feng, it was mainly to pay back Brother Hu. Just take me to him, you don't need to know anything else. All right. Qiu Liang lowered his voice. But let me warn you, Brother Hu might not give me any leeway. Be prepared. No problem. Ye Feng nodded, then called Sen Fangling and asked her to come with him to find Brother Hu. Brother Hu wasn't at the Black Horse Club. That place was mostly full of male escorts, and he had no interest in men. In fact, he was somewhat repulsed by them. Brother Hu loved combat sports. He ran a martial arts gym. Jin Hu Martial Arts Gym. Brother Hu is amazing. He's won 13 straight fights. I'd say he's the top fighter in Jinling, and I don't think anyone would disagree. He's not just #1 in Jinling, he's #1 all of Jiangnan. Brother Hu is so awesome, I want to have a kid with you. Wow, Brother Hu glanced at me, I'm so happy. Jin Hu jumped down from the ring, wiped the sweat from his body, and sat down to rest. Jin Hu wasn't handsome, he was even a bit ugly and his expression was fierce, but he still drew admiring glances from countless men and women. He'd practically become immune to it all. Brother Hu, Qiu Liang is here. Just then, one of his men reported. Qiu Liang. Jin Hu furrowed his brow. If I remember correctly, didn't he defect to the Zhao family? Yes. The subordinate replied, then asked, so should we see him or not? Since he's not part of the underworld, why should I even meet him? Jin Hu waved his hand and said, I have absolutely no interest in anyone from the 4 great families. If they want to spend money at my company, I welcome them, but a personal meeting is out of the question. Brother Hu has no interest in the 4 great families, but what about my Ye family? Just then, a voice rang out. Jin Hu turned to look and saw Ye Feng and his 4 companions walking toward him slowly. Are you Ye Feng? Jin Hu stared at him. Yes, Ye Feng replied. All of Jinling is saying you're a sycophant and a wastrel, but everyone has underestimated you. Not only did you bring down the Zhang family, but you even got the better of Wu Tian. Jin Hu sneered. Brother Hu, your sources are really well connected. Ye Feng chuckled softly. You think I'm just making small talk with you? With that, Jin Hu slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, Wu Tian owes me tens of millions. You killed him, who am I supposed to get my money back from now? Wasn't it 5 million? Ye Feng replied with a smile. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you talk to Brother Hu like that? Young Master Yi, is that right? You're not leaving here today. No one can save you, mark my words. One of Brother Hu's henchmen, a burly, bald man, charged forward and went straight for him. He threw a punch at Ye Feng. Ah. Sen Fangling stepped in front of Ye Feng and swung a punch, sending the bald thug flying several meters away. Bye. The crowd gasped in shock as they saw the bald man lying unconscious on the ground, 2 rotten teeth spilling from his mouth. The bald man was Brother Hu's right-hand man, his top lieutenant. That girl is really strong. Staring at Sen Fangling, the crowd was stunned. After all, not even Tiger Brother could have knocked the bald guy unconscious with a single punch. But this girl had done just that. This must be the girl who broke Qiu Liang's bones with a single punch. She's truly impressive. Jin Hu gave a half smile. So, can we talk about some business now? Ye Feng walked over and sat down directly on the sofa. What's this about? Jin Hu asked in a subdued voice, while his men went on high alert and locked the doors to the martial arts gym. In Jinling, no one ever dared to threaten Jin Hu, not even the young master of a wealthy family. The business world is the business world, and the underworld is the underworld. Each has its own set of rules. I'd like to look for someone at your Black Horse Club, Brother Hu. Ye Feng said, find some. Jin Hu and his companions were all taken aback. After all, the Black Horse Club was Jin Hu's cash cow. Even the club's address was kept strictly confidential, let alone information about its staff or patrons. That was absolutely out of the question. Why should I help you? Jin Hu asked coldly. You have to help. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly as he said, damn it, how dare you talk to Brother Hu like that? Are you looking to die? Brother Hu's henchmen couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward to beat up Ye Feng. No one in Jinling had ever dared to speak to Brother Hu like that before. Hey. Jin Hu stopped him and said, young master, Ye has this young lady protecting him. How could you possibly be a match for him? With that, Jin Hu pulled out a cigarette. Far from being angry, he looked pleased as he said, young master Ye, is this how you ask someone to do you a favor? That's exactly my attitude. Ye Feng said indifferently. In Jinling, many people feared Jin Hu, but Ye Feng did not. In terms of manpower, Jin Hu had a large following, but the Ye family also had henchmen of their own. In terms of raw fighting power, Jin Hu was no match for Sen Fangling. Jin Hu had recognized this as well, which was why he put up with Ye Feng's temper and refrained from openly confronting him. Jin Hu beckoned to Ye Feng with a flick of his finger and said, I'm a man of the underworld, and the rules of the underworld are based on brute force. Fight me if you win, I'll help you. Damn it, aren't you just picking on me? Damn it, you Jin guy, you have no honor in combat. Chen Zixin and Zhao Wenbin snapped angrily, and even Qiu Liang couldn't help but worry for Ye Feng. How could Ye Feng, a spoiled rich kid, possibly be a match for Jin Hu? Only Sen Fangling wasn't worried. She'd seen Ye Feng's fighting skills with her own eyes. He'd taken down Wu Tian with a single move. He might not be any worse than Ju in terms of martial prowess. All right. Ye Feng stood up and said, "No way, kid, are you looking to die? How dare you fight Brother Hu?" "Exactly. You'd better stay tucked away under the skirt of that pretty girl by your side. Don't come out here and make a fool of yourself." "Brother Hu, why don't I fight him instead? That way people won't say we're picking on him." Over on Jin Hu's side, the crowd burst into mocking laughter. Jin Hu, however, just smiled. He hadn't expected this rich kid to be so reckless. Fine, it seemed the business world had been running roughshod for too long. Today was the perfect chance to put them in their place. "Get in the ring." With that, Jin Hu walked up to the ring. "Young Master Yi..." Just then, Qiu Liang suddenly called. Although he harbored some resentment toward Ye Feng, he didn't want to watch him die. Jin Hu never held back when he fought. He was afraid Ye Feng might be beaten to death right there. If that happened, even if the Yi family wanted revenge, they might not be able to do anything to Jin Hu. A mere Jin Hu? I don't even take him seriously. With that, Ye Feng stepped forward. Ding! System alert. Jin Hu's combat power is as high as 800. Host, please proceed with caution. Just then, the system suddenly issued a warning. "I'll take this seriously, it should be fine." Ye Feng remained composed. Although his combat power was only 200, he did, after all, have a specialization in hand-to-hand combat. In terms of combat experience and technique, he was almost completely superior to Jin Hu. Just as the two were about to spar, the tightly closed door suddenly swung open and a figure rushed in. "Brother Hu, something major has happened," the man shouted. "What is it?" Jin Hu asked, furrowing his brow. "The Wang family has raided our bar," the man said hurriedly. "What exactly happened?" Jin Hu jumped down from the ring and asked urgently. It turned out that Wang Xiaocheng, the young master of the Wang family, had learned that his girlfriend had been harassed while dancing at the bar the previous night. Upon learning this, Wang Xiaocheng took a group of people to the bar to beat up the harasser. The bar staff stepped in to stop the altercation, since Wang Xiaocheng's actions constituted a disturbance and were affecting the bar's business. As a result, Wang Xiaocheng and his men went a rampage through the bar, leaving several people injured. Damn it, are the Wang family asking for trouble? Jin Hu flew into a rage, grabbed an iron bar, and smashed it down on an empty table nearby. With a loud bang, the table split open and Jin Hu's hand trembled violently. No one at the scene dared to speak. Everyone could see how furious Jin Hu was. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the Wang family had gone too far, yet Jin Hu didn't dare retaliate. Among the four major clans, the Wang family was a bit different. They'd built their fortune in just 10 years, and many of their business dealings weren't exactly above board. To put it bluntly, the Wang family were practically half underworld figures. In the past, Jin Hu's arch-rivals, after being defeated by him, had all defected to the Wang family one after another. The Wang family had snatched a lot of business from Jin Hu, including underground gambling dens like the Jushin Entertainment Club. And this is one of the reasons Jin Hu dislikes the four great families. "Brother Hu, what should we do?" After a long silence, someone asked. Jin Hu remained silent. Ring, ring. Just then, Jin Hu's cell phone rang. A voice on the other end shouted, "Brother Hu, we're in trouble. Wang Xiaocheng has brought a group of men to cause trouble at our bar on Financial Street. The guys can't hold them off much longer." "What?" Jin Hu was shocked. He had two cash cows: first, the Black Horse Club, and second, that bar on Financial Street. Wang Xiaocheng was clearly targeting Jin Hu's Achilles heel. Jin Hu could sit idly by no longer. "Guys," he said, "follow me there right away." "Ha ha, this is hilarious. The mighty Jin Hu, a big shot in the underworld, has actually been beaten down by the Wang family like this." Ye Feng burst laughing. "Mr. Ye, what do you mean by that?" "Don't think you're prestigious. Ye family is all that. You've got nothing but a little more money. If your Ye family were to go up against the Wang family, you'd still be no match for them." Everyone turned to look at Ye Feng. They were right. The Ye family excelled at business, not at fighting. The Wang family had recruited so many underworld figures to work for them that their combat strength was second to none in Jinling. Even Jin Hu wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. "But so what?" Ye Feng said coldly. "In terms of martial prowess, my Ye family is indeed no match for the Wang family. But go ask that young master of the Wang family, does he have the guts to cross my Ye family? If he dares, I, Ye Feng, will stand there and let him beat me up, and I'll pay for the medical bills myself." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. They realized Ye Feng had a point. No matter how powerful the Wang family is, it's still a family business, one that exists to make money. And in Jinling's business world, the Ye family reigns supreme. If Jin Hu wanted to take on the Wang family, he'd have to resort to force. For Ye Feng, all he needed was money and status. That's the difference created by being in different circles. Jin Hu, I happen to have a bone to pick with the Wang family as well. How about this? I'll help you take care of Wang Xiaokun, and in return, you help me track down the person I'm looking for at the Black Horse Club. Ye Feng stepped forward and said, "All right." Jin Hu sighed. At this point, he had no other choice. He felt that saving the bar on Financial Street was more important than selling out client information. "Call me Big Brother." Ye Feng said. What? Jinhu, call me big brother, or else how am I supposed to stand up for you? Ye Feng shot a withering glance. You. Jinhu just couldn't bring himself to say it. Fine, don't call me big brother. Go take on the Wang family all by yourself then. Ye Feng sat back down on the sofa. In the original story, Jinhu, a burly man in his 30s, had already acknowledged Lin Yi as his older brother. Ye Feng did this partly because Jinhu was a man who valued brotherly loyalty. Though he might seem fierce toward outsiders, he would go to any lengths for his own brothers. Otherwise, given Jinhu's financial resources, it would be impossible for so many people to work for him. After all, in this world, everything revolves around money. The second reason was that Ye offended to seize Lin Li's desk. All right. Jinhu stamped his foot and called out, with a touch of embarrassment, Big brother. Since you've called me big brother, I'll step in on your behalf. With that, Ye Feng stood up. Chen Zixin and Zhao Wenbin were dumbfounded. Young Master Ye, can you really pull this off? The mighty tiger brother, you've actually made him your little brother? Wow, I mean, holy ding! Congratulations, host, on subduing Golden Tiger. You've earned 500 comeback points. Current comeback points 2,000. The system's voice rang out. The reward wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. In the original story, the Golden Titan play a major role, so it wouldn't have much impact on Lin Yi. But for Ye Feng, taming the Golden Tiger was essential. Since his path differed from Lin Yi's, this Golden Tiger would prove incredibly useful later on. Besides, despite the Yi family owning many dogs, not a single one could compare to the Golden Tiger. 6 p.m., Financial Street, Golden Tiger Bar. It was the peak of the bar's business hours, and Golden Tiger Bar was bustling with activity. This was because Wang Xiaocheng, the young master of the Wang family, was causing a scene, and he was doing it Brother Hu's bar. Just as you'd expect from young Master Wang, he's really something. I've always said that Golden Tiger can only run roughshod in his own circle. When it comes to real clout, you've got to look to the Wang family. That's for sure. What era are we living in now? Jinhu only knows how to fight and kill, spouting some so-called brotherly loyalty. He's got no brains at all. That's right. Even Jinhu's former rivals have all thrown their support behind the Wang family. Many people were happy to watch the spectacle, and since everyone admires the strong, they showered Wang Xiaocheng with praise. Wang Xiaocheng thoroughly enjoyed this attention, especially the admiring glances from the girls. I'll give you 3 minutes to round up your people, or I'll keep smashing things. Wang Xiaocheng shouted, pointing at the bar manager. He was only halfway through smashing things, but the manager didn't dare resist, and Wang found the whole thing rather boring. Isn't Jinhu supposed to be a big shot in the underworld? Let's have it out tonight. You don't get too cocky. Brother Hu will be here any minute. The manager snapped angrily. Jinhu's nothing in my eyes. Wang Xiaocheng spat and shouted, I'll give you 10 minutes to get Jinhu to come here and meet his end. And die? Young Master Wang, that's a pretty cocky thing to say. Just then a chilling voice rang out. Brother Hu. Brother Hu is finally here. Seeing Jinhu approaching with his men, everyone in the bar was overjoyed. Even the onlookers pulled up their little stools and bought some sunflower seeds. Coming to the bar to drink and dance and getting to see a show like this too. Oh, here he comes. Wang Xiaocheng glanced over and said coldly, I've been waiting for you, it'll be easy to catch you red-handed. No sooner had he spoken than a huge crowd surged into the bar, a dark, dense mass of about 200 people. They were all people in the Wang family's employ, and many of them were Jinhu's sworn enemies. This spectacle left the onlookers speechless. None of them dared to make a sound. On Jinhu's side, however, aside from a dozen or so bouncers from the bar, he had brought only about 20 people with him. The numbers were roughly 1-9 against him. Even if Jinhu was a formidable fighter, he wouldn't stand a chance. Jinhu, today I'm going to cripple you. Get the hell out of Jinling. As soon as Wang Xiaocheng finished speaking, he was about to order his men to attack. Suddenly, the sound of a slap rang out, and 5 men walked up from the bar's entrance. And surprisingly, not a single one of Wang Xiaocheng's men dared to stop them. Ye Feng? Seeing the new arrivals, Wang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. And besides Ye Feng, Chen Zixin and Zhao Wenbin were there as well. When did these two start hanging out with Ye Feng? Wang Xiaocheng furrowed his brow and said, Young Master Yi, this shouldn't concern you. What are you doing here? Sorry, but Jinhu is my brother. You came to his bar to cause trouble. How could I just stand by and do nothing? Ye Feng smiled slightly, then snapped, Get out of here with your men. Damn, who is this guy? He's pretty cocky. You think young Master Wang won't give the order to beat him into a lunatic? Damn, I think you're the one who's crazy. Didn't you hear young Master Wang say this is young Master Yi? What young Master Yi? You idiot, how many young masters Yi are there in Jinling? Of course it's the young Master Yi from the Yi family. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Ye Feng was actually quite famous, but very few people had ever seen him in the flesh. At that moment, Wang Xiaocheng's girlfriend Xiao Yu was on a high, convinced that her boyfriend was the coolest guy in the world and everyone else was a loser. She stepped forward, pointed at Ye Feng, and shouted, Who do you think you are, acting so cocky? Who do you think you're talking to? So what if Jinhu is your little brother? Even if you were his dad, you couldn't protect him, I'm telling you. Smack. Suddenly, one of Jinhu's henchwomen, a woman covered in tattoos, slapped him right across the face. This was exactly what Jinhu had instructed earlier. If anyone dared to be rude, they were to be dealt with without mercy. As it happened, she found this woman to be particularly rude. Everything that happened tonight was her doing. Why you dare hit me? Xiao Yu clutched her bright red cheek, unable to believe it. So what if I hit you? Do you think I won't tear your mouth to shreds? With Ye Shao backing her up, the tattooed woman was acting incredibly arrogant. After all, she was on Ye's side, now you guys are nothing. Honey, you have to help me get revenge. Xiao Yu turned to Wang Xiaocheng and cried out in distress, looking deeply wronged. However, Wang Xiaocheng just smiled and said, "You just insulted young Master Yi, go apologize to him." Apologize? What's there to apologize for? Young Master Wang, I'm the one who got beaten up. Xiao Yu pouted in protest. I'm telling you to apologize, damn it. With a loud smack, Wang Xiaocheng slapped her hard, sending Xiao Yu crashing to the ground. What a stupid woman, she doesn't even know who young Master Yi is. She deserves to be nothing more than a plaything. Young Master Yi, I've taken care of this inconsiderate person for you. But this is a personal feud between me and Jinhu. It's not really appropriate for you to get involved, is it? I've always held the Yi family in high regard, and I hope you'll give me some face. Wang Xiaocheng smiled faintly. He considered himself to have been quite courteous. He also hoped Ye Feng would know to behave. Smack. Suddenly, Ye Feng slapped him across the face and said, I told you Jinhu is my brother. If you mess with him, you're messing with me. The slap landed squarely on Wang Xiaocheng's face, stinging like It took him half a minute to come to his senses, and he glared at Ye Feng, seething with rage. My god, this young Master Yi is just too... Wang Xiaocheng has already been very polite. What on earth is Ye Feng doing? If anyone slapped me in front of this many people, I'd definitely go after them with everything I've got. Almost everyone was stunned to silence. The more than 200 people Wang Xiaocheng had brought with him were all staring at him as well. To be honest, they were all completely baffled. If it had been anyone else, they would have beaten the other guy to a pulp right away. But Ye Feng was just anyone. He was the young master of Jinling's most powerful fan. Young Master Yi is so badass. Chen Zixin couldn't help but marvel. He knew he wouldn't have had the guts to land a slap like that. He really lives up to his reputation as young Master Yi. Zhao Wenbin realized that when Ye Feng stepped on people, he didn't care who they were at all. Wang Xiaocheng was the heir to the Wang family, and even he was treated this way, so the fact that he'd been taken advantage of by Ye Feng twice before suddenly didn't bother him so much anymore. In fact, he even felt a bit of admiration for Ye Feng. Ye Feng. Wang Xiaocheng's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and said, I've already been very lenient with you. Don't push your luck. Do you really think that just because you're the young master of the Yi family, you can act with impunity? Yes. Ye Feng made no attempt to hide it, sneering coldly. I think you might not have heard me clearly just now. Jinhu is my younger brother. He works for my Yi family. You came here to ruin Jinhu's event. That's the same as slapping the Yi family in the face. Your Wang family sure thinks it's something, doesn't it? What's with that look on your face? You want to hit me? Come on, come on. I'll stand right here and let you hit me. Didn't you bring over 200 men with you? Go ahead and hit me, damn it. Ye Feng said, jabbing his finger at Wang Xiaocheng's forehead. Wang Xiaocheng seethed with rage, but dared not utter a word. Young master. Several members of the Wang family rushed over to pull Wang Xiaocheng back, afraid he might get into a fight with Ye Feng. After all, as long as the Wang family remained in Jinling's business circles, they couldn't afford to cross the Yi family. The reason was simple. Jinling's business landscape was dominated by one superpower and 4 major players. The Yi family couldn't swallow up the 4 major families because they protected one another, but no single family would ever dare to challenge the Yi family. Young master, don't forget Zhao Hongbo of the Zhao family. Someone reminded him, and Wang Xiaocheng immediately snapped out of it. It was precisely because Zhao Hongbo, having returned from studying abroad, was full of himself but lacked the skills to back it up, that he ended up crossing paths with Ye Feng. Not only is he still in the hospital, but he's even been stripped of his position as heir. Although Wang Xiaocheng is currently the young master of the Wang family, he has several half-brothers who are eyeing his position. Instantly, Wang Xiaocheng regained his composure and said with a smile, Young Master Yi is right. I was in the wrong. I apologize to you, young Master Yi. An apology? Ye Feng let out a cold laugh. Smashing a bar and all you offer is an apology? How about I go smash your Wang family's 9 Heavens Entertainment Center some other day? As for apologizing, that's just a matter of saying a few words. I can do that too. Ye Feng snapped his fingers. 1 million. What? Wang Xiaocheng was taken aback. Pay up or I'll never let this matter drop. You trashed Jinhu's bar, but you've disgraced my Yi family. Ye Feng said cold. Wow, Ye Feng is just trying to extort money here. Man, should we pay this or not? I don't know either, but when did Jinhu become Ye Feng's younger brother? Jinhu is in his 30s and Ye Feng is only in his 20s. Everyone was stunned. Wang Xiaocheng was shaking with rage. He'd already backed down, yet Ye Feng was still pressing the issue. Did he really think I had no backbone at all? Young Master Ye, here's 1 million, please accept it. Behind Wang Xiaocheng, an older man handed over a bank card and said with a smile, it was all a misunderstanding today. Please don't take it too personally, young Master Ye. I don't mind, you may go now. Ye Feng took the bank card and waved them off. And so, seething with anger, Wang Xiaocheng was led away. With the incident over, the onlookers went back to their business. On the second floor of the bar in the office. Young Master Ye, I really have to admire you. Jinhu looked at Ye Feng with a newfound sense of respect. Regardless of Ye Feng's martial prowess, he no longer dared to underestimate this young man. I've said it before, this world is no longer one of violence and bloodshed. As long as the Ye family remains more powerful than the Wang family, Wang Xiaocheng will never dare to cross me. Subduing the enemy without fighting, that is the true way of the ruler. Ye Feng said. Jinhu couldn't agree more. No wonder so many people wanted to curry favor with the Ye family. It truly was a good place to seek shelter under a big tree. Immediately, he hurriedly added, Young Master Ye, I've already put in a word at the Black Horse Club. I have some business to attend to here, so I'll have my men take you there. Also, I owe you a favor today. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll go through fire and water for you. Jinhu was a man who valued loyalty deeply. Since Ye Feng had helped him this time, he would be willing to risk his life for Ye Feng next time. This was also why Jinhu had been able to gather so many loyal followers. And this was also why he could only survive in the underworld and never break out of that circle. Anyone who wants to accomplish great things has to be ruthless. All right, Ye Feng replied, then led his men to the Black Horse Club. The Black Horse Club was located in a very remote spot inside an abandoned housing complex on the outskirts of town. Who the hell would have thought of that? In stark contrast to the desolate housing complex, the club was resplendent with gold and opulent decor. Many handsome men and elegant women were partying wildly. Today is the 28th birthday of Kevin, our club's male model. A woman who loves him has prepared 28 birthday gifts for him. Each year brings new beauty, each year brings new moments of joy. Let's wish Kevin a happy birthday, and let's also wish Sister Menji a wonderful time tonight. The host shouted enthusiastically from the stage, while the audience below looked on with envy. Many male models were jealous of this guy named Kevin. He clearly had a face that had been touched up by plastic surgery, yet he had managed to win the heart of the wealthy woman Tan Mengjia. The wealthy woman Tan Mengjia is only in her 30s, the prime of her life, and exudes a special charm. And those 28 gifts, they must be worth several million. Especially that Audi, just looking at it makes you envious. How many wealthy women would I have to date to earn that kind of money? Meanwhile, the man named Kevin, with his arm around Tan Mengjia's waist, wore an elegant smile. Deep down, he was groaning in misery. Everyone only knows he's received a lot of gifts, but who could possibly know how he'd been tormented with a steel wool pad? Who's there? Just then, the club's door swung open and a handsome Yan walked in. Instantly, he captured everyone's attention. Wow, this cutie is way too handsome. I feel like I'm falling in love. Manager, is this the new male model at your club? He's so hot, just like a movie star. He's just a male model. Look at all of you swooning over him. Watch me, sizz, as I sweep him off his feet. Ye Feng's appearance instantly drew the attention of many. With a 300 charm bonus, his appeal was truly that of a heartthrob. Naturally, these flighty socialites couldn't resist him. Who are you looking for? The manager led someone upstairs to ask. He didn't recall the company hiring in new male models. And how on earth had this guy even found his way here? Damn it, are you blind? Take a good look at who I am. Suddenly, a burly man's voice rang out from behind Ye Feng. The manager startled and hurried over with a smile. Brother Tinu, what brings you here? Is Brother Hu doing okay? Listen, are you fucking out of your mind? Brother Hu told you to welcome young Master Yi. What the hell are you doing? Brother Tinu was so furious he slapped him across the face.
Yi, young Master Yi. Only then did the manager suddenly remember the matter. But it wasn't his fault. After spending the night with a wealthy woman last night, his legs were still shaking and his memory had plummeted. He'd actually forgotten all about it. He hurriedly said to Feng, young Master Yi, Brother Hu gave me a heads up earlier. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask. The manager was actually a bit puzzled. With young Master Yi's status, what kind of woman could he not have? Why would he come here to pick through these worn-out women? Could it be that young Master Yi also has a taste for the extreme? Holy crap, he's actually Ye Feng from the Yi family. I never imagined his family was so rich, and he's so handsome. He's way better than that deadbeat at my place. What do you guys think? Who do you think young Master Yi will set his sights on? If only it were me, I'd definitely satisfy young Master Yi. Quite a few high society ladies were whispering among themselves. After all, everyone knew exactly what kind of place the Black Horse Club was. Although you don't have to wear a mask to party here, it's still a place of debauchery. High society is often quite sleazy. Nothing to be shy about. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Feng walked toward Tan Mengjia, Zhao Wenbin's stepmother. Come with me for a moment. Huh? Tan Mengjia was taken aback for a moment, then said, Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. I'm flattered that you're interested in me, but I already have someone I love." With that, she gazed tenderly at Kevin standing beside her. "He's my boyfriend. I love him, a love that cuts to the bone." Way to go, Tan Mengjia, spending my old man's money and actually picking up guys on the side. And you're even fucking playing at love. You sure know how to play the game. A loud shout rang out, and everyone saw a young man storming in. Tan Mengjia turned pale with fright. Wenbin, what are you doing here?" Smack! Zhao Wenbin slapped her across the face and shouted angrily, "You shameless piece of trash, is this how you treat my father?" Although he'd known she was this kind of person from the start, seeing it with his own eyes still made Zhao Wenbin feel compelled to stand up for his father. Immediately, he slapped Tan Mengjia across the face again. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Wenbin would never have dared to do such a thing. He was usually too busy trying to curry favor with Tan Mengjia. So he actually felt a sense of satisfaction. Slap Tan Mengjia alone wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he turned to Tai Nu and said, "Brother Nu, can you lend me some men? The company's security guards, you can use them as you please." Tai Nu replied hastily. After all, as someone on young Master Yi's side, he naturally couldn't refuse. Soon the security guards walked over. "Beat that son of a bitch to death. The Zhao family's money isn't that easy to come by." Zhao Wenbin, along with the security guards, unleashed a barrage of blows on Kevin. Since he wasn't holding back, Zhao Wenbin accidentally stepped on something, causing Kevin to lose consciousness. For a moment, everyone was trembling with fear. The male models, feeling a sense of shared misfortune, feared the same fate might befall them. The wealthy ladies, meanwhile, feared their own family members might show up to arrest them for having affairs. After venting his anger, Zhao Wenbin finally dragged Tan Mengjia into the office with Ye Feng, Chen Zixun, and the others hurrying to follow. "Wenbin, let me explain." Tan Mengjia couldn't stop crying. She was terrified beyond belief at that moment. Even though she was highly favored in the Zhou household with several young masters fawning over, she had still cuckolded the head of the Zhao family. Who knew what fate awaited her when she got back? "Explain my ass." Zhao Wenbin's rage flared up again, and he slapped Tan Mengjia across the face. By now, Tan Mengjia's face was already swollen. "Alright, stop hitting her. Don't forget what we're here for." Ye Feng was speechless, thinking to himself, "Just how repressed are you, Zhao Wenbin, at home? I never would have guessed you had a violent streak." Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin immediately stepped aside. After all, young Master Yi's words couldn't be ignored. Seeing Ye Feng approach, Tan Mengjia crawled to his feet and said, "Young Master Yi, please, I beg you, don't expose what happened to me. I know you're interested in me. If you just let me go, I'll be yours." Tan Mengjia was quite confident in her looks, otherwise she wouldn't have had Zhao Wenbin's father so completely smitten with her. Although a brat like Ye Feng was surrounded by beautiful women, it was common knowledge that brats were into younger girls. "Are you fucking crazy?" Ye Feng was speechless and quickly took 3 steps back to keep her from dirtying his shoe. Then he said, "If you don't want this to blow up and get back to your husband, you'll have to do me a favor." "Young Master Yi, please tell me." Tan Mengjia was thoroughly terrified. It turned out Ye Feng wasn't after her just for her looks. She was at a loss and had no choice but to submit to his will. Then Ye Feng's gaze shifted to Zhao. "Young Master Yi, do you mean you want me to accompany Wenbin?" "But..." Tan Mengjia felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, it just seemed a bit unethical. "Ye Feng? What on earth is going through this woman's mind day in and day out? No wonder she's been making so many baseless accusations against the head of the Zhao family. What I mean is, I want you to help Zhao Wenbin secure his position as the Zhao family's heir. I'm giving you 1 month, you must get this done or you'll face the consequences." Ye Feng said coldly. "Young Master Ye." Tan Mengjia was taken aback and said, "This isn't something I can decide on my own. My husband never allows me to get involved in these matters. If I'm telling you to do it, there's a reason. Zhao Wenbin has 2 other brothers, doesn't he? You're so alluring, go seduce them. They definitely won't be able to resist. Then you can go and file a complaint, claiming they made inappropriate advances toward you. And that'll do the trick, won't it?" Ye Feng said with a smile. "Young Master Yi, that's a brilliant plan." Zhao Wenbin was overjoyed. His greatest fear was that he wasn't good enough and his father wouldn't approve of him. But if he proved himself superior to those 2 brothers, wouldn't that settle it? Besides, since his father valued this woman so highly, he would absolutely not allow anyone else to lay a finger on her. At that moment, Zhao Wenbin was ready to kneel before Ye Feng to repay his kindness. That's so ruthless. Chen Zixun began to feel a little worried. After all, he was the family heir. Would his brothers try to pull a stunt like this on him? No, once I get back, I absolutely have to quit. To protect her position, Tan Mengjia had no choice but to agree. Tan Mengjia was still quite confident about those two kids. Last time she'd caught them red-handed watching certain Japanese movies. Since Tan Mengjia had gotten so into the roles in those movies, she'd even slapped each of them across the face. With this leverage over Tan Mengjia, Zhao Wenbin's position as head of the family was now assured. With that, out of the 2 billion investment, Ye Feng had all but secured 600 million. The remaining 400 million would be a breeze to secure. Moreover, given the current situation, the Zhao and Chen families support the Ye family so they can be won over. The Zhao family is currently allied with them and is, for the time being, on their side. As for the Wang family, they still need a little prodding. After Wang Xiaocheng returns, although he won't dare to make a scene, he certainly won't accept this. Never mind, I'll soon deal the Wang family another blow. A sly fox-like smile played at the corners of Ye Feng's mouth. The next day at the office, Li Yonghua drew up a plan to deal with Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian. It was similar to the tactics used against the Zhang family, using money to crush them. But this time the offensive would be even more aggressive, aiming to bring them down as quickly as possible. As long as they could capture 25% of their market share, Ye Feng would have no rivals left in the Jinling apparel market. According to Li Yonghua's estimates, by then Ye's apparel would hold more than 80% of the market share. That would be even stronger than the Zhang family had ever been. This was exactly the outcome Ye Feng wanted to see. Over the next few days, Li Yonghua sent people to secretly poach staff. Since the Zhang family had fallen from power and Ye Feng now held a monopoly and offered the highest pay, no one would refuse. A few days later, the matter was all but settled. Ye Feng hosted a gathering, inviting more than 10 prominent business owners from the apparel industry to a meal. At noon at Li Wenbao's Lightyear Grand Hope. Guys, do any of you know why Ye Feng invited us to this meal? In the private dining room while Ye Feng hadn't arrived yet, Huo Qiang asked. Does that even need to be said? The Ye family burned through so much money to bring down the Zhang family, only to end up with a 51% market share. They're definitely not going to take that lying down. He's definitely trying to reclaim that remaining 9% as well. Zhao Zhengxian analyzed. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Ye family had burned through several hundred million more than the Zhang family's total assets had ever been. Since they hadn't achieved the results they'd hoped for, they certainly wouldn't be happy about it. Guys, we've climbed to new heights. It took a lot of hard work to get this far. We absolutely can't back down now. Huo Qiang said, we must stand united, defend our turf, and make sure we don't end up like the Zhang family. Brother Huo is right, I'll stand by you no matter what. Zhou Zhengxian was quick to voice his support. Since he and Huo Qiang had captured the largest share of the market, they certainly weren't willing to give any of it back. The others, who had also secured a share of the market, naturally weren't willing to give it up either. So the group began to unite in opposition to Ye Feng. Sorry I'm late. Shortly afterward, Ye Feng walked in with his secretary Tang Xuelan. Once Ye Feng arrived, the meal began. At the table, everyone was too busy eating to say much. Ye Feng spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I invited you here today to discuss something. As you all know, our business war with the Zhang family has cost us a fortune, and in the end, we've only secured a 51% market share. Although that's a significant amount, the remaining 9% rightfully belongs to the Ye family. So, whatever price Zhang Yuanshan offered to buy that share from you, I hope you'll all sell it back to me. After he finished speaking, the silence grew even deeper. Haha, young Master Yi, you're still young, so I'll just assume you don't know any better. Let me put it this way. The business world is like a battlefield. It's always been a game of deceit and trickery. I deeply admire you for bringing down the Zhang family. The speaker was none other than Huo Qiang. He continued, but the market share was sold to us by Zhang Yuanshan, not by your Yi family. There's no reason for us to sell it back to you at the original price. Brother Huo is absolutely right. Zhao Zhengxian chimed in, young Master Yi, you must be joking. I'm not joking, you must give that market share back to me. Ye Feng's expression suddenly icy. But Huo Qiang and the others had a plan of their own. They were determined not to pick a fight with Ye Feng, so as not to give others ammunition to accuse them of provoking the Yi family. In any case, the best approach was to greet him with a smile. If you've got what it takes, go ahead and bring us down. The Zhang family will fall because they have no powerful backers, and the Zhao family can't be relied on either. But Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian are affiliated with the Wang family. If you Ye Feng dare to their market share, you'll be encroaching on the Wang family's turf. If this were a minor matter, the four great families would indeed give in to your Yi family, but this is no small matter. If you've got the guts, go ahead and keep burning through money, Ye family. Even if by some miracle you managed to outspend the Wang family, you'd have burned through a total of 100 million. What about your Ye family's cash takeout loan? Haha, you guys really think I'm joking, don't you? Ye Feng gave a cold chuckle and called out toward the door. Mr. Li, please come in. Hello everyone. Li Yonghua walked in with a smile. Li Yonghua, why is he still in Jinling? That doesn't make sense. According to my information, Li Yonghua was just teaching Ye Feng how to do business. How did he end up working for him? Could it be that what Zhang Yuanshan said is true, that Li Yonghua also holds a stake in Ye's apparel? The group looked somewhat alarmed. They quickly realized that the Ye family's move against the Zhang family wasn't driven by personal grudges. They were clearly out to seize market share. Hu Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian furrowed their brows. They wanted to see what tricks Ye Feng had up his sleeve. Ladies and gentlemen, I've discussed this with young Master Yi. If you all return your market share, we'll be friends, and Yi's apparel's expansion will stop right here. But if you refuse, your fate might end up just like these two. Li Yonghua smiled broadly as he looked at Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian. He had revealed his identity at this moment precisely to intimidate this bunch of unruly troublemakers. The Zhang family had been forced into a business war with the Yi family because they had no other choice. They too wanted to negotiate. But as far as those present were concerned, they had absolutely nothing to fear from Ye Feng, since he was an outsider to the industry. But they couldn't help but worry about Li Yonghua. He was a veteran of the apparel industry. If he joined forces with the Yi family, taking over the entire apparel industry would be no problem at all. The problem was that they realized all this too late. Li Yonghua, what do you mean by that? Huo Qiang asked, furrowing his... No sooner had he finished speaking than his cell phone rang. Boss, we're in big trouble. All our manufacturers have refused to work with us. Also, all the landlords have suddenly terminated their leases, so we've lost all our storefronts. Our online store has also been flooded with reports, and all our products have been taken down. Hearing this over the phone, Huo Qiang was stunned. He didn't even have to think to know that this was definitely Ye Feng's dirty trick. He actually went behind his back to pull a dirty trick. Ye Feng, you're way too arrogant. You're actually stirring up a business war. Do you really think someone like me, Huo, is so easy to push around? We don't have any stores in the mall, but we have money. As long as we stick together, we can bounce back at any time. Huo Qiang said angrily. He had merely been cut off from his suppliers and stores, but his assets remained intact. Besides, he had the Wang family backing him. The Wang family certainly wouldn't stand idly by while the Yi family expanded without regard for the rules. That's right, brother Huo, I've got your back. Zhou Zhengxian immediately voiced his support. You support me? You can't even save yourself, how can you support me? Ye Feng let out a cold laugh. Shortly after, Zhou Zhengxian also received a call with a message almost identical to the one Huo Qiang had received. The Yi family is getting way too arrogant. Everyone, don't be afraid. Stand up to the Yi family. As long as they're around, we'll still be here. Even if they take our market share, it's only temporary. We can strike back at any time. I'll be interested to see how long the Yi family can keep burning through their money. Everyone stood united. After all, the Wang family couldn't possibly ignore Huanzhu. The Wang family's assets were indeed not as substantial as the Yi family's, but if a real money-burning battle broke out, the Yi family would have to spend several times as much to maintain their market share. As soon as the Yi family runs into financial trouble, that will be the end of them. Don't forget, when a wall falls, everyone pushes. When a drum bursts, everyone beats it. You lot, do you really think you're in a position to oppose me? Ye Feng let out a cold, derisive chuckle. I'll say this once and only once. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Whether you live or die, figure it out for yourselves. President Li, release our company's financial reports. Let them see exactly how much it cost us to bring down the Zhangs. Otherwise, some people will keep thinking we're incompetent and need to spend several times as much just to break through a tough situation. Here are our company's financial reports for this period. Let me give a brief overview. We've spent a total of 800 million in our battle with the Zhangs, while the Zhang family has spent roughly 700 million. Li Yonghua handed over the financial report with a smile. Everyone was stunned. That can't be possible. The loss ratio is nearly 1-to-1. How did they pull that off? The Zhang family was already very powerful to begin with, and they even received a 300 million investment from Zhao Hongbo, and the Yi family just wiped that out like that. They burned through 800 million, which means Yi's apparel still has 200 million in cash. After reviewing the financial statements, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Although they already knew that Li Yonghua was a shareholder of Ye's apparel, they never imagined he would be this formidable. This business battle had been fought brilliantly. It was practically a crushing victory. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone else wants to take on the Ye family, Ye Feng will gladly accept the challenge. But think carefully. Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian are examples of what happens. Ye Feng said with a soft chuckle. Ye Feng, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? If it weren't for Li Yonghua, you wouldn't be where you are today. You Ye scum, Zhou Zhengxian, will fight you to the bitter end. Huo and Zhu were trembling with rage in their eyes. Ye Feng was nothing more than a petty man basking in his newfound success. Without Li Yonghua, would he have even made it into the apparel market? A normal person would have to burn through at least 20 billion. As for Ye Feng, he'd start at 30 billion. Please don't misunderstand, gentlemen. The major strategies and plans were all devised by young Master Yi. I'm merely assisting him. Li Yonghua said calmly. Although he was in charge of running the company, Ye Feng was, in reality, the true mastermind. Li Yonghua had spent his entire life making his way in the business world and considered his business acumen to be on par with anyone's. He simply lacked a bit of luck and resources. But it wasn't until he met Ye Feng that he truly understood what a business genius was. Ye Feng? That's impossible. He's just a spoiled rich kid. Everyone was once again left speechless. If all the credit went to Ye Feng, it would be beyond their wildest imagination. Though they were reluctant to believe it, there was one thing they simply couldn't explain. Li Yonghua and Zhang Yuanshan were evenly matched. How did he manage to achieve a record close to 1-1? Ye Feng. Huo and Zhao stared at Ye Feng, their expressions complex and grim. Don't you two have the Wang family as your backing? Then go ask the Wang family for help. I'll be interested to see if, with the Zhang family's precedent in mind, they dare to cross me, Ye Feng. As for your market share, I, Ye Feng, am going to take it all. Ye Feng chuckled, his voice ringing out with conviction. Huo and Zhou's bodies trembled violently. They didn't know if it was too late to act. They knew that Ye Feng would never give back the market share he had already seized. They wouldn't want to do that either. Aside from Huo and Zhu, everyone else here just needs to sell the Zhang family's shares back to me at the original price. Ye Feng won't make things difficult for you. Ye Feng said calmly. Young Master Ye, we're willing to return the shares. From now on you'll have the meat and we'll settle for the broth. From now on, the Jinling apparel industry will look to young Master Yi for guidance. One after another, they voiced their support, afraid of becoming the next Zhang family or the next Huo or Zhu. You bunch of bastards. Huo Qiang and his companion flew into a rage. Just moments ago they had stood united, yet they had turned against him so quickly. Let Ye Feng have the meat while you drink the soup. Do you even get any soup? You'd be lucky to lick the bowl clean. Ye Feng was quite satisfied with everyone's obedience. The business war had reached this stage, and his side had burned through a lot of cash, though half of it was Li Yonghua's money. But as always, the Yi family must ensure sufficient cash flow. There's no point in continuing to burn through money on a battle that doesn't yield significant profits. And Ye Feng's ambition was limited to the apparel market. As a result, over 80% of the apparel market was now firmly in Ye Feng's grasp. It was nothing short of a resounding victory. But as the losers, Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian were naturally unwilling to accept that their market share had been seized by Ye Feng. After leaving the hotel, they called Wang Tianpeng, the head of the Wang family, to ask for help. Rest assured, both of you, the Wang family will certainly give this matter careful consideration. Huo and Zhou had much to say, but Wang Tianpeng replied with just one sentence. And with that, he hung up. Dad, aren't we going to Huo Qiang and Zhou Zhengxian? They've always been quite loyal to our Wang family. Wang Xiaocheng, the eldest son of the Wang family, asked curiously from the side. Help? Wang Tianpeng shook his head. Even if the four major families joined forces, they might not be able to match the Yi family. Do you really think our Wang family's meager funds could spark a business war with the Yi family? Wang Xiaocheng fell silent. He still hated Ye Feng with a passion for publicly slapping him last time. But he had to admit that Ye Feng was indeed very powerful. Xiaocheng, I know you young people are full of ambition and won't take no for an answer, give you a horsewhip, and you dare defy the heavens. But you should be well aware of what happened to Zhao Hongbo. It was precisely because he underestimated Ye Feng that the Zhao family lost 300 million in cash. The Zhao family was forced to cede some of their interests and form an alliance with the Yi family just to settle the matter. Wang Tianpeng sighed helplessly. If this were a matter of the underworld, he certainly wouldn't back down. But the business world is an even bigger underworld. If you're outmatched, you have no choice but to bow your head. Then Wang Tianpeng asked, Xiaoqing, didn't you have a run-in with Ye Feng last time? It was Ye Feng who went too far. Wang Xiaoqing quickly explained how Ye Feng had meddled in his business with Jinhu. Alright, as long as you haven't made any enemies. Wang Tianpeng continued, I heard from a friend that Ye Feng has been getting close to that Kui young master from Gusu lately. It seems they're working on a project and are still short on some investment. Go see Ye Feng in a couple of days. What? Wang Xiaoqing was taken aback. Friends are those who share mutual benefit, and true friends are those who share their hearts. Take the money to him. Ye Feng has no reason to turn you down. Wang Tianpeng said with a smile. Wang Xiaoqing was at a loss for words. Ye Feng wasn't some little cutie, of course he wouldn't refuse. But the question was, why on earth should he be the one to bring the money to Ye? Just now Huo and Zhu came to us for help, but there's one thing they kept from us. Do you know who's behind the business war between Ye's apparel and Zhang's apparel? Wang Tianpeng asked. Wasn't it Li Yonghua? At the mention of this, Wang Xiaoqing looked down on Ye Feng with contempt. That despicable scoundrel, he actually schemed behind everyone's backs, keeping everyone in the dark. That said, it wasn't so much that Ye Feng was clever as it was that a fit of rage for a woman's sake truly fit his character. Li Yonghua? Wang Tianpeng snorted lightly and said, Li Yonghua doesn't have what it takes. The fact that Ye's apparel has captured such a large share of the clothing market in such a short time is all thanks to Ye Feng. Ye Feng is the mastermind behind this business war. That's impossible. Wang Xiaoqing refused to believe for a second that Ye Feng could be capable of such a feat. He was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. Not long ago, he'd even gone running after a woman named Bai Susu, acting like a total sycophant. At their usual rich kid gatherings, they'd always been making fun of Ye Feng behind his back. Hearing his father say this, Wang Xiaoqing felt as if his entire worldview was about to shatter. Impossible. Wang Tianpeng looked at his son and said, How well do you actually know Ye Feng? The information I've received is all first-hand. You may not trust the Wang family's intelligence network, but do you also doubt the intelligence provided by Li Tian? Li Tian. Hearing that name, Wang Xiaoqing froze. He actually didn't know much about Li Tian. Throughout Jiangnan, it was common knowledge that this was a mysterious organization, whose leader appeared to be from southern Jiang. But they were incredibly influential, specializing in selling intelligence, and their information was absolutely reliable. Even the Kui family of Gusu, whose intelligence network was exceptionally well established, relied heavily on them. Immediately, Wang Xiaoqing dared not harbor any further doubts and reluctantly accepted his father's words. Xiaoqing, you must remember, Ye Feng is someone you can only befriend, not offend. You have much to learn from Chen Zixun in this regard. It took our Wang family 10 years to rise to prominence, and now we're struggling to make even the slightest progress. But you must understand, only by clinging tightly to the right people can you go further. Wang Tianpeng sighed and said earnestly. Over the next 2 days, Ye Feng spent little time at the company. With Li Yonghua in charge, Huo and Zhou were no match for him. He could handle them with ease. Since his income in Jinling was no worse than in Jiangbei, and thanks to having aligned himself with the Ye family, Li Yonghua had brought his family to Jinling and even bought a house there. Ye Feng, meanwhile, began addressing the issue of investment. Kui Ren's Gusu commercial street project would cost a total of 3 billion yuan. Kui Ren was able to contribute 1 billion, and Ye Feng was prepared to contribute another 1 billion. Chen Zixun would contribute 300 million, and Zhao Wenbin, if he successfully became the heir, could also contribute 300 million. The remaining 400 million wasn't actually that difficult to secure, but Ye Feng had to consider who to bring on board to share in this lucrative opportunity. After all, when it came to business, Ye Feng had to maintain the upper hand. Moreover, harmony among shareholders is essential. Only harmony can generate wealth. Young Master Ye, the young master of the Wang family, has arrived. That afternoon, Ye Feng was having tea with Chen Zixun and Zhao Wenbin at Kui Zhuzuan when a waiter suddenly approached and said, Wang Xiaoqing, what's he doing here? Chen Zixun and Zhao Wenbin both furrowed their brows. Last time, in order to stand up for Jin Hu, Ye Feng had publicly slapped him across the face and extorted 1 million in bad money from them. With Wang Xiaoqing paying a visit now, it certainly didn't bode well. Ye Feng, your beautiful bodyguard isn't here. Should I go call some people over? Chen Zixun was a little worried. It's fine. If Wang Xiaoqing dares to lay a hand on me, he would have done it last time. Let's see what he's up to first. Ye Feng said calmly. In fact, he wasn't afraid of Wang Xiaoqing's retaliation. After all, with a combat rating as high as 200, beating him up would be as easy as punching a sofa cushion. Before long, Wang Xiaoqing walked over with a group of henchmen. Strangely enough, they were carrying suitcases. Ye Feng glanced over. There were as many as 20 suitcases. What's this all about? Ye Feng was baffled, and so were Chen Zixan and Zhao Wenbin. Young Master Yi, we got to know each other through a fight earlier, and when I got home my dad gave me a good scolding. I've thought it through. Clearly we rich kids of Jinling should all look up to young Master Yi. Wang Xiaoqing said with a smile. What do you mean? Are you going to be young Master Yi's younger brother too? Chen Zixan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Yes. Although Wang Xiaoqing felt ashamed inside, he still bowed his head and said, Young Master Yi, I hope you don't mind having another younger brother. What exactly are you up to? Ye Feng was at a loss for words and cut straight to the chase. I want to go into business with young Master Yi and showcase the prestige of Jinling, our provincial capital. Here's 200 million in capital. No matter what we do, as long as young Master Yi leads the way, you can use it however you like. I won't interfere. As soon as Wang Xiaoqing finished speaking, his men opened their briefcases one after another, and for a moment the sight was enough to blind everyone present. That guy Wang Xiaoqing had actually brought 200 million in cash with him. Holy crap, that's impressive. Chen Zixan's eye. Young Master Wang, from now on you're my half-brother. Ye Feng was deeply moved. It was just what he needed at the perfect moment. This guy is investing 200 million without even asking what it's for, and the Wang family's influence is no small matter either. I ask you, could there be a better investor than this? Big brother. Little brother. Both Ye Feng and Wang Xiaoqing were weeping uncontrollably. I'll tell you, last time Wang Xiaoqing got slapped by young Master Yi, he was seething with rage. Now he's standing right here, putting on a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Chen Zixan remarked with a sigh. Those in the know assumed they were becoming sworn brothers. Those who didn't know might have thought they were a long-lost father and son. Maybe, just like me, they only came to appreciate young Master Yi's personal charm after he gave them a good thrashing. Zhao Wenbin analyzed. To be fair, Ye Feng was handsome and certainly had a lot of charm. Hey, something's really off with you. Got a case of Stockholm Syndrome? Chen Zixan was taken aback. With the first round of investment secured, the group headed to a bar that evening to let loose. Chen Zixan and his two other rich kid buddies invited quite a few girls, claiming it was to liven up the atmosphere. Among these girls, Ye Feng spotted a familiar face. It was the girl from the last time Wang Xiaoqing had caused a ruckus at the Golden Tiger nightclub, Xiao Yu, one of Wang Xiaoqing's many girlfriends. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Xiao Yu felt a bit awkward and a little scared. She hadn't known who Ye Feng was before, which was why she'd spoken so boldly, but now she knew. Ye Feng turned out to be a rich second-generation heir, even more powerful than her own boyfriend. Xiao Yu's voice trembled as she spoke to him. Ye Feng, however, didn't pay her much attention. After all, she was just an insignificant nobody. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room reached its peak. Ye Feng all by himself made Chen Zixan, Zhao Wenbin and Wang Xiaoqing all throw up. Ye Feng's stamina was now at 300. Not only could he sleep like a dance champion in a certain multiplayer game, but his tolerance for alcohol had also become exceptionally high. Young Master Wang, it's bad, something major has happened. Suddenly, a girl rushed into the private room. She was one of the girls Wang Xiaoqing had called over. What's the rush? Wang Xiaoqing asked. Just now Xiao Yu and I went to the restroom, and we were surrounded by a few guys. They insisted we drink with them, and even made advances toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu got really angry and slapped one of the guys right there, and then she was... At that point the girl didn't dare go on, but everyone knew how it ended. Damn it, they actually dared to mess with the big shot. Are they tired of living? Wang Xiaoqing was furious. Even though he acted like a younger brother in front of Ye Feng, he was actually a powder keg. After all, not many rich kids have a temper like that, only someone like Zhou Wenbin. Is this the right private room? No sooner had Wang Xiaoqing finished speaking than a group of people suddenly burst into the private room. The leader shouted, "Damn it, that bitch scratched my face. If you people in this private room don't pay 10 million, nobody's leaving here today." So what if we don't pay? Wang Xiaoqing asked coldly. If you don't pay, I'll kill you. The man roared, I'm Zhao Chonghao, the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Jinling. Go ask around, you bastard, who the hell dares to mess with me? The Zhao family's eldest son. Hearing this, Ye Feng instinctively glanced at Zhao Wenbin beside him. What a coincidence, there was another Zhao family heir here. Zhou Chonghao, what the hell are you doing? Coming here to cause trouble. Zhao Wenbin stepped forward and shouted angrily. Standing directly across from him was his half-brother Zhao Chonghao, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Oh, so it's Zhao Wenbin after all. Zhao Chonghao shot him a glance, gave a derisive chuckle, and said, "You stinking woman, you scratched my face. You're going to have to pay up today. Since I'm your older brother, I won't be too hard on you. Just pay 9,999,999. For your sake, I'll knock 1 yuan off." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room turned to look at Zhao Wenbin. Standing across from him was his older brother, yet his face was apparently worth only 1 yuan. No matter how you looked at it, this was an outright insult. Zhao Wenbin had 2 younger brothers. Since none of them were up to the task, their father had never designated an heir. As the eldest son, Zhao Chonghao had always considered himself the heir apparent, but unfortunately his 2 younger brothers also had their eyes on the throne. Zhao Wenbin, in particular, had frequently been right behind their stepmother Tan Mengjia's ass, snatching the chance to buy sanitary pads from him on several occasions. Zhao Chonghao already couldn't stand the sight of him, so this was the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. He held his head high and reiterated, "If you don't pay up today, don't blame me for getting rough." "Ha, you expect me to pay you? I'm the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Xiaocheng, the future heir to the Wang family. How dare you ask me for money? Believe it or not, I'll rip your leg off and serve it as pork knuckle with my beer tonight." Wang Xiaocheng said angrily. If it had been Ye Feng blackmailing him, that would have been one thing after all. Ye Feng's family was incredibly wealthy, and with such powerful connections, there was nothing he could do about it. "But who the hell do you think you are, Zhao Chonghao? How dare you come asking me for money? Day in and day out, all you do is try to take advantage of me. Young Master Wang, you have to stand up for me." Xiao Yu said through her sobs. Although she wasn't seriously hurt, she'd been genuinely terrified just now. "I, your Wang Xiaocheng?" Zhang Hao's eyes wide. Leaning in closer and taking a closer look, he realized it was indeed him. "Zhao Chonghao, I'm here too." Chen Zixun also hurriedly stepped forward, afraid that the lighting in the private room was too dim for him to see him. "How is this possible? The 3 of you..." Zhao Chonghao was speechless. After all, Wang Xiaocheng had a fiery temper, and the Wang family's rise to wealth had been far from clean. Chen Zixun was a sly little fox. His father was known as the Old Fox. As for Zhao Wenbin, he was just an honest guy. How could he possibly be mixed up with them? "Young Master Zhu, what's going on here? You're already intimidated by this scene. Don't worry, we've got your back." "That's right. If anyone dares to embarrass young Master Zhu, I'll be the first to object." What are young Master Wang and young Master Chen? Even if the heir to the wealthy Yi family came in person, our young Master Zhao wouldn't flinch. Behind Zhao Chonghao, his gang of ne'er-do-wells began cheering him on. After all, the more drama, the better. Besides, didn't Zhao Chonghao always brag about how formidable he was in Jinling, capable of taking down anyone who dared to challenge him? In a situation like this, how could he back down? Zhao Chonghao felt caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side were Zhou Wenbin and the 2 young masters Wang and Chen, and on the other were his own rowdy friends. If he backed down now, his standing in their circle would plummet. After all, he wasn't the Zhao family's true. "Young Master Zhou, can you handle this? Do you want your brothers to step in for you?" At that moment, a man with a scar on his face spoke up. "Thanks a lot, Brother Yang." Zhao Chonghao hurriedly thanked him. This Yang Tang was no ordinary figure. In the underworld of Jinling, there were 2 big shots, Jin Hu and Yang Tang. With him stepping in, this situation would definitely be brought under control. But entrusting this matter to him, my brother, would cost a pretty penny. Except for young Master Wang, young Master Chen, and young Master Zhu's younger brother, wipe out everyone else. Yang Teng waved his hand and his men immediately charged in. By wipe out, he meant a brutal beating, the kind that lands you in the hospital. "Yes, sir." Soon Yang Teng's rushed in. "Yang Teng, what do you think you're doing? Causing trouble in my bar." That moment, Tai Niu, the bar's bouncer, rushed over with his men. He was one of Jin Hu's men, the same one who had taken Ye Feng to the Black Horse Club last time. He was holding an iron bar, his expression grim. After all, young Master Yi was still inside. "Get lost." Yang Teng immediately slapped him across the face and shouted, "Who do you think you are, daring to interfere with my business? Tell Jin Hu to come out here and talk to me." "You?" Tai Niu, having been slapped, seethed with indignation but dared not strike back. After all, only Brother Hugh had the right to speak to him as an equal. Was he really going to call him? But by the time Brother Hu arrived, Yang Teng would have long since fled with his men. He couldn't very well start a major gang war over something this trivial. That wouldn't be appropriate. At most, he'd yell a few choice words, and then Yang Teng would just offer a half-hearted apology. Tai Niu gritted his teeth and said in a low, angry voice, "Yang Teng, I advise you not to push it too far." "I'm going too far, what are you going to do about it?" Yang Teng waved his hand and shouted, "Keep it up." There was another reason he was helping Zhao Chonghao bully people. This bar was owned by Jinhu. Last time Jinhu caused a disturbance at his own bar and beat up one of his important guests. When he called Jinhu the next day to ask about it, Jinhu actually pretended to have amnesia. Yang Teng wanted to get his revenge. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was tense. Wang Xiaocheng wanted to show his strength, but he didn't have enough people with him. He couldn't raid Jinhu's bar the way he had last time, when he'd brought over 200 men. But if Yang Teng forced the issue, even though he wouldn't dare lay a hand on anyone, Wang Xiaocheng certainly wouldn't be able to stop him. Huh, the look on that pretty boy's face, he's just asking for a punch. The ringleader, jealous of Ye Feng's good looks, immediately slapped him across the face. But before long, he let out a piercing scream as Ye Feng kicked him into the wall. "Huh, you've got some guts, kid, daring to fight back?" Yang Teng sneered, snatched the iron bar from one of his henchmen, and strode menacingly toward Ye Feng. "I'm Ye Feng, the eldest son of the Ye family. Go ahead and try to lay a finger on me." Ye Feng stepped forward as well, and the two stood mere inches apart. "Ye Feng?" Hearing this, Yang Teng froze for a moment, and the iron rod he had raised high also froze in midair. After all, although Yang Teng was a big shot in the underworld, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on anyone from the four great families. Not to mention that the man before him was the eldest son of the Ye family, a prominent clan in Jinling. "Young Master Ye, I think this is a misunderstanding." Yang Teng quickly forced a smile. He had seen Ye Feng a few times before in photographs. Once he was certain it was indeed him, Yang Teng lowered the iron rod. Smack! Suddenly, Ye Feng slapped him across the face. The sound was crisp and loud, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone saw Yang Teng's face twitching violently, marked by a clear handprint. His expression turned as grim as could be. "Raise that iron bar and hit me!" Ye Feng shouted, furrowing his brow. Seeing that Yang Teng hadn't moved, he kicked him in the stomach. "I told you to hit me, you bastard. Why are you just standing there frozen?"
Brother Yang. When Yang Teng was kicked, everyone in the room was taken aback. They never expected Ye Feng to actually lay a hand on Yang Teng. Yang Teng winced in pain from the kick, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. His face contorted, and the scar on his face looked particularly menacing. His henchmen immediately rushed forward, glaring furiously at Ye Feng. "What do you think you're doing?" Seeing this, Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zixun, Tai Niu, and the others immediately stepped in front of Ye Feng to protect him. In terms of numbers and fighting strength, Yang Teng held an absolute advantage, but under no circumstances could they let him take revenge on Ye Feng. "Hey Yi, don't get too cocky. Our brother Yang has already been very lenient with you, and yet you dared to lay a hand on him. Do you really think your Yi family rules Jinling? I'm going to kill you today." Yang Teng's henchmen shouted in fury. In Jinling, who dared to show disrespect to Yang Teng, even someone as arrogant as Jinhu wouldn't dare to directly attack Yang Teng. "Stop it!" Just as his men were in a frenzy, Yang Teng finally came to his senses and hurriedly stopped them. His martial prowess was on par with Jinhu's, but he'd been kicked in the stomach completely off guard and was still enduring excruciating pain. He said, "Young Master Yi, I've always respected your family, but I, Yang Teng, am not someone to be pushed around. You kicked me, you owe me at least an explanation." Anyone could tell that Yang Teng was seething with anger. The only reason he hadn't struck back was out of fear of the Yi family's power. Otherwise, if it had been anyone else, they would have died 10,000 times over by now. But Yang Teng wasn't someone to be trifled with, and he certainly wouldn't let this matter drop. "So what do you want?" Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. In Jinling, not even the four great families dared to provoke Yang Teng lightly. Even Jinhu, another major figure in the underworld, couldn't keep him a younger generation figure in check and was forced to treat him as an equal. But Ye Feng was different. He neither did nor saw any reason to take Yang Teng too seriously. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zixun, Tai Niu, and the others quickly chimed in. "Yang Teng, if you're not satisfied, feel free to retaliate. I, Wang Xiaocheng, and young Master Yi will fight you to the bitter end. Although my Chen family isn't part of the underworld, if you retaliate against young Master Yi, we won't stand idly by. Mr. Yang, I'm warning you. Young Master Yi is our brother Hugh Sr. If you dare lay a finger on him, we'll fight you to the bitter end. Go ahead and try us if you don't believe me." "Brother Yang, this was originally between us and Zhao Chonghao. You insisted on meddling, got kicked in the face. Who else can you blame?" Finally, Zhao Wenbin, who was usually rather timid, also spoke up. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Not only was Yang Teng taken aback, but even Zhao Chonghao was baffled. It was already baffling enough that the heirs of the Wang and Chen families, along with Zhao Wenbin from the Zhao family, were standing firmly behind Ye Feng. Who would have thought that even a cocky guy like Jinhu would acknowledge Ye Feng as his big brother? Tai Nu was one of Jin Hu's closest lieutenants. What came out of his mouth couldn't possibly be a lie. Brother Yang, what do we do now? One of his men hurriedly leaned in and whispered into Yang Teng's ear. Yang Teng furrowed his brow. Zhao Wenbin could be ignored, but the Wang and Chen families were definitely not to be messed with, especially the Wang family, who were practically half underworld figures themselves. They'd even dare to go head-to-head with Jin Hu. Even though they'd taken revenge on Ye Feng today, they were bound to face a furious backlash from the Yi, Wang, and Chen families, not to mention Jin Hu in the days to come. Yang Teng had only been on the rise for a few short years. Although he had firmly established himself in Jinling's underworld, this was, after all, a commercial society. Money is... Yang Teng then looked at Ye Feng, lowered his voice and said, "Young Master Ye, I failed to recognize your true stature this time and offended you. Please don't hold it against me. I'll host a banquet another day to make amends. Let's go." With that, Yang Teng waved his hand and everyone's gaze slunk away. Yang Teng actually backed down. "Brother Yang." Zhao Chonghao cried out in panic. Yang Teng's departure had left him the most flustered of all. A moment later, Wang Xiaocheng and Zhao Wenbin rushed forward. "Zhao Chonghao, let's settle this. You bullied my girlfriend, how are we going to handle this?" Wang Xiaocheng glared at him. "Why don't you pay 10 million too? Since you're my older brother, I'll ask young Master Wang to let you off 1 yuan. Zhao Wenbin sneered. Although they were all members of the Zhao family, the money came from Zhao Chonghao. It was his personal money. Of course, Zhao Chonghao could embezzle family funds, but if his father found out, he'd definitely break his damn legs. As long as the heir hadn't been designated, the 3 Zhao brothers could only receive a small monthly allowance. To access the family's funds, they'd need a legitimate and reasonable justification. "Young Master Shu, I just remembered I've got some kanji simmering at home. I'd better head back and keep an eye on it." Right. My mother-in-law got bitten by a dog. I have to go check on her. I'm heading out too." "Why are you all leaving? Can't you see young Master Zhu's in trouble?" "Never mind, I'll head out too." Before long, Zhao Chonghao's gang of good-for-nothing friends had all cleared out. Smack. A loud slap rang out across Zhao Chonghao's face. It was Xiao Yu, who had been scared stiff just moments ago. She snapped angrily. "How dare you lay a hand on me? I'm young Master Wang's woman. If you don't pay me 10 million, you're not leaving here today." "You..." Zhao Chonghao cursed her inwardly as a filthy bitch, but there was nothing he could do. Even Yang Teng had backed down today. What could Zhao Chonghao possibly do? "Alright, don't be so aggressive." Just then, Ye Feng stepped forward and said, "Young Master Ye, this was all a misunderstanding today. The Zhao and Yi families have always kept to our own business. Please let me go." Zhao Chonghao hurriedly begged for mercy. "PF'd, as if you're even worthy of representing the Zhao family." Zhao Wenbin cursed loudly. "That son of a bitch, does he really think he's the legitimate eldest son? I'll let you go, but you'll have to write an IOU. You caused trouble today and even hit young Master Wang's woman. It's not too much to ask for 10 million from you, is it? I remember you were asking us for that much just a moment ago too." With that, Ye Feng told Tai Nu to fetch a paper. With the situation so dire, Zhao Chao had no choice but to sign. Otherwise, today's incident would be far more than just a loss of face. He was also afraid of retaliation, especially from Ye Feng. "Young Master Wang, take this IU in a couple of days and go ask the head of the Zhao family for the money." Ye Feng casually handed the IU to Wang Xiaocheng. "Will he pay?" Wang Xiaocheng wondered. "Probably not. My dad has a really bad temper." Zhao Wenbin said. It wasn't that he cared about the 10 million, it was just that the money was indeed uncollectible. The only option was to ask Zhao Chonghao for it. "Haha, is that 10 million really my goal?" Ye Feng waved his hand and, placing a hand on Zhao Wenbin's back, said, "What I want is to help young Master Zhao secure his position as the Zhao family's heir. Zhao Chonghao just happened to walk into a trap today. Don't I need to find an excuse to get the head of the Zhao family to strip him of his status? Young Master Yi, you've been so considerate of me. Starting today, you're my own older brother. If I really become the Zhao family's heir, our entire family will look to you for guidance from now on." Zhao Wenbin was so overcome with emotion that he nearly knelt down and kowtowed to Ye Feng then and there. Among the 3 brothers in the Zhao family, not a single one was cut out for greatness. The second son was a hopeless gambler who constantly caused trouble for his father, Zhu Minkai. He could never be the heir to the Zhao family. Therefore, Zhao Chao was Zhao Wenbin's greatest rival. As the eldest son, he was also the most likely candidate to become the Zhao family's heir. However, Ye Feng's thinking ran deeper. Merely causing Zhao Chao to fall out of favor might not be enough to secure Zhao Wenbin's position as heir. What if on a whim he were to have another son? Having a child late in life is not uncommon. Therefore, Zhao Wenbin must have something that sets him apart. At Ye Feng's behest, early the next morning, Wang Xiaoqing went to the Zhao group to demand money from Zhao Minkai. Upon learning that his son had caused trouble outside and even written an IOU for 10 million in compensation, Zhao Minkai flew into a rage and kicked over a bookshelf. The company executives fell silent, none daring to utter a word. Zhao Minkai had built the Zhao group single-handedly, but his 3 good-for-nothing sons were his greatest disgrace. The second son had racked up over $1 million in high-interest gambling debts last month. Now the eldest son, Zhao Chonghao, had gone even further by signing an IOU for $10 million. Zhao Minkai was now so furious he felt like his lungs were about to burst. Uncle Zhu, please don't get so worked up. Given the relationship between our 2 families, money is no big deal. But Zhao Chonghao made a pass at my girlfriend, I simply can't let that slide. Wang Xiaoqing said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone agreed it made perfect sense. If Zhao Minkai's beautiful wife Tan Mengjia had been hit on, he certainly wouldn't have let it slide either. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I'll deal with him when I get home and will compensate you for the losses you've suffered. After all, Zhao Minkai was in the wrong. While he couldn't possibly pay the enormous sum of 10 million, a symbolic compensation to maintain the relationship between the 2 families was still necessary. Uncle Zhu, you're too kind. It's mainly Zhou Chanao who went too far, but for Zhao Wenbin's sake, let's just let this slide. Wang Xiaoqing continued to play his part. This was exactly what Ye Feng had instructed him to do. Only by putting one down and lifting the other up could he boost Zhao Wenbin's standing in Zhao Minkai's eyes. Zhao Wenbin? Upon hearing this, Zhao Minkai and the company executives all visibly paused for a moment. It wasn't that Zhao Wenbin was particularly special, but rather that he was actually on such friendly terms with Wang Xiaoqing. That's right, he's a close friend of mine, as well as of young Master Yi and young Master Chen, Wang Xiaoqing added. All right then. Thank you, young Master Wang, for your generosity. Zhao Minkai nodded slightly. After seeing Wang Xiaoqing off, the company executives all gathered around him. Chairman Zhu, the 3rd young master, has really made something of himself. That young master from the Wang family is notorious for his hot temper, yet he actually gave the 3rd young master face. The crowd compared Zhao Chonghao and Zhao Wenbin. One was known only for hanging out in the right circles and constantly getting into trouble. The other, however, was on friendly terms with some of Jinling's most prominent young aristocrats, forging close bonds of friendship. It was like night and day. Zhao Chao wasn't even a fraction as good as Zhou Wenbin. Wenbin has always been a trustworthy and honest fellow. Zhao Minkai nodded with a smile. In truth, he didn't think much of Zhao Wenbin and considered him a good-for-nothing. But seeing him like this today, he realized his younger son might have talents he hadn't anticipated. Although his eldest son was a disappointment, his youngest son had truly surprised Zhou Minkai, so he spent the entire day with a smile on his face. As the workday drew to a close, he even kindly poured the cleaning lady a cup of cappuccino to show his appreciation for her hard work. Ring ring. Suddenly, Zhao Minkai's phone rang. He checked the caller ID and saw it was his beloved wife, Tan Mengjia. Honey, what's up? Zhao Minkai asked with a smile, guessing that he must have neglected her lately while he was busy with work. For a woman in her 30s, there's nothing more unbearable than being left alone at home. Sniff, sniff. Tan Mengjia was sobbing uncontrollably on the... Honey, what's wrong? Hearing her sobs, Zhao Minkai hurriedly asked. Zhao Chonghao, he... Tan Mengjia began to cry her. What's going on? Zhao Minkai's heart immediately sank with anxiety. Could it be that Zhao Chonghao, that good-for-nothing, had gotten himself into trouble again? However, when Tan Mengjia told him the truth, Zhao Minkai was stunned on the spot, and what followed was overwhelming rage. Zhao Chonghao had actually been watching a certain kind of Japanese movie at home. Carried away by the scene, he'd gotten so into the role that he'd attempted to assault Tan Mengjia. Fortunately, Tan Mengjia fought back with all her might, preventing this villain from getting his way. That bastard, I'm going to kill him today. Furious, Zhao Minkai rushed home in a rage. Her wife Tan Mengjia was crying her heart out, but Zhao Chonghao stubbornly refused to admit anything, insisting that Tan Mengjia had seduced him. Finally, thanks to Tan Mengjia's tip-off, Zhou Minkai discovered 10 terabytes of Japanese adult films on Zhao Chonghao's computer hard drive. And to his shock, they were all the kind that would make him look like a cuckold. You damn scoundrel, how could I have a son like you? If I'd known this would happen, I should have shot you right into the wall back then. Zhou Minkai, beside himself with rage, grabbed an iron bar as thick as his arm and began swinging it at Chonghao. In a moment of carelessness, he broke Zhou Chonghao's leg right there on the spot. Once he had calmed down, Zhou Minkai sat smoking and deep in thought. After all, Zhou Chonghao was his own son, he couldn't really kill him, so he took him to the hospital to have his bones set. But in Zhou Minkai's mind, Zhao Chonghao could no longer remain in this household, and as for him becoming the heir, that was out of the question. Young Master Yi, your two-pronged strategy is truly brilliant. At the Kuishu Zuan Leisure Club, Ye Feng was having tea with Wang Xiaoqing, Chen Zixun, and others. 2 hours earlier, Zhao Wenbin had been summoned back by his father, who said he needed to discuss something with him. Once Zhou Minkai, the head of the Zhao family, gives up on his eldest son Zhao Chonghao, the only heir left for him to choose is Zhao Wenbin. Ye Feng smiled faintly. Zhao Wenbin was bound to become the Zhao family's heir. It was merely a matter of time. But with Tan Mengjia whispering in his ear, time wouldn't be an issue either. And since Ye Feng held compromising information on Tan Mengjia, he wasn't worried she wouldn't do as he asked. It was Ye Feng who had instructed her to frame Zhao Chonghao this time. Young Master Yi. Before long, Zhao Wenbin came running over, his face beaming. Chen Zixun and Wang Xiaocheng looked at him curiously and asked, "Have you really become the Zhao family's heir, kid?" Just moments ago, everyone had been discussing this very topic. Of course. Zhao Wenbin stood tall and proud, saying, "My stepmother has been singing my praises to my dad so much, she's practically made me out to be a hero." Of course, we have to thank young Master Yi for all of this. It's all thanks to his generosity. Zhao Wenbin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "No need for thanks. You should know what I want," Ye Feng said casually. Now that Zhao Wenbin had become the heir, the next step was to get the Zhao family to invest. "Young Master Yi, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about." Zhao Wenbin smiled. "My father has approved 300 million for me to invest in Gusu alongside you. If that's not enough, I can ask my father for more." After a brief pause, Zhao Wenbin added, "Young Master Ye, how much more do you need? Just name the figure." "No way, buddy. How come your family's money is so easy to get? Are you just the heir, or have you already taken your dad's place?" Wang Xiaocheng and Chen Zixun's eyes widened. The reason one could put up 300 million and the other 200 million was entirely at their father's behest. The Chen family believed Ye Feng's investment had potential, while the Wang family simply wanted to cash in on Ye Feng's success. "But what's in it for Zhou Min? Maybe my dad feels he owes me something," Zhao Wenbin said awkwardly. At first, when he brought up the investment with his father, he had been a bit hesitant. But soon he slapped his thigh and made up his mind. On the one hand, Zhou Minkai felt that Zhao Wenbin was the family's sole heir and needed to be to the test. On the other hand, Zhou Minkai had always regarded Zhou Wenbin as a good-for-nothing over the years and felt he owed him something. The Zhao family's accounts had ample cash flow. They could easily come up with 300 million, and even more if needed. The main goal, however, was to give Zhao Wenbin some experience. "Young Master Yi, do you need any more money?" Zhao Wenbin asked again. He genuinely admired Ye Feng, so he was confident that his investment would be a surefire win. "We have enough money for the investment," Ye Feng said casually. The total investment for Gusu Commercial Street was 3 billion. Kui Ren's side could cover 1 billion, while his own side only needed to cover 2 billion. With the money Ye Feng had on hand, plus a sum withdrawn from the group's accounts, he could come up with 1 billion. Zhao Wenbin and his two partners had another 800 million. As for the remaining 2 billion, Ye Feng already had someone in mind. It's about time the Zhao family pitched in. Ye Feng thought to himself. For the Yi family to expand and for him to dominate Jinling, he would first have to confront the 4 great families head-on. The 4 great families would either bow down and submit, or they would be eliminated by Ye Feng. However, just as people mustered together to make larger glutinous rice balls, eliminating them was a measure to be used only as a last resort. "It looks like I'll have to find a time to talk with the Zhao family." Ye Feng made up his mind. Since the Zhao family was currently an ally of the Yi family, arranging a meeting wouldn't be too difficult. After returning home, Ye Feng asked his father, Yilongzu, to call Zhao Wenwei, the head of the Zhao family, to discuss the matter in detail. The other party agreed to the investment but noted that they were too busy at the moment. In a few days, Ms. Zhao Hongying, the Zhao family's heiress, would discuss the details with the Yi family. With that, the matter of Ye Feng's 1 billion investment was completely settled. All that remained was to have a detailed discussion with Zhao Hongying. Before long, it was early June. Yi's apparel had also completely secured more than 80% of the market share in Jinling. "Young Master Yi, starting this month, our company will begin turning a profit." In the office, Li Yongguo reported to Ye Feng, saying, "But with all due respect, while there are actually quite a few wealthy people in Jinling, the city's apparel market is very low-end." "I know." Ye Feng nodded. Jinling was a city that was hard to sum up in a few words. You might say its economic development isn't great, yet it's teeming with wealthy people. If you say its economy is strong, the manufacturing sector is underperforming, while tourism and services are top-notch. And the apparel industry part of the manufacturing sector is also lagging far behind. For one thing, people from Jinling tend to head to places like Gusu, Zhujiang, and Hangzhou, causing a significant outflow of Jinling's GDP. Coupled with the impact of online stores, Jinling's apparel industry is in a state of decline. Second, the competition from major international brands has made it difficult for local apparel brands to gain a foothold in the high-end market. If they want to compete, they can only act as distributors for others. Currently, Yi's apparel focuses on 2 main areas: contract manufacturing and in-house brand development. OEM production yields high profits but has a small market in Jinling, while the market for in-house brands is large but features lower prices and slim profit margin. Young Master Yi, we now have 2 options. One is to build a major brand and pour money into reviving Jinling's apparel market. But with all due respect, we only have a little over 100 million in our company account right now. Our main goal is to recover our losses, Li Yonghua said. After all, he didn't have much cash left, and while the Yi family was wealthy, they couldn't keep pouring money into the apparel industry indefinitely. Seeing that Ye Feng remained silent, he continued, "Second, the clothing market in Jinling is limited. Even if we capture over 80% of the market share, our annual net profit would only be 200 or 300 million. It would take us 3 years to recoup our investment. My suggestion is that we target the national market, but we'll need to find a live streamer to promote our products. In this regard, we'll still have to rely on young Master Yi." After Li Yonghua finished speaking, he looked at Ye Feng expectantly. Having live streamers and celebrities promote products is currently a trend on the internet, but in reality, Ye Feng didn't know anyone in the entertainment industry. The Ye family primarily operated in tourism, services, and manufacturing. They had no involvement in the entertainment industry. However, when it came to live streamers, Ye Feng did think of one person. He gave Tang Xiang a call. "Xiang, how come you're back in the dorm? Aren't you supposed to be live streaming?" At Jinling Arts School in the girls' dormitory, Tang Xiang's roommates looked on curiously as she curled up on her bed playing video games. "Don't you know Xiang's been harassed by her boss, so she's been avoiding him these past few days." "You mean that fat manager?" "Who else could it be? He's as lecherous as Zhu Baji. Relying on the fact that he's the boss's brother-in-law, he's been harassing the female streamers under the company's banner nonstop. Xiang, if you don't want to be a streamer anymore, just quit. With your looks, finding a rich, handsome guy wouldn't be hard at all. I remember that young master from the Chen family, wasn't he pretty interested in you?" Her roommates and close friends all spoke up in her defense. None of them wanted to see such a beauty end up with a loser. At that moment, Tang Xiang was staring at her phone screen, completely dumbfounded. Young Master Ye Feng had actually called her. Ever since that last race, the two had exchanged contact information, but young Master Ye hadn't reached out to Tang Xiang once. Tang Xiang had wanted to reach out to Ye Feng, but she didn't know what excuse to use. She considered herself beautiful, but young Master Ye Feng surely had no shortage of beautiful women around him. Rumor had it that he even had an exceptionally beautiful girlfriend. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Tang Xiang answered the call. A minute later, Tang Xiang hopped out of bed, changed into a new outfit, and headed out all dressed up to the nines. "Xiang, you're dressed so nicely. Where are you off to?" "No, Xiang, you can't let that pig take advantage of you just to keep your job as a live streamer." Oh no, Xiang, can't hear a word we're saying." Tang Xiang has gone down the wrong path. "Girls, do you think I should go down that path too?" "Xiang's gone bad because she's pretty, but what about you?" "Me? Haha, I'm the kind of woman who can play the rhythm ambassador with my tongue." Tang Xiang really hadn't noticed what her roommates were saying. She just called Ye Feng to fill him in on the situation, and he was on his way to the school to find her. Now, Tang Xiang had to wait for him at the school gate. As soon as Tang Xiang reached the school gate, a Rolls-Royce minivan was parked there, drawing the attention of quite a few students. "Hey, isn't that young Master Yi's car? Has he come to our school? Could he be here to see Bai Susu?" "It's possible. Bai Susu's piano exam is in a few. Young Master Yi might be here to cheer her on." "Young Master Yi must be here to see Bai Susu. Even though he has a girlfriend, he's still acting like this. He really is a rare, devoted man." "Wah, the heavens owe me a devoted, rich, and handsome guy too. Young Master Yi's Rolls-Royce looks so cool. I'd love to hop in and be his little pet." "What do you want to be?" Ye Feng's Rolls-Royce was parked at the entrance of Jinling Art School and quickly drew attention. Since Ye Feng had often come to the school to see Bai Susu before, quite a few students recognized him. However, sitting in his car at that moment, Ye Feng was actually looking for Tang Xiang. There was nothing he could do. There were just too many people here, and with so many beautiful girls at the art school, it was indeed hard to find her. "Susu, come with me quickly. I've got some good news." In a music department classroom, Lin Fengjiao excitedly ran over to her best friend Bai Susu and pulled her up from her seat. "What's up?" Bai Susu was busy preparing for her piano exam in a few days and didn't seem very interested. "Ye Xiao is here to see you. Come with me right now." Lin Fengjiao had no intention of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so she grabbed Bai Susu's hand and led her away. "Brother Ye Feng." Hearing that name, which had once been so familiar, Bai Susu found herself, as if by some mysterious force, letting Lin Fengjiao lead her away. For some reason, Bai Susu also wanted to see Brother Ye Feng. It had been a long time since he'd come looking for her. I really don't know what young Master Yi was thinking falling for a woman like Bai Susu. "Yeah, we're no worse than Bai Susu. Whatever she's got, we've got too." Who cares about her? Maybe young Master Yi isn't even here to see her in the first place. In fact, that argument didn't really hold water. After all, on many previous occasions, Ye Feng had come to school to see Bai Susu without giving any advance notice. He'd just stand at the school gate and wait until Bai Susu got out of school. Sometimes he'd even wait until 10 p.m. Everyone could only look on with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Look, Bai Susu is here. Amid the bustling crowd at the school gate, Bai Susu and her friend quietly made their way over. That's really strange. Didn't Bai Susu used to never leave school until classes were over, saying she wanted to focus on her studies? Bullshit. If she were really serious about her studies, would she be attending Jinling Arts School? Exactly. Otherwise, how would a bunch of academic underachievers like us end up running into her here? What's so strange about that? She must have panicked after finding out young Master Yi has a girlfriend. Amid the jealous whispers of the crowd, Bai Susu finally made her long-awaited appearance. Ye Feng's Rolls-Royce was parked in its usual spot. Bai Susu tried to act demure, but her best friend, Lin Fengjiao, gave her a shove forward. "Susu," Lin Fengjiao whispered, "hurry up and don't keep young Master Yi waiting." "Fengjiao, why are you here again? Ye Feng and I are just..." Before Bai Susu could finish her sentence, Lin Fengjia rolled her eyes and shoved her right up to the door of Ye Feng's car. This also thrust her into the spotlight of everyone's gaze. Everyone wanted to see if Bai Susu would turn Ye Feng down again this time. After all, it was no secret at school that Ye Feng was a total suck-up. This Tang Xiang, who had just arrived, was so shocked by the scene that her mind went blank. She instinctively checked her call history from a few minutes earlier. That's right, young Master Ye Feng had come looking for her. What was Bai Susu doing? Brother Ye Feng, is there something you need? Seeing that Ye Feng wasn't opening the car door and was instead playing Tetris with his head down inside the car, Bai Susu mustered her courage and knocked on the window. She'd already made up her mind if Brother Ye Feng was asking her out to dinner, she'd say yes. It would be a good chance to mend their relationship. After all, Brother Ye Feng had always been really nice to her. He was a great friend. Ye Feng snapped out of his trance and realized the person by the car window wasn't Tang Xiang but Bai Susu. He asked, "What's up?" "Brother Ye Feng, weren't you here to see me?" Bai Susu was very curious. The onlookers were all taken aback for a moment. Lin Fengjiao, clutching the hem of her skirt, was even more nervous than Bai Susu. "No, why would I be looking for you?" Ye Feng was curious too. He'd been playing games in the car to pass the time and hadn't noticed what was going on outside. Wow, there were actually so many onlookers gathered here. At the same time, Ye Feng spotted Tang Xiang in the crowd and gave her a little beckon with his finger. "Young Master Ye Feng." Tang Xiang walked over gracefully, her makeup flawless, her school uniform skirt highlighting her stunning figure. "Isn't that Tang Xiang from the dance department? She's famous at our school for being a real stunner." Rumor has it that Tang Xiang signed with an influencer incubator and became a streamer on Douyu. She's already got several million followers. Oh my gosh, could she be young Master Yi's rumored girlfriend? He must have come here just to find her. I'm just a curious person. I'd love to know how young Master Yi and Tang Xiang met. Some students let their imaginations run wild, leaving everyone else in awe. But it has to be said, Tang Xiang is just as stunning as Bai Susu. If Susu doesn't appreciate a rich, handsome guy like Ye Feng, there are plenty of others who do. Holy crap, I'm seriously blown away. No wonder that girl Tang Xiang went out all dolled up. Turns out she was going on a date with young Master Yi. Someone, bring me my Italian spaghetti. I don't want my Xiang to go hungry. Tang Xiang's roommate and best friend walked in just then and was completely taken aback by the scene. No wonder that girl didn't even give young Master Chen Zix on the time of day. It turns out she's been hooking up with young Master Yi. Wow, what a character. Let's go. Ye Feng opened the car door and motioned for a slightly uncomfortable Tang Xiang to get into the passenger seat. Then, with a press of the gas pedal, he drove off from campus under the envious stares of the crowd. They came and went in a flash, leaving Bai Susu no time to react at all. Haha, so young Master Yi wasn't here to see Bai Susu after all. I thought he wanted to keep playing the sycophant. Young Master Yi never said he was here to see Bai Susu in the first place. Didn't you guys see? It was Bai Susu who was getting her hopes up and shamelessly walked over to him. Bai Susu probably still thinks young Master Yi is going to keep fawning over her, not realizing he already has a goddess like Tang Xiang. I have to say, Tang Xiang and young Master Yi really are a perfect match. Cupid sure knows how to tie the red string of fate. When it came to Tang Xiang, most of the girls offered their best wishes because she really is outstanding. Most importantly, Tang Xiang didn't string young Master Yi along, unlike certain women who've now really messed things up. Susu, are you okay? Lin Fengjiao went over to comfort her best friend. She really couldn't blame Bai Susu, who could have predicted that Tang Xiang would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Most importantly, Bai Susu cares deeply about saving face. Now she'd been humiliated in front of so many people and was even being mocked. She must be feeling terrible inside. Ye Feng, I hate you. Tears welled up in Bai Susu's eyes. She looked both aggrieved and pitiful. She'd finally mustered the courage to go on a date with him, and yet he actually... Bai Susu stomped her foot and turned to walk away. Susu, wait for me. Lin Fengjiao hurried after her, continuing to comfort her best friend. On the way, she used her own cell phone to call Ye Feng. Since Ye Feng had blocked her previous number, she'd specifically bought a new SIM card for this call. The call connected. Lin Fengjiao said, Young Master Yi, Susu is heartbroken right now and can't stop crying. I can't comfort her on my own. Could you please help me and comfort her with me? Lin Fengjiao knew exactly why she was calling Ye Feng. Her best friend was heartbroken right now, and if Ye Feng had even a shred of compassion, he wouldn't remain indifferent. She was taking a gamble betting that Ye Feng couldn't possibly feel nothing at all for Bai Susu. He'd been a lapdog for several years. There was no way he could change so drastically overnight. Sorry, I'm busy. Ye Feng replied, then hung up and blocked Fengjiao's number again. It didn't take much effort anyway. Young Master Yi, is Bai Susu okay? Tang Xiang asked curiously from the passenger seat. Our business comes first. Ye Feng replied indifferently. He was here to ask Tang Xiang to help him sell his merchandise, not to get caught up in romantic entanglements. Even if it were, it certainly wouldn't be with Bai Susu, it would be with Gu Yangshang. Our business. Tang Xiang repeated the phrase, her mind wandering a bit. Earlier at the school gate, many classmates had mistakenly assumed she was in a relationship with young Master Ye Feng. Unfortunately, though, that wasn't the case. Tang sighing sighed and continued, "Young Master Yi, I've run into a bit of trouble at the company. If you could help me sort it out, I'd even promote your products for free from now on." It's no longer unusual for live streamers to promote products. Although Tang sighing was a beauty-focused streamer who emphasized her talents, she also helped some merchants sell products. And her conversion rates were actually quite good. He hadn't asked for details over the phone, but on the way to Tang sighing's company, Ye Feng learned the full story. The reason Tang sighing hadn't gone to the office was entirely because she'd been harassed by her manager over the past few days. Their manager is quite the character, as fat as a pig, yet she actually likes to send people photos of herself topless. Some small-time streamers even went so far as to compliment his physique just to curry favor with him. When this happened to Tang sighing, her first reaction was to block the manager and avoid him. But that tactic didn't work very well. Before long, the overweight manager asked her to go see a movie with him. In a fit of anger, Tang sighing stopped streaming and holed up at school to avoid the overweight manager. In fact, wherever there are groups of beautiful women, incidents like this are bound to happen. The difference is that some are consensual while others are forced. Ye Feng, of course, had to help her handle the situation. After all, she was a top streamer with several million followers. After all, Ye Feng was counting on her to promote his products. Influencer agency Tang sighing belongs to is located in the southern district of Jinling, but its registered capital doesn't come from Jinling, it comes from Yandu. At the same time, it was the most successful influencer agency in Jinling, having produced several top influencers with tens of millions of followers. As soon as they arrived at the company, several female streamers who were close to Tang sighing rushed over and said, "Sighing, where have you been these past few days? The boss is in a terrible mood." "Oh my goodness, if you hadn't shown up, the company would have sued you for breach of contract." "Even if you hate Manager Jiang, you shouldn't have just vanished, dear. Come on, let's go inside and get ready for tonight's live stream." These girls actually had Tang sighing's best interests at heart. After all, in this line of work, harassment is quite common. Even many top influencers face this kind of situation. All I can say is you just have to get used to it. After all, Tang sighing is still young, and there are plenty more twists and turns ahead in this industry. Is she just going to run away every time something happens? Ha, I haven't even settled the score with that fat pig yet, and now they're actually thinking of suing me. Tang sighing was livid. She's never been one to be pushed around. Forget it. After all, he's the boss. To put it nicely, we're streamers and influencers. To put it bluntly, we're just workers. Just a worker, how can we possibly go up against the boss? Someone continued to try to talk her out of it, though they were clearly siding with the company. What a great worker that is. At that moment, Ye Feng couldn't help but applaud her, immediately saying, "As far as I recall, work means selling your labor, not your looks. Since you're so enlightened, why are you still a streamer? Wouldn't it be better to go be the boss's mistress?" "Huh, who are you?" "Sighing, is this your boyfriend? He sure talks a big game. He looks like a decent enough guy, but I wonder how much money he's got in his pocket." Quite a few people gathered around Ye Feng to size him up. The keys to his Rolls Royce were tucked in his pocket. He wasn't old-fashioned enough to clip them to his belt. Plus, since they didn't recognize Ye Feng in person, they started looking down on him. Ye Feng ignored them and simply had Tang sighing lead the way to find their boss. What was there to say to these wage slaves? He was sure that if he revealed his true identity, they'd pull off a Sichuan opera face-changing act right then and there. But that would be too demeaning for Ye Feng. He wasn't putting on a show just for them. Manager Jiang, Tang sighing, is back at the office. In the office, a female streamer came in to break the news. Hey, she's finally back. Manager Jiang, who had been chatting online with a girl, suddenly perked up. He was the company's finance manager and one of its owners. The reason he'd traveled all the way from Yandu Jinling to start an influencer agency was, aside from making money, to pick up girls. He gave a cold chuckle. "Tang sighing, you can't escape my clutches." Manager Jiang had his own set of rules for picking up women. He knew he wasn't good looking, so he had to rely on his wits. Either he'd throw money at her until she was weak in the knees, or he'd resort to intimidation. The contracts influencers signed with the company were riddled with traps. Manager Jiang strode out of his office only to run into Tang sighing and her companion in the hallway. He stuck out his bulging belly, pointed at Tang sighing, and shouted, "Tang sighing, you've been skipping work for days in a row, causing significant losses to the company. We're preparing to sue you. You'd better watch your back." As soon as he said this, a crowd gathered to watch. No way, they're already suing her? Tang sighing is usually so hardworking and dedicated during her live streams. I think this fat pig is just looking for trouble, trying to force Tang sighing to give in. That fat pig Surnam Jiang is so disgusting. I'm just a cleaning lady, and last time he actually sent me those kinds of photos, it was so embarrassing. Most people at the company had a favorable impression of Tang sighing. She was usually sweet-talking and hardworking. As for Manager Jiang, most people looked down on him. Fine, then go ahead and sue me. Since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of you, you fat pig. Tang sighing scowled as she snapped back, and the moment the words left her mouth, she felt a sense of relief. Manager Jiang's relentless harassment had nearly driven her to the brink of depression. Fine, you said it yourself. I'll contact the legal department right away. Manager Jiang was furious. He was determined to make her pay for this today. Don't bother. Just go ahead and call your big boss out here. I don't want to waste my time. Ye Feng said indifferently. Ha, kid, who do you think you are, acting so cocky? Do you own this company? Manager Jiang said disdainfully. This pretty boy type was nothing but a pretty utterly useless in every other way. This only further fueled Manager Jiang for conquest. Why do all the beautiful women end up with handsome guys, while a decent guy like him has to turn to the dark side just to get a taste of the good life? My name is Ye Feng. Ye Feng introduced himself, and the moment he spoke, all eyes turned to him in disbelief. Some even pulled out their phones to search Baidu. Ha, I don't care if your name is Ye Feng or some other kind of Feng, I'm the one who calls the shots around here. Before Manager Jiang could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What? You're actually Ye Feng.
It really is Ye Feng, the eldest son of the Ye family, and he's just as handsome in person as he is in the photos. My god, Tang Xiang is actually on young Master Yi's side, no wonder she dared to go against Manager Jiang. PF'd, I'd dare to do the same if I were her. Anyway, that fat pig has definitely hit a brick wall today. Everyone looked at Ye Feng, their words brimming with admiration. This was precisely the power that money brought and the influence that came with it. Even the female streamers who had previously looked down on him now bowed their heads, already plotting to treat Tang Xiang to a meal afterward. They admired the strong and they admired the women by the strong's side. Are you really Ye Feng? Manager Jiang stood there dumbfounded for a moment. When he came to his senses, he pulled off a Sichuan opera-style face-changing act for everyone. His previously haughty demeanor instantly gave way to a broad, obsequious grin. Young Master Ye, what brings you here today? Why don't we discuss this in my office? Go to your office to talk. Who do you think you are? Ye Feng remained impassive as he continued, Go get your big boss out here. I'll say it again. I don't want to waste my time. All right. Manager Jiang dared not disobey. Anyone in the Jinling business world knew full well the prestige of the Ye family of Jinling. At that moment, Manager Jiang could only hope to smooth things over. Young Master Ye, hello. I'm Ni Kaixing, CEO Ling Wenjin Media Network. Before long, a bespectacled man in his 50s with a receding hairline stepped out. He extended his hand intending to shake hands with Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng pretended not to notice and demanded, Mr. Nai, I'd like to ask. My friend works as a streamer at your company. How is it that your manager Jiang sent her topless photos? At these words, Ni Kaixing froze and glanced at Manager Jiang. I've just been working out to lose weight. I wanted to show everyone my results. Manager Jiang said with a brazen grin. Show off your damn self. Do you think I don't know what kind of shenanigans you're up to all the time? Last time you even sent it to the wrong person, you sent it to me. You've fucking forgotten. Ni Kaixing was furious. He wanted nothing more than to slap the guy across the face. He'd known this guy would cause trouble, but he never expected him to get Ye Feng involved. But after all, he and Manager Jiang were brothers from Yandu, so he couldn't really do anything to him. He smiled at Ye Feng and said, Young Master Ye, I'll handle this matter with absolute impartiality. As long as Miss Tang is a streamer here, this kind of thing will never happen again. With Ye Feng backing Tang Xiang, even if Manager Jiang had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare do something like that again. But as for the other girls, it's hard to say. Is that it? Ye Fenged. Are there any further instructions, young Master Yi? Ni Kaixing asked, appearing respectful on the surface but growing wary inside. Although he couldn't afford to cross the Yi family, he actually had little to do with them. Without any shared interests, he couldn't be easily manipulated. Tell him to get the hell out of the company. Just looking at that fat pig makes my blood boil. Ye Feng said. Young Master Yi, I'm afraid that might not be appropriate. Ni Kaixing looked somewhat hesitant, while Manager Jiang appeared worried. He wasn't afraid of Ni Kaixing telling him to get lost. He was afraid that Ye Feng wouldn't let the matter drop. Inappropriate. Ye Feng chuckled and in front of everyone took Ni Kaixing's glasses off. Mr. Nai, let me make this clear. Is this the kind of attitude you're taking when speaking with the Yi family? Why don't you go ask the Zhao and Zhang families what happened to them after they angered the Yi family? They didn't even have the right to beg for mercy. After saying that, Ye Feng put the glasses back on him. But they were crooked. Everyone watched in stunned silence. After all, Ni Kaixing was the company's boss, a man whose word was law, yet now he stood there like a schoolchild, completely at Ye Feng's mercy. Ni Kaixing stood there frozen, utterly powerless to resist. Still, the consequences of offending the Yi family, especially this young master of the Yi family, were all too predictable. Zhao Hongbo, the eldest son of the Zhao family, had his leg broken in a fall and was still lying in the hospital. The Zhao family had even been forced to form an alliance and concede ground just to secure a reconciliation. The Zhang family fared even worse. Their young master Zhang Zihao was living a life worse than death, and Zhang Yuanshan had even fled Jinling in the dead of night. Although Ni Kaisheng hailed from Yandu, in the eyes of Jinling's elite families, he was still just a junior. He dared not show the slightest sign of defiance. Mr. Ni, surely you don't need me to tell you what to do. Ye Feng smiled faintly. Ni Kaisheng, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Pointing at Manager Jiang, he shouted, "Go to the finance department immediately and cash out your shares. You're on your own from now on." Mr. Knight. Manager Jiang turned pale with fear. The company was currently on the rise. While he didn't hold many shares, they would be worth much more in the future. Besides, there were so many pretty young women at the company waiting for him. He didn't want to lose any of it. He hurriedly turned to Ye Feng and said, "Young Master Yi, I didn't realize who I was dealing with before. Please spare me, I really won't dare to cause any trouble again." "You off?" Ye Feng chuckled. "Sure, I'm easy to please. All you have to do is sell your shares to me." "Well?" Manager Jiang looked very conflicted and Ni Kaisheng was also taken aback. So this guy Ye Feng was actually after Manager Jiang's shares. Manager Jiang didn't hold many shares, only 30%, worth just a few million. But as the company grew, it wouldn't be a problem for them to appreciate to tens of millions in the future. But most importantly, if Ye Feng used this as a springboard to enter the influencer industry or even take control of the company, Ni Kaisheng's standing would be undermined. Although he held the majority of the shares, he certainly wouldn't dare to challenge Ye Feng. Either cash out your shares and get out, or sell them to me and keep your position as financial manager. If you do a good job, I'll even give you a share of the dividends every year. It's up to you. Ye Feng rated. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Manager Jiang's sole goal was to pick up girls. In Jinling he could act like a little tyrant, but back in Yandu he was just a chubby, unattractive guy. In the end, with no other choice, he had to sell his shares to Ye Feng for 3 million. Ni Kaisheng watched it all unfold, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given Ye Feng's character, the choice was either to work for him or be taken out, and he certainly had the power to do so. "I don't know much about the influencer industry, so I won't interfere with the company's affairs," Ye Feng said after signing the share transfer agreement. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Ni Kaisheng wore a complex expression, unsure whether to laugh or cry. What he feared most was having his power curtailed and being managed by a layperson in a field where he was an expert. Fortunately, he wasn't actually affected by this situation. Perhaps the company would even see better growth thanks to Ye Feng's involvement. Still, this arrangement was certainly not something just anyone could accept. "Since I'm a shareholder of the company, I have 2 requests I'd like to make," Ye Feng added. "Please go ahead, young master." Ni Kaisheng didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to this big shot. "First, the company's resources need to be focused on Tang Saiying. I'm sure you're aware of her potential, Mr. Nai," Ye Feng said calmly. "Of course." Ni Kaisheng nodded eagerly. The company had already planned to turn Tang Saiying into a top-tier influencer with a following worth tens of millions. The resources already invested in her were already substantial. Second, as you're surely aware, Mr. Nai, our Yi Group has just captured 80% of the apparel market. But the market in Jinling is limited, and we haven't been able to break into markets like Gusu and Zhujiang either. So we need to harness the power of the internet. But as you know, the online retail market is already a fiercely competitive red ocean, while live streaming sales are the latest trend. I hope the company's live streamers will cooperate fully to help us sell our apparel. If there's money to be made, let's make it together. Let's make money together. Ni Kaisheng's expression suddenly twisted. Way to go, Ye Feng. I thought you were just after our company's shares, but I never expected you'd actually try to use us as pawns. Ni Kaisheng's Wenjin Media did indeed take on live streaming e-commerce gigs, but they only ever selected high-quality products. Ni Kaisheng would never touch anything like selling counterfeit alcohol online. It would cause irreversible damage to the streamers' reputations. After a moment's thought, he said, "Young Master Yi, we can help you sell clothing, but only on the condition that we inspect the quality first." This was the absolute bottom line Ni Kaisheng was willing to compromise on, otherwise there would be no point in running this influencer agency. "All right." Ye Feng nodded. "I'll have our company's general manager Li come talk to you." Ye Feng then called Li Yonghua, telling him they'd found a company to handle their online sales and asking him to bring some clothing samples over. Soon after, Li Yonghua drove to Wenjin Media. Most of the garments he had selected were personally designed by Gu Yongsheng and represented the finest products from Ye's apparel. It's no exaggeration to say that, setting aside the cost-related factor of fabric quality, in terms of style and design alone, they were absolutely on par with major international brands. The only thing missing was brand recognition. But as it happened, brand recognition was also the most critical issue. "Mr. Ni, what do you think? Is the quality up to standard?" Ye Feng asked. At that moment, Ni Kaisheng was leading his team in inspecting the mountain of garments piled on the table. Their expressions had shifted from skepticism to astonishment. "Young Master Ye, if the finished products are as excellent as these samples, we're certainly on board. And this is definitely a great opportunity to make money," Ni Kaisheng said somewhat excitedly. These garments were by any measure far superior to similarly priced products available online. Just a moment ago he'd thought Ye Feng was a devil, but now he saw him as an angel. Of course they're the same. The Ye family conducts business with integrity and honesty, Ye Feng said calmly. His business acumen told him that cutting corners might bring short-term profits, but eventually such practices would be universally condemned until the products were swept into the trash. That's why Ye Feng only produced high-quality products, and that was also the main reason he had asked Gu Yongsheng to work overtime to recruit designers. Borrow Li Yonghua's earlier words, Jinling's apparel market was too small. Ye Feng's journey would span the entire country and even extend beyond its borders. And the quality of the clothing was something that absolutely had to be guaranteed. Finally, the two parties agreed that Wenjin Media would receive a commission based on the clothing sold. Since Ye Feng was also a shareholder in the company, this arrangement saved a significant amount in additional fees. Ye Feng had essentially secured this online sales channel with ease, and he had even purchased a 30% stake from manager Jiang. All Ye Feng had to do was sit back and wait for the value to appreciate. Young Master Ye, I really admire you. Mr. Ni is such a cunning and domineering person, yet you managed to handle him so easily. On the way back to school with Tang Xiang, the young woman was filled with admiration for Ye Feng. If Ye Feng hadn't been driving, she probably would have been so excited she'd have thrown her arms around his neck. It wasn't that I handled him with ease, it's the prestige of the Ye family that speaks for itself. The reason the Ye family is considered a powerhouse isn't just because of our 10 billion fortune, it's also because we can walk all over Jinling. Ye Feng smiled faintly. In Tang Xiang's eyes, someone like Ni Kaisheng was someone to look up to, but in Ni Kaisheng's eyes, wasn't the Ye family also a force to be reckoned with? This was the added advantage that came with being part of a powerful family, beyond Ye Feng's own business acumen. And the greatest difference between a powerhouse and a distinguished family is this. Whatever a distinguished family can handle, we, as a powerhouse, can handle as well. And what the old families can't handle, we can handle too. But above the elite families stand even greater behemoths, business empires and financial conglomerates. To rise above everyone else, aside from seizing the destiny of the protagonist Lin Yi, he must also overcome these obstacles and gradually build up the Yi family. After dropping Tang Xiang off at the dormitory entrance, the girl reluctantly got out of the car. She smiled at Ye Feng, saying, "Let's hang out sometime," before running into the dorm. It was already very late. Ye Feng had plenty of stamina, so it didn't really matter to him, but Tang Xiang was already exhausted. What she didn't expect, however, was that her three best friends in the dorm were full of energy. Not a single one of them had gone to sleep late into the night, and as soon as Tang Xiang returned, they bombarded her with questions. "Xiang, come clean, are you and young master Yi actually dating or not? Why did you two go home tonight? Weren't you supposed to go to a hotel?" Hearing these questions, Tang Xiang was speechless. If there's one group of people in the world with the wildest imaginations, it's definitely her best friends. "Yi Xiao and I are just..." Tang Xiang didn't know how to explain it, but then an idea struck her, and she said, "He's my boss." "Yeah, right? What kind of employee picks him up and drops him off like that?" "Way to go, Tang Xiang, hooking up with a rich behind our backs and keeping it a secret. It's not like we're going to steal him from you." Her roommates all expressed their disbelief. "You'd have to be able to steal him first." Tang Xiang snorted, feeling a pang of regret. After spending time with him twice, she realized that young Master Yi actually had no interest in her at all. Tang Xiang really wanted to meet Yi Xiao's legendary girlfriend. What kind of woman could possibly win his favor? Still, Tang Xiang didn't lose heart. After all, aren't the rich second-generation characters in TV dramas always playing the field? When it came to a man as outstanding as Ye Feng, Tang Xiang didn't mind sharing him with others. However, in front of her best friends, Tang Xiang felt helpless. No matter how she explained that her relationship with Ye Feng was purely platonic, they simply refused to believe her. In a fit of anger, Tang Siying blurted out, "Young master, Yi is my boyfriend. Are you satisfied now? Can you give me a break?" "Way to go, Tang Siying. You finally admitted it, didn't you?" Her best friends all wore smug expressions. What Tang Siying didn't expect was that by early the next morning, the news had spread throughout the entire Jinling Arts School. Since everyone had seen with their own eyes the day before that young master, Yi had come specifically to pick up Tang Siying, no one had any reason to doubt it. Watching the rumors swirl and seeing her best friend's smug expressions, Tang Siying. "Susu, something huge has happened." Lin Fengjiao rushed into the classroom and approached her best friend, who was practicing the piano. "Cut it out," Bai Susu said impatiently. "Fengjiao, I know what you're going to say. Are you going to tell me that Tang Siying, that beach, has actually become Ye Feng's girlfriend? If that's what you're talking about, I'm not interested at all. My grading exam is coming up soon, don't distract me from my practice. Also, I really hate Ye Feng right now. Don't ever mention his name to me again." Bai Susu was still upset about what happened yesterday. He'd actually made her lose face in front of so many people. "Susu, what I actually wanted to tell you is that your dad came to school looking for you. Something major has happened in the Bai family." Lin Fengjiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "And this matter does in fact have something to do with young master Ye Feng." "Fengjiao, explain this to me clearly. What do you mean it must have something to do with brother Ye Feng? Does that mean without brother Ye Feng, I'll fail my exam and the world will come to an end?" Bai Susu said angrily. Sometimes she really did find this best friend annoying. "If you want to hook up with a rich second-generation heir, just go do it yourself. Why do you have to drag me into it?" Lin Fengjiao was taken aback by Bai Susu's intensity. Although Bai Susu was a bit of a manipulative girl, she usually had a gentle temperament. Lin Fengjiao could only patiently explain, "Your dad said that if the Bai family doesn't get another injection of funds, it'll go bankrupt." "What?" Bai Susu was so startled she plopped right down on the floor. Luckily, the classroom was nearly empty. Otherwise, she would have made a complete fool of herself again. She rubbed the sore spot and hurriedly asked, "What's going on exactly?" Lin Fengjiao couldn't explain it clearly either, so she simply took Bai Susu by the hand and led her to the school gate to meet her father, Bai Jianhao. Only then did Bai Susu learn that, for some time now, her father had been scrambling to raise money to bail out Bai's building materials. Unfortunately, not a single person was willing to invest. Even her father's closest friends couldn't be reached by phone. Most importantly, her father, Bai Jianhao, was in debt to the tune of several million, though not an enormous sum. It was far more than the Bai family could possibly come up with right now. If things continued this way, not only would the Bai family be ruined, but by next month, her father's name would even appear on the credit blacklist, commonly known as a deadbeat debtor. And this would also have a severe impact on Bai Susu's music career. Right now, the only person who can save the Bai family is Ye Feng. "Susu, I've explained my situation to you. You must help me." On the way to Yi's apparel, Bai Jianhao urged her, repeating. He was now at his wit's end. Ye Feng was their last hope. And all of this could only be entrusted to his daughter, Bai Susu. "Dad, I'll do my best." Bai Susu sighed. In truth, she wasn't even sure Ye Feng would help. Ever since she'd turned down Ye Feng's invitation to see a movie at Wai Wai Zuan restaurant, he'd seemed like a completely different person. And even now, in this dire situation, Bai Susu still couldn't bring herself to compromise her principles to curry favor with Feng. With heavy hearts, the three of them arrived at Yi's apparel. "Who are you looking for?" The security guard stopped them at the entrance. "We're here to see young Master Yi. Tell him Miss Bai Susu has something to discuss with him," Bai Jianhao said with a cheeky grin. "All right, I'll go let him know." The security guard gave him a wary look. As someone seconded from the Yi group, he was well aware of the ties between young Master Ye Feng and the Bai family. Although young Master Yi had stopped acting like a sycophant, it seemed the Bai family had started fawning over him instead. A moment later, the security guard said, "Young Master Yi says he'll see you, go on up." "Thanks, security guard. Here, have a huazi." Bai Jianhao's smile was as ingratiating as could be as he hurriedly handed over the cigarette. You have to understand, in the past, he wouldn't have given a security guard like this a second glance. Seeing the look in her father's eyes, Bai Susu felt a pang of unease. If it weren't for securing the investment, her father wouldn't have to act so humbly. She made up her mind. Even if it meant making a small sacrifice later on, letting brother Ye Feng take a little advantage, she would do whatever it took to help her father secure the investment. Besides, if her father ever became a deadbeat debtor, her own music career would suffer greatly as a result. After smoothing things over with the security guard, Bai Jianhao and the other two arrived at the CEO's office to wait for Ye Feng. Ever since signing the partnership agreement with Wenjun Media yesterday, Ye Feng and Li Yonghua had been in meetings nonstop. Several hours later, it was already 5 p.m., and it was time to clock out. Only then did Ye Feng leisurely make his way into the office. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ye Feng greeted them with a smile. "Not at all, not at all." Bai Jianhao was flattered. Just the fact that Ye Feng had agreed to meet with him was a great honor. And since they were meeting, the investment matter surely wouldn't be too difficult. It seemed he still couldn't forget Sus. At this thought, Bai Jianhao's smile grew even brighter. "Susu, hurry up." Seeing her best friend spacing out, Lin Fengjiao nudged her with her elbow. Bai Susu hurried forward and handed him a Hermes belt. "Brother Ye Feng, I have a gift I'd like to give you. It just occurred to me we've known each other for several years, and I haven't given you a single decent yet. Please don't think it's too modest." A Hermes belt costs over 5,000 yuan, but in terms of value it's already considered a luxury brand. However, the belt Ye Feng was wearing was worth tens of thousands. Still, this was a gift from Bai Susu, and the belt carried an additional meaning: to bind the man she loved. By doing this, Bai Susu was clearly sending a subtle hint to Ye Feng. "Let's skip the belt and all that." Unmoved, Ye Feng sat on the sofa and asked Ms. Bai, "What brings you here today?" "Well..." Bai Jianhao was taken aback. This wasn't going according to plan. According to the original plan, after Bai Susu gave him the belt, Ye Feng would be deeply moved and they would reconcile. After that, he'd continue his pursuit, with Bai Jianhao playing second fiddle, so the two lovers could finally be together. If he couldn't be the primary partner or the third wheel, being the fourth wheel wouldn't be so bad either. But Ye Feng didn't even accept. Wasn't that a waste of money? Bai Susu and Lin Fengjiao felt a bit awkward, and Bai Susu was so upset she felt like crying. She'd finally mustered the courage to convince herself to win Ye Feng over, only to find that he didn't even glance at the gift she'd given him. "Brother Ye Feng, why have you become like this? What's going on? If you don't tell me, I'm leaving," Ye Feng urged. "It's like this." Bai Jianhao gathered his composure and said, "It's like this, young master Yi. Our Bai's building materials is a bit short on investment funds. I was hoping you could be generous and lend us a hand. After all, given the relationship between our two families, a mere 200 million shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Bai Jianhao wasn't giving up. He still wanted to use his daughter to sway Ye Feng. He simply couldn't believe that Ye Feng would really remain unmoved by his daughter. "You're turning down a free gift? Friendship is one thing, business is another. The Ye family's 200 million didn't just blow in on the wind. I've told Susu before, investing in Bai's building materials is just throwing money down the drain." "Mr. Bai, do I look like a fool to you?" Ye Feng looked at him with a smile. "Bai Jianhao, not really. Oh no, rich kids really can't be trusted after all. Susu has really messed up." Lin Fengjiao screamed inwardly, finally coming to terms with reality. Now, this was no longer something Bai Susu could resolve on her own. Bai Susu, meanwhile, felt increasingly wronged. It was as if Ye Feng had completely turned to a stranger. She really wanted to leave this place and go cry on brother Lin Yi's shoulder. "All right then, thanks for having us." Bai Jianhao sighed. Since Ye Feng had put it that way, there was truly nothing he could do. If anyone was to blame, it was his own foolish daughter. She just wasn't meant for this. It wasn't that Bai Susu wasn't meant for it, it was just that when heaven gave her a chance, she was too blind to see it. "Don't worry so much, Mr. Bai." Ye Feng called out to them, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't you want the money anymore?" "Huh?" Bai Jianhao and the other two were all startled for a moment, then immediately felt a surge of joy. Could it be that young Master Yi had changed his mind? Or perhaps he'd been playing hard to get all along, planning to take advantage of Bai Susu even more. "Young Master Yi, as long as you're willing to invest, no matter what the terms are, just name your price." Bai Jianhao turned around and said excitedly. Meanwhile, Bai Susu was torn inside. What if the condition Ye Feng set was to have her? Given her father's character, he'd most likely agree. What should she do? Invest. Ye Feng shook his head and said, "Mr. Bai, you've misunderstood. When I said money, I meant I want to acquire your Bai's building materials." Acquire? Upon hearing this, Bai Jianhao froze on the spot. Bai Susu was also taken aback. Now she certainly didn't need to worry about Ye Feng having his sights set on her, because he clearly had no such intention. Lately, Bai Jianhao had been scrambling to secure investment, but while he hadn't managed to attract any, there were plenty of people looking to take advantage of the situation and acquire Bai's building materials. Bai Jianhao swallowed hard, clearly unwilling to accept this turn of events. "Young Master Yi, things between us don't have to come to this. Whatever the issue is, we can talk it out." "Negotiate?" Ye Feng nodded slightly and said, "You're right. The acquisition price is indeed something we should discuss thoroughly. Young Master Yi, that's not what I meant. Bai Jianhao grew flustered. By talk, he meant discussing matters of personal favor. Before he could finish, Ye Feng waved his hand and said, "As things stand, the only asset of the Bai family that I find worthwhile is Bai's building materials." Now that the investment on his end was all set, he was just waiting to head to Gusu next month to develop the commercial district. By then, construction materials would be indispensable. The Bai Group had ended up in its current predicament mainly due to damaged sales channels, compounded by a broken cash flow. Their company, however, had stockpiled a considerable amount of raw materials. Ye Feng intended to buy them up so he could make a profit when developing the commercial district. After all, why let the profits go to outsiders? Well, Bai Jianhao was at a loss for words. He simply couldn't think of any other way to persuade Ye Feng. He wasn't playing any games of teasing to lure. He was just trying to take advantage of the situation. "Brother Ye Feng." At that moment, Bai Susu stepped forward and said, "Brother Ye Feng, please, I'm begging you. 200 million is practically nothing to you, but for my father, it's the only thing that can save his life. I know I shouldn't have turned down your invitation to go to the movies that night, but I really did have something else to do. I'll admit I was wrong. If that's not enough, I'll kneel before you, is that okay?" As she spoke, Bai Susu was about to kneel down to plead her case. Combined with the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, she looked both wronged and pitiful. At that moment, any normal man with even a shred of chivalry would have been moved. According to the usual script, just as Bai Susu was about to kneel, Ye Feng should have stopped her. However, Ye Feng remained completely unmoved. "Honey, when you getting off work?" Just then, the office door swung open, and Gu Yongshang walked in. Upon seeing the scene, she covered her mouth in surprise. She clearly hadn't processed what was going on. She'd had a free evening planned and was looking forward to going to the movies with Feng. But she never imagined that, the moment she walked in, she'd see Bai Susu kneeling in front of Ye Feng, with tear streaks still visible at the corners of her eyes. At that moment, Bai Susu was mortified. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. She admitted she was putting on a tragic act after all. Hadn't Ye Feng always fallen for that sort of thing in the past? But what was she thinking, getting caught like this by his girlfriend? Susu felt increasingly wrong. What made it even worse was that Ye Feng actually ignored her completely. Instead, he walked slowly toward Gu Yongshang and said, "It's already after work. Let's go, we should grab a bite to eat first." Gu Yongshang gave a sweet smile and interlaced her fingers with Ye Feng's. Bai Susu's face burned with embarrassment. She didn't dare look at Ye Feng, and especially not at Gu Yongshang. At her father's birthday party last time, Gu Yongshang had stolen the show with her piano skills and even earned praise from teacher Huang. Bai Susu felt a bit ashamed of herself. At the same time, Bai Susu began to resent Gu Yongshang. If it weren't for her, all of brother Ye Feng's kindness should have been reserved solely for her. "I hate that bitch." Lin Fengjiao, sitting beside her, let out a soft sigh. She knew exactly what her best friend was thinking. "But Susu, if you'd known this would happen, why did you act that way back then? Ye Feng has given you so many chances. It was you who time and time again decided he wasn't as good as Lin Yi." Lin Fengjiao was puzzled too. How could Ye Feng, a top-tier rich second generation, possibly be no match for that poor loser Lin Yi? "Mr. Bai, I'm here with my girlfriend, so let me just be straightforward with you. I'm willing to pay 10 million to acquire your Bai's building materials. If you're interested, just let me know anytime. Think it over carefully. All you stand to lose is the company, but I, Ye Feng, stand to lose a full 10 million. With that, Ye Feng took Gu Yongshang by the hand and walked out. What the hell does he mean, losing 10 million? After Ye Feng left, Bai Jianhao couldn't help but loose with a tirade. Bai's building materials was worth 200 million and these opportunists were trying to buy his company for just 10 million? This was the work of his entire life. Bai Jianhao had to admit that if he couldn't come up with the money, he'd end up a deadbeat debtor, and the price Ye Feng had offered was actually quite fair. Still, he just couldn't accept this outcome. If his daughter had been more capable, how could things have ended up like this? Thinking of his daughter, Bai Jianhao pointed at Bai Susu, who was kneeling on the floor, and snapped, "Are you addicted to kneeling? Ye Feng's already left, who are you crying for now? Uncle Bai Susu is feeling terrible too, please go easy on her." Lin Fengjiao still felt sorry for her best friend. Although she wasn't crying out loud, Lin Fengjiao could sense her distress. Does she even have the nerve to cry? She turned down a wealthy heir and chose a poor student instead. I just can't wrap my head around it. I, Bai Jianhao, have been so wise all my life. How could I have produced such a stupid creature? I'm warning you, if I ever see you hanging out with Lin Yi again, I'll break your damn legs. Bai Jianhao was so furious that he let loose with a torrent of insults. Bai Susu wept even more. What's all the noise about? No loud talking allowed in this restricted area of the company. If you want to argue, go do it at home. Just then, a passing employee said with a frown. Yes, we'll leave right away. Bai Jianhao grinned sheepishly, then shot Bai Susu a sharp glance before the father and daughter finally left the office. 9 o'clock that evening. Inside the movie theater. The latest comedy was playing on the screen, and the people around them were laughing so hard they were rolling on the floor. However, Gu Yongshang was curled up in Ye Feng's arms fast asleep. This past period had truly worn the girl out. She'd even fallen ill from exhaustion last time. Ye Feng couldn't resist giving her a little peck on the cheek. With such a wonderful girl as his girlfriend, who needs some green tea, bitch? Gu Yongshang would put everything aside for him, and a girl like that was the only one worthy of Ye Feng's love. Is it over? When the movie ended, Gu Yongshang finally woke up, her eyes still half closed. She felt a little shy when she realized she'd been leaning against Ye Feng. Let's go too. You should go home and catch up on some sleep. Ye Feng took Gu Yongshang's hand and prepared to leave. As they were leaving the mall where the movie theater was located, a few rowdy, delinquent-looking guys with brightly dyed hair started whistling at Gu Yongshang. Hey beautiful, come play with us. I saw that girl in the movie theater earlier. Damn, I was thinking about asking for her contact info right from the start. This world's so damn unfair. A girl this hot, and she's ended up with that pretty boy. All we guys usually get are some used girls. Just by looking at that pretty boy, you can tell he's all show and no substance. I bet he can't even satisfy this girl. Hey babe, why don't you come hang out with us guys instead? The street thugs kept whistling. Looking to die? Hearing this, Ye Feng furrowed his brow, a chill spreading across his face. However, Gu Yongshang grabbed Ye Feng. Brother Ye Feng, let's go back. Don't pay any attention to them. Gu Yongshang was a good girl. She didn't like causing trouble, and she certainly didn't want to get Ye Feng into trouble. Although on the surface, these street thugs looked like they were asking for a beating. But when it came to nuisances like these, Gu Yongshang couldn't be bothered to deal with them. It wasn't the first time she'd been targeted just because she was pretty. Hey, what did I tell you? This guy's all show and no substance. We're teasing his girlfriend, and he doesn't dare say a word. That's right. All this guy's got going for him is his good looks. He's no real man. Little lady, what's the point of hanging out with a guy like that? Why not have some fun with us guys instead? We guarantee it'll be an eye-opener. Seeing that Gu Yongshang seemed easy to bully, the street thugs grew even more brazen. You guys. Gu Yongshang frowned in anger. It was one thing for these people to speak disrespectfully to her, but they actually dared to insult her brother Ye Feng. Gu Yongshang was gentle on the outside but strong-willed on the inside. She only regretted not knowing martial arts, otherwise she would have charged right in to teach them a lesson. However, Ye Feng had already taken action and walked straight up to them. Kid, what are you up to? I'd advise you not to get carried away. Look at those scrawny arms and legs of yours. One punch from me and... Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a piercing scream of "Ah!" as Ye Feng slapped him hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lost 2 front teeth. Brother Ye Feng. Gu Yongshang was a little surprised. She hadn't realized Brother Ye Feng was such a tough fighter. Gu Yongshang felt a warm glow in her heart. She had always trusted Ye Feng unconditionally, and now she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Dog brother. Are you okay, dog brother? The man with green-dyed hair, known as Dog Brother, struggled to his feet and glared at Ye Feng with unbridled fury. With 2 missing teeth, he spoke through a gap in his teeth. Kid, how dare you hit me? You're not leaving here today without paying up. I'm A Gao from South City, you dare mess with me. What? So he's actually Dog Brother. Rumor has it that Dog Brother is Cat Lord's right-hand man. No one in South City dares cross him. This young guy's really screwed. Should he just pay up to avoid trouble? What kind of world is this? Flirting with someone's girlfriend and then demanding money from them. What a bunch of losers. Seeing the fight, quite a few people gathered to watch. Some tried to speak up for Ye Feng, but their companions tugged at their sleeves, signaling them to keep quiet. Dog Brother is greedy and lecherous, to put it bluntly. He's just a street thug. He's really nothing to be afraid of. What's truly scary is his boss, Cat Lord. Rumor has it that Cat Lord is even a trusted confidant of Brother Yang. I don't care about your cat or dog. I'm the one who's always having people pay me compensation. I've never seen anyone dare to ask me for money. If you've got the guts, go ahead and come at me. My money isn't that easy to get. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He wasn't in the habit of paying compensation, not even for medical bills. Brother Ye Feng, why don't you call some people over? Gu Yongshang was afraid Ye Feng would get the short end of the stick. She knew the Ye family kept quite a few henchmen. No need, I've got this. Ye Feng said softly. After all, his combat rating was as high as 200, while an ordinary person's was only 60. Beating them up would be a piece of cake. As for them calling for backup, that suited Yi just fine. He remembered that this area in the south of the city was Yangtang's turf. He hadn't taught him a lesson thoroughly last time, so this was the perfect chance to continue. Ye Feng had no interest in these small-time thugs, he was after the big fish. Fine, just you wait. Dog Brother spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately pulled out his phone to call Cat Lord for help. Meanwhile, someone advised Ye Feng to leave and not get tangled up with these thugs. But clearly that wasn't what Ye Feng had in mind, so he politely declined. Kid, don't get cocky, you won't even know how you're going to die. Fire blazed in Dog Brother's eyes as he glared at Gu Yongshang. The humiliation I just suffered, I'll make this bitch pay back double. You've got a really filthy mouth. Ye Feng took a step forward. That single step was enough to make Dog Brother jump back in fear, terrified that Ye Feng would slap him again. Pfft, with a guy like Dog Brother, he actually thinks he can look down on others? He's just riding on Cat Lord's reputation, bullying others under false pretenses. Someone snorted derisively. Gu Yongshang was also amused by the scene. Standing by Ye Feng's side, she felt completely safe. At the same time, she was curious to see what new tricks Brother Ye Feng had up his sleeve this time. Every time, he managed to come up with a new surprise. What are you doing? Just then, a man in his 30s walked over, followed by 6 or 7 others. This man was none other than Cat Lord. Cat Lord, this kid's been riding roughshod over us, you've got to help us get our revenge. Dog Brother pleaded incessantly. Alright, so it's this kid, huh? Cat Boss couldn't be bothered to figure out who was right or wrong. After all, he always took sides with people rather than the issue at hand, and if his own brothers were bullied, didn't he have to get even? Kid, let's handle this properly. It's not like there's no solution. Bring me 100,000 yuan and we'll call it even. Cat Boss stepped forward. 100,000? Damn it, why don't you just go rob someone? Damn it, 100,000 is more than my annual salary plus bonuses, you know? This young guy is something else. I tried to talk him out of it earlier, but he had to be stubborn. Now look what's happened. The crowd couldn't help sign dismay. Talon? Ye Feng shook his head. You don't want to pay? Cat Lord sneered and snapped. If you don't pay, you're not leaving here today. Do you think I, Cat Lord, am a pushover? No, what I mean is, you guys are thinking too small. How could 100,000 be enough? It'd have to be at least 100 million. Ye Feng said calmly. Huh? Cat Lord and his men were taken aback. Was this kid still putting on a brave front even as he faced certain death? Suddenly, Ye Feng struck, grabbing Cat Lord and executing a shoulder throw. Damn it! Cat Lord was thrown into a daze. He thought to himself, that kid ambushed me. Once I get back on my feet, I'm going to make him pay. But he realized he couldn't get up no matter what he tried. Ye Feng had his foot planted firmly on Cat Lord, pinning him down so he couldn't move an inch. Cat Lord! Dog Brother and the others were all stunned. They never expected this kid to be such a tough fighter. Cat Lord was, after all, one of Brother Yang's most trusted lieutenants, and yet he'd been taken down in an instant. Damn, this kid's playing the fool to catch the tiger. With skills like that, who'd dare mock him as a pretty boy? Haha, looks like Cat Lord's hit a brick wall this time. You can't say that Cat Master is Brother Yang's man. What if... The crowd buzzed with speculation. But in any case, Dog Brother and the others were all at a loss right then. This mastery of combat skill is really useful. A faint smile played on Ye Feng's lips. Cat Lord's fighting skills weren't weak to begin with, but he was still no match for Ye Feng's combat mastery. He looked at Dog Brother and the others and said, "What did I just say? 100 million in compensation, hand over the money to ransom them." Kid, don't get too cocky. Cat Master was both furious and humiliated after all these years in the underworld. He'd actually been ambushed by a nobody. He turned to his men and said, "Go call Brother Yang." Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Hearing this, Dog Brother and the others immediately perked up. The onlookers, meanwhile, began to worry about Ye Feng once again. Brother Yang was, after all, one of the top big shots in the underworld. What had started as a minor incident had unexpectedly escalated to such a massive scale. But none of them noticed the brilliant smile that spread across Ye Feng's lips. He'd been waiting for Yang Teng to take the bait.